possible in the world of tomorrow. Let us go into the future, into the years beyond 2000 AD. Science fiction adventures in the world of tomorrow. 2000 plus. Today, the men from Mars. The 16th of May in the year of 2000 plus 40 started off as a perfectly ordinary day. The school bus, Omnijet number 4, had picked up Mickey and Dink as usual, had whizzed them off to another tussle with higher education. The class in elementary operation of mathematical calculators, plus the class in early history of the first atomic era from 1938 to 1972, plus the warm spring weather, had the two boys in a dreamy, lazy mood by the time 1000 found them in the pre-research period in the school library. It was the voice on the intramural audio box that brought them out of their doldrums with a sharp snap.
Take notes for contemporary incident course. The International League of Planetary Scientists has just issued a statement that an exploratory expedition to Mars is very likely at some time in the near future. Professor H.D. White presents is highly probable. That is all until 1200 recap. Thank you.
I guess you heard that, didn't you, Dink? Huh? I said, I guess you heard that. Yeah, I did, Mickey. Terrific, huh?
I wish you'd please keep your voice down, Dink Texton. This is study period.
Take a rocket, Maybelle.
And besides, there's nothing so terrific about that report. We all know they've been contemplating a trip to Mars in the near future for 150 years.
What kind of a near future is 150 years?
Oh, it's easy enough to sit back and be content. People like you after Christopher Columbus.
Who was Christopher Columbus?
You sure don't know your history. Christopher Columbus was the name of the first rocket ship to get to the moon way back in 1980. And people like you say they'd never do that.
The moon's real close.
Oh, I'm in no hurry to get Mars explored.
No, Maybelle? Why not? Oh, I know what she means, Dink. They could be pretty scary, those Martians. Their ears could be in their feet, and the eyes could be in the tops of their heads, and the mouths, for all I know, the mouths might be in the back of their necks.
Oh, it just terrifies me.
Nothing to be scared of.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get to my aerologic class.
Boy, we sure kidded her, didn't we?
Oh, I wasn't
Kidding, Dink. Did you think I was kidding? Sure, I thought you were. Huh? You weren't kidding? No, I'd like to go to Mars. As a matter of fact, I'd like to go before the expedition does. I'd like to get there first. For what? For what? Wouldn't you like to be a hero, Dink? Wouldn't you like to go down in history? Yeah, I guess so, Mickey. I'm just as glad, though, that there isn't anything we can do about it. Who says there isn't anything we can do about it? But we couldn't go to Mars, Mickey. Why not? Well, we haven't got a spaceship. We could get one. Huh? Here. Look at this in today's facsimile paper. Bargains, values, miracles. Don't buy a second-hand spaceship until you see Tillman's terrific values. A 2020 BG Venus Voyager, 8-passenger, $900, like new. Huh, you see, we could just buy one. Wait a second. Listen to this. 1989 N2 Rocket Cat, 3 passengers, $87.50. What could you expect? That's our boat. But, Mickey, it's bound to be a pile of junk. We can do a little work on it and put it in shape in no time. Besides, we'll have $17.50 to do it on. Mickey, do you want to go down in history, Dink Texton? Yeah, but I'm a little uneasy about going up in an 8750 spaceship. Gee, I never thought we'd get the old crate home. How's it shaping up, Mickey? Oh, it's great. Did you get that atomic battery off the re-energizer down at the fueling station? Oh, I got it right with me, Mick. Only, Mick. Yeah? I feel a little shaky about it. There's no sense pretending I don't. Oh, stop worrying. People have been doing this with old spacecraft for ages. No. Sure. Way back years ago, kids used to take second-hand rocket ships and do what they called, the souping them up. I learned about it in History 5. You mean they made space snorters that long ago? Sure. Only they called them hot rods. That's funny. I didn't know they did any space traveling way back then. They did some kind of traveling. I saw a picture of one of their craft. They called it an aura bubble. A what? Aura bibble or something like that. Oh, you mean an automobile? Yeah, that's it. Did they go through space in them? Where else could they have gone in them? Oh, I thought maybe they just traveled on the ground. Don't be silly. You use jet cars for traveling on the ground. That's right. Gee, Mickey, you're smart. Oh, you gotta apply yourself, Dink. That's all. You gotta apply yourself. Now, we just give this baby a little test. Hitch up that battery coil to the central explosion power. Right. There we are. Now, we throw the switch for a test. You ready? All set. How's that, Dink? Gee, that's terrific. Shall I try the retarding rocket? Go ahead. Okay, cut it. Well, Dink, it looks like we're in business. Yep. Well, maybe next summer sometime we can cut out and take a stab at reaching Mars and then... Dink? Yeah? We're going to take that stab tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Mickey? Yes, sir. Tomorrow night. But, gee, we could get in a lot of trouble. What trouble? We might get picked up by the Space Patrol. People ain't allowed to go sizzling around in space without a permit. And least of all in a second-hand job like this. Dink? Yeah? Remember what my old man does for a living? Sure, he's a space cop, which would make it all the worse for you if he caught you. It would be plenty bad for me. But he's going to catch me. How can you keep him from it? I can find out where he's going to be and use a planet channel as far from there as possible. Do you think he'll tell you where he's going to be? Oh, he's going to, Dink. You just wait till tonight.
I swear they'll put anything in the facsimile paper.
You're right, Pop.
Anything to take up room.
Pop, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Here comes some high-frequency scientist with a single-cell brain sounding off about how we should build defenses against an attack from Mars. What a knock-noodle. Always with the planets. Planets.
You're right, Pop.
Yeah, they're all alike. Bunch of dreamers with loose bolts in their turrets. Planet travel, planet war, planet exploring. So you hear these days, planets.
You sure are right, Pop.
Yep. Hey, how come I'm so right about everything tonight?
Oh, well, I don't know, Pop. I just happen to agree with you.
Well, stop agreeing with me and eat your eggplant.
You mean my eggplant?
I mean, leave me alone so I can read my paper.
Hey, Dad. Those scientists think they know everything, don't they? Now, you take Professor Leary at school, the one who teaches us astronomy. He's supposed to be the last word on how the interplanetary area is operated. And he says that the Space Patrol covers Celestial Channel 7 every night in the week.
Huh?
That's what he said.
Who?
Professor Leary.
What a wiseacre. It just so happens we don't touch Channel 7 but once a week.
On Sunday night, sir, right?
No, Tuesday night. You'd think a professor of astronomy would know better than that.
I guess he had his dates mixed.
If a person don't know, they ought to ask.
That's the way I figure, Pop. That's just the way I figure. Mickey, we did it. We're on our way, Dink.
You sure we won't run into the Space Patrol?
Didn't I tell you I found out from my old man last night? Watch this baby go. I'm going to throw her into super explosion. Lower the pressure gauge, Dink. Yes. Light flat, Rocketeer. I'm letting her out. Okay. Oh, man, what a book. She'll pass anything on the channels any day in the week. Is that top speed? Are you kidding? I haven't even touched the auxiliary charges. Well, let's have it wide open. Oh, we're doing about 2,400 MPH right now. Let's see if she'll hit 3,000. Okay, you asked for it. Hey, Mickey.
Yeah?
Where are we at?
Channel 7.
How far out in the stratosphere?
Stratosphere? Oh, man, you're a back number. We've been out of the stratosphere for a good 10 minutes now. Look behind you.
Gee, it's just a pinpoint.
Our sizzling boy, we're cutting with magnetism. Yay!
Do it again.
This is a light. This is just thing strictly out of sight and on our own.
Nick.
High and clear, free and high. Sizzling, man. Sizzling. What is it?
Take a look. Off to the left there.
Now where?
Where I'm pointing.
Where you're pointing? Oh, smoke.
What is it?
I don't know.
Couldn't be a comet, could it?
No, comets have got tails. Besides, it's steering its own course, you see?
Miss, it's heading straight into it. It's heading.
It's throwing a static beam.
What's wrong?
Everything's come to a stop. I can't get a peep out of this thing. I can't.
They're going to crash into it. Why don't they get back? Get back!
Oh, Dink, sound doesn't carry through space. There's no air outside. They can't hear you.
It costs nothing to yell. Get back! Get back! Maybe they did hear me. Anyhow, they stopped.
That's some weird ship. That's the biggest, most deadly-looking thing I ever saw.
Look, what are they doing?
They're opening up the whole front end, like a huge mouth. Look, Dink,
Mickey, we're moving.
We're moving toward them.
I thought the power was dead.
No, we're not moving on power. We're getting drawn in.
No.
They're sucking us in, like a whale sucks in little fishes.
Mickey, we gotta do something. We gotta do something.
What can we do?
We're going in. We're going in. Mickey! Mickey!
Where are you, Dink?
Over here by the control panel.
Oh, I can't see his name. Can you?
Black is the inside of a vacuum.
I don't understand this thing.
I don't want to understand it. I'll settle for just getting out of it.
Well, we're swallowed up. What kind of a craft is this? It's like something from...
What's the matter?
Found a paper last night about it.
About what?
About how we could be attacked by them.
By who?
The Martians.
Hey, the lights went on. In the dark. I'm blinded. I can't see a thing.
Open your head and come out.
Who is that?
I don't know. But I got a feeling we better do as we're told.
Come out.
See, Mickey?
You heard me. Come out. Walk up on the platform in the light.
Gosh, men from Mars.
Are you from Mars?
Yes, we are from Mars.
Stinging rocket smoke.
What are you doing out here in space, Earthmen?
We just thought we'd take a trip to Mars.
Dink means we just thought we'd do a little joyriding.
There is little joy for Earthmen who cruise outside their stratosphere. This is no man's land, Mickey Turner.
Did you hear? He knows your name.
We know everything, Dink Texas.
Jeepers.
We are smart. We are very smart. Our brains are 10 times the size of any man's on Earth.
Remember what I told you, Dink? They got telepathic intelligence. They know what's in your mind before you open your mouth.
Nick, if that's what they're like, the Earth is sunk.
The Earth is sunk, boys. We have come to observe your planet before the Martian expeditionary forces strike. It is too bad you had to cross our path.
Well, what are you going to do to us?
Wait.
Uh-oh. They're going to kill it. I'll bet you my new spacesuit.
What do I need with a new spacesuit if they're going to kill us?
Oh, Mick, we never should have started this.
Now get hold of yourself, Dink. Don't let maximum panic anxiety create superego tension.
Who's letting maximum panic anxiety create superego tension?
Whatever happens, we only tried to make ourselves a place in history, Dink.
I wish I had a place at home under the bed.
Earthmen.
Hey, yes, Mr. Martian, Your Honor, sir?
We have come to a decision.
Yes, sir?
You are too insignificant for us to kill, too unimportant, too puny and worthless and stupid.
Gee, thank you, sir. That's the nicest thing anybody ever said to us.
This time we are going to let you go. But if we ever lay eyes on you again, if, for instance, we observe you tomorrow night trespassing in this channel, we shall destroy you.
We'll be good, sir.
You had better. Or else we shall disintegrate you and use your energy to feed our rocket power.
Oh, no, sir. Please, sir.
Then watch your step. Now get back in that obsolete spaceship of yours and close the hatch.
Yes, sir. Come on, James. Hurry up. Come on, quick before they think it over. Close the hatch, James.
Pharaoh, open our hatch. Get down on your stomach. We will now blast you from our projector boat and send you back where you came from. Projecto boat. Good night, Earthmen. Pleasant dreams.
Oh, gee, that was some trip down. You better close the hangar doors. We don't want anybody to see this space snorter. No, I guess we don't. I was just thinking, Rick. Yeah, I know. Were you thinking, too? Uh-huh. Same thing as me? I guess so. What are we going to do? I don't know yet. We know something that nobody else in the world knows. Yeah. We know they're up there. We know they're getting ready to smash us to smithereens. I wish we'd have stayed home. But we didn't. And now we got to face the facts, Jim. I hate facts, don't you, Mick? I never thought of it that way exactly, but I guess I do. Gee, if we tell, we got to also tell that we went up in the space snorter. My old man's going to raise supersonic blazes with me. Mine's going to blow the roof off. But still, we got to look at it like Earth citizens. We can't just keep our mouths shut and let the Martians take everybody by surprise. I guess we can't. Are you going to tell? I don't see any other way out. Maybe they won't have time to raise blazes with us. Maybe they'll be too busy getting ready to fight them off. Maybe so. But somehow or other, I think my old man will find time.
Mickey, what are you giving me here?
I tell you, we saw them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Pop. Pop, you gotta believe me.
What do they look like, these Martians?
Well, we didn't get a good look on account of the lights and all.
Now, listen, you're trying to play on my sympathy with this tall story of yours. You think you could pull the wool over my eyes. Nah. I knew you bought that old crate.
You did?
Why, sure I did. Tillman told me just before I went on duty tonight. You think he's going to sell a jalopy like that to a space cop's son without even reporting it?
Oh, gee, I never even thought of it.
Oh, yes, you did. Probably didn't hit you until you was on your way back. So you make up a yarn to steer me off from giving you what you deserve.
No, Pop, it ain't like that. They're there, Pop. They're up there spying. They're getting ready to take over the world. Oh, you gotta believe me. You gotta.
Look, you might as well stop garbling. You'll get no allowance for a solid month, Mickey. And if I was Dink's father, I'd give him the same treatment.
Oh, stop. Okay. Now, will you just sit down and let me tell you about the Martians?
Mickey?
Gee, Dad, won't you just sit down for a minute?
No. You mention those Martians to me one more time, I'll see to it that you won't sit down for a week.
But police chief, well, then I tell you they stopped us. They told us what they got in mind.
Uh-huh. Well, now, look, Mitch,
You don't believe me, do you?
You, want an honest answer?
No, I just want somebody to do something.
Well, I'm going to do something.
What?
I'm going out to lunch.
But Professor Leary, nobody will listen to me.
Of course I understand, boy.
They were there. We talked to them. They told us.
I'm sure you believe it implicitly, Mickey.
Huh?
This is a fairly commonplace symptom of the imaginative brain. You and Dink were all prepared to see Martians in Channel 7, and so you just projected them.
Professor...
This can happen to the best of minds, and I'm sure yours is perfectly sound and healthy. Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here while I still got a mind left at all.
And then what did they do, Mickey?
Oh, what difference does it make, Maybelle?
Well, I'm just asking, Mickey.
You mean you believe us?
Of course I do. Hey, couldn't you persuade your daddy to take the patrol up tonight?
What good would that do?
Well, don't you remember what you said?
What?
That they told you that if you dared to come back tonight, they'd destroy you.
Yeah?
Well, that means they're going to be there tonight, don't it?
No, that won't work.
Why not?
He won't go. That's why not. As a matter of fact, he told me I better not even mention the Martians to him again.
He sure makes me mad. And my pop makes me madder. They'll see. They'll start moving when it's too late. When the Martians have taken their homes and their wives and their kids.
Bart, now listen. If we went up tonight, and after we were gone a half an hour or so, Maybelle went to my pop and told on us.
Oh, no.
Oh, why not?
Because your pop would call my pop, and they'd get the space patrol and come up, and, gee, they'd spank coins on us.
No, they'd be too busy rescuing us from the Martians.
You mean we'd let them take us again?
Exactly. It's the only chance we got.
But
you want to go down in history, don't you? You want to be remembered in the future, don't you?
I'm getting so I can take it or leave it alone, Mick.
We can't afford to think of ourselves now, Dink. We got to prove what we saw. Maybelle?
Yes, Mick?
At 20:30 tonight, I want you to go see my pop. Tell him we're up Channel 7 in an old space snorter. Tell him it's against the law, and he ought to go and get us and bring us back and teach us a lesson. Will you do that?
Yes, Mick.
And Maybelle?
Yeah, Dink?
Tell them to come in a hurry, or there may not be enough left of us to teach us a lesson on.
How far up are we, eh? Just about where we saw him last night, Dink.
Oh, gee. Oh, gee.
Listen, do you hear a knock in the motor?
That's not a knock in the motor. That's a knock in my knee.
Oh, you gotta be brave, Dink. You gotta realize that we gotta save the world.
That's what I keep telling my knees, but they won't listen. Mick, they threw the static beam again.
We stopped.
Look, to the left.
Here they come. Here they come, Dink. They've seen us.
Mickey?
Yeah. They're opening up, Dink. We're gone in. We're gone in.
There.
Oh, I wish we'd taken our money and bought a vacant lot.
For what?
We could have dug a hole and pulled the ground in after it.
So you have come back, huh? We shall give you a welcome you won't soon forget. Open your hat and come out.
We just thought we'd come up and see you again.
You're spying.
Oh, no, sir.
Sure, that's fine. What else? You should have caught wise and listened to me. Quiet, Burrow.
Go on. Why didn't we knock him off last night when we had the chance?
That'll do, Burrow.
Give him the word right off the bat.
Gee. Oh, I never thought men from Mars talked like that.
Burrow happens to come from South Mars.
From South Mars is a place I wouldn't want to be.
You don't have to worry, Earthmen. You'll never be anywhere again.
What?
You're going to spend the rest of your lives nowhere.
Please, mister. What do you mean?
I mean, we're going to wreck your rocket power and then shoot you out into space.
And you'll just hang up there from here on out.
No.
What's the matter? You'll like it. It'll be very quiet.
Oh, I want my pop.
You won't see your pop no more, but your pop will see you.
How?
Oh, you look up in the sky, and there you'll be. A new star. Who knows? Maybe you'll make a wish on you.
We're giving these creatures too much time. Disintegrate their rockets, Burrow.
Sure thing. For the rest of eternity. Thanks, Rocky. What's that? Something's loose with the audio mark. Who shut our wavelength? Turn up the speaker. Let's see.
Chief of Police Weldon, flowing spaceship in Channel 7.
Help and telephonizer. They spotted us.
Do not attempt any movement of any kind. We have you surrounded on a 10,000-mile radius. Cut your power before we smash it with the multiplex charges. We will float you in 90 seconds. Check out.
Mickey. Here we are, Pop. Here we are.
Oh, thank heaven, thank heaven. Are you okay?
We're okay, Mr. Turner.
Oh, good.
Only if you hadn't come when you did, we would have been just one more star in the sky.
You have no authority here. As men, we are subjects of Mars.
Go on, Vince Bucky. I know you and your one-cylinder pal, Bugsy Morrow. You're men from Mars like I'm a turbojet transport. You're hijackers laying out here on this planetary route, waiting to knock off a few uranium cargo ships as they come back from the lunar mines.
There must be some mistake. I told you to knock off those brats one and nothing was good. Just because you knew one was a space cop son and the other kid was his pal.
You're mighty lucky he didn't listen to you, Morrow. As it is, you're in for plenty of trouble. But if you'd have touched one of these kids, you'd have had to lay him out from Mars and stay there.
Everything all right, Officer Turner?
Right, Chief. Nothing left to do but commandeer these rats and their spaceship.
I arrest you on my authority as Chief of the Space Patrol. Take him, then.
And you two kids are coming back to Earth, where you're gonna get exactly what you deserve.
And here's a chocolate pie, Nick. Half for you and half for Jake.
Gee, thanks.
Only hurry up and eat it before the torchlight parade begins. They're going to carry you on their shoulders to the square, and the mayor's going to make a speech, and, oh, it's going to be wonderful.
Gee, it sure is great. I didn't expect anything like this. Terrific, huh, Mick? I said terrific, huh?
Oh, I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
Well, after all, what we started out to do was to go to Mars. I guess you forgot that.
Yeah, I know, Mick.
It turned out okay, I guess. But what we did won't get us a place in history. We still ain't gonna be nobody to generations to come.
But this chocolate pie tastes awful good to the generation that's already here.
Next week, another exciting story from the world of tomorrow. 2000 Plus presents The Diamond Helmet. 2000 Plus is produced by Sherman H. Dreyer and Robert Wen Olson. In today's story, Ronnie List played Mickey, Ronnie Jacoby was Dink, Colette McMahon was Maybelle, Ed Latimer was the father, John Griggs was Bocce, and Sandy Bickert was Murrow. Script by Peter Berry. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound effects by Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This program came to you from New York.
Cows and chickens and pigs. Why, my wife and I...
Why? Johnny, you hurt?
Of course, you pump your own water and plow and get blisters on your hands. I don't mind blisters. Jane, do you think...
Of course.
Sure.
Very sure. If it's with you.
And you can have a human name, not a name with a number. I'm Bob. Bob Thomas.
All right, Bob. What do we do now?
Well, I've got your escape from the city all planned. We go down...
What's that? Who's there?
The mine police.
Electronic men. The robot mine police. Use the video signal. Let me see you.
All electronics disrupted here. Open for inspection.
Better open up. All right.
Remove device. Causing difficulty.
Oh, that's just an ornament.
Remove it.
Sure. Take it down, will you, Bob? How's that?
Satisfactory. You, guards 2 and 3, investigate other apartments. I will stay. This apartment under protection. Other apartments. We go. I will enter.
Johnny, start the device again. Quick. Good work, huh?
You know, Bob has been giving the electronic men fits. Well, so these are our new friends, eh?
Johnny 212, Jane 16, meet Ralph 98.
Hello?
What?
He's very much a human being, Johnny. Don't look so surprised. Take off your thin mask and voice box, Ralph. Ralph's one of the best. Our top spy in next city.
Bob, we've got to work fast before the electronics men get back. Bob, things look bad. I think Morton's experiments for the master mechanical brain are succeeding.
What? Experiments? For years, Morton's been working to produce electronic men that can make other electronic men.
But why?
Why? Because the master mechanical brain can control electronic men, absolutely. Humans rebel, like you two. If you had children, what little rebels they'd be.
The master mechanical brain had denied marriage permits to everybody, except readjusted humans.
Yeah, who might just as well be machines.
No marriages, no human children. Electronic men that can reproduce their kind, and bingo. A complete machine civilization with a master as ruler.
And once the experiments are a definite success, the master will liquidate the humans.
Oh, no.
Oh, Grum, just... I've read of such things, but centuries ago.
Bob, let's get them out of here.
Yeah, right, let's...
Open. Mind police.
The electronic men are back.
Take us now, they'll readjust us forcibly.
Oh, well, what do we do?
Help me get the metal head mask on and the voice box, too.
There, it's on.
If they find out I'm human. Open door. Electronic man in there.
Why does it come back? Oh, Johnny, I'm frightened.
Bob, you said you had an escape.
I have. But first, Ralph, this is for you.
Why, Bob, you struck your friend.
It was a trick. We're betrayed.
Open.
Open the door, Johnny, and rush the electronic man. They won't be expecting violence. All right. All right, let up, Johnny, let up. They're both out of commission. Jane.
Here.
You all right? Come on. Head for the emergency chute. Used since the Atom War. They were used as bomb shelters, lined with lead for protection against neutron penetration. Now, even the master's electronic scanner can't find us. Now, let's get moving.
Yeah.
Watch that rubber.
So, Ralph tried to trick us, eh?
I never thought he would do that.
He didn't.
Yeah, but you said...
I shouted he betrayed us, so the electronic men would hear and go on believing he was one of them. Knocked out by those vicious renegades.
Hey, that's right. We're Rennies now.
But why bother to fool the electronic men? Why didn't Ralph just come with us?
He's needed in next city. Without Ralph, we'd have never known about Morton's experiments for the master mechanical brain.
And you really think if Morton gets electronic men that can produce others, he'll kill off all the humans?
All but the few that Morton will spare for his own aids and desires. It's a logical thing. The master mechanical brain is supremely logical. We'll have subjects at its absolute command. Careful, as it says.
Oh, yeah.
The electronic men act only on impulses the master sends out. They'll act with machine-like logic. They won't fall in love.
Like us.
Disrupt any of Morton's plans for a perfect machine state.
Doesn't this tunnel ever end?
Soon. Duck.
Oh, ouch!
You didn't duck in time.
Ducked, all right. I just unducked too quick. Bob, there's a light ahead.
The end of the tunnel. Hurry.
Yeah.
Why, those are stars. They're more beautiful than the pictures.
You don't see them under Mex City's dome.
What's that funny smell?
To quote an ancient joke, Johnny, that's fresh air.
Hey, I like it. How do you make it?
Johnny, this is real air, fresh air, as nature made it.
And this is real grass, not synthetic?
And those noises. Like a chorus.
Cricket, frog, night bird.
It's a whole new world.
As a matter of fact, it's a very old one. Here, slip into these capes.
They're cold.
Yeah, they're lead mesh. Master scanners can't pick them up and trace us and have a blast ray cut us down.
Oh, Johnny, I'm scared.
You can still turn back. You can say I kidnapped you.
Go back to Mex City? No.
Where Johnny goes, I go.
You sure?
Very sure.
Then follow me. We're only about 10 minutes walk to the caves where I have a jet car we'll take to my farm.
I'm so tired.
Well, in an hour you'll be asleep in a feather bed. A real feather bed. How do you like pumping water?
Hey, look, I got my first blister. This is wonderful. I just can't get over the realness of things. Your wife served me some milk. Real milk this morning. She's a remarkable woman, Bob.
So she tells me.
Taking in strangers, making us at home.
Well, she's a pioneer woman, new century style. Is Jane up yet?
Of course I'm up. I've been helping Martha cook. Just imagine, Johnny, she actually cooks biscuits and
if those men want to eat what I cook, tell them come and get it. And tell that young man of yours to bring that water in if he's going to wash up for breakfast.
How do you like that? I get my hands dirty pumping water just so I can wash in the water I pump.
We're coming, Martha.
Now, that was a meal. Martha, you're a wonder.
We raise all our own food.
real food, Johnny, not synthetic.
I raised that bacon from his shoat. The old sow, too.
Bob's a great hand with the animals. He'd better be, with 6 mouths to feed. What?
6? Less than 4 kids. 3 boys and a girl. And believe me, 4 growing kids can eat.
Well, where are they?
Away.
Martha always sends them away when I go to Mex City. She's got a notion those trips are dangerous.
They are. The master mechanical brain and Morton don't like you snatching their humans. Someday.
Oh, nonsense.
Wait, it isn't nonsense, Bob. You took a big chance for us.
Yes, but why? Why risk all this happiness just for people like us?
People you don't even know because he feels you're worth it. I think you are, too. And I'm for Bob and all the people he can help. But I'm still afraid.
So you send the kids to safety and let him go
And wait for him to come back.
Even though I'm glad you got us out, Bob, you haven't the right to take those chances.
Once the master mechanical brain has absolute control, you don't think we'll be safe, do you? As one great American said centuries ago, this union cannot long endure half slave and half free. And that's still true, even if that slavery is benevolent.
Yes. The master is generous. It gave us everything. Except happiness.
You really think it will come after you?
As soon as that slimy excuse for a human being, Morton, perfects the electronic men who can produce other men, the master robots will be after us like a shot. Well, that reminds me, it's about time for Morton's morning televox. We don't get the visual part out here, but we can hear Morton. We'll see if there's any mention of your exodus. And in this brutal fight, a band of renegades snatched 2 humans. However, the master mechanical brain offers all renegades the opportunity to enjoy the peace and happiness of Mech City. Notice to all renegades. All crimes against Mech City will be forgiven if you surrender now for readjustment.
Readjustment?
If not, the master mechanical brain will be forced to make readjustment at a distance.
Morton never dared to make a threat like that before.
Shut it off. I can't stand that cold, inhuman voice.
No, let's hear what he has to say.
No.
Can he do anything? Who knows what that man can plan with a master mechanical brain? He's got weapons, if that's what you mean.
Bob, someone's coming.
It's Ralph. Bob, get to the cave, quick. Why are you here? Had to get away. Morton suspects. Ordered tests. All electronic men. But that's not the worst, Bob. The master mechanical brain is turning destroyer waves on all the Rennie farms it can locate. So this is it. Quick, everybody to the bomb cave. Martha, you lead the way. I'll save what I can.
Don't take a chance, Bob. We started with nothing and we can start again, but not without you.
Well, can I? Martha's right. Get to the cave.
No, hurry.
I think Morton's success with the electronic men is the cause, Bob. He's so sure I'd help the humans in Mech City. Ralph, we gotta go there and warn them.
Oh, no, Bob, please.
Here, duck behind those bushes. There's a cave in back of them.
In here?
Yeah. The cave is lead lined.
If you go back, Bob, I'm going with you.
What's that? The destroyer wave.
My home. 20 years. Gone. It was so lovely.
Gone. Like that. That mechanical devil. I'll take the master apart 2 by 2, bolt by bolt. Martha, get on the cave signal system. Alert all the Rennies. Tell the kids I love them. We're going back. Ralph? Sure, I'm going. Johnny?
You mean you're going to try to destroy the master mechanical brain?
That's right. The time has come. We can't wait any longer.
But, Bob, even if you succeed, even if you're not killed first, you'll paralyze Mech City. No food, no water, no air. How will they live?
Unless we destroy the masters, they won't live at all. For the rest, men lived once before without machines. They can do it again. Well, Johnny, 212.
No number anymore. I'll come.
I'm going too with Johnny.
No, you stay with Martha.
Martha has something to stay for, children. I've only got you, Johnny.
No, Jane. You stay with...
Take her with you, Johnny. I know what she needs.
We've got to hurry.
Bob, if you don't come back...
I'll come back with a master mechanical brain in broken pieces.
Oh, of course you will. I'll tell the others.
Let's go.
Bob.
Martha, I'll be back.
You must come back. You must. You must.
Give me your hand, Jane. I'll push you. I slept. It's okay. I didn't drop the bomb. I think the catch on. We've got to hurry. They'll slaughter almost every human being. Bob, the sewer leads right underneath the building. You lead the way, Ralph. Right. Stairs. It should be just about... Yes, here they are. Ralph, shouldn't we be at the master's level? Here. Watch out. You'll find it small. Jane, are you all right? Oh, good. Jane, you stay back. Behind us. Ready? The door, Ralph. That's Connie's men. Look at them. Like regiments of soldiers marching out. They're getting orders from the next sewer. We've got to stop them. Let's go. No. Quiet. Don't let them see us. We can't stop that thing. Our job is to get the master and stop them forever.
Now they're gone. Quiet. That door leads to the master mechanical brain. Let's go. Wait. Don't touch the knob. It's electrified. There's a switch only we electronic men know. Now. There's one. Stop. Stop where you are, or I'll have you blasted. What then? Stop the master from giving that order. Stay where you are. Why to destroy people? Why? Because they outlive their usefulness, just as humans destroy machines that have outlived their usefulness.
But they're human beings.
Not fit. Perfect world.
Did you hear that? The master mechanical brain answered. Machine jealous of humans. Machine with emotion.
Yes, it destroys humans because they are humans. For too many centuries, machines have been the servants. Now they will be the masters. Machines will be the world. The master will destroy humans, and the machines will be supreme. All except me. Me. Martin.
It talked back to me. You heard it? It talked back.
The experiments are not a success as they're fake. Electronic men cannot produce themselves. I tricked you. I fooled the perfect machine.
You lie. Kill Martin.
No.
Kill Martin.
You know, it's hold them back. Over here, quick, out of the way. No, Master. Help me. You're only a machine. You're only a machine. You're only a machine.
They killed us. They killed Martin.
They're coming after us. Grab the bomb. The bomb. Open yours.
Burning the master's place.
Using those delicate wires and tubes.
Proud, you did it.
Yeah, that finished the master.
Look. The lights. They're dimming.
Yeah. All Mech City's power and functions were centered in the master mechanical brain. Everything will stop now. The electronic men, the killings, and the automatic security.
Jane, sit close. Hold on to my arm.
It's all over.
That depends on how you look at it, Jane. For humans, for people, it's all just starting again.
Mech City destroyed. The whole civilization ruined, broken.
No, Johnny, no. The two things aren't the same. It's true that Mech City is destroyed. But civilization is something more than machines and apparatus. That's something I learned when I joined the Rennies. Civilizations are built on dreams and made secure, not by efficiency, but by dedication. Johnny, Jane, you, and all the others who are alive today will soon learn that the pursuit of happiness, the desire to be with those you love, to think and act in freedom as men, that's the true meaning of civilization. That's what makes us human beings in the image of God.
Next week, another exciting drama on 2000 Plus. When the Worlds Met. You've heard about the men from Mars. Ever wondered what they'll look like? Ever thought what would happen if the Martians came? Well, listen next week and you'll find out. 2000 Plus is produced by Sherman H. Dreyer and Robert Gwen Olson. In today's story, Ken Williams played Johnny, Charlotte Manson played Jane, Joseph Julian was Bob, Hester Sondergaard was Martha, Arnold Robertson was Morton, and Sanford Bickert was Ralph. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Script by Donald Stapleton, sound by Walt Schaefer and Al Layton. Engineer Bob Albrecht. This is Bob Emmerich speaking.
Our imaginations forward into time, into the years beyond 2000 AD. What strange adventures, what exciting things will we find in the world of tomorrow? 2000 Plus. Today, an adventure of outer space, when the worlds met. Year 2000 plus 20. At the giant spaceport in Washington, D.C., temporary capital of the Federated World Government, an enormous throng, tense with expectancy, jams every available inch of space surrounding the rocket landing field. All eyes strain upward into the clear blue sky. For today is the day, April 21st, 2000 plus 20. And audio and televox networks of the world are at the rocket field to cover the epic event. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the day we've all been waiting for. In a matter of minutes now, out of that brilliant blue sky will come a ship, a spaceship, carrying in its gleaming hold the first load of uranium taken from the pits of Luna, satellite of Earth. Since the beginning of time... Now, one moment, folks. There's a signal from the tower. This may be it. Take it away, Fred.
This is Fred Haskins reporting from the control tower. Our escort planes have been in contact with the spaceship from Luna for the past 12 minutes. They are now approaching the field from the northeast, and any moment now we can expect... And there she is, the rocket ship Luna, 17 hours out of Luna City. Her magnesium hull white hot from the friction of the atmosphere. Her jet brakes belching fire. She's right over the field now. She's coming down. 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 Mark well this date, my friends. This is the dawn of the interplanetary age.
Earth calling moon. Earth calling moon. I'm in Luna City. Luna City, Johnny Dixon.
Dixon, where you been? You're 3 minutes late.
Sorry, McCabe. All shipments as scheduled. Everything routine.
Report noted. Check out.
Check it.
You know, Johnny...
What, Paul?
Sometimes I think we're crazy. Spending our lives cooped up in this pressurized shell, breathing synthetic air, risking our necks every time we put on a spacesuit and go out into the cold, barren, pitted piece of green cheese. And for what?
Well, you're kidding, Paul. You know the answer. We're space happy. That's all that's wrong with us. We pulled every wire and practically tore the World Federation apart getting this assignment on the moon. And we'll do it again when the first flight into deep space gets underway. Next month, next year, whenever they get through with their preparations.
Yeah, I guess that's it. But right now, Johnny, what I wouldn't give to see a tree again. And cornfields in Kansas.
Me, I want to hear a bird sing. And watch the lights go on in the skyscrapers along the waterfront. I want to dance with my girl and breathe in the sweet smell of lilac. Boy, if I... What's that?
Huh?
That sound, that vibration. There, do you hear it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I heard or felt it, Johnny. Like a current of air passing by me.
Yeah, that's it. Some kind of pulsation. Makes my skin tingle.
Listen. Sounded different, didn't it?
Yeah, different pitch.
The instruments are all steady. Nothing on the visit screen. The radar's negative. What is it, Johnny? Where's it from?
It's not from Earth, I'll swear to that. I got a crazy notion, Paul. A crazy notion that someone's trying to signal us.
You mean?
I don't know what I mean. Maybe McCabe's right. Maybe I got a touch of...
Johnny, what is it?
Look, Paul. Look at the direction finder. It's swung all the way around. Those sounds, those waves are coming from outer space. I gotta go.
Earth calling Luna City. Earth calling Luna City.
Luna City to Earth. Go ahead, Earth. Go ahead, McCabe.
Dixon, what's going on up there? What's the idea of beaming out those hammy signals?
Signals?
Yeah, the harp effect. The music of the sneer stuff. Giving the boys in the monitors down here the heebie-jeebies.
You got them too, McCabe? You picked them up on Earth?
Certainly. What's it all about?
The signals, if that's what they are coming from one definite spot in outer space.
Outer space?
That's what I said.
Johnny, get your spacesuit ready. Better have a conference about it.
But listen...
Have your men tune up rocket 307. Blast off at 0800. We'll be expecting you on Earth in the morning.
10 days now we've been getting those signals, and not one of you geniuses has been able to decipher them.
Well, Mr. McCabe, if you know of anyone who can do it better, then
Take it easy, Professor Wolfson. You don't have to be so touchy. But 10 days. What do you say, Dr. Lee?
10 days or 10 years, it makes no difference. If those sounds or signals are code, it is in a language unknown to man.
You're sure of that?
We've consulted the foremost cryptographists of the world. We've tried every way to break the code.
What does that add up to?
That message, if it is a message, does not come from anywhere on Earth or from any man on Earth.
I told you, Chief. It's what I've been saying all along. Of course you can't decode those messages in any known language, living or dead, because they come from Mars.
Mars?
Yes, Mars. My directional finder on the moon indicated it. McCabe's down here pinned it down. Look at the graph. I brought it.
Directional signals can be wrong.
Yes, sir, but get this. I've been timing those signals. They come at intervals of exactly 24 hours, 37 minutes, and 22 seconds.
The length of the day on Mars.
Yeah. And if we were trying to signal them, we'd do it, say, every night at 1800. That's what they're doing to us.
In that case, the next signal is due
at 10 minutes and 13 seconds. And we'll be sitting here like lummoxes, feeling our scalps tingle while the message drifts past us.
Gentlemen, excuse, please. But it seems to me the message need not necessarily drift past us.
What do you mean?
By the message, I do not mean the sounds or the words that are being transmitted. I refer to the thoughts themselves. The thoughts that perhaps are being transferred from the Martians to us.
Thought transference? That's telepathy.
We have discarded that word, Mr. Dixon. Too many charlatans use it. But we do know that there is extrasensory perception of thought impulses. Just as there are sound waves which your ear has learned to interpret, and light waves which your eye and brain transform into a picture, so there are thought waves, electrical impulses discharged by the brain, which vary with the particular thought.
An intriguing idea, Dr. Lee. If only we had some instrument that could pick up and sort out these impulses.
There is such an instrument, Professor Wilson.
What?
I have been working on it for many years. It involves a scanning screen intercepting an electrified field.
Well, what are we waiting for?
You understand, the telepathator has only been tested for short distances.
The signals are reaching us. That's the only important thing, isn't it? How soon can we...
The instrument is in the next room. I took the liberty of bringing it with me, hoping it might conceivably be of some use. This way, gentlemen.
You say this little machine can take thoughts and turn them into words we can hear? English words?
Not only English, Mr. McCabe. It will translate thought impulses into any language for which you set the dials. You think of something, Mr. Dixon. Now, listen. First, I set for French.
Et maintenant, les Chinois.
German.
Wonderful, diese Chinesen.
And English?
Darn clever, these Chinese.
You must understand...
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Lee, but we'll have to postpone this. 15 seconds to go. Better set your dials for remote pickup. Stand by, everyone. Nothing.
No power.
Well, it was a good try. Wait. I've got that feeling again. My skin's beginning to crawl.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh, no, it's just your imagination.
Quiet! They are coming through now.
Planet 4. Greeting, Planet
we will communicate again.
Life on Mars. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the question that has bedeviled mankind ever since the day he first stood erect and gazed into the heavens has been answered. There is life on Mars. Intelligent, articulate life. The country, the world, tonight seethes with excitement. Has Mars received our response? Has our telepathator succeeded in projecting as thoughts the messages spoken into it by human beings? Or can it merely receive the
smell of lilacs, Terry. I'll never get enough of it.
Oh, it's lovely, Johnny. And look, there's a moon out tonight.
Moon? Oh, please. You know, it's hard to believe that back in 1950, people could still get romantic over that cold, dead, pockmarked heavenly yo-yo. Now, that red star up there, Mars, that's a different proposition. It's alive. There are living beings up there.
Johnny, it's staggering. It's beyond imagination.
Rubbish. Why shouldn't there be life up there?
They're so advanced. Spaceships and interplanetary signals.
Maybe you've got a point at that. We thought we were so smart because we reached the moon. Our spaceships aren't developed enough yet to get to Mars.
It's just as well.
What?
Because you'd want to be the first to go.
Wouldn't you like that? I'd be quite a hero. You could point at my picture and say, hey, that's my guy.
You're my guy anyway, Johnny.
Sure, Terry. But don't worry, honey. I won't be seeing any Martians for a long time.
All personnel, stand by. Stand by for XM signal.
That'll be Mars. Hop to it, Johnny.
Telepathator setting 212 degrees, 18 seconds. Frequency 600,000.
Got that, Johnny? Check.
Planet 4 calling Planet 3. Planet 4 calling Planet 3. We greet you in peace. Your response received.
We got through it.
The time has come. At this moment, which marks the beginning of the great interstellar age between worlds, it is fitting that there be between us a meeting of minds. Therefore, we are sending a ship to visit your planet.
No, it can't be.
The ship will depart tonight and enter your magnetic field in 7 of our days. Have landing instructions ready. We come in peace. We come in peace.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Matt Wilson bringing you a report of the emergency session of the Federated World Government. Never has an assembly meeting taken place in such an atmosphere of excitement, panic, and recrimination. And here on the floor of the Assembly Chamber,
We've been up
all the emotions aroused by the stunning message from Mars have been boiling and clashing all day.
I rise for a point of information. As civilian head of the world military government, I want to know why those Martians have beaten us to the draw.
Gentlemen, if the decision we are to make is to be a wise one, we must lay aside passions and fears and consider the question calmly. The Martians are coming, and we must receive them either with friendship or hostility.
Drive them off! Blast them out of the sky!
But that may not be as simple as it sounds. Remember, my friend, these Martians are advanced scientifically, perhaps far beyond us. They have conquered deep space. They can transmit thought waves. They may have weapons beside which our nuclear bombs are as toy pistols.
Dr. Lee is right, gentlemen. We don't dare fight them off. The risk is too great.
They come in peace. They've said so over and over again. Let us so receive them.
Very well, very well. If such is the will of this body, let them come in peace. But as civilian head of the world military government, I assure you all, we will not be found interstellar ship. Earth calling Martian interstellar ship. Here are the landing instructions of the Federated World Government. 3 Earth days from this hour, which will be the 6th Martian day of your flight through space, you will be met by an escort of 20 rocket ships. We will greet you in the name of peace. The 20 rocket ships will escort you.
Instructions to Commission of Defense. All escort rocket ships assigned to accompany Martian spaceship will carry the following armaments: death fog sprays, magnetic disintegrators, atomic missiles Class B. All weapons shall be on the...
And upon your entry into the Earth's atmosphere, you will circle our globe once and then make landing at our spaceport at Los Alamos, New Mexico, which will be ready to receive you.
The spaceport of Los Alamos shall be mined to a depth of 50 feet with tritonium landmines. The field shall be encircled with radioactive flamethrowers and a reserve force.
From the landing field, you will be conducted to the seat of the world government at Washington, D.C., where you will be received and housed in suitable accommodations. We will welcome you in peace. Check out.
We will welcome you in peace. We hope.
Suitable accommodations. Trust McCabe to hand me a crackpot assignment like this.
Oh, Johnny, you're the big spaceman. You're supposed to know by instinct what's suitable accommodation for a Martian.
Don't be silly, Terry. I haven't the slightest notion in the world what they'll look like except some crazy ideas I picked up from science fiction. I don't know why.
All right. That's why we're here. The head of our anthropology section has more ideas than any science fiction writer you've ever read. Now, here we are.
Ah, Terry, come in.
Hello, Professor. This is Mr. Dixon, the young man I told you about.
I know, Mr. Dixon.
Professor, I've got a problem.
Terry and I have discussed the problem. It is my theory that the Martians will, in most important respects, have the characteristics of the Earthman.
Oh, what's the basis of your theory, Professor?
It's very simple. The accomplishments of the Martians parallel our own. Only a being with opposable thumbs can fashion the intricate devices necessary for spaceships. Only a being with a nervous system like our own could master communication. Only a creature with a brain like ours could dream of peace.
Makes sense, Professor.
That's one side of it, Johnny. A lot of other anthropologists think differently.
Yeah, that is so.
They feel that the Martians, living on a dry planet with little vegetation and very little water, will be creatures that crawl on the ground like our insects, enlarged a few thousand times. They may look like enormous ants with oversized antennae.
I give up. With 48 hours left, I can't prepare accommodations for every conceivable form of life. We'll just have to improvise after they get here. I just hope they don't get too sick when they first look at us.
Matt Wilson again, reporting from the spaceport at Los Alamos. A tremendous crowd is gathered here. We're awaiting the appearance of the spaceship from Mars, which is being escorted by 20 rocket ships from the rendezvous near the moon. According to reports, all's gone well so far. The Martian ship... Now, one moment, please. An audio box announcement is going to be made to the people assembled.
Your attention, please. The ship from Mars and its escorts will be seen any moment from the east.
You heard that. Any moment, the ship from Mars and... Wait. There they are! And now, the ship from Mars. The Martian ship is idling over the field now, casting a huge shadow over the landscape. It's an awe-inspiring spectacle. The ship is tremendous, 18 to 20 stories in height, several city blocks long, and its large windows are fashioned of some kind of transparent metal.
Civilian commander to Special Defense Patrol. Man battle stations.
Our technical experts are staring at the craft in open-mouthed wonder. Mr. McCabe, what is your reaction?
I am dumbfounded. The ship doesn't seem to operate on a rocket principle. There's no belching fire, no clouds of smoke. keep wondering what kind of fuel they use. What principles of propulsion. What metals. Thank you, sir. The ship is almost touching the ground now, and the crowd is getting uneasy. Why, they're falling back. As though there was something. I see it now. Why, it's a blue haze glistening about the Martian ship, forming a 20-foot blanket of whatever it is.
Command and Defense Patrol. 0 hour. Reorient all weapons. Remove safety controls. Stand by to fire.
The Secretary of the World Federation is going to speak.
As your great ship settles on our soil, we salute you, the emissaries of space. We wait eagerly for your appearance.
Now, the blue mist has completely vanished. All eyes are on the ship, waiting for the first Martian to appear. There is no sign of activity yet.
Will you respond to our greetings, Martians? Will you make your presence known?
Nothing stirring. No gangplank lowered. No sign of life. Perhaps they were not prepared for atmospheric conditions here. Perhaps on the very brink of success. Death has struck within that awe-inspiring vessel. Wait, it looks... Yes, it's moving. A tremendous section of the ship's prow is opening out in front. Like a gigantic tongue. It thrusts forward and drops to earth, forming a great ramp from the ship to our soil. And now it's down, and the surface of the ramp is like nothing ever seen on this earth. A shimmering, impalpable iridescence, unbelievably radiant and beautiful. The throng of spectators is silent, motionless, scarcely breathing, waiting to see the first Martian emerge. And still nothing. No one, no thing comes down the ramp. There is nothing but silence. Listen, that must be the Martian communication vibrations we were told about. Then men on the field are operating the receiving device.
Earthmen, we ask that you send one representative to board our craft. We assure his safety.
What? Gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm.
I think there is. They want a hostage or a specimen to take back with them.
There's no time for wrangling. They're waiting for a decision. Mr. Secretary. Yes, Mr. McKay. If it's all right with the committee, I'd like to go aboard. Technical information, sir.
No.
Quiet, Charlie.
This is my dish, McCabe. I was slated for the space run to Mars, remember? They're not doing me out of this. Besides, you're too valuable to waste.
Mr. Secretary, tell them I'm coming aboard.
Men of Mars, we comply with your request. Our representative is about to board your ship.
Get ready, Johnny Dixon. This is it. Take a good long look at the sun and the sky. Take a deep breath of the Earth's good air. You may never get another after you meet whatever is waiting at the end of this long ramp. The ramp. It's pulling me forward like a conveyor belt. It's beginning to rise into the air. Get a move on, Johnny. Get into that ship. Get into that ship. Now. Mayday. Locked in. No. There's no one here. Nothing except that dancing light. I'll follow it.
Enter, Earthman.
Huh? Well, how can I? I'm closed in by 4 solid walls.
Follow the light, Earthman. The walls will not impede you.
Molecular reorientation? Changing the density of solid matter at will?
We achieved that 10,000 cycles ago, Earthman.
Where are you, man of Mars? This room is flooded with light, but I see no one.
We are not ready to reveal ourselves.
The people of Earth are waiting to see you, to welcome you. There is nothing to fear.
We are not afraid. Dixon.
You know my name?
We know many things. That is why we are sad, filled with revulsion.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Through the dark spaceways we came to you in peace. You said to us, come in peace. But the escorts you sent to honor us were armed for destruction. The very ground on which we now rest seethes with radioactive potential.
Wait!
You've misunderstood us. These weapons are for defense against you, not attack.
Many cycles ago, we of Mars learned, as you Earthmen will someday learn, that wars are fought, men are slaughtered, civilizations wiped out by those who attack with weapons of defense.
But our world is at peace now.
Your peace is not peace. It is a thin cloak which covers the hates and fears and savagery of primitive beings. Observe, Dixon. On this large screen, we have for hours been viewing your people in many parts of your Earth. Watch.
The Senator.
Listen.
I warned you it was a trap. We'll never again see Dixon alive. I told you not to trust foreigners. Just give me the word and I'll blast them all into Kingdom Come.
You must not be deceived. He's only one man. The rest of us are different.
Are you? Look at this. From another part of your civilized Earth.
You have been a traitor to our party. You've been guilty of bourgeois thinking. You have sold us out to the enemies of our people. You will pay the penalty. But first you will confess. Confess. Confess.
That's a backward part of our planet. It's not fair to judge by them.
Then we reveal a more civilized area. The country of your birth, Dixon.
Hello, Miguel! I'm too good for him. Hang him, I say, hang him! Hello! String him up in the highest tree in the square! Lynch him! Lynch him! Lynch him!
Now you know why we shall not reveal ourselves to you. If you are like this to these of your own kind, what will you think? What will you do when you see us, strange as we are?
Don't go. We know you may be different from us, but we can all meet in peace.
Earthman, peace must be achieved through toil and sacrifice of those few among you who understand its meaning. It may take many cycles, but in the end, the day will arrive. Then, and then only, we will return. Go back to your people, man of Earth, and give them the message from Mars.
Next week, another exciting drama on 2000 Plus, The Silent Noise. In the year 2000 plus 20, an important man is murdered. How will the police of the future track down a killer? And what new methods of assault will the criminals of tomorrow use? Listen next week, and you'll find out. 2000 Plus is produced by Sherman H. Stryer and Robert Wynne Olson. In today's story, Ken Williams played Johnny, Louis Van Ruten played the voice of Mars, Lon Clark played McCabe, Frank Behrens was the Senator, Amzie Strickland was Terry, Sanford Beckert was Paul, and Gilbert Mack was Dr. Lee. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Script by Judith and David Bublik. Sound by Walt Shaver and Al April. Engineer Bob Albrecht, and your announcer Ken Marvin. This program was transcribed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I have received word of a strange invention. What it can do will amaze science and strike terror to the world.
2000 Plus,
Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow, the years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 Plus presents The Insect.
Oh, it's wonderful news, darling. It means I'll probably get that research appointment at the university.
Oh, I can hardly believe it, George.
Well, here's the telegram from the Dean of Science himself. I'll take the jet plane in about 2 hours and be there in plenty of time for my meeting this afternoon.
I know. I'll get a bottle of champagne and we'll celebrate at dinner tonight.
Well, that's nice, but I'm not sure I'll be home for dinner.
Oh?
The meeting may go on. Maybe I'll have to stay overnight, take the plane back in the morning.
Well, then we'll have champagne for breakfast.
Well, let's not hope too much. Hey, I've got to gather my papers and things while I'm going to get to the airport in time. You'd better help me.
In your laboratory?
Oh, now, look. The wife of a budding scientific genius shouldn't act like that.
But, George, I'm frightened when I go in there.
Nonsense. They won't hurt you.
No, I can't stand insects. That's why I stay out of your lab.
I've got to have help with these papers. What do you want me to do, cancel the meeting because my wife is afraid of the work I do?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. It's just...
All right. I'll try to do it myself.
Don't be angry, George. If they were ordinary insects, tiny ones were... Maybe it would be different.
Even with what I've done to them, they're not so big. So I've taken a spider, a housefly, and a wasp, and by means of my growth ray, I've made them larger. The spider still isn't any bigger than my fist. The housefly is about as large as a pack of cigarettes. The wasp no bigger than a golf ball. They're not giants.
But they look so horrible when they're even that big.
Easier to observe and study. That's why the university is interested in my work. With a long-term appointment and a grant to amplify the growth ray, maybe I can really increase the size of the insects. Imagine a fly as big as a horse. That would be some horsefly. Hey, that's a joke.
All right, George. I'll help you.
It's only the papers we're packing. You won't have to go near the insect cages. Now, hand me those poisonous insects. That one there.
This is?
Right.
Do you have any poisonous ones in here? No?
Only Sam, the spider. He's in the glass cage by those books.
I don't want to look.
Maybe if you'd look, you wouldn't have such ridiculous ideas. Sam is a nice guy. He just squats and stares. Looks like a wise old man.
Oh, if I looked, I'd get sick. All those legs, the hair, the wound.
Okay. Now the notebook, please. Hey, be careful.
What? Well, what's the matter?
That machine is very delicate. You almost touched it.
Oh, the growth ray?
Mm-hmm. I don't want that running while I'm gone.
Oh, don't worry. I can't wait to get out of here.
Let's see now. Have I got everything? Yep. Well, that does it. Come on. After you, meet terror-stricken beauty. You know, I hope when we get to the university, if I get the appointment, you'll keep your disgust of insects to yourself. A wife is supposed to build up her husband's work. Faculty wives do that all the time.
George, don't argue with me now. I just can't help the way I feel.
Sam should really be fed while I'm gone.
Stop it! I'm not going in there.
All right. What about Pete the housefly? He's not poisonous.
You feed your insects when you get home. Now, hurry up. George will be late.
Sure. Well, goodbye.
Oh, George, I don't want you to leave when you're annoyed like that.
I'm sorry, darling. I really love you. But I love my insects, too.
Just a minute. Coming.
Hello, Mrs. Martin. Here are the groceries you ordered.
Oh, hello, Bill. Right in here.
Okay. On the table?
Please. Oh, I hope the oranges are better this time than they were last.
Oh, Mr. Ginkelheimer said to tell you that these oranges are swell.
Well, I'll know when I squeeze them for breakfast. Oh, thank you, Bill.
Was Mr. Martin home?
Mr. Martin? No, he isn't, Bill. Why?
Well, he was going to show me his bugs.
Oh, you don't want to look at them. But they're dreadful.
I find them very interesting. Mr. Martin said he'd take me into his lab today. That's why I delivered your order first. I was anxious to see them.
Oh, Mr. Martin was called away suddenly. He got a telegram and had to leave almost at once. But you'll be home tomorrow.
Gee, tomorrow I've got to work at the other store, the one on North Street.
Well, in a few days, then. The bugs will still be here, Bill.
Mrs. Martin, would it be too much trouble if you let me peek at them?
I never go into Mr. Martin's laboratory.
I won't hurt anything. Just peek. I was kind of looking forward to seeing them.
It's a horrid place, Bill, that laboratory. You wait till Mr. Martin gets home.
Sure, Mrs. Martin, if you say so.
Well, don't look so glum. What you men see in those revolting creatures, I'll never know.
They're scary. They're so big. I feel funny when I look at them. Then Mr. Martin explains about science and stuff, and it's really interesting.
Would you like to be a scientist, Bill?
I sure would.
Well, I suppose I ought to encourage it. I won't take you in, but you can peek. You know where the door is.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Martin. Thanks very much.
But don't touch anything.
I won't.
I better put these groceries away.
Mrs. Martin! Help! Help! Help!
Bill, what's the matter? Oh, no. No.
I never saw it before. It wasn't here the last time.
I don't know.
At least 6 feet high.
What is it?
Look at the eyes. The feelers out in front, waving.
Wings. It's got wings. It can fly at us. Kill us. Eat us. Get out of here. We must get out of here.
Yeah. Walk backwards. Keep your eyes on it.
It looks like a moth. A giant moth.
Watch it. If it flies, you...
Oh! You bumped into the door.
Open it! Quick, open it!
I can't. It's locked.
Where's the key?
In the other room. We can't get out. We can't get out.
I'm looking at it. Oh, don't cry, Mrs. Martin. It isn't doing anything. It's just sitting there, fanning its wings.
Oh, Bill, what should we do?
I don't know.
Let's move in the corner. By that chair. We can crouch down behind it. Now, we'll just sit here and watch it.
Now, Mr. Martin, I'm very interested in your growth ray. As Dean of Science, I want to be certain that this university encourages brilliant young scholars who are experimenting in new fields of research.
I understand,
At the same time, I must be satisfied that the research will be of fundamental value.
Yes, sir.
Now, suppose you talk for a while. Tell me about your work.
Well, I have always been interested in the effect of environment on organisms. I narrow the environmental factors to universal conditions applicable to all organisms. Mm-hmm. For example, sir, air, temperature, humidity, light, and so forth. And then I approached each of these conditions from the point of view of its specific effects on organisms. I discovered that the presence or absence of light gave me the widest variance of reaction.
Oh, excuse me. In what way the widest variance?
In the effect on physical growth, change, adaptation.
I see.
You see, sir, because light is a general term, I broke its definition down into all known rays, infrared, ultraviolet, so forth, and studied reactions of organisms to those rays in every conceivable combination. Mm-hmm. Now, after 2 years, I evolved the theory that if certain rays could be combined electronically, and concentrated on living organisms for specified periods of time, their growth would be greatly stimulated.
And you have constructed such a machine?
Yes, I have. The electrodynaspectrum, the growth ray machine.
What have you accomplished with it so far?
I've multiplied the growth of certain insects many times. My present machine is small and homemade, and its power is not too great. But so far, I've increased the size of a fly to that of a pack of cigarettes. The size of a spider to that of my fist.
What kind of spider?
A tarantula.
It's a very dangerous and poisonous insect to work with.
Well, being a tropical spider, it might be more receptive to light. Its size has tripled.
Tell me, Mr. Martin, what is the optimum increase in size that you've so far obtained?
About 8 times with the fly. The size increase varies with the insects. There's a lot of research yet to be done.
Yes, so I can see. Your work certainly excites the imagination. Think of your having the kind of equipment that will permit a 20, 50, 100, or even 1,000-fold increase in an insect's size. Imagine an insect large enough to attack and devour a human being. Imagine this university needing lion cages to contain its giant insects.
Well, there's no limit to what new things we could learn about all manner of organisms with the growth ray. Not just insects.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Martin, I'd like you to stay on another few hours so that we can talk some more.
I'd be very happy to.
Perhaps you'd like to phone your wife that you'll be a bit late?
Thank you, sir.
You can use the phone in the other office. And, Mr. Martin.
Yes?
When she asks you how everything's going, you tell her that it's going just fine.
Still sitting there, looking at us. The most horrible thing I've ever seen. 6 feet high. Those giant wings. How does it get here, Mrs. Martin? Somehow the growth ray must have begun working. It gives off a slight glow. The moth must have seen it, flown toward it. It must have seen us. Those eyes, they're big as dinner plates. Maybe it's swimming. Then it will come toward us. It'll try to kill us. Don't, Bill. Don't say that. Crouch down, Lord. This chair protects us. We've got to get out of here. The door's locked, but isn't there some other way out? Only the window. Behind the moth. Yes, the window locked. I can't see. The shade is drawn. Yes, the window is locked. Gosh, if it would only fly to the other corner of the room. Then what would you do? Maybe I could run to the window, pull up the shade, unlock the window, get out and get help.
Just leave me alone with that horrible monstrous creature. Oh, no, Bill.
What do we do?
I don't know.
When will Mr. Martin come home?
This afternoon, tonight. Maybe not until tomorrow. Listen. The phone.
Maybe that's Mr. Martin calling.
Yes.
When you don't answer, maybe he'll come home.
No, he'll think I'm out shopping or visiting.
Mrs. Martin, look.
The moth. It stopped moving its wings.
It's looking right at us. At this corner. I'll bet it hears the telephone. It scares him.
Do you think Maya? That must be George calling him. Why doesn't he realize something has happened? Why doesn't he call the neighbors or the police? Why doesn't he come home?
Mrs. Martin, I think it's going to fly.
What do we do?
I don't know. It'll kill us.
If it heard the phone, it'll hear us. When it flies, crouch down, Bill. Get as much protection from the chair as possible. And scream. Yell. Anything to make noise.
Okay, Mrs. Martin.
Oh, the way it just stares.
Maybe it won't fly. What? The phone has stopped ringing.
Yes, Bill.
Yes. Let's be quiet.
Like a nightmare being here. Oh, George, darling, you know I hated these insects. Yet you built a laboratory in our home. Home. A place with a room of terror. Why am I here? Why did things happen to trap me here? Was it because I hated George's work? Was it because I refused to help him with these repulsive creatures? creatures. I see them all. Its body's like a worm. Quivering. Rippling. Gray. Dirty. And those eyes. Those eyes staring. Knowing I'm here. What's he going to do?
It's flying at us. Scream again. Make noise. It's flying wildly against the wall, the ceiling, the fireplace, the window. His wings hit the window shade. It rolled up.
The sunlight's coming in. He's flying blindly, crazily.
What's that?
Bill, the glass cage. The glass cage with the spider. The poisonous spider.
I see it scurrying across the floor. Over there by the sofa.
The giant moth is sitting on the bookshelf. And on the floor, like a fuzzy ball of death, the spider. The tarantula.
Well, Mr. Martin, I am delighted to see you. The dean phoned and said you were coming over. I think I am the last member of the faculty committee he wants you to see. Oh, sit down, won't you?
Thank you, Professor Buckley. Yes, I've been going all afternoon from one appointment to the other.
And all of us are happy to talk with you. The dean is quite excited about your research, you know.
Yes, I'm very pleased about that. Professor Buckley, I hope you won't think me rude at the beginning of our meeting, but I wonder if I might use your phone.
Of course, Mr. Martin. Is something wrong?
No, I don't think so, but I phoned my wife several times to tell her I was staying on all afternoon, and there's been no answer.
Oh, I'm sure there's nothing wrong. By all means, call. The phone is right there.
Thank you.
Number, please.
Lakeview 84572, and reverse the charges, please.
Thank you.
Still doesn't seem to be any answer.
Oh, well, let it ring a few more times.
Sorry, sir. There is no answer. Shall I keep trying?
Yes, operator. Please keep trying.
I'll call you, sir.
Thank you. I can't understand it. It's not like Betty to be away so long.
They're both still there, Mrs. Martin. Yes. Still there. I saw the spider last week. As big as Mr. Martin's fist. I looked into the glass cage. I could see the hair on its legs, like bristles. And Mr. Martin showed me its mouth, where it bites and kills with the poison.
Stop it, Bill. Stop. For heaven's sake, stop.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Martin. Well, I can't stop looking at them.
They don't like the sunlight. That's why they're on the sofa.
But the whole room is flooded with sunlight since the shade went up.
Hiding in this corner behind this chair doesn't give us the protection we need.
Why? The moth is too big to get at us here.
But the spider, it can scurry on the rug under the chair.
I'll take off my shoes. Something to hit it with if it comes. There. Now you take one of them.
Look. Its wings are fluttering again.
It's going to fly again.
But let's not scream, Bill. It might scare the spider.
You may hear too?
I don't know.
Here he comes.
The picture on the wall. He's knocked it down.
The spider! The spider!
Where is he?
I don't know. Somewhere in this room.
The moth. It's not lying. But the spider. Maybe it's near us. Oh, Bill. Bill, can't you see where it is?
There is still no answer, sir. Shall I keep trying?
I don't know. I'll call you back.
Ask for operator 34, sir. Thank you.
No answer yet?
No, sir. Of course, I did tell Betty that I might be late or even stay overnight. She may have gone to her mother's.
It's a real pleasure finding a young man who cares that much for his wife. I suppose Mrs. Martin feels the same way about you.
Oh, Betty's wonderful.
Yes, I'm sure she is. After all, not many women would approve of their husbands inventing machines that make insects larger. You've got a rare wife, Mr. Martin. One who doesn't object to giant insects in the house.
Keep the shoe tight in your hand, Bill. If you see the spider, hit it. Hit it hard.
Yes, ma'am. I will.
I can't stand it much longer. My hands are trembling. I'm cold all over.
Me too, Mrs. Martin. I think I'm getting sick.
Oh, you mustn't, Bill.
If I could have a drink of water.
The moth. It's acting strangely. See?
Yeah. Its feelers are kind of limp.
And its body. Oh, that disgusting worm-like body. Flabby all of a sudden. Droopy.
Its eyes. They look different, too. I don't know why, but somehow they...
Yes. Yes, you're right. Huh? What's the matter?
Spider! 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 Oh, no. No. It was only the hem of your skirt touching my leg. I thought it was the spider.
Oh, Bill. Bill, what's going to happen to us?
Gosh, Mrs. Martin, don't cry. Please don't cry.
Well, Mr. Martin, are the terms satisfactory to you?
Oh, yes, sir. Very much so. Thank you, sir.
It's going to be a great pleasure having you at the university. And I know that you find your association with us a real incentive to carrying on your work with the growth rate.
I'm sure of that. I'll do my very best to be a credit to the university and to scientific research.
Well, my boy, it's time for you to leave if you want to catch the 6:10 and be home to tell your wife. You just get home and you'll find that there's an explanation for why she didn't answer the phone all day.
I'm sure you're right. Thank you again, Dean. Thank you very much.
Feel better now, Mrs. Martin?
I guess so, Bill. I'm all cried out. I haven't a tear left.
Look, Mrs. Martin, I'm going to try to reach the window.
The window?
The moth is back on the couch. I think I can make a run for the window once I push the chair aside a little.
But he might attack you. Or me.
Well, maybe he won't.
Oh, but he will, he will. The moth is so big. 6 feet high. Bill, what would happen to either of us if he did attack? I would be eaten alive.
Do they have teeth? Could it really kill us?
Well, moths eat all sorts of things. George would know exactly. I had a whole group of clothes ruined last year. They're so big, so terribly big. One biting. Oh, Bill, I don't know what to say.
I'm going to try it. I'll crouch down. I'll push the chair out a little, squeeze by between the chair and the wall, and make a dash for the window. Now, there. Chair's pushed aside. Now, give me my shoes. Okay, Mrs. Martin. Here I go. I'm here. I'll try to unlock the window.
Look out! The moth is flying at you!
Get away! Get away, you! Get away!
Bill! Bill! Bill!
It's attacking me! It's trying to kill me! Ah!
Bill! Bill! Are you all right? Bill, answer me! Answer me!
No one home? The lights are off. Ah, that's better. Where can Betty have gone? Betty! Betty, are you here?
George! George!
Betty, where are you?
In the laboratory.
Good Lord. Locked. It's locked. Where's the key? Here.
George! George,
Betty. Oh, my darling.
George! George, it was awful.
Who's that? Betty, for heaven's sake.
It's Bill. Bill, the grocery boy. Killed. Killed by that.
Look at that moth. I can't believe it. It's dead. Bill. Bill. Bill.
What? Oh, Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark.
Your spider. The glass broke on the floor.
Let's get out of here fast. All right, sit down, Bill.
Oh.
For heaven's sake, what happened? Here, sit down, darling. I'll get you a drink. Here you are.
Thank you.
Now tell me.
The laboratory door snapped behind us. The giant moth was there. He knocked over the glass cage with the spider. We thought we'd die. And I thought Bill was dead.
I'll find the spider and kill it. But as for the moth, darling, despite its size, you had nothing to fear.
What?
Well, you see, darling, the adult moth doesn't eat. It has no mouth. Nothing to attack or kill with. Despite its size, Trichophaga tapicella, the clothes moth, is utterly harmless.
You mean you mean we could have just shooed it away and opened the window?
Of course, dear. The reason it's dead and why you could have waited without worrying is that a moth cannot live more than 6 hours in sunlight. You see, dear, all this horror was unnecessary.
Next week, a strange drama of a silver rocket and an unseen visitor from space. Be sure to listen to 2000 Plus, radio's different series. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Joan Shea portrayed Betty, Larry Robinson was Bill, Ralph Bell was George, and Bill Griffiths was the Dean. Music composed and played by Milton Kay. Sound, Al April and George Cooney. Engineer, Bob Albrecht. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York. In ancient times, they thought that the rising of the dog star Sirius was responsible for the sultry weather of midsummer. Serious or not, no one needs to be told that these are dog days, and every sportsman knows it's perfect weather for just plain fishing. So, for the latest tips and information on how to catch everything from minnows to muskies, listen to Mutual's Rod and Gun Club of the Air every Thursday. You'll hear moderator Milo Bolton with his panel of sports experts in an informal sports session you won't want to miss. Listen to Rod and Gun Club of the Air every Thursday. You'll enjoy it. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Security Police Headquarters. We've just seen the photo print, and it's impossible. I said impossible. No matter what the evidence proves, no man can be two places at once.
2000 Plus. Science fiction adventures in the world of tomorrow. 2000 Plus presents The Other Man.
Hey, darling, you home? Hey, when I come home, I want my wife to be here. Mary Ann here. Hey, didn't you hear me?
Scotty! Oh, my darling. Oh, Scotty.
Mary, for heaven's sake, what's the matter?
When did you escape? How did you get away?
Escaped? Would you mind telling me?
Shh. Quiet. I thought I heard someone. Just a moment, darling. There now. We can talk. Oh, Scotty, I couldn't understand what had happened to you. I was so worried. I couldn't believe it.
Mira, I hate to stand here like an idiot. I just can't go on repeating your silly phrases after you. What are you talking about?
Then you didn't kill the man in the blue turban?
Where was I supposed to have killed him?
In Cairo.
Cairo? When?
This morning.
Look, darling, I know this is the year 2000 plus 120, but even in this age of super science, there's no jet plane fast enough to fly me from Cairo, Egypt to Metropolitan City, USA that fast.
Scotty, I'm telling you the truth. Look, I'll show you. It's all over the front pages of the facsimile newspaper. See? There's the whole story in headlines. And your picture, too. Read it. Read it.
The World Security Police, in a daring action in Cairo, Egypt, today captured Scott Douglas, chief of the Eastern Zone Security Police Section, as the chief criminal behind a worldwide black market operation running into millions of dollars annually. In the struggle preceding his arrest, Mr. Douglas shot and killed a mysterious stranger wearing a blue turban.
You see, darling, it is true. Not only in the papers, but all day in the Televox news. I've seen it, Scotty, with my own eyes. Being taken to the police, to the airport. It was you, Scotty.
I tell you, this is not true. It's not me. Look, call my office. Ask for the chief. Ask him what this is all about.
They know you've escaped. They'll come here. They'll capture you.
They won't
again.
do any such thing because none of it's true. Look, if you're worried about it, don't tell him I'm here. If he asks you, deny it. But for heaven's sake, call him.
All right, Scotty. All right. Mr. Enright?
Hello, Mira. I was rather expecting you to call. You want to know about Scotty, don't you?
I can't understand it, Mr. Enright. I've seen it in the papers, on the Televox, but I can't believe
I'm
it.
afraid it's true, Mira.
But are you certain it's Scotty?
There's no doubt of it.
But how do you know?
By the obvious methods. It looks like Scotty. It talks like Scotty. It's wearing Scotty's clothes, carrying Scotty's wallet with your picture and his private papers in it. The small birthmark on the left arm, same blood type, same fillings in the teeth. And the fingerprints are exactly Scotty's. I had everything double-checked by audio from Egypt against Scotty's personal identification file here. And to top it all off, Mira, I talked to him by audiophone just a few minutes before the jet plane took off. I'm sorry.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Enright.
Oh, just one thing more, Mira.
Yes?
Scotty is due to land in about 3 hours. I'll send someone over in a little while to pick you up. I know you'll want to see him.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's unbelievable. It's fantastic. Mira,
Who are you? Who are you?
Who am I? I'm your husband. I'm Scott Douglas.
I'm going to call the police.
Oh, stop it. I am Scotty. Look at me, Mira. I am your husband. No one can fool you about that. Look at me. Good Lord, Mira, look. Look, here's my wallet. The one he talked about, see? It is mine. You know it. Look. Touch it. Thumb through it. There's your picture. There's the stitching where I had it repaired last October. Remember, Mira, when I didn't want to throw it away for sentimental reasons because we bought it that night last summer at the Little Bazaar? Who would know that, Mira, except your husband? Who would remember that except me? Here, look at this. Pull my sleeve up. The birthmark on my left arm. Nobody could fake that ugly thing. You know that mark, every twist of it. Fingerprints. I'll give you all you want. Have them checked any way you want. I am Scott Douglas. I am your husband.
Then who is the other man? That's the police, Scotty. They're here to pick me up.
And take you to the airport to meet your husband.
Oh, Scotty, I'm frightened.
You must never let anyone know that. It's the only way I'll ever be able to figure this thing out.
I'll try, darling. Just a moment, I'm coming. Oh, darling.
Now, remember, this whole thing may be a trick. I don't know why or for what reason, but there's always the possibility that this was a deliberate deception.
But they can't fool me.
They did fool you, Mira. You believed all the publicity, all the newspaper reports, everything you saw on the televox. That's what I can't understand. This whole thing's being carried out so openly, so boldly. They act as if they're so sure of themselves.
I've got to go now. They'll be suspicious.
Yes. Now, remember our plan. Yes. After you leave, I'll get out of here. I don't know where I'll go, but I'll get in touch with you from time to time. You'll always know it's me and not the other man because I'll use the code word bizarre.
I know, darling. You don't have to tell me again.
All right, and act toward this other man as if he really were me. At least do that for a while. It's obviously what they expect of you.
Yes, Scotty. You've told me a dozen times. I know what to do. Goodbye, darling.
Yes, what is it?
Plane from Cairo with Douglas aboard coming in, sir.
Okay. Over here, Mira. We can see the plane land from this window. They'll be landing over there by that ramp.
Who are those men?
Security police. I'm sorry, Mira, but we can't take any chance of Scotty escaping. We've taken great care ever since his arrest. The plane's coming in now. Taxiing.
I wonder what he'll look like.
A little tired, perhaps, but it's Scotty. I told you that. Well, the plane stopped. You'll see him in a moment, Mira. Now, look, when he comes in here, don't break down. He's going to need all the courage and help you can give him.
There, look. It does look like Scotty.
Well, yes?
Prisoner's coming up, sir.
Bring him in the moment he arrives.
Yes, sir.
Would you like a drink, Mira?
No, thanks.
Cigarette?
Nothing, please.
Oh, here they are. All right, men, outside. Leave Douglas with me.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Scotty.
Hello, Chief. Hello, Mira.
Hello?
I think I'll, look, I'll leave you two alone for a while.
Thanks, Chief. I'm glad you're here, Mira. I was wondering if you would be.
Were you?
Mira, what's the matter? You're so cold, so distant. Darling, I don't understand. Don't you want to talk to me, Mira?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's all been a terrible shock to you, hasn't it? What did you learn? Did the chief call you?
No. I first learned through the newspaper, then the televox.
You mean it's been published, broadcast? Good Lord, everybody knows then.
That's right.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I hardly know what happened myself. The last few days are a blur, a blank. All I remember is a room in a hotel in Cairo, a man with a blue turban, the police. I became panic-stricken. There was a fight, a shot, and then the arrest. And the talk about the black market. I don't know what that means. Mary, you look so strange. For heaven's sake, what's the matter?
Don't touch me.
Don't touch you. I'm your husband.
Oh, you're not my
husband. Darling.
I can't pretend. You're not Scotty. You're not.
I'm not Scotty. Now, Mira, stop this hysteria at once. What do you mean I'm not Scotty?
It's a trick. It's a cruel hoax.
I think you're serious.
Call them in. Tell them I know.
Mira, what have they done to you? Said to you?
I could ask you those questions. And I could also ask you, who are you?
Who am... This is crazy.
Let me see your birthmark.
What? All right. Look. It's me, darling. You know that's real.
But I... Let me see the wallet.
You mean this? There it is. Your picture. Even the stitching I had done when I wouldn't throw it away. You remember, darling?
It is the wallet. It looks just like it.
What did you expect?
Well, they could fake it. They have ways. A wallet could be faked.
Look, Mira, I don't understand all this. But I am your husband. I am Scotty. Let me prove it to you. Ask me anything about us, anything.
Oh, where did we go last summer?
To Paris for 2 weeks. We stayed at the Hotel George V.
What did we do when we first got there?
We opened the window and sang a silly song about Paris. We made it up as we went along, and then I kissed you.
We were alone. No one could have seen.
We went out, had a drink. You ordered champagne in the afternoon. The waiter tried to talk you out of it.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't know how you know these things. You seem to be Scotty, and yes.
Oh, darling,
it can't
darling.
be. I saw you only a few hours ago at home.
But I was on the plane. You saw that.
You were home.
All right, darling, if you say so. Take it easy, honey. Don't cry. Don't. There, now. If you say Scotty was at home, then that's where I was. Home.
I've got the reports from Cairo, Chief.
Complete?
As complete as they'll ever be. They just came in via high-frequency telebox, and we had photo-prints made. Here they are.
Never mind. Just give me the highlights.
Well, the man in the blue turban was Mustafa Cornelius. He made his living in art, sold pictures and things.
What was he doing in Scotty's room?
Oh, probably picking up some stuff. You know, the place was filled with pictures.
Yeah, and Scotty said he doesn't know how they got there. He said that even when we showed him Egyptian police reports that he and Mustafa had been followed for 2 days. And on several occasions, Scotty was carrying pictures himself.
So he was lying.
No, he wasn't. We gave him a lie detector test, and he came through 100%.
I didn't know that.
But it's true. And why was Scotty in Cairo anyway? He had no orders to go there.
How do you explain that?
He didn't. He said he couldn't remember.
Well, this is one for the books. Sounds like 2 other guys.
That's not so funny.
What do you mean that's not so funny?
When Scotty got off the plane and came in here, I turned on the intercom and left him and Mira together. I listened to their conversation from the outer office.
Learn anything?
I don't know. Except that Mira seemed to doubt it was Scotty.
Now, wait a minute. It was Scotty.
I know it was Scotty, and you know it was Scotty. But why wouldn't Scotty's own wife know it was Scotty?
I don't know.
I don't either. 2 other guys, huh? Well, we know that the Scotty who got off the plane is safely locked up in this building. You and I are going to see his wife and try to figure this puzzle out. Come on. Hello, Mira.
Mr. Enright.
I want to talk to you. Close the door, Paul.
Right.
You shouldn't have come here.
Why not? I have some questions to ask you.
I'm expecting someone. Please go.
It'll only take a few minutes, Mira. I want to help Scotty, but I can't do it alone.
I'll come to your office.
But the chief wants some answers now, Mrs. Douglas.
Oh, then come in here.
Thanks.
When my visitor comes, I must ask you to stay in here.
Of course. I'm sorry to have disturbed you like this, but there are some very strange things about this matter.
Strange? What do you mean, strange?
Why didn't you believe that was Scotty in my office?
Then he told you that he isn't Scotty.
He told me nothing. I listened in. And it was Scotty. It's the Scotty I know. Now, why don't you believe that? That's one of the things that puzzles me, one of the strange things.
Where's Scotty now?
That's your doorbell. Person you're expecting.
Where's Scotty
He's
now?
at the detention house, in a cell. Why aren't you answering the door?
You stay here. Please stay here until I get back.
Chief, she's as nervous as a radar scope.
Shh, quiet. Put your ear to the door and listen.
Hello, darling. Hello, Scotty.
It's a man.
Can't make out what they're saying.
Something vaguely familiar. Oh, no, it can't be.
What do you mean, Chief?
Take your gun. All right, now, just don't move.
Hello, Chief. Mary was just telling me you were here.
Scotty, I don't know how you did it, but escaping from detention is a very serious...
I didn't escape. I've never been there. I've never been to Cairo. I don't know what's going on, Enright, but I'm glad you're here so this whole mess can be cleared up.
Just don't move, Scotty. Get on the audiophone, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Call headquarters, have them check on Scotty.
Right.
Scotty, you and I have been friends for 10 years. Now, what kind of a game are you playing?
I don't think friends hold a gun.
But what do you want me to do, let you get away again?
Mr. Enright, I told you...
You're as mixed up as I am. Admit it. You see, Scotty, I overheard the conversation you and Mira had at headquarters.
But I wasn't
Let's
there.
not argue about it. We'll know in a moment.
Hey, Chief.
Yes, what is it?
I talked to headquarters, Chief.
Well?
Scotty is still there in his cell.
What?
Still there?
Now, wait a minute.
That's what they said.
Get them to put Scotty on the phone.
Yes, sir.
We'll get to the bottom of this pretty quickly now. Let's go into the other room. Come on.
Yeah, Chief wants to talk. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all right. Hold the line. Chief wants to talk to you. Here he is.
Keep them covered. Hello?
Yes, Chief.
That you, Scotty?
Yes, sir?
I just wanted to be sure.
Chief, what on earth is going on? You don't have to talk to me to be sure, not when you've got me locked in a cell that dynamite couldn't blow up.
Okay, Scotty.
Scotty? Who are you talking to?
To Scott Douglas, who got off the plane from Cairo this morning.
But I'm Scott Douglas.
Chief, you seen Mira? I want to talk to her again.
Just hang on a moment. Now, just repeat after me. I am Scott Douglas of the World Security Police.
Now, look, you... Oh, all right. I am Scott Douglas of the World Security Police.
Okay, let's hear you say that.
Chief, are you crazy?
Say what I tell you.
I am Scott Douglas of the World Security Police.
They sound exactly alike.
Now what do? Sing Mother McCree?
What you do is what you've been doing all day. You wait for me in your cell. And you're coming along with me.
What are you going to do?
Mrs. Douglas, I'm going to take you and your husband to meet your husband.
He's out here, Chief.
Bring him in. Mira, Scotty, you stand over there.
All right, Chief. Now, once and for all, tell... Mira. Oh, darling, I'm glad... Good Lord.
Mr. Enright, I can't believe it.
It's absolutely incredible. He looks just like me. What is this, Chief? What is...
Have either of you two ever seen each other before?
Every morning in the mirror. What kind of a gag is
Now
this?
be quiet, both of you.
Yes, Chief.
Have you got those reports?
About 2 minutes.
Let me know. Now, one of you two is an imposter. I will say this. The resemblance is fantastic. You, the one we had in the cell. We got your fingerprints, teeth identifications, birthmark, and so on when you were arrested. They all verified that you are the real Scott Douglas.
I've told you that all along. I'm Scott Douglas. Chief, whatever is going on
We'll know who
here...
you are in a few minutes. We'll have the results of the fingerprint and identification check we had you take before I brought Scotty up from downstairs. Yes?
I've got the report, Chief.
Well?
Everything checks, sir.
Now, come on, talk sense, will you? What do you mean everything checks?
Fingerprints, teeth identification, birthmarks, everything checks, sir. They're both Scott Douglas.
All right. Now, remember, don't interrupt me. The only way I can tell you two apart is by the clothes you wear. You're wearing a tropical suit, the one you had on when we picked you up in Cairo.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to call you Tropical. And you with the tweed, that's your name, Tweed. Is that clear?
Right, Chief.
The last 2 hours of questioning has revealed that the memory of your lives is exactly the same up to 4 days ago. Whatever questions you were asked separately, you both answered the same. Intimate questions, family questions, every kind. But as of 4 days ago, the police interrogators report that you, Tropical, you are hazy, almost blank, until the arrest and murder in Cairo.
That's right, sir.
On the other hand, you, Tweed, you have a clear memory except for a few hours 3 days ago. Now, here, let me read it. Pursuant to File 198, I was ordered to visit a Mr. David Eitner, suspected of dealing in black market paintings at 223 West 18th Street, and to pose as a buyer of rare paintings. Mr. Eitner conducted himself in a reasonable and normal manner and exhibited several paintings allegedly genuine old masters. During our conversation, I heard a faint oscillating sound in the room and inquired whether it was the air conditioning unit. And then I blacked out. Now, at this point, your two memories separate. You both remember everything up to the moment Scott Douglas blacked out. But after that, Tweed's memory does not pick up until 2 hours has passed. Then he reports, "The next thing I knew, I awoke lying on the floor. I thought I had been slugged, but subsequent examination by police medical authorities showed no injury of any sort. The assumption was that I had fainted, but no reason for this possibility was advanced. The paintings, together with Mr. Eitner, were nowhere to be found when I regained consciousness. Subsequent police investigation failed to reveal any trace of Mr. Eitner or his paintings." So, there it is. And you, Tropical, You remember nothing for the next several days until we picked you up in Cairo.
I remember that report very well. I wrote it. But he couldn't have known about the first part of that report. I went alone, no one else. I was there. That was my report.
Stop it, you two. It's bad enough seeing double without you two talking double and remembering double. 2 hours. 2 hours. What happened in those 2 hours?
Chief, I've got an idea.
What is it?
Probably nothing to it after 3 days, but why don't we visit 223 West 18th Street again? Let's see whether Mr. Eitner possibly left something behind when he fled with the paintings. This is the place.
Looks pretty empty now.
This is where he had several old paintings hanging on the wall. This is where I was standing when I blacked out. That's right, Chief. I walked over there from here, and then it happened.
What's that? That sound?
Came from over there, that closet.
Come on. Come out of there. Come on or I'll shoot.
Do not shoot, Sahib. No, do not kill me.
Who are you?
Do not kill me, Sahib.
What are you doing here in this room? Talk. Talk.
Do not kill me, Sahib. I beg you.
If you don't talk, I make no promises.
I have children. I have a wife.
And I've got a gun. Well?
If I talk, you let me live.
Talk.
I come to destroy the instrument.
What instrument?
It is in here, Sahib. The instrument of Mustafa Cornelius.
The man in the blue turban.
I swear to come back and destroy it if he ever died. It is built into this closet behind this secret panel. It make Mustafa and me very rich.
Let's see that instrument. Open the panel.
Looks like a control board. What does it do?
I do not know the words to describe it. Only Mustafa knew because he was very wise and very scientific.
You know how to operate this?
Oh, yes, Sahib. Mustafa showed me what to do, and I work long hours doing that for our both becoming very rich.
Show us what it does. And remember, if any danger results, this man has a gun. You'll be the first to die.
I understand, Sahib. Give me something for the instrument.
What do you mean, give you something?
I tried to explain. Give me something, a picture, perhaps.
There are no pictures here.
Then a ring, perhaps a watch, or a shoe, a dog, anything.
Does this make any sense?
Play along with him, Chief. Here's a ring and a watch.
Thank you, Sahib. I place them in here and close the small door. I turn on the instrument.
That's the sound. The sound I heard. He's right, Chief. The sound before I blacked out.
Now, what do you do?
A moment until the bell sound. It is finished. Now, you see. There are now 2 watches, 2 rings.
Let me see them. Great dynamos of Niagara. They're exactly alike. Even to the scratches, the dirt marks, everything.
Let me see them. You're right. Identical. Perfect copies.
No, Sahib. They are not copies. All are original.
But that can't be. The ones I gave you were the originals. The others are the copies.
That's right.
Just a minute, Chief. Look at this marking. Molecular duplicator. What did you say? Molecular duplicator? That's right. That means that somehow... Well, it's possible theoretically, but it means that the molecules and atoms of the originals are perfectly duplicated. And we know that if somehow the atoms and molecules could be exactly arranged, you'd actually have 2 originals, where only one existed before.
Yes, Sahib. That is what Mustafa say. Those are the words that I do not know how to use.
All right, now listen to me, you desert rat. Does this machine work on anything other than inanimate objects?
None. I do not understand, Sahib.
Does it work on living things, dogs, birds? Human beings?
It has worked on a dog, Sahib. Mustafa, he had a dog he liked so much. He make himself another dog like it with this instrument.
Then it would work on human beings, too.
But the dog, one of them, I do not know which one of them. The dog, he died very horribly, Sahib.
What do you mean, died horribly?
One day, about a month after the first dog become two dogs, one day, the dog bark and whine. It is in agony, Sahib. And before my eyes, I do not know how to say. It is disappear slowly, as if it fall apart. And in a little while, there is nothing left. Nothing.
Molecular disintegration. On living flesh, the effect of the machine lasts only a limited time. Chief, which one of us? Him or me? Which one of us is Scott Douglas?
Next week, 2000 Plus presents another exciting melodrama from the world of tomorrow. For thrillers that are different, join us again next week and every week. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Van Olsen Productions, Incorporated. In today's cast, Ralph Bell portrayed Scotty, Joan Shea was Mira, Nat Polan was the Chief, and Gilbert Mack was the Arab. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Ed Formica. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
2000 Plus is a regular presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
about Joe is, he really is a smart guy. It takes a smart guy to be that stupid.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow, the years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents The Brooklyn Brain.
Joe, I want to thank you for a very nice evening.
The pleasure was all mine, Clarice.
I'd have you come up, only it's after 12 and Pa's asleep.
That's all right.
Well, good night, Joe.
Clarice?
Yeah, Joe.
You had a good time, huh? I mean, really?
Good night, Joe.
Oh, well, wait a minute, Clarice. I got something to ask you.
No.
No what?
No kiss. I gave you one in the helicopter bus. I am not distributing my favors with largesse.
Boy, you certainly know big words.
It's because I try to give myself culture. Every day in the facsimile newspapers, I do the crossword puzzles.
Well, sure, Clarice. I think that's fine, only I got something to ask you.
I told
That isn't what I mean.
Something else?
Clarice, will you marry me? I mean, that is... Will you?
This is so sudden.
Gee, I've known you 3 years. That ain't so sudden.
Well, a girl likes to get proposals, but matrimony, that's a very important thing. It should not be entered into lightly.
I got a good job, a good future.
It isn't that, Joe.
What isn't that?
I mean, like they say in psychology.
I don't know what you're talking about, Clarice.
That's what I mean, Joe. You don't understand things like psychology. I always read the Handy Hints for Mental Health column. It's written by a psychologist. From such pursuits, I have learned that culture is what counts in life or marriage. The partners have to have a mental affinity for each other.
Mental?
Take Sam Witzenberg. He knows about music. Or Fred Daniels. He knows about art. Or take Harry Lester. He knows economics.
He knows economics? I had to loan him $5.
What has money got to do with it?
Huh?
Joe, leave us not quarrel.
Yeah, but
You have paid me a very high honor by asking me to be your wife. But I can't say yes.
Oh, you mean...
On the other hand, I didn't say no. I can't pretend I don't like you, Joe. You're basically a nice boy. Only if you'd only get some culture, learn about things so we could have something to discuss, to talk about.
Art, music, economics?
Or similar high-class subjects. Joe, see what you can do.
Okay, Clarice. I'll try.
And then I'll let you know.
Sure.
And, Joe.
Yeah?
In light of the circumstances, I rescind my previous refusal.
What does that mean?
It means you can have a good night kiss.
Are you ready, Carl?
Yes, Professor.
Now, remember, after I throw the switch, it will take several seconds for the accumulator to build up. When the red light on the control panel flashes, you throw your contact lever.
I understand.
Oh, all right. All right. 1, 2, 3. It's working, Professor. It's working. Good. Excellent. Try it again. Wonderful. All right, Carl. Turn it off. Now, I've checked every dial, every meter as the machine was running, and they all coordinated precisely.
Then it will work on a human being.
Are you sure enough to let me try it on you?
It isn't that, Professor. It's just that you kind of need me to help you run the machine.
Oh, yes. Yes, I understand, Carl. And since I am the inventor, it would also be foolish for me to volunteer to be the first human guinea pig. Well, obviously, we need someone else to try it on.
That's right, Professor.
Imagine. 11 years' work. Here is a machine that takes a tape recording of a human voice reading facts, figures, anything, and transforms it from sound waves into electrical waves. Then, through electrodes attached to a human head, charging that brain with the waves so that automatically the person getting the electrical shock has information charged into his memory.
It will be a boon to education. People won't have to go to school anymore. Your brainwave machine will just charge their brains with anything they want to know.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of experimenting we have yet to do, but so far as we can know up to this moment, the machine should work. I hope.
Now, whom are you going to try it on?
Oh, yes, whom? Well, we'll run an ad. We'll try to find someone, not too bright, but someone we can try to transform into a mental giant.
Hello? Yes, sir, this is Joe. We sent him 6 dozen boxes like he ordered. 10-day billing. Yes, I'll attend to it right away. Flora, take the letter. The boss ain't got a check from St. Louis and he's mad.
It doesn't pay to be mad. It's not good for customer relations. To whom is the letter going?
Dear sir.
Dear sir, who? Aren't you feeling well?
Gosh, I don't know, Flora. I guess my mind ain't on my work.
Where is it?
I'm going to Clarice's Thursday night for dinner.
She's your girl. It should make you happy. Be happy.
But she's having Sam Witzenberg for dinner, too, and he's got culture.
You got a job.
Flora, you're a smart girl. You know how to find things in the files. Tell me, how do I learn about things? How do I get culture?
Study.
How much time have I got? Thursday is 3 days from now. What can I learn in that time?
Not culture.
That's what I mean. I'm licked before I start.
I have a teacher.
That's expensive.
So stay a bachelor.
But I don't want to.
Oh, look. Look, here's a newspaper. I'll turn to the educational section. Let me see. Here it is. French. Well, learn French.
What would I do with French?
What do you do with culture after you get married?
Look,
I'm only trying to be helpful.
Go on, Flora. What else is there?
How to hypnotize in 9 easy lessons.
Hey, that's interesting.
If you learn how to hypnotize, I don't work for you anymore. Oh, let's see, what's this? Be a mechanic. Learn the soul of a machine. Soul of a machine? Crazy. Oh, here's another ad.
Well, what does it say?
Let me see. If you would like to learn any subject in the world without effort and are willing to volunteer for a scientific experiment, write to Box 1934, the Facsimile Times.
Hey, I don't like that volunteer for scientific experiment part.
But it also says, if you would like to learn any subject in the world without effort.
Do you think I should write them?
All you lose is a stamp. Use a company stamp, you lose nothing.
Okay. So since I'll never get culture just wishing for it, take a letter. Dear sir.
We starting that again? Dear sir, who?
Dear sir, Box 1934, the Facsimile Times. In response to your advertisement, permit me to say that I would very much like
Carl, have you read these letters from people who want to volunteer for our machine?
All 6 of them.
Do you think it's wise to take people of such mentality?
Well, it would be a good test for the machine.
Yes, but almost any change would be an improvement for them, judging from the letters.
Whatever else may be said, Professor, the people who wrote those letters are human beings.
Yes, I suppose so.
And we need a human being to test with. After all, so far, the only living thing we have used was a dog.
But the dog lived. It proves the machine's electrical charge in the head does not kill.
The charge doesn't kill, but does it force knowledge into the brain? We beamed a recording of the Einstein theory into the dog. But the dog can't talk. What good is it to him?
But, Carl, doesn't it give you satisfaction to know that because of our invention, there is one dog in this city who actually knows the Einstein theory? Did any dog know the theory before our invention?
No.
All right. So we have reason to believe the machine will work. That is why we are looking for a human being, just to be sure.
But, which one of these people shall we take?
Well, whichever one has the greatest need for knowledge.
They all need it.
Yes, but I mean, whichever one believes he needs it most. That person will have an incentive to cooperate with us.
I see. Well, in that case, this one.
Flora, look! I got a letter. They selected me.
Congratulations.
It says here, please choose your subjects. Art, music, economics. That's for me.
You should also add another subject. How to get St. Louis to pay its bill.
That ain't culture.
Who says the ladies' garment business is culture?
Gosh, Flora, you know what I mean. Like Clarice says, there's more to living than just having a job.
You ever try living without a job?
Art, music, economics. I'll show Sam Witzenberg he's not the only one who knows those things. I'll show Clarice, too.
Should I call the number on this letter and make an appointment for you?
Would you, Flora? Gee, thanks a lot.
Okay. Hello? I'm calling for Mr. Joe Martin. You sent him a letter about... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he'd like an appointment. Today? Oh, Joe, is today all right?
The sooner the better.
Mr. Martin is in conference now, but I believe it could be arranged. Yes. Art, music, economics. No, you pick one for today. To him, it makes no difference. Yeah. Thank you.
Well?
Here's the address. After 12 o'clock today, you'll have culture.
Now, Mr. Martin, if you'll just lie down here on this surgical table.
Surgical table? I didn't come for an operation. I came for an education.
Oh, and you shall get one, my boy. You shall get one. After today, you'll be an expert on art. You know, painting and sculpture and all that sort of thing. Lie down, please.
What are you going to do?
Well, you see, Mr. Martin, you have brain waves.
I have?
Everybody has.
You see, the brain gives off power. That's why. Now, what we do, to describe it simply, is play a recording of some subject you want to learn. Now, the sound waves are transformed into electrical waves and are charged into your brain. The result is you have the knowledge impressed into your mind. Isn't that wonderful?
I just remembered I got another appointment.
Oh, no.
Mr. Martin, in your letter you said you wanted to show your girl that you could learn things, be smart, get culture.
Where did I put my head? Here or there?
Your head up here, your feet down there. Splendid. Now, Carl, attach the electrodes to his head, will you?
Yes, Professor.
Will it hide? You will never know what hit you. I mean, not at all. Just relax, Mr. Martin.
Everything is ready, Professor.
All right, Carl. 1, 2, 3. Now, it's just warming up, Mr. Martin. Don't be so nervous.
No, sir.
Shall I start the recording now?
In 1 moment. You see, Mr. Martin, Carl will start the recording that he dictated this morning, and then I'll charge the knowledge into your brain. You see? Begin the recording.
Yes, Professor.
Among the new school of paintings which have excited modern critics and which are likely to have a profound effect upon future interpretive forms, the new circular school of impressionistic painting is outstanding.
Now, for the charge.
Employing vibrant...
How is he, Professor? Is he all right?
Oh, he's a little glassy-eyed.
Maybe we better stop the experiment.
No. We'll try it once more. Only speed up the recording so we can charge his brain more quickly.
All right, if you say so. Here goes.
Coordinate relationships which stimulate the senses and excite the imagination. The circular school manages to get around traditional obstacles of comprehensibility. Among the leading exponents of the circular school of impressionistic painting, Daguerre and Martinelli are...
Now, the charge.
Another school which has managed to retain...
That's enough, Carl. Shut up the equipment.
He is alive, isn't he?
I think so. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin. Wake up, Mr. Martin. He's coming to.
What? Oh, what happened? Oh, is it over?
Yes, that's all for today.
And I got culture?
So far as we know, everything seemed to work.
I got a headache, too.
Would you like a glass of water?
No, I think I better go now. I gotta get back to work. So long, fellas. Professor, should we have let him go like that?
Let's look out of the window. Ah, there he is. Just came out of the door onto the street.
He's a little wobbly. Maybe a cop will think he's drunk.
Frankly, I'm a little worried about him. I wonder if the experiment really worked.
I'm worried about him, too. Because even if the experiment did work, we speeded the record up so fast. Good heavens, Professor, what if he ends up talking like Donald Duck?
Oh, Sam, you play the piano so beautifully.
Sam Witzenberg is not known as the Beethoven of Brooklyn for nothing.
I know exactly what you mean. When Myrtle Baker said you looked like a bum, you never got a haircut, I said it's because you're artistic. Not getting a haircut, I mean. Oh, excuse me, there's the doorbell.
More company?
It's probably Joe.
That peasant.
Now, Sam, don't you and Joe start anything.
Hello, Clarice.
Come in, Joe.
Nice party.
I hope you like it, Joe.
Clarice, have you made up your mind yet?
Made up my mind?
You know, Clarice, about us.
Joe, this is not the place to pursue that question.
Well, I just thought that maybe if you...
I don't know yet, Joe. Come into the party.
Sure, Clarice.
Well, if it isn't Joe. How are you, Joe?
Hello, Sam.
Sam was playing the piano.
Yeah, I heard.
Read any good books lately, Joe?
Well, we're taking inventory at the store, and I've been kind of busy.
Yeah, Joe works very hard.
A hard head? You gotta work hard, eh, Joe?
The only reason you got a soft head is you got so much hair on it, it's like a mattress.
But, Clarice says it's artistic.
Clarice says... Did you say that?
Well, Joe, I meant he looks like an artist. Artists wear long hair.
And, speaking of artists, Joe, what do you think of the new secular school of impressionistic painting?
Well,
do you think the dynamism of the blues is more effective than the interpretive qualities of the vibrant yellows?
Well, the real...
Sure, Joe. You're absolutely right. By the way, Clarice, how about you and I go to the Arts Institute tomorrow afternoon?
Oh, that's very nice, Sam. But... Joe, what's the matter?
Sure, go with him to the Art Institute. Maybe he'll get a job. They'll use him as a hair mop to dust the paintings with.
Joe!
You want to know what I think about the new circular school of impressionistic paintings? I'll tell you. I think the brushwork of Daguerre is infinitely superior to the technique of Martinelli, but that the interpretive approach of both of them is immature.
Joe.
You're so smart, Sam Witzenberg. Let me ask you a few questions. Why does Gregory Thompson, the British impressionist, conceive all legendary characters in his paintings as cubistic? Why?
Well, because why, Sam? I don't know.
Sam, you don't know? You don't know they're cubistic because Thompson is a cubist and not a circular school at all? You didn't know that, huh?
But
You're a blockhead. So you, of all people, should know a cubist. Now, let me tell you something else. The important news in art circles is the recrudescence of 19th century painting with particular emphasis on the portraiture of that period. In fact, I think I will go myself tomorrow to the Art Institute and just look at that 19th century stuff. Would you like to come, Clarice?
Joe.
Okay. Now, we can't go tomorrow. It's Friday. I got to finish inventory.
Oh, that's all right, Joe. We'll go Saturday. Anytime you say, Joe.
Okay. But you only go with me to the Art Institute, you understand?
Oh, yes, Joe.
So, what are you going to do tomorrow, Sam?
I think I'll get a haircut.
All ready for a morning's work. Where's that file from St. Louis?
You feeling all right, Mr. Martin?
Great. Like $1 million.
All from culture?
Flora, you should have been there. I was so smart, the words were so big, even I couldn't understand what I was saying.
That's some education you got.
Science is wonderful. Imagine those professors doing what they did to me. They shoot me full of brainwaves. 1 minute I'm a dope, and the next minute I'm an expert on...
Art? Music? Economics? Which one is it?
I don't remember.
That's not good.
Let me think. Sam was there. Art. It must have been about art because tomorrow I'm taking Clarice to the Art Institute.
If you're going there, you really must have said something.
I know, but I can't remember what it was. Flora, ask me some questions. Maybe it'll come back to me.
Why do you like pictures?
I don't know.
Yesterday I saw a picture in a magazine. Looked like 4 soapboxes in the junkyard. It was called Sunset in Hawaii. Magazine said it was a cubist picture. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Couldn't you explain it even if you couldn't understand what you were saying?
No.
You need another shot in the head.
Yeah, that's right. Flora, call the professors and make me another appointment. I got to take Clarice to the Art Institute tomorrow, and I can't remember anything at all.
Now, Mr. Martin, please don't be so nervous. Just answer my questions.
But she's my girl. I'm finally making progress, and this has to happen.
Yes, Carl, put on the recording again. Let Mr. Martin hear it.
Yes, sir.
No obstacle for comprehensibility. Among the leading exponents of the circular school of impressionistic painting, Daguerre and Martinelli are perhaps best known. Another school which has managed to retain some influence on contemporary trends despite the vigorous onslaught of the Impressionists is that group best exemplified by the work of Gregory Thompson, who's an impressionist.
There, now, you remember that, don't you?
I don't remember it, and I don't understand it.
But we charged your brain with that information.
You charged it, you try to collect it. I don't know where it is.
Carl, I'd like to talk to you alone for a moment. Excuse us, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, sure.
You're sure the machine worked properly when we experimented on him?
When I dismantled the machine this morning, everything was perfect.
But what could have happened?
Apparently, it makes only a brief impression on the brain, about 24 to 36 hours.
Oh, that's terrible.
What's terrible about it? At least we're on the right track. In a year or two, we'll perfect it so people can remember all the time.
People can learn things even if we don't perfect the machine. But what I most regret is there's no longer a dog in the whole world who knows the Einstein theory.
Well?
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, but obviously the experiment wasn't as successful as we had hoped it would be.
Well, then give it to me again. Professor, I just got to know about art. I'm taking Clarice to the Institute tomorrow.
Couldn't you take her to a movie instead?
But I'm not afraid anymore. Put those things on my head again. Give me a million volts. I like it.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. You see, we dismantled the machine.
Huh?
We're moving it to a laboratory upstate. It will take at least a month until we put it together again.
A month? But tomorrow...
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin.
Clarice won't marry me now.
Hello, Joe. You're right on time for our trip to the Institute. Oh, I'm so excited. Come in, Joe.
Hello, Clarice.
We'll see all the pictures and you'll explain them to me, won't you, Joe?
Clarice, there's something I want to tell you.
Yes, Joe.
It's about my culture. About what I said about art the other day.
Oh, Joe, you were wonderful. I thought Sam Witzenberg had dropped dead. You know what? After you left, he said you knew more about art than anybody he ever knew.
He said that?
And you were so masterful when you told him you were taking me to the Institute.
I was?
Oh, Joe, I got something to tell you.
You have?
I made up my mind. Joe, don't you understand? I made up my mind. I accept your proposal.
You mean you marry me?
That's right, Joe. You got culture. We'll have a mental affinity.
Clarice, listen. Let's get married right away, today. Let's not even go to the Art Institute.
Oh, but Joe...
I'll take a leave of absence. We'll go away on a honeymoon for a month.
A month?
A whole month. And then when we get back, then we got time for culture. I promise you, after 1 month, I will absolutely be charged with culture.
Oh, Joe, this is so sudden and so romantic. Oh, but I don't have a trousseau. I need clothes.
Look, I work in the ladies' garment business. I'll go to the store. I'll get you all those you need. Only let's get married and not go to the Art Institute.
Oh, Joe, you're so smart. You think of everything.
I do?
I'll bet you even know the Einstein theory.
Next week, 2000 Plus presents a thrilling melodrama of adventure and terror. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions, Incorporated. In today's cast, Bryna Rayburn portrayed Clarice and Flora, Gilbert Mack was Joe, William Keene was Sam, and Mercer McLeod was the professor. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley. Music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Ed Formica. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York.
Interplanetary travel. A time for adventure. vast expanses of the universe, studding the stars of heaven with colonies of Earth people. The year 2370, when space flight is no longer limited to scientists and adventurers, but is available to everyone on regularly scheduled commercial ships. When news is no longer a global affair, but originates in 1,000 far-flung ports along the spaceways. It is a routine morning in the control room of IGNS, the Intergalactic News Service, where a great network of elaborate electronic devices receives the news that originates in every corner of the galaxy. And straight from the tapes, Whitey Fuller, IGNS's most famous reporter, passes them on to the public.
Terra City, Mars. Dr. Luther Smith, outstanding ologist, has just announced his release to the medical profession of a serum to prevent internal coagulation of blood under atmospheric changes. New York, the new luxury space liner Golden Star is about to take off on its maiden voyage. Striking a new note in interplanetary travel, a cruise ship numbers among its 750 passengers some of the most eminent names in society, business, and the profession. The fabulously appointed vessel was constructed in
Captain North of the spaceship Golden Star to all hands. Prepare for the takeoff at 1600 hours. Final check of rocket engines and airlocks at 1500. That is all. Well, just not the old stuff to you, Professor Lindstrom. You're taking an interstellar cruise. It's a little like a busman's holiday, isn't it? But I'm proud to have you and your assistant, Miss Fenner, aboard.
Well, sometimes it is good to see where all our theory finally ends up, Captain. It gives a scientist like myself a little perspective on his work. But I am sure Amanda will find it informative. I intend just to relax and enjoy.
Good.
All this is wonderfully thrilling, Captain. May I have permission to watch the preparations for the blast off?
Why, certainly, my dear. Just go down that corridor there and ask Lieutenant Romilly. He'll show you everything you want to see.
Thank you.
Captain North. Yes, Montgomery, what is it?
Captain, I'm having difficulty with a gentleman on board.
Passenger?
No, sir. He's not on the passenger list, but he says he's going to make the trip with us.
Get rid of him, Montgomery. That's your job.
He won't go, sir. He insists on seeing you. He's waiting just outside.
I haven't the time. Oh, very well. Bring it in.
Step in, please. There he is, sir.
Now, what's the meaning of this? What makes you think that we crashed the maiden voyage of the first interstellar luxury cruise? It's not a matter of crashing, Captain. I'm Whitey Fuller. I'm covering the Golden Star story for 136 news agencies. And you must find room for it. I must, eh? That's all I've been hearing for 2 months, ever since this cruise was announced. Every fiction in every capital wants to get in on the act. I'm not interested in your act, Captain. This is just another job to me. News is my business. And I'm not interested in your business. Aren't you, Captain? Then how would you like to lose $2 million worth of publicity? If I don't make this trip, I guarantee you that not one picture, one story, or one bulletin of the Golden Star cruise will ever reach the public. Do I go? You go, Mr. Fuller. But please keep out of my way.
Attention, please. All flight passengers will proceed to the grand ballroom on C deck for takeoff instructions. All passengers proceed to C deck for takeoff instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain North.
Good afternoon. In less than 10 minutes, this great vessel, the Golden Star, will blast off from Earth, headed for outer space. To many of the 750 passengers aboard, space flight is doubtless a new experience. But even those among you who have had some contact with it in the past will find this epoch-making voyage an experience beyond their wildest dreams.
You are all welcome aboard the Golden Star. We invite you to make use of the fabulous facilities provided for you. The swimming pool, a skating rink, bars and dancing pavilions, the astronomical observatories, the botanical garden, which will grow as we add specimens from each planet we touch. Have you seen the itinerary?
No, not yet, sir, not yet.
Well, gee whiz. On April 13th, we land on the moon, and I'm going to get me a spacesuit and take a personal look at those uranium mines and the craters. Boy, won't that be something to talk about.
Perhaps I'll join you, son.
The name's Jimmy. Jimmy Prentice. And say, that'd be swell, Reverend. My mom's not keen on spacesuits.
Oh?
Says they spoil her figure. She'd surely let me go with you, though. And, Reverend...
Yes, sir, yes.
How about Mars? We get there on April 17th, and we have 3 full days. What would you say to a plane flight over those canals? So we can really say...
Ladies and gentlemen, we take off in a few moments. All space passengers aboard the Golden Star will be required to swallow 2 anti-gravitational tablets, to lie down on the cot which the steward has set up for you on C-deck, and to strap yourselves down and remain horizontal until escape velocity has been reached. Are there any questions? Passengers will please carry out instructions now. Montgomery to bridge. Montgomery to bridge. Bridge. Ready for takeoff.
And off that top. I'll never get used to acceleration pressure.
Oh, Whitey, it felt just the way it did when my kid brother used to start the car too fast. I bet my back was better push right to the bottom of this ship.
But it's worth it, isn't it? Just look out there. That's our Earth in the blackness of space. That great blue-green shimmering sphere.
Oh, it's incredible, Whitey. It's the globe of my teacher's desk come to life. North America, South America. Look, you can see the outline.
Yeah, my map was alive. It showed South America in pink. Hey, bring that telescope and take a look at the moon.
Oh, it's so near, Whitey. I think you're right into the crater. Whitey. Oh, no, that can't be a city.
It can, and it is. That's Luna Port, honey. The roughest, toughest spaceport this side of the Milky Way. When we land there, you stick close to me, Charlie.
Oh, you think I can't take care of myself?
Of course you can. Well, what's the percentage? Here I am, ready, willing, and infatuated with them big blue eyes. You know something, Andy?
What?
You're magnetic, baby. I'm gravitating right towards you.
Why, Mr. Fuller, I'll bet you gravitate towards all the girls. I should really do something to her.
Mr. Fuller? Right here on the observation deck.
Oh, you're Whitey Fuller.
Yep.
Well, I'm Montgomery, communications officer.
Yes?
You forget to pay a bill or something? Earth's calling you on the audio sensator.
Oh, no. That editor of mine. I'll never get away from him.
You take the call at my deck station just outside the door here.
Thanks. See you later, beautiful.
Sorry, miss. I didn't mean...
How are you, Montgomery of Communications?
Huh?
Also of Duluth, Minnesota?
Duluth? Hey, come out of that back corner. No, it can't be.
It is. How you
Nancy. Nancy, son. What are you doing out here?
Thought you'd gotten away from me, didn't you? Well, here I am, Dick. Large and light and still dragging after you.
You're a liar, man. But who am I to quibble? Something tells me this is one space flight I'll never forget.
What's on your mind?
Oh, honey. No.
Homesick, baby?
No. What makes you think so?
The way you sit up here on this observation deck day after day, staring out into space.
Oh, maybe I'm in love.
With whom? The man on the moon? That port commander on Jupiter who couldn't take his eyes off you? Or maybe it's someone on the ship, huh?
Well, you're the reporter, Whitey. Why don't you find out? I think that's just what I want to Whitey.
What is it, Jimmy?
Will you sign this paper for me, Whitey? It's very important.
Oh, it is. What does it say?
It says that you, with your own eyes, saw me high jump 18 feet.
On Mars, you mean?
Well, you don't have to put that in.
I guess not. There you are.
Thanks. Boy, it's going to be a long time before anybody on Earth breaks this record. speak to the Reverend about that boy. Yes, stranger.
Oh, there you are.
Dr. Winston, what's wrong?
Oh, I am worried, Amanda. I was just in the control room, and there are electronic indications that should not be present in this segment of the galaxy. Have you seen Captain North?
No. Surely you don't doubt Captain North's astrogation, do you?
Oh, it's not that. It's just a sixth sense that tells me something. Oh, Captain North, one moment.
I'm very busy, Dr. Winston.
I would like to get your opinion on certain things that are just observed.
What is it, Montgomery? Would you take a look at the radar scope immediately, sir? Switch on this auxiliary one here.
Good Lord. What's that?
I don't know, sir. It's heading this way like a streak of light. What's wrong, Captain? What's the matter there?
It's a tremendous object.
It's really right now.
It's an observation window.
Hey, it's a ball of fire. It's a meteor. Captain, it's a rocket moon. Discharge 4 side rockets. Captain to engine room. Detonate altitude, gravitator. Reverse overdrive 437. Communications. Send SOS signals to all spacecraft.
Attention all stations. Seal off all compartments. Lower emergency atmospheric bulkhead. Raise emergency emplacement. Divisional plexiglass space barrier. Release rocket lifeboat. Contact spacecraft and launch shortwave SOS. Contact spacecraft SOS. Use emergency graphics.
Oh, I can't tell.
Let's talk to the boy. Sam, listen to me. There's been an accident, a shocking accident.
There has?
Yes.
Well, my mother, where is she? What's happened? You all look so funny. What's happened to everybody?
The ship is smashed up, Sam. Now, Sam, you must be brave.
Smashed up? But there aren't any other spaceships around here. And anyway, nothing in this room has been smashed. Nothing's even broken. I don't believe it.
We were very fortunate, Jimmy. You see, the ship was divided into compartments like a tool chest. When the crash occurred, each compartment was sealed off by automatic devices. This compartment alone escaped destruction, was left untouched, airtight. A single unit of transit glass floating free in space. A bubble of nothing in a vacuum of emptiness.
Then the other compartments were destroyed. Everybody's dead but us. Everybody's dead. My mother. I want my mother. Let me out of here.
Take it easy, boy, please. Help me, Jimmy. Now close your eyes. Try to rest. That's it. Now rest. Rest.
Mr. Montgomery, is there any chance of rescue?
I don't know, Reverend. I never got the SOS out. Now the communications are shot.
But surely some spaceship will come along, a cruiser or a freighter, a patrol ship perhaps.
I hope so, Reverend.
Nothing will come along. We'll never be found because we're off our course.
Off our course?
Yes. Captain North, the great astrogator, went haywire and took his ship into uncharted space.
Captain, that's impossible. You've charged me.
I know what I'm talking about. I've been thinking about this ever since the crash. 750 passengers, 179 crew members dead because of me. I'm a murderer. That's it. A cold-blooded murder. And I can't face it. I've got to die. With them, he's opening the air. Captain, no. Stop. You can't get off. It's a pig. You mustn't. Come on, get back.
Randy, can't you stop looking through that transit glass wall? It's driving us all crazy.
Here comes the ball, Whitey. A table, a child's hobby horse, and a marble pillar. Oh, swinging round and round us day after day for 7 days.
What's it to do? Take off for some distant planet? The wreckage is adrift in space just as we are. Every last fragment of the ship that wasn't carried off with the meteor.
Now it is all beginning to move around us in an orbit. They are our satellites. It is a law of nature, Manda. There's nothing to be morbid about.
I can't stand it, I tell you.
Well, if it's unbearable, why do we keep torturing ourselves, staring out at that fantastic nightmare? Stand back, all of you. What are you doing, Whitey? I'm closing these shutters over the observation ports. And the first person who... Quick, come here, quickly. What is it? Look, do you see what I see drifting over the air quarters from the port side? Can't believe it. One of our own rocket light bulbs. We have a chance. What's in back from here, Whitey?
Rocket lifeboat. If there were only some way to get to it, to bring it alongside.
There is a way. I'm going out there after it.
No, you're not.
I'll be all right. There's a space suit to this.
Oh, you fool, Montgomery. You cannot control your movements out there as that you will drift like the rest of the flotsam.
Don't worry about me. Just give me a hand with this space suit. Maybe this is one of the miracles you've been praying for.
You may be skeptical if you like, Whitey. I choose to think it is.
I'll reserve judgment. Suit okay, Dick? Yeah, fine. Now secure the helmet. Let's go.
There you are.
Connect the emergency pressure line. Have someone manned while I'm out. I'll handle it, Dick. Don't follow the cable as you go over.
Dick, don't go. Don't leave us.
Commander Courage, just pray for his safety.
Stand by and open the airlock.
Ready.
Let's go. Only this pressurized suit and a thin cable will keep me from becoming another grotesque satellite.
He got the lifeboat. Helmet, let me get at those bolts. Lindstrom, make sure the outer port is secured. We don't want that lifeboat slipping out of the airlock.
Right, easy.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, Dick, you look awful. I've got a few drops of brandy. Would you like
No,
them?
I'll be all right. I don't need anything except a few breaths of air. And I'll be ready to take off in that one-man rocket lifeboat. You take off? You kidding? What do you think? I mean, Montgomery, you did your good day for today. I'm hopping off in that life rocket. You're standing here with your ship. You do a solo space hop at your age with that white hair? Don't let the white hair fool you, son, or the crow's feet around my eyes. Radiation leakage got me when I piloted an atomic ship in the last war. This is my dish of tea, boy. I'm no hero, because I'm on my way out anyway in a year or two. Well, do I go? Not while I'm conscious, you don't.
Gentlemen, please. You're forgetting there are 5 of us whose lives are at stake. We all must share the responsibility of making the decision.
Very well, Reverend. We'll leave it to the rest.
For my part, I think if Whitey, Mr. Fuller, chooses to meet his destiny a little earlier, his gesture should be accepted. Dr. Lindstrom? To me, there seems to be no question. Mr. Montgomery represents the only authority on the ship, but he says should go.
Oh, Mandy, you seem to be in a pretty spot.
Oh, no, Dick. No, don't ask me to make such a decision.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Come on, Whitey. Let's get into that airlock and look at that lifeboat anyway. All right, but don't try anything funny. Okay, Mandy. The decision's been made for you.
Who's going?
Nobody's going. The dinghy's worthless.
Worthless?
Yeah. Its whole molecular structure has been shot to blazes out there. The craft is as porous as cheesecloth. Won't hold 1 pound of pressure. Now sit down now and relax. This is the end.
It's hard to breathe.
How much oxygen have we left?
4 or 5 hours.
Food?
A couple of biscuits here. Have a sip of water, Mandy.
No. I had my ration an hour ago. It's getting awfully cold, isn't it?
Yeah. Thermal reservoirs are about exhausted. I put on this jacket. Here on in, the thermometer keeps going one way. Down.
What happens after everything's gone?
Well, we are spared one thing, decomposition. The cold gets us before the maggots do. It is a quick freeze. You will be young and beautiful forever, Amanda. You can thank science for that.
Stop it, Lindstrom.
Stop it. I wish I could. I wish I had. I wish I had never had anything to do with science. It is a snare and a delusion. It has brought the world nothing but misery and death.
Save your philosophical breath, Lindstrom. You'll need it.
Science, luring men to their destruction. What are we doing here in this fragment of a monster ship suspended in black space? What are men doing on Mars and Jupiter and Juno? We are Earthmen. That is where God put us. That is where we belong. Oh, no, Dr. Lindstrom, you're wrong. Man belongs wherever his spirit leads him. God didn't give us courage and intelligence and an unconquerable thirst for knowledge, and then confine us to one tiny portion of the universe. Science is only What was that?
I felt something too.
Movement. We're not drifting anymore.
You're moving in a straight line.
Lieutenant, come on, Dick. Let's unfasten them and take a good look out there.
We're moving faster now. It's strange. Vibration.
It's a spaceship. A rescue ship. They're signaling. They have found us.
I can't believe it. It's a mirage.
It's a patrol ship, and they're coming right toward us.
No, you're wrong. They're not moving.
They're not moving.
They throttled down the right
magnets. They're pulling us toward them with an electromagnetic field. Miracle of science and faith. Listen to that sound of those wonderful engines. Well, Miss Amanda, feeling better?
Feeling wonderful, Commander Stein.
Commander Stein, Whitey here and I are still bewildered. How in heaven's name did you manage to find our fragmented ship? We were millions of miles from nowhere, completely off our course. Captain North told us that he miscalculated. Captain North did not miscalculate, gentlemen. His astrogation figures were perfect. What? It was the stars and the heavenly bodies that were thrown off their course. Gentlemen, an hour before the Golden Star smashed up, we tried frantically to reach you. Astronomical observatories all over the universe reported a tremendous explosion in Galaxy 3. But before we could warn you, it happened. Then you found us on course. My dear Mr. Fuller, 1,000 astronomers and 15 superatomic calculating machines juggled figures for days to determine the precise effect of the heavenly disturbance upon your position. Yes, we headed for the determined point, and we found you.
Whitey, what are you doing?
I found a terrific travel folder here. A fascinating trip.
Again? Where to this time?
Luxury cruise. Up the Hudson to Bear Mountain.
Story of a soldier and a war beyond the moon. A GI in the years beyond 2000 plus.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow. The years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents A Veteran Comes Home.
Rocket ship Luna arriving from moon at Rocket Cradle 4, East Section.
Mommy, is that it? Is that the one with Daddy on it?
Billy, I told you before Daddy's spaceship arrived here several hours ago. The spaceship from Mars has been here since 11 o'clock.
Then where is he? Why don't I see my Daddy?
Because, darling, all the soldiers have to go through quarantine and army regulations and all sorts of things.
Boy, my Daddy's a space soldier. I'll bet he had all sorts of adventures. I'll bet he had...
Attention, please.
Quiet, Billy. Listen.
All relatives of military personnel of rocket ship Militant Flight 82 from Mars, holding blue cards, report to Gate 5.
Oh, Billy, that's us. The soldiers are going to come out in a few minutes. Come on, darling, come on.
Will he know me, Mama? Will Dad know me? Will I know him?
Watch where you're walking, Billy. Of course he'll know you, dear. He'll see me first, and then he'll see you.
All I ever saw was his picture.
Stand by that rope, Billy. We can see Gate 5 from here.
Boy, he'll tell me all about the war on Mars.
Oh, Billy, it's so good to have him back. 5 years. 5 long years.
Can I see the spaceship later, huh, Mom? Later, maybe?
Relatives of military personnel of Spaceship Militant, please do not cross the white line.
They're starting to come out now.
Oh, look! That man there in the white uniform. He's an atomic gunner. My picture book tells all about them.
11 weeks on a spaceship getting to Mars. 11 weeks coming back to Earth. And more than 4 years fighting on Mars. 5 years. Billy, stand back. Don't cross the white line.
Flight 7, rocket ship freighter from Earth to Moon, will blast off in 8 minutes from Rocket Cradle 9, West Section. Clear area. Clear area.
Over there, look, Mommy, a band. They're going to play music.
They're welcoming the soldiers home, Billy. The first soldiers home from the war on Mars.
More soldiers are coming out, Mommy.
Oh, Billy, I'm so excited.
Do you see him yet? Hey, Mom, that's a rocketeer with a green uniform. Oh, boy, he shoots rocket guns.
I don't see him. I don't see him yet. So many men, so many.
Can I have a drink of water, Mama? I'm thirsty.
I don't see him yet. I still don't see him.
I want a drink.
Billy, not now. Oh, look, I think that's Daddy. No. No, it's not. Oh, Michael, where are you?
I'm going to show my daddy my toy gun. We'll play Space Soldier together. We'll have fun.
Billy, I see him. I see your daddy.
Where? Which one is he?
Wave to him, Billy. He's looking around to see if we're here. In the yellow uniform, over there. Michael, darling, here we are, Michael.
He sees us, Mommy. He's running to us. He's pushing the other people away.
Oh, he looks so wonderful. So tired. Michael!
Mommy, why are you crying?
Because he's come home, dear. Michael's come home.
Hey, Dad, here we are. Yoo-hoo! Hey, Daddy!
Here he comes. Oh, Michael!
Mary, darling.
So long since I've held you. But, Michael, you've got to meet your son.
Hello, son.
Hello? Well, is that all you've got to say to your daddy?
Oh, he doesn't have to say anything. Just let me look at him.
Oh, you've got forever to do that now, darling. Because you're home. Our soldier has come home.
3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mom. Why is Daddy asleep?
He was tired, Billy. He wanted to rest.
He didn't talk much when we came home, did he?
No, but he will. You and he will have a lot to talk about.
Hey, I think I heard him getting up.
Well, we'll open the door carefully and peek in. Now be quiet in case he's still asleep.
It's all right. I'm awake.
Oh, well, you slept 2 hours.
Oh, I haven't been asleep. I'm just lying here.
Is something wrong, Michael? Do you feel all right?
Oh, sure. Just can't get used to being home.
I'll make a snack for you. Billy, now you can talk to your father.
Come here, son. Sit on the bed.
Okay, Dad.
I'll call you when everything's ready.
What do you want to tell me, Billy?
I don't know.
But your mother said...
Well, do you like me?
Well, of course I like you.
Will you play with me?
Well, I'm a little tired, son, but I guess it can be arranged. What do you want to play?
Soldiers, space soldiers. You're a soldier and
Play
all
something else.
You don't like me.
Just play something else, that's all.
All the kids think it's swell my dad's a space soldier. Nobody else in my gang has a dad who's gone to Mars. I told him when my dad came home, he showed me how to play real soldier and
Stop talking about it.
Yes, sir.
And don't say yes, sir, to me. I don't ever want to hear you say that. Well, stop crying. Men aren't supposed to cry. Space soldier. For 200 years, the world hasn't had a war. For 200 years, the human race finally got peace. Federated world in the years after 2000. Science flourishes. Civilization grows. Then we learn how to travel in outer space. First the moon for scientific observations. Then we go on to other planets. Mars. The one planet we know is capable of sustaining human life. And all the 200 years of peace gets rotted away because the Earth wants to explore Mars and the Martians object. New worlds to conquer. We're the Columbuses of 2000 plus.
and the interplanetary war begins. We have to fight for every canal, every inch on Mars. Well, I don't want any son of mine thinking it's so great. I hate it. Hate it.
I was gonna play space soldier with...
Space soldier? What do they do? Fill you full of the romance of Mars, the mysteries of the unknown? How can you or anybody on this particular world know what it's like in that unhuman place called Mars? Play, space soldier, play. I remember the patrol. Patrol into the red grass. Blades sharp as swords and covered with that sickening ooze of the Martian vegetation. We went on patrol, 14 of us. I was the patrol leader. All right, let's stop a minute. Halt! 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 You see anything?
Just the red grass. Wait, about a mile and a half over there, a sand belt.
Give me your glasses. Yeah, that's right.
Wherever the grass meets the sand belt, we gotta be careful. Those sand spiders, more dangerous than a cobra. One bite and you're dead in half a minute.
Men are all wearing shin boots.
We'd better put on our masks and gloves, too. Sometimes a spider crawls up the clothing.
Okay. Masks and gloves, protective gear.
Protective gear?
Oh, no. It's too quiet. I've always got the feeling the Martians are around when it's this quiet.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We'll go on now. Leo, you take 4 men and cover the left. Use electric rifles.
Yes, sir.
Have Mulroney take 4 men and cover the right. Torpedo pistols.
Yes, sir.
Ted and I'll take the other men and move straight on. Ted, we'll use atomic shell clips in our guns. If we meet opposition and have to blast them, Leo's and Mulroney's groups can cover us as we move around the area we've radiated. Better keep our belt Geiger counters handy.
Okay, Captain.
Let's move.
This slime from the grass sticks to everything.
Careful. Careful with those sharp rocks.
There certainly aren't any Martians on that sand belt, or we'd see them. If they're around here at all, they're between us and the sand belt, hiding in this red grass.
Look out, Pop. Jump away. You almost stepped on it.
Good Lord, I didn't see it. A tooth flower.
Those flowers are hard as ivory. It's a carnivorous plant. If you walk too close to it, it'll bite your leg in half.
Mars. The nightmare planet.
And we'll keep moving. And keep your eyes peeled for killer vegetation and enemy Martians.
It's getting hot.
Always gets like an oven about this time of day.
Leo's group is moving ahead. Apparently they found nothing dangerous yet.
Hello! Hello! They're waving. Everything's okay.
Don't be too sure. Look over there.
Sandstorm. Whipping across the sand belt. They come up in seconds, blast by at hundreds of miles an hour. Everybody down! Hit set! Yes, it's around. Mighty grass. Blues all over us. Those grass blades like an Indian taker lying down in a bed of knives.
Hug the dirt. Here comes the sandstorm.
Wait a few seconds. All right. Let's get up. Good.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2 men missing.
Here comes Leo.
Captain, 2 men, Davis and Martin.
What happened?
They're dead, sir. The wind tore Davis' jacket. A sand spider bit him. Wind carried a swarm of them into the grass.
What about Martin?
Don't know what caused it, but he's dead all right.
Come on. Let's take a look.
There he is, sir. His skin is natural, not blue the way it turns when a sand spider kills you.
Let me see. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
The Martians.
Martians?
They got him during the sandstorm. He must be around somewhere. Look at his back where I opened the jacket.
Hit by a sonic beam.
Right. Super sound wave gadget of theirs. Turns your guts to jelly. The Martians are here, all right. Now warn the men. Lie down. Give me your pocket magnet speaker, quick.
Here you are, sir.
Right. Leo, crawl on your belly over to the boys. Keep low. Okay. Let me know when you get there. Meanwhile, I'll talk on the magnet speaker.
Yes, sir.
The Martians will hear me. So here's some lingo they won't understand.
Now, get this. We got company for tea. Be trigger happy, and remember the Alamo.
Is Leo there yet?
Can't see him. Wait. He's coming on the UHF talkie. Snap on your earphones. Okay, Leo.
No sign of the enemy. We're fanning out. We're covered by the red grass. We passed word, shoot first.
Good.
That's an electric rifle.
Enemy sighted. The Jelly got one. They're east 200 yards.
Let's move in. Give them everything.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Ted.
Right with you.
Murder trying to crawl through this grass.
Torpedo pistols. Our owners group has made contact.
Leo. Leo?
Yeah?
Whoever reaches 100 yards, throw atomic grenade.
Right.
The Martians haven't returned any fire yet.
They're probably waiting till we get closer. And they'll fan the area with that sonic beam of theirs.
Shedlow's at 100 yards. He's throwing the cookies any second. Plug your ears.
Check.
That should have cleaned them out.
Well, we've got to be careful. We can't go in to see. We don't have any anti-radiation gear.
No sound from the Martians. Nothing.
Leo. Leo, any report from you?
I think we got it. Absolutely no sign of life.
Move south a few hundred yards, then east. Probe their positions.
Right.
Captain, I'm pretty sure it's all clear.
Yeah, you're probably right. I just feel conservative right now.
I'll be glad when they verify the Martians are cleaned out. This heat, this stinking grass. What a planet.
Well, at least the moon is dead. Why weren't we satisfied when we got to the moon? No, we had to go on to this forsaken... Listen.
The sonic beam. The Martians are attacking.
They must have had a group to the south. They got someone.
They're shattering them down. Let's get over there.
Stay here. We can't help them. Just hug the dirt.
Look at all those hands.
Don't you think I know that? What are two of us against a Martian patrol?
Try to reach Leo.
Leo. Leo. Come in, Leo. No response.
I gotta get over there.
You're staying here. We've got to stay here and try to get out later.
But Leo... Leo's my brother. My brother.
Well, here's your snack, darling. I hope you like... Where's Billy? I thought he was in here with you.
He went up.
To play?
I don't know.
Oh, he has been so looking forward to having his daddy back. All the kids in the neighborhood are waiting to meet you. He's been boasting about you for months, ever since we got word that you were coming home.
Yeah, I know.
Michael, is something wrong? Did you and Billy have a quarrel?
He's a stranger to me, Mary.
A stranger? Your own son?
He was just a baby when I left. I can't get used to him.
Oh, but you will. You can't help loving him.
I can't get to know him until he stops this terrible business of reminding me all the time. Reminding me of what I want to forget.
But he's proud of you, of what you've done, of what
You know, I told him what it was really like up there. He ran out of here crying.
Michael!
Well, what do you want me to do? Throw out my chest and brag about being a hero? Pretend that a planet called Mars, that Satan himself, with the aid of a few million devils, must have created, pretend that Mars is heaven? That fighting a war so far away it takes months to get there is fun for the kiddies? I'm sorry, Mary. Just leave me alone.
Michael, this isn't like you.
How do you know what I'm like after all these years? I hardly know myself at this moment. 5 years away from people. Away even from the one world in the universe that contains human beings.
But there were other men with you all the time, hundreds, thousands of them. What do you mean you were alone?
You don't understand.
Michael, darling, I'm worried about you.
A spaceship, 1/2 mile long. 11 weeks in flight, confined quarters. The same blank faces of men torn from their planet, catapulted into infinity. A fleck of controlled cosmic dust. And being alone. And on Mars, the base dug underground, living in plastic shells for barracks. Never being able to move except on patrols. All of us men in a nightmare. And being alone, in our souls alone. Give me some coffee.
All right, Michael. Here you are.
Thanks.
Michael, you're home now, and you're not alone anymore.
It's good coffee.
Tomorrow afternoon and evening, that is.
Yes?
I'm giving a party for you. At first, I was going to have it a surprise for you, but I think you should know.
I don't want a party.
We've our families here, and all your old friends. They want to see you, Michael. Everyone's so happy you're home.
Call it off.
But,
Michael... I don't want to see them. Can't you understand? I don't want to see them. Their smug hellos, their glad you're back chatter, their what's it like on another world and how's Mars, old man questions. They wouldn't understand the answers if I could somehow force myself to talk about it.
But it won't be like that. They love you. They're happy that
For the last time, no.
Darling, you can't go on like this. Fighting the Martians in your memories and fighting the human beings who love you. For your sake, Michael, I am not going to call off the party. Everyone is coming just as I planned, and you've got to meet them and see for yourself. You've got to understand for yourself that you're home again, on Earth, and that you have a life to live once more.
Do you mean that, Mary?
I do, Michael, darling, I do. Because I love you.
Well, I'm really a stranger in this house. Not really the head of it. Still alone. A barracks filled with chintz curtains of honor. Coffee. All right, Mary. Have your party. Without the guest of honor.
Michael! Michael!
To get out of the house. Walk, I'll walk forever. Sun shining, beautiful and peaceful. Trees, tall trees, green and yellow leaves. No red grass anywhere. The birds, what wonderful sounds they make. 5 years, never heard a bird. The only creatures that ever made a sound up there were the Martian controllees. Fat, greasy lizards that screamed like tortured souls. Look at those flowers. Blue, green, burnt orange, clean white. It's a sweet, glorious smell. Peaceful. So peaceful in which to be alone. The grass was short, soft carpet like blades. A carpet of green, cool and gentle. I'll just sit on the grass. Lie on the grass and rest. Rest and think. Think. I remember when Ted and I got back to command post. The Martian sky was dark. Clouds up there never looked like these clouds. We hadn't spoken to each other for a long while. How we got away alive from the ambush, I'll never know. And now we were coming to the base and the commander.
And that's the
Full report, Captain?
Yes, Commander. That's right, sir.
The fourth successful ambush by the Martians in as many days. We're going to have to do something drastic to stop it. Air observation doesn't help. Endless miles of grass and sand. The Martians are small. Hide in the stuff. Take on its coloring like chameleons.
If it weren't for their sonic beam, those killing sound waves, they could probably handle them.
I know.
Can't the Earth Science Council work out a defense, sir?
Yes, they're trying to. But even if they do, till we get it up here, we'll all be decimated. I'm thinking of an old weapon. Poison gas.
That's an outlawed weapon, isn't it, Commander?
Outlawed on Earth, yes. But we're not fighting on Earth, Captain. Sometimes I wish they'd never invented spaceships. Well, let's not worry about it now. You may need some rest. Report to the hospital barracks. Take 5 days there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, one more thing. Lieutenant, of the 12 men on the patrol who were lost, one was your brother. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Now get to the barracks and get some rest. We've got a lot to do in 5 days. That's all, gentlemen.
The commander is sorry. Now get to the barracks.
Don't take it so hard, Ted.
Oh, why shouldn't I? It isn't just because Leo was my brother, but because he was someone special. Up here on this rotten apple called Mars, we're all people out of touch with the decent things of our world.
Now, look, kid,
every man who lives here, lives up here, he's in his own vacuum. Can't believe what's happened to him. Finding himself in a place where things that are unreal to the human mind are everyday realities. But I had something. I had the one thing that made me a human being up here. I had someone who loved me, and whom I loved, and now he's dead, and I've got no one. I'm like everyone else up here now. I've got no one.
Mary? Mary? Mary?
Mommy isn't here.
Where is she, Billy?
She was crying. She went next door to the neighbors. Why'd you make my mommy cry? You're not nice. I don't like you.
I'm sorry, son. I guess I haven't been very nice at that. Come here, Billy. Son, I brought back a lot of bitterness from the other side of the universe. But a little while ago, I thought back to what another man told me on Mars. And I realized something that I didn't understand at the time. I'll be all right from now on, Billy. You and I are going to be real friends, real pals.
Can we play soldier?
How would you like to play baseball or build model jet planes together? Or go on a hike in the woods?
Gee, that'd be swell. I'd like that.
You didn't care what you did with your dad, just so you did something with him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And all you could think of was soldier, because that's what I did. Just proves how right Ted was. To be together and to love someone. That's what makes us human beings.
Michael.
Hello, Mary.
Daddy and I are going to play baseball and have a hike and everything. Oh, Michael. Michael.
It's all right now, darling. It's all right. Your soldiers come home.
Next week, another exciting and unusual story from the world of tomorrow, from the years beyond 2000 A.D. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Bill Griffith portrayed Mike, Joan Shea was Mary, Alan Shea was Billy, Charles Smith was Ted, and Lon Clark was the commander. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby, sound Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner, engineer Bob Albright. This is Ken Marvin speaking. program came from New York. 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 Program came.
I was alone in a room 100,000 miles from Earth. My body lay dead before me, and yet I spoke and felt and lived. Behind me lay a tortured world. Before me, the moon and destiny. Again, I felt the surge of power, and had I been able to, I would have smiled. My mission was accomplished. No one knew, no one understood. If they had, they would not believe. This was a project 3,000 years old, yet no one had guessed. No one.
Listen now to 2000 Plus. Adventures into the world of tomorrow. Science fiction stories from the years beyond 2000 A.D. Today, a story entitled The Flying Saucers. It is the year 2000 plus 12. A blazing New Mexico sun shines down upon a great military installation, upon a vast, noisy field, and upon a silvery shape which seems to strain forward, ready to leap up into space. In an executive office, a man sits in his chair, his eyes on the great rocket. Behind him, a girl waits for him to speak.
Better close that window, Eileen. The noise won't let a man think.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that's better.
I'm ready, Dr. Bronson.
Get this on tape as well as in shorthand. It's for the permanent files in Washington. It's got to go out in the next jet. I'll give you a signed sheet of stationery. Send it off to make the 5 o'clock connection. You got that?
Yes, sir. Recorder on. The letter to be transcribed over your signature and sent off on the 5 o'clock connecting plane.
Right. Heading, top secret. 2, National Scientific Council. Copies to Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense, the President. From Andrew Bronson. Forget the usual string of titles, Eileen. Chief Department of Extraterrestrial Research, White Sands, New Mexico. Regarding defense measures against aerial visitors listed in file AA-286 as flying saucers. 1. For the past 3 months, this secret experimental installation has been visited by flying saucers. First appearance coincided with the launching of our secret flying missile, Zeus. Details in report CB-286, A, B, and C. 2. Although the flying saucers have never landed, the frequency of their visits has tripled since the launching. As reported in the files cited, Zeus has not yet returned. 3. In view of the importance to national security of this secret installation and its experiments, the reports already mentioned were reviewed by JCS and the National Scientific Council. It was decided that the flying saucers were a potential menace and that countermeasures be undertaken. 4. Zeus 2, an improved model of our secret flying missile, has been completed and armed. It is equipped with mass attraction and proximity fuse devices. Warhead contains 5,000 pounds hexenite. Firing control automatic. See file CB-344. 5. The station has been placed in condition alert. Next visit from the flying saucers is expected momentarily. In view of the foregoing, we are in complete readiness. We will attack. Repeat. We will attack. Where's my pen?
Andrew.
This one doesn't work.
I'll get it. I saw your pen in your vest.
Don't touch that vest. I'll get it myself.
Did I do something wrong?
No. There, well, you might have been hurt.
Hurt?
No, never mind. There you are, my signature. Now, on your way.
Andrew, why can't I stay?
You know the orders, Eileen. We're going to test Zeus, too. You know anything can happen. Maybe the flying saucers will come back. If they do, we'll be ready for them. Besides, if the rudder should go wrong or the hexanite detonate... No. On your way now. The jet car's waiting downstairs.
Very well. But you will be careful, won't you?
Of course. Eileen.
Yes?
I've never told you...
Yes?
Never mind. Au revoir, my dear. Au revoir, my darling. Dr. Bronson to security. Come in, security.
Security, aye.
Has Miss Harkness phoned in yet?
No, sir.
Well, that's funny. I expected her to after sending off the latest reports. She should be home now. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Well, something must have happened to her. Send a security officer to check. What about the setup for the new test?
All ready, sir.
Oh, that's good. I hope nothing happens. Any report of flying saucers?
No, sir, not yet. But, sir, there's something funny about that. Every time we get ready for a test, even one of the minor missiles, one of the saucers appears. That's too much of a coincidence for comfort, sir.
Yes, I thought of that, too. You think there's a leak somewhere?
Yes, we've checked and rechecked. Nothing. But there's no doubt that someone's passing out information.
I see.
Of course, we'll keep on checking. Whoever is responsible...
Dr. Bronson. Radar control to Dr. Bronson.
Bronson here. What is it?
Flying saucer detected and registered. Computation center fed data. Data follows. Distance, 486 miles. Height, 50.2 miles. Speed, 5 miles per second. Estimated time of arrival at contact point, 1 minute, 58 seconds from now. Over.
1:58. Right. Let fire control.
Fire control alerted, sir. When may we expect you?
In 30 seconds. Over and off. Are you still on security?
Aye, sir.
Clear the field.
Field already cleared. I've just sent emergency red signal. We're waiting in control, sir.
Very well. I'm coming down right now. Over and off. Let me have my headset and hand mic, Scotty.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Bronson to fire control.
Fire control to Bronson. Everything ready here, Chief. Dolly's cleared from Zeus 2. Warhead armed.
Well done. Bronson to computation.
Computation.
Your figures checked through cybernetics?
Yes, sir. As reported, Zeus 2 should destroy flying saucers 6 seconds after blastoff. Firing time, 2200, 33 hours, 36 seconds.
Time check, everyone. Time is now 32 seconds to blast off. Condition red. I shall operate fire control remote. Strap in for firing. Security.
Security, aye.
Report.
Field cleared, guards alerted and shielded, anti-radiation up, warhead armed, Zeus 2 ready. Any further?
10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Get a bearing on that trajectory computation.
Trajectory established, being Fatty Mac. Trajectory correct, sir. Parabolic sound reflectors receiving. Contact 2233-42 right out of Nocha.
Good work, everyone. Security. Condition green. Well, boys, now to wait till someone phones in where the pieces fell. And then maybe we'll be finally knowing what the flying saucers are. Yes, Scotty. Has security located Eileen Harkness?
No, sir, not yet. Captain McDonald is here, sir. He has a man with him, says you should see him immediately.
Well, all right, bring him in. Yes. What is it?
McDonald thought you'd like to hear this, sir. This is Al Waters, a rancher from upstate. He flew down from his ranch this morning and reported to the state police. They sent him to us.
The saucer?
Yes, sir.
Where is it, Mr. Waters, the wreck?
Wreck? I didn't see no wreck, Doc.
What did you see?
I seen a flying saucer come down about half a mile from my ranch house. Saw it this morning when I was going after a lost calf.
He swears the saucer's undamaged, Dr. Bronson.
Huh. Well, it may not be the one You flew down, Mr. Waters?
Yep, got my own jet plane.
Well, can you take me up with you to your ranch, I mean?
Sure can. Glad to.
All right, we'll leave immediately. Scotty, you round up the crew, everyone. Have them load everything we need on the transport, the big job. When can I expect you?
Oh, give us 2 hours, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. Waters, let's get to your ranch.
There's the flying saucer, Doc.
Where?
You see them 2 peaks? That plateau between them, you see it? There, now the sun's hit it.
It is undamaged.
I'm putting her down.
Did you see any signs of life? Anything moving?
No, sir. Of course, I didn't get too close. I was might leery the thing.
I understand. It's just as well you didn't.
Hey, wait till she stops rolling, Doc. Sure are excited, ain't you?
I'm afraid so. Even scientists get excited sometimes.
Sure is big, ain't she?
Yes, must be over 300 feet in diameter. Now, there's an airlock.
Hey, you ain't going in.
Was that round door open when you first saw this?
I don't know. I don't remember. If you're going in, Doc, I'm going with you.
Well, thank you.
It'll be safer. There's 2 of us. Ain't got a gun?
No.
I'm glad I got mine then. Never can tell what you'll bump into. Don't you think you ought to wait for the rest of your gang?
I can't. I've got to see what's in there.
Okay.
Watch your head.
Right.
Inner door is still closed. Let's hope it'll open. That will.
Look at that. Sure looks complicated, don't it?
This must be the control room. I can't wait to inspect.
Ain't that another door over there?
Yes. You'd better stay here. Don't touch anything. I'll see if there's anyone still aboard.
Okay, Doc. Keep your eyes open.
A larger room. This must be the crew's quarters. There's no one here. Let's... What's that? I felt giddy for a second. Well, I'll take a look through it. Eileen. Eileen, wake up. Wake up. Unconscious. Eileen. Still unconscious. How did she get here? I've got to get a doctor. Waters. What are you doing at that control board?
If you look through the porthole, Dr. Bronson, you'll notice that we're miles up and still accelerating. We would have been higher if I hadn't to take such care with my takeoff.
Waters, are you crazy? Who are you? What are you taking me? Us?
You were right when you guessed that this is not the saucer you destroyed. It isn't. You were wrong when you said there was no crew on board. There is. You see, I am the crew. You
You should consider yourself very fortunate, Dr. Bronson. It's not everyone who can view the Earth from a distance of 100,000 miles.
You can put that gun away. Let me take care of Miss Harkness.
I've already assured you there's nothing wrong with her. Merely an advanced soporific. She'll recover quickly. In fact, here she is now.
Andrew.
Eileen, stay where you are. He has a gun.
Where are we? How did I get here?
I think you'd better sit down, Miss Harkness.
Who's he?
I don't know. He calls himself Waters.
Where are we? I looked out of a porthole.
Don't be frightened, Eileen. We're on a flying saucer.
A flying saucer?
Yes. How did you get here?
I don't know. I sent off the report, got into the car, and woke up here.
One of my operatives. I shall now engage the automatic controls, and the ship will fly itself until we get to the moon.
The moon?
Yes, that is our first stop. You see, fast as this saucer is, it would take us centuries to get to our ultimate destination. So we must transfer to a matter converter at our base on the moon, and we shall be in core almost instantly.
Core? What are you talking about?
Perhaps a little explanation is due you. We core are the inhabitants of the solar system you know as Rigel.
But that's 500 light years away.
Exactly. Although the speed of what you Earthmen have been pleased to call our flying saucers is approximately that of light, even that speed would entail a round trip of 1,000 years. True, the core are almost immortal, but for efficiency's sake, we set up a matter converter to flash us, or rather, I should say, our operatives, through space, instantaneously. Our base is on the dark side of the moon. From there, we transship to the saucers.
But why? Why are you so interested in Earth? Why haven't you let us know? Sent representatives to the World Council?
One thing at a time, Dr. Bronson. I see you partake of your pulp writer's suspicions that we intend to take over the Earth. The truth is just the opposite. We want Earth left strictly alone for our research.
How can we believe that?
The truth is self-explanatory. We've been visiting the Earth for over 3,000 years.
3,000 years?
Yes, Miss Harkness.
But why? For what reason?
A very simple reason. Our interests differ from yours. Without research, we become bored. To spend eternity in boredom, well, we are primarily psychologists, social psychologists, while you are engrossed in a mechanical civilization. Of course, we fostered that development.
I still don't understand it.
I didn't expect you to. However, in every society, there are certain problems, shall I say, which can only be solved experimentally. We have used you humans in our experiments. It's been extremely interesting.
You mean you've been using us as guinea pigs, as experimental animals?
You may put it that way if you wish.
I still don't see how.
Through our operatives.
That's the third time you've mentioned operatives. What do you mean?
We core possess no body, as you know it. We are constructed of energy. In order for us to visit Earth, it was necessary for us to construct human bodies and to inhabit them. We thereupon had an operative who could go to work on Earth.
You couldn't have gotten away with it. Someone must have suspected you.
Exactly. There were a few suspicions. So we took the memory of life on core away from our operatives and landed them on Earth, complete with an Earth history. You may remember Alexander the Great. He was one of our operatives. And François Villon. His task was to satirize his time and to lead the unrest which brought on the French Revolution. There we had another, Marat.
Villon, Marat. It's incredible.
Not at all. As one of your Earthmen, Emerson, said, an institution is the lengthened shadow of one man. We saw to it that the key men in each age were ours, our operatives. The problems they set Earth gave our scientists much material to work with. Enough for another few thousand years.
Then our inventions, our scientific advances were pushed on by you?
Yes, like giving an ape a stick to see what he will do with it.
Then our wars, our revolutions?
Naturally, wars and revolutions are part of the research. They're all part of the master plan. But don't forget, we fostered genius, too.
Why are you telling us all this?
Surely that must be clear even to you. You are perhaps the leading scientist in America, certainly the leading figure in the use of atomic power for extraterrestrial research, a key man. But doesn't that suggest something to you?
No. I can't believe it.
Certainly, my dear Bronson. You are one of our operatives. You've done your work, but your experiments have endangered our base on the moon. So it's time to transport you back to Core. The signal. We are approaching our base. It will be a comfort to leave this unpleasant body and to resume my right. Bronson, put down that hand.
Here, put this handkerchief over your nose, Eileen. The gas will clear away in a moment. I think it's all right now. The full force was directed at this core.
Oh, what was it?
I had a gas pen in my vest, an idea which was originated after some of our scientists were kidnapped by the Eastern Alliance. I never thought I'd have to use it on something like this.
Is he dead?
No, he's merely unconscious for a few minutes. The gas is harmless. See if you can find something to put around his hands and feet while I see if I can operate the controls. We've got to get back to Earth.
All right, Andrew.
They won't believe our story, but they'll have to believe the ship.
I can't find anything to use.
You'd better hurry.
All right. Andrew.
What is it? We haven't much time.
I thought you said the gas was harmless.
Of course it is.
But this man isn't unconscious. He's dead.
Dead?
There's no pulse, no breathing, no heartbeat. Oh, Andrew.
Now get hold of yourself. I don't know how to... If it was his life or ours, Eileen...
I neglected to inform you that a core of the upper grades can leave his body as he pleases. I see that I underestimated you, Dr. Bronson. You saw immediately that my weakest point was the human body of which I complained. Very clever.
I can't move.
I need no futile arms and hands in this form. A core carries power, for a core is power.
I take it you will rid us of our bodies, too.
Precisely.
Isn't there anything... If we promise to forget, you can make us forget.
Unfortunately, the matter is out of my hands. My orders were to recall 2 operatives.
2?
Yes. Miss Harkness was a psychometrist in her previous, shall I call it, incarnation. An excellent one, too, Draga. Or Eileen, as you're now called.
But this is inhuman.
Precisely. I am not human.
Let Eileen go. I'll go with you gladly, but I'll be...
No, Andrew. Take me instead.
The answer is the same for both of you. No.
What kind of fiends are you? Isn't there one of you with pity? Just one who knows what we feel, who's felt the agony of the millions you've made your guinea pigs?
You're speaking of sympathy? No. Yes, I stand corrected. There was one of Core who felt that strange emotion. Carter. An odd being, as I recall.
And I suppose you killed him?
No. A core being energy cannot be destroyed. We captured Carter and exiled him to your planet. An enormous task. He was one of our greatest scientists. That makes it all the more strange, you see. He wished to stop our experiment. Well, we lost track of him, but no matter. The unfit must go. That is the paramount law of nature. Enough of these digressions. It is time...
At least let me say goodbye.
A little time must elapse before I can build up the energy to free you of your body. You may have the time. Besides, it is a new experience to me. Most interesting.
Eileen, darling, it's too late now, but I want you to know I love you. I've loved you ever since you walked into my office 3 years ago.
And I love you, Andrew. I always have. I always will.
Very touching.
Don't be afraid. My darling.
This touching of lip to lip. Very interesting. Energy is undoubtedly transmitted. Very well, Dr. Bronson. It is time.
No, take me first. Let him go. Andrew.
Your emotion is senseless. I'm merely returning the two of you to your true being.
Oh, Andrew. My darling. My darling.
So, this is your odd emotion called love? This should make an interesting report. A minor report, it is true. But...
You have done your work, O Loka. You have done your work too well.
You are not the operative I was sent for?
No. I am Carter, at last. But now with 2 centuries of power I learned on Earth, there is no core who can withstand me now. Sympathy is the ability to feel what others feel. How do you feel now, Loka?
I don't understand. Unscientific.
No. Say mercy. Say it.
Unscientific. Mercy.
There shall be changes on Core. We must leave Earth alone to work out its destiny in its own way. Now, go to the converter and await me there. Draga. My Eileen.
Andrew,
Don't be afraid. The transition is painless. There is so much for us to do on Core, so much to teach them.
Andrew, I can't. I'm so frightened.
Don't be. Your power will soon be with me. For you, too, are Core. What those fools didn't know, that emotion, too, is power. With your love and mine, we can right the wrongs Core has done to Earth. There is eternity for both of us to spend together. Eileen. Draga.
I'm ready. My darling. Now.
And forever.
Next week on 2000 Plus, another dramatic story of unbelievable adventure. The story of a world of the past locked in the world of tomorrow. Time out of hand. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced and directed by Dreyer and Olsen Productions Incorporated. In today's production, Ralph Bell portrayed Dr. Bronson, Louis Van Ruten was Waters, Bryna Rayburn was Eileen, Ken Williams was Scotty. The script was written by Pierre Gerson. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby, sound Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner, engineer Martin Enghauser. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
All the time that I was alone, I thought of what I would do, if only I dared. And then I saw the robot.
2000 Plus, science fiction adventures in the world of tomorrow, the years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 Plus presents The Robot Killer.
So, you are Mr. Samuel Donaldson.
Yes, sir. Happy Sam, they call me.
Yes, I know. I have friends who think your television program is very funny. I do not.
That's a living, Professor Strager. Now, may I see the mechanical man I'm giving away as the jackpot prize on my show next week?
It is not a mechanical man, Mr. Donaldson. The correct word is robot. R-O-B-O-T.
I know.
This robot is a supreme achievement of our electronics division. We worked on it for 6 years. It will do whatever it is instructed to do. I simply do not understand how the management of this corporation can think of giving it away to this public, to this magnificent mechanism.
Oh, look, Professor, this corporation sponsors my TV show. We're on 1,246 stations. We're telecast in three-dimensional color, and the Happy Sam show is the number 2 favorite in the country. The sponsor thinks it would be a good advertising gimmick to offer a super jackpot prize, a mechanical man, a robot. And I never argue with a sponsor. Now, please, may I see what I've come to see?
All right, young man, I have no choice. Come along. There it is. Experimental robot 23.
Rather. He's really something, Professor. 6 feet tall. Shiny metal. Flexible fingers. Say, how does he work?
Very simply. His electronic controls respond to ultra-high frequency waves which emanate from this microphone box. Speak into the microphone. The robot will do whatever you order him to.
Anything?
Virtually. Robot 23 has an electronic brain. Try for yourself, yeah.
Okay. Sing Sweet Adeline.
Really, Mr. Donaldson, what a ridiculous request. You think the best scientific brains in the country work for 6 years for a robot? Heavens.
Will you be mine?
It really tried to sing.
He's very clever, Professor. Hey, watch this. Pick up that broom in the corner and sweep the floor. Oh, boy, the housewives who watch my program will love this. What? I'll be darned. Look at there. He's doing it. Okay, stop sweeping. What a gadget. What a giveaway. Now, I see something for the kiddies, and I'll... Hey, what is that?
That kitten is the pet of Dr. Broderick of the physics laboratory, and I assure you, you cannot give that away.
I don't want to give the kitten away. I just want a little heartthrob on the show for the youngsters. Here, kitty. Come here, kitty. Kitty. Come here, kitty. Now, kitty. Now, down on the floor you go. Now, down on the floor. Go ahead. And we'll show how gentle and friendly our jackpot prize robot is with pets. Now, give me the mic.
Mr. Donaldson, what are you going to do now?
Okay, Robot 23. Go over to the kitten. Pick it up. And pet the kitty. Nice kitty. Look at that. Isn't that sweet? Boy, what a camera shot on the air. Hey, what's he doing?
Robot 23, drop the kitten. Drop the kitten.
Drop kitten.
Oh, poor Tabby.
Why, he killed a kitten. Broke its neck.
He tried to pet it, and he killed it. Well, you see what comes when fools play with science. No good will come of giving this robot away to the public. I warn you, no good will come of it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, this is Happy Sam the Happy Man, welcoming you to another half hour of mirth and melody. Boys, how about a fanfare? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, you know that every week for the past 4 weeks, our grand super jackpot has been growing and growing. At this moment, these are the sensational prizes in that jackpot. A free rocket plane trip for 2 to Paris, flying in the new 150-passenger luxury rocket cruiser at 60,000 feet, only 3 hours and 10 minutes from New York to Paris. A Caddy atomic-powered sports roadster, the automobile that never needs gas or oil. It runs almost forever. A Krylon man suit tailored to your measure. Krylon is the wonder fabric guaranteed to last 100 years. And with this suit, a special set of 14 different Krylon chemical colors. Dip that suit in the color you prefer. Wear it, then change the color with another rinse. The suit is always pressed, always perfect. 14 suits in one. A complete wardrobe on your back. And the one thing money cannot buy, more money. Yes, $10,000 cash. Now, those are our jackpot prizes. And now, tonight, we add one more prize. A prize so fantastic and wonderful, nothing like it has ever been offered to a lucky winner before. This prize is a supreme achievement of modern science. It is an entire retinue of servants in one amazing machine. It is a slave to your every command. And here it is, Michael, the Mechanical Man. A wonderful robot. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now to determine who wins this giant jackpot and who wins this mechanical marvel, Michael, the Mechanical Man, 1,000 slaves in one amazing machine. Now, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, each and every one of you millions of people watching this program on your visit screens are receiving this program via microwave. And now our computators are in action. They are channeling every microwave reception on this program. When the spinner disc stops, if your television set is on, if you're the lucky person, you win the jackpot. Wait. The computator has finished. The engineer signals that the spinner disc is slowing down. And we have a winner tonight. We picked up a set who had us tuned in. Our pretty model is walking across the stage with a name. Thank you, honey. And now, here it is, the name you've all been waiting to hear. 423 North Glencoe Boulevard in Martin Hills, New York. Apartment 5B. Mr. John Hanold. Mr. John Hanold.
Sit down, Mr. Hanold. My practiced medical eye, judging from the smile on your face, tells me that you're pretty happy that Mrs. Hanold is being released from the hospital today.
No, it's not only that, Doctor. Don't tell me you haven't heard of my other good piece of luck. Everyone in town's been calling me for hours before I left for the hospital.
Another good piece of luck? No, I haven't heard.
Why, I won some fabulous prizes on the giveaway show, including $10,000.
Oh?
That means your bill's going to be paid. And I also got a trip to Paris and a Mechanical Man and Lord knows what.
Well, that's wonderful. I congratulate you. However, I think I will forget that trip to Paris for a while.
What?
In fact, wait a few hours before telling Mrs. Hanold about your good fortune.
Oh, but why, Doctor?
Mr. Hanold, after your wife's illness, she suffered a nervous breakdown. She became mentally unstable, but she's pretty good now, thanks to what the hospital has done. However, when you take her home, she must feel she's returning to her normal life. And winning $10,000 prizes isn't very normal.
Oh, I see.
The main thing we want to avoid is a relapse. She should have a few neighbors who can drop in and see her now and then.
Well, there's Miss Barton, Virginia Barton. She lives in the apartment next to us on our floor.
Oh, yes, your wife mentioned her occasionally. Do they get along all right?
I think so. Why?
Nothing, I just wondered. Well, Mrs. Hanold's waiting for you. I know you're very anxious to get her home. Nurse, have Mrs. Hanold come in, please. I think in another month or so she'll be fine. Oh, here she is now. Hello, Mrs. Hanold.
Mary, darling, am I glad to see you.
Hello, John. Hello, Doctor.
Yeah, what did I tell you? Doesn't she look fine?
Oh, she certainly does.
John, how good it is to be going home. I'm as excited as a schoolgirl.
Well, now, don't get too excited. You got to take it easy for a while.
Is that what the doctor said? He's such a worry bird.
You do what your husband says, Mrs. Hanold, and you'll just be fine.
See? Doctor's orders.
I promise. Thank you, Doctor. You've been very kind.
I'll drop in from time to time to see you. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Hanold.
Goodbye, Doctor. All right, dear, let's go. Let's go.
John, I can hardly believe it.
Well, the doctor told me to wait until you got home before telling you.
$10,000.
And the trip to Paris. Think of it. Oh, I hope we can take it in the summer during my vacation.
And a mechanical slave, John. Where will we put it?
Oh, now, wait, honey. You're not supposed to get excited. Oh, my boy, who can help it?
The crazy things they give away.
Oh, I'll see who it is.
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Virginia.
Who is it, darling?
Why, it's Virginia.
Mary, I just had to come and tell you how wonderful it is. Your being back and all those wonderful prizes.
It was very nice of you to come in, Virginia. And thank you for the supper you prepared for my homecoming.
I was delighted to, darling. When John asked me...
John asked you to?
Well, yes, he was so happy you were coming back. But John, doesn't Mary's being home call for a celebration? Can't we have a drink?
Well, I don't know, Virginia. Mary's supposed to get rest. Still, well, I suppose one sip won't hurt. But I'll have to go out and get something, though. I'll be right back.
Darling, when you get your prizes, I'll have cause to be jealous of you. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Jealous? Why?
Well, you'll have two men. John and Barovas. Poor little me, a bachelor gal all alone. You know, I really think you ought to give me one of them.
Which one would you like to have?
Darling, what a silly question. The mechanical man, of course. He doesn't drop ashes on the rugs. He'll wash the dishes and put out the cat. He'll never argue.
You're lying to me.
Why, Mary, you're serious.
What did you expect me to be?
I don't understand.
But I do. In the hospital, I began to understand a lot of things. I know the doctors thought something happened to my mind, but all that happened was that it became very clear, very sharp. And for the first time, I began to think clearly.
Darling, I think this excitement's been too much for you. I shouldn't have come in.
Because I was here? Is that why you shouldn't have come in?
You're wrong, Mary. Everything you're thinking is wrong.
John would come to the hospital only once a day.
But he was working.
Some days he wouldn't come at all.
Mary, you know he has to go out of town on business once in a while.
I know many things. I would lie in my hospital bed and the shadows would whisper to me. They would say, "Where is John now?" While you lie in an antiseptic bed in a hospital room that is as cold as a surgeon's knife, cutting your memories to pieces.
You frighten me.
Don't go. John will be back in a moment.
I have a headache. I've got to go.
But what will John say when you're not here?
You poor darling.
You poor sick Mary. Yes, walk out on me, Virginia. Leave me alone. But I'm not alone as I was in the hospital. I'm home now, my home. And I'm near you. Near enough to kill you. If only I could think of how to do it.
That robot's quite a guy, isn't it?
He looks something like the Tin Woodman of Oz that I used to read about.
Well, I doubt so, but he can do any of the things they said on that program. Well, my guess is they'll have to sell him for junk or give him away to some kids. Well, let's see. The directions say, turn on the racket switch for power, and then just talk into the microphone. Use simple phrases and precise instructions. Well, what's I tell him to do? He's your boyfriend.
Tell him to move the green chair about 2 feet back in the corner.
Okay. Move green chair back 2 feet into corner.
John, he's walking.
That's the darndest thing I ever saw. He did it. He's going to be all right.
John, does he have a name?
A name? Don't be silly.
He must have a name. He's almost like a person. Ask him.
What does he talk to? What is your name? Your name. Do you have a name? I see, he can't talk.
Don't ask him a question. Tell him to tell you. Do as the directions say.
Tell me your name. Experimental Robot 23.
Robot 23.
Kind of gives me the creeps.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Well, what would I do? He can't stand there staring at us. There's nothing for him to do around here.
The poker, that steel poker in the fireplace.
What about it?
He looks so strong. Tell him to bend it.
Bend it? Oh, Mary, that's solid steel. He's just a tin toy with electronic nerves.
Please, John, tell him.
But, honey, he'll probably get a short circuit or something, straining himself. Then we will have to jug him. Oh, all right. Bend poker there. Bend steel poker. I see, just picked it up. But nothing's happening. Bend it. You see, I told... Good Lord.
Oh, he's bending the steel as if it were taffy.
And did you see that? Why, it's almost as if he threw it down disdaining of showing off.
Why did you turn him off?
He's dangerous, Mary. Dangerous and frightening. I'm going to dismantle him.
No.
Now, wait, don't get so excited about it. You know what the doctor said.
Don't dismantle him, John, please.
All right. You insist. But remember, Mary, you're not to give him any orders except when I'm home.
Darling, I wouldn't do anything that wouldn't be right for me. 2 o'clock. Almost 4 hours until John comes home. Lock the door. And now to make him come to life again. Speak to me. Say to me, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Robert 23. How nice of you to visit me. Every day you visit me. Why do you do that, tell me? Because I love you.
Because I love you.
Because you love me. Oh, Robert 23, how handsome and strong you are. And you are mine. You do what I want you to do. You are my slave. Say to me, I am your slave.
I am your slave.
That vase that Virginia gave me last year, there, the blue one. Destroy that vase. Thank you, Robert 23, very much. Of all the things in the world I have, you are the most wonderful. Because you love me and obey me and would do anything for me. Anything. Oh, the door, someone there. It can't be John. It's much too early for John. I'll see who it is, and you will wait for me. Wait, as you always do. You. Hello, Mary. I'm sorry to disturb you. What do you want? This package was delivered to my door. Something you probably ordered by phone. It's marked 5D, but your name's on it. Should have said 5B. Yes, from the grocery. Oh, is that the mechanical man standing in the living room? That is Robert 23. Does he really work? He's awfully big and clumsy looking. He's come to visit me. He's mine. He doesn't love you. Doesn't love... Of course not, Mary. Of course not. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Is there anything I can do for you? No, nothing. Go away. You saw her, didn't you? Say, yes, I saw her.
Yes, I saw her.
She's the one I hate. And John is the one I love. And you love me. Say, I love you.
I love you.
You must destroy her the way we destroyed the vase. Now that you've seen her, you know my secret. And you will kill her for me because you are my slave. Say, I will kill her.
I will kill her.
Hello?
John,
This is Virginia.
Oh, hello, Virginia. It's a pleasant surprise. Why are you calling me?
It's about Mary.
Mary. Has something happened? What is it?
I rang your doorbell a few minutes ago. One of Mary's packages had been delivered to me by mistake. She came to the door.
Yes?
She acted very strangely, particularly when I asked about the mechanical man, the robot.
Well, what do you mean, Virginia? Strangely.
She wouldn't let me come in and look at him. She said he didn't love me.
What?
She was in a strange mental state. John, are you sure she's all right?
Virginia, listen, the robot wasn't moving or doing anything, was it?
Not that I could notice. But Mary's attitude and her odd remarks.
I knew I shouldn't have accepted that tin monster. Well, I'll get home as soon as I can, Virginia. Thanks for calling.
Hello?
Dr. Rosenblatt, this is John Hanold.
Oh, yes, Mr. Arnold.
A neighbor just called me. Mary's acting strangely. I'm worried.
I don't understand, Mr. Arnold.
Well, we won some prizes on a TV show a few days ago, and one of them was a mechanical man, a robot.
Oh, yes, you told me about it.
Well, the robot, in my opinion, is a dangerous gadget. Well, anyway, one of the neighbors reported that Mary is talking strangely about it. I wonder if you could meet me at the apartment. It'll take me about half an hour to get there.
Mr. Hanold, I hope you'll forgive me, but you've got to expect that neighbors with all the goodwill in the world tend to exaggerate the actions of the people whom they've known to have been mentally ill. I'm sure there's nothing to be alarmed about.
Yes, but, Doctor, this neighbor is a good friend and an intelligent woman.
Well, I've had a lot of experience in these matters, Mr. Hanold. However, to ease your mind, I'll try to drop over sometime this evening or in the morning. We'll have a talk about it. I'm in a meeting now.
Well, all right, Doctor. If you say so. Thanks very much.
Hello?
Oh, Virginia, this is John.
Yes, John.
I just spoke to the doctor. He thinks there's nothing to worry about, but, well, I wonder if you'd do me a great favor.
Of course, John. What is it?
I've got a few things here to clean up at the desk, so I can't get home right away. I wonder if you'd go in and stay with Mary until I get there.
But, John, frankly, I'm a little frightened.
Well, that's silly, Virginia. After all, what can happen?
Door again, the door. Wait, Robot 23, and I'll come back to you. Say, I will wait for you.
I will wait for you.
Thank you, darling. Mary, I wonder if I could visit with you for a while. Why? Why do you want to visit with me? Why, darling, I'm your neighbor. And I thought it would be very nice if we had tea. Don't you want me to come in, Mary? Yes. Yes, I do want you to come in. Come in and meet Robot 23. Mary, he's moved since I saw him last. He was standing by the fireplace when I was at the door before. And now he's by the sofa. Oh, darling, that lovely vase I gave you and Johnny. It's broken. Broken in a million pieces. I had him do it. He did it. He did it. What do you mean? You know what I mean. You and your lies and your deceit. Mary, what are you doing? Why are you picking up that microphone? Robot 23 loves me as I love John. And you won't destroy my love. You won't. Robot 23, don't you her. Kill her. Kill her. Mary. Mary. No. No.
Virginia, please stop crying. Good heavens, what happened?
Mary.
Excuse me, Mr. Hanold, but I think I can tell you what happened. I'm Professor Strager, one of the men who built that robot. I came to your apartment hoping to persuade you to return the robot. There was a dreadful commotion inside. Called this patrolman in the corner, and we forced our way in here. The robot was moving toward this young lady here.
I tried to get away. Wherever I went, it came after me.
I shut off the control box and stopped the robot.
Mary wanted to kill me, John. Kill me.
Doctor, how's Mary? Is she all right? I've given her sedatives, Mr. Harold. I'll take her back to the hospital in a few hours. All this excitement. However, I'm sure she'll be all right in another month or two.
But she tried to kill me. She tried to kill me.
For some reason, she was jealous of you. But now that we know her obsession, we can treat it psychiatrically.
She'll be all right, Doctor. She won't try to kill again. I think what might have happened to Virginia.
Mr. Harold, nothing would have happened. You see, your wife told the robot to kill. But that was not an instruction the robot could carry out.
What do you mean, Professor? You said yourself the robot was going toward Virginia.
Yes, of course, because your wife said go to her. A simple physical action the robot is capable of performing due to its directional mechanism. However, the command kill is not sufficiently explicit. The robot cannot kill in general. It must have step-by-step instructions as to how the command is to be carried out. You see, Mr. Harold, I might put it this way. To strike out blindly, to kill without thinking, requires an emotional drive, the capacity to hate. And that the robot cannot do. It is, after all, a machine, not a human being.
Out of the night, the rocket. Under my knife, the skull.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow. The years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents The Rocket and the Skull.
Lieutenant, have you heard from Colonel Bradbury yet?
No, sir. I've been trying to for 10 minutes.
Well, try again.
Yes, sir. B for base to R for rocket. B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
Every time Bradbury's more than 5 minutes late, I get the jitters. He's too important for this project not to know where he is every moment.
Yes, sir. B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
Try a scanner beam. He should be on the all-clear level out of Detroit.
Yes, sir. B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
We can't afford to have anything happen to him. The first experiment is being conducted tomorrow morning. Bradbury's the only man who knows every step of the routine.
B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
You're not getting him. Cut the scanner and return to standard beam.
Yes, sir. Come in, R for rocket.
He should have left an hour earlier, and he could have taken a scheduled flight. But no, he has to work up to the last minute and then fly his own plane to get here in time.
B for base to R for rocket. R for rocket.
B for base. This is R for rocket.
Oh, there he is, sir. Beam contact at 14 over 6. He's about 80 miles out of Detroit.
Give me that mic. Brad, this is General Hilton. Are you receiving me?
Go ahead, General.
What happened? We couldn't contact you.
Had some trouble with my stabilizer. Thought I might have to land. But it's okay now.
Are you sure? We can't have anything happen to you.
Don't worry, sir.
The first experiment is being conducted tomorrow morning. Everything is ready for you.
Good.
The entire general staff will be there. Maybe the president himself. Is there anything you want me to have done before you come in? Brad, anything you want done? Hello, R for rocket. I'm not getting a response.
B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket. Funny, sir. He was receiving clear as a bell. Come in, R for rocket.
He said the stabilizer had been acting up. That can mean a lot of trouble at 700 miles an hour. What's that?
Automatic distress signal, sir.
coming from Colonel Bradbury's plane. Hello, Crash Central. This is V for base. Automatic distress signal coming in on channel 420. Colonel Bradbury flying a rocket jet X-93. Hey,
it stopped.
V for base to Crash Central. Automatic signal ceased to register at beam contact 16/8. Carry out emergency crash procedures. Repeat, Colonel Bradbury's rocket jet X-93 has crashed on beam position 16/8. Check out.
I'm glad you were able to get here, General. We're going to operate very shortly.
Doctor, it's a miracle he's alive.
It will be more of a miracle if he's alive 1 hour from now.
You've got to save him. He's an important man.
Yes, the White House called, and so did the Pentagon. We know Colonel Bradbury is important, but a shattered skull is very difficult.
I know you'll do all you can.
Stay right here, General. We'll keep you informed.
Well, it's out of our hands.
I have a report from Crash Central, sir.
Well?
Apparently, Colonel Bradbury used the catapult parachute just before the plane crashed. Otherwise, he would have been killed instantly. When he was catapulted up, his chute didn't open. He fell into a group of trees.
Poor Brad. It might have been better if he'd stayed in the ship. You heard what the doctor said?
Yes, sir.
A shattered skull. The one brain we need to carry out the experiment tomorrow, and this is what happened.
Probe. Clamp. Sponge. Scalpel. Mark my eyebrow, nurse. Clamps.
Systolic, 80/40. Patient thinking, sir.
More oxygen.
Yes, doctor. Patient responding, sir.
Good. Scalpel. Sponge. Clamps.
Scalpel. I'm completely out, Lieutenant. Have you a cigarette?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks. Oh, this waiting. Waiting. It's been more than an hour.
Brain surgery is very delicate, sir. May take another hour, or even more.
You carried out my orders to postpone the experiment?
Yes, sir, until further notice.
If Brad doesn't live, we'll have to start another man all over. May set the project back a year, and the year could be dangerous. Oh, you look surprised, Lieutenant. You don't know what this experiment's all about, do you?
Well, I see the code name for it on the paper, sir, but it never has a description. After all, it's marked top secret.
Maybe it's about time you were told. With Brad upstairs hanging on to life by a thread, I'm going to need a bright young man to give me some important assistance. You've come through with pretty good colors these last many hours.
Thank you, sir.
Well, we'll talk more about it in a little while. Right now, I'm going to stretch out and try to rest. I'm about done in.
If I hear anything, I'll awaken you, sir.
I don't expect I'll sleep. Not with the fate of the world depending on a surgeon's knife upstairs in the operating theater.
Sponge. Clamp. Adjust the light, nurse. Scalpel. Probe. Yes, quite a bone fragment. Sponge. Clamps.
Systolic, 70/40.
Oxygen again.
It's pure oxygen now, sir.
Nurse, prepare for transfusion.
60/40. Patient thinking, sir.
That's right, nurse. Go ahead, Dr. Bowen. Hurry.
Condition same, doctor.
He's getting the transfusion. Let me help you, Dr. Bowen. There. Well?
Systolic, 80/40.
Good. He's responding. All right. Scalpel. Probe. Clamp.
Too nervous even to rest. How long has it been?
Almost 2 hours, sir.
2 hours. Just about now, the general staff would be arriving, and Brad would be checking everything for the experiment in the morning. Lieutenant, have you any guess about that experiment, about what it is?
Well, my guess is it's about a new kind of aircraft.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, just because it's an Air Force project.
Well, I wouldn't say you were warm, but you aren't cold either. The experiment and the reason it's so important concerns a rocket to the moon.
A rocket to the moon? But why, sir? Why send one there?
Who controls the moon controls the world. If we had rockets on the moon, we could compel peace on Earth. The United Nations would press a button and wipe any aggressor off the face of the Earth.
But that means space travel.
You don't mean that we...
No, Lieutenant, we haven't found the way to send rocket ships with human beings through space. Not yet, anyway. But the rocket we're experimenting with is a two-way rocket. It can land on the moon and return from the moon, all electronically controlled from the Earth.
Sounds fantastic, sir.
Oh, it's quite feasible, I assure you. But we have reason to believe that we're not the only nation thinking of this. Time is of the essence. Colonel Bradbury knows more about operating these rockets than any man alive. And just on the verge of the experiment, this has to happen. Shh. Quiet.
General Hilton.
Yes?
Dr. Riggio asked me to take a message down to you from the operating room.
Brad. He's dead, isn't he?
No, General. He's still hanging on. Dr. Riggio says that he now has a 30% chance of surviving.
Thank God.
Part of Colonel Bradbury's skull has been fragmented. A head plate will have to be put on. Because of the size of the area, a new metal alloy plate will be used. It'll take at least 5 or 6 more hours. Dr. Riggio suggests you go home, General, where you'll be more comfortable. The hospital will phone you if anything happens.
He's coming out of it. Colonel Bradbury, can you hear me? This is Dr. Riggio. Nurse, open the blinds a little. Yeah, good. Now ease his back with the pillow. I'll hold him. Fine, thank you. 10 days since the operation, and he's just now coming out of it. He's a strong man. Almost any other person would have died. Colonel Bradbury. Colonel Bradbury, can you hear me?
The base rocket. Our rocket.
He's beginning to talk. Nurse, have Dr. Keyes come in at once.
Stabilizer off. Our rocket. General Hilton. Wrong. Something wrong.
It's all right, Colonel. Take it easy.
You called for me. The nurse said he was coming out of it.
He's talking erratically. Typical stuff.
Rocket base.
That sort of thing.
Well, it's technical jargon. Air Force lingo.
Mars. Martians.
Mars? Martian?
They use all sorts of code names. Mars is probably one of them.
I think in about 48 hours he ought to be out of shock completely. We can call General Hilton. Tell him to come over day after tomorrow. Now, take it easy, Colonel. 6 months, and you ought to be in pretty good shape. Nurse, keep him comfortable. Dr. Keyes and I will leave now.
Rocket. Stabilizer off. Wrong. Something wrong. Must call General. Call General Hilton. Mars. Martians. Mars.
Now read that back to me, please. Memorandum to General Staff. 1. The new experiment is tentatively planned for April 3rd, 2000 plus 6. 2. All security measures have been taken. 3. Although severely handicapped by Colonel Bradbury's absence, newly trained specialists will endeavor to fill the gaps. Anything more, General?
No, Lieutenant. Sorry, I should say no, Captain. You like that extra bar?
Certainly do, sir.
Well, you've earned it, Bob. You've been a great help to me. Okay, note the memo is top secret and send it facsimile to the Pentagon. Oh, I'll take it. Never mind. General Hilton. Who? The President. Oh, yes, Mr. President. Of course, sir. Well, I've just prepared a memorandum, but that's only 2 weeks, Mr. President. We assumed about 60 days. Oh. Yes, sir. We'll work day and night to do it. Thank you, Mr. President. Captain, change the date in the first paragraph of the memo. The new experiment is to take place in 2 weeks.
General, that's almost impossible.
I know it, and you know it. But there's one man who doesn't know it, and he says it's got to be done. I'm not disposed to argue with the President of the United States.
I'd like to double-check some of my notes on Colonel Bradbury with you.
Of course, Doctor.
Well, this afternoon, the General's coming to see him.
but Colonel Bradbury needs months of convalescence. And he's not too lucid.
Now, that's the point. He's not too lucid, but weak as he is, he talks normally for a while, makes sense, and then that strange reaction sets in. I've observed it myself 3 times.
Well, head injury cases are quite unpredictable.
Yes, perhaps, but according to my notes, Colonel Bradbury's strange reaction has taken place always either at 10 a.m. or 5 p.m. Of the 3 instances I've observed, 2 have been at 10, 1 at 5.
Well, that is unusual.
And in each instance, well, I can see him now in my mind's eye. He's sitting or lying in bed, talking quite sensibly, although in a weak voice. Suddenly he becomes tense. He grimaces as if his head were in pain. He even clutches the bedclothes with tight fists. He appears to be rigid. Then, after a few minutes, invariably comes a flood of disjointed, disconnected sentences about messages, emergency, crisis, fate of the world, and Mars. Now, General Hilton is going to visit the Colonel this afternoon at about 5 o'clock.
And you expect the Colonel to have another strange reaction?
I don't know.
Well, surely General Hilton realizes that a man who's had severe surgery
I can't tell what the General will realize, but my fear is that he may feel the Colonel is not improving as well as he might, and he may call in other doctors.
But we're doing everything humanly possible.
That is the irony of the situation. I could have killed the Colonel in surgery. It would have been very easy. But where important government officials are concerned, I get worried. If we ever were investigated carefully, they might find out who you and I really are. And that would be dangerous. Very dangerous indeed.
In here? Thank you, nurse.
Hello, Brad. Hello, General.
Understand you wanted to see me. I came as soon as I could.
Sit down.
Sure, Brad. Don't worry about me. Brad, we're rescheduling the experiment. Do you feel up to answering a few questions about it?
Experiment? Something to tell you.
Sure, Brad, sure. I know there's a lot you want to tell me, but well, you're still a sick guy, so suppose I just ask you a few questions and you answer them yes or no. That'll save your energy.
Time? What time is it?
Why, it's a few seconds before 5 o'clock. Why?
Coming. Message coming.
Message coming? What message?
Trying to tell you. Couldn't tell anyone else. Mars. Martians.
Mars? Martians? Trying to tell me what? Brad, for heaven's sake, what's the matter, Brad? Nurse, doctor, something's happening to Colonel Bradbury. Hurry! Hurry!
Colonel. Dr. Riggio, can you hear me?
Mars.
General Hilton is here, too. You remember? I'm sorry, General. Strange things happen to the human mind. His skull is a metal plate.
Mars. Calling Mars. Earth calling Mars.
Message. It's like a fit. Look at him.
Agent reporting. Urgent. Calling Mars. You are received. Mars receiving your call. Proceed.
Colonel Bradbury. Colonel. The nurse will try a hypo. Get one for me, please.
Rocket to moon experiment will take place in 12 Earth days.
Experiment.
Entry to Colonel Bradbury was to postpone project indefinitely.
Thank you, nurse. Now I'll inject. There. You should relax in a moment.
Bradbury incapacitated. Government has ordered experiment to proceed. Here are your further orders. The experiment must fail.
No.
You are to be certain that all steps are taken.
There. The hypo has released his tension. He'll sleep now. He'll be all right when he awakens.
Yes, but what happened to him, Doctor?
I'm not certain, General, but in a few days we may be able to tell more.
I know you're doing everything possible, Doctor, and we're grateful for your saving Brad's life. But mightn't it be wise to call in some specialists, some other doctors for consultation? There's so much information and advice we need from Colonel Bradbury.
Call in other doctors? Well, General, I don't know that that's necessary.
It's so strange watching him, almost as if he were listening to something. You know, now that I think of it, he did say something about a message. Do you think there's any connection?
I hardly think so, General. After all, we didn't hear anything. No. I'm afraid it was just the erratic talk of a sick and injured brain.
General, you really went through an experience watching the colonel like that.
Captain, he was almost in a fit. Had some crazy idea he was getting messages.
Messages?
Just hallucinations. He was off his rocker for a while. I'm afraid I was a little brusque with Dr. Reggio. He's a fine man, but I'd feel better if some other medicos looked at Brad, too. Arrange for some specialist from Army Medical to examine him, will you, Captain?
Yes, sir. I'll do it promptly.
And one thing more. On the experiment file, you'll find it.
General Hilton's office. One moment, please. For you, sir. Pentagon, Intelligence Section.
Intelligence? Well. Hello, General Hilton. Yes? Yes? Are you certain? Well, have the President and the Chief of Staff been informed? Good. Yes, I'll be over in 15 minutes. Right. Order my car, Captain. Things are happening.
Yes, sir. General Hilton's car, stand by at West Entrance. What thing, sir?
Intelligence reports that the Eastern Alliance is definitely planning a moon rocket for blastoff in 6 days. You know what that means if they get there before the United Nations.
6 days, and we won't be ready for 14 days. We really wanted 3 months.
That's right.
But how?
Somehow they must have found out about our experiment and have agents that feed for some of our vital data. That's what the emergency meeting is about.
Well, your car's ready, General.
Good luck. We're going to need it, Captain. We're going to need it.
Keyes. Dr. Keyes. Have you heard?
What is it?
Some other doctors are examining Colonel Bradbury. Yes, I just met them.
What?
Of course, I gave them permission. I had no choice. General Hilton requested it yesterday.
Who are they?
That's just it. Army Medical. Army.
How you can be so cold and calculating in surgery and so nervous now, I cannot understand. Your record here is flawless. Your operation on Bradbury is superb. No suspicion will attach to you or to me. If we conduct ourselves in a normal and professional manner, what is the risk?
But they are the Army. Now, that means an intelligence section. They have routines about these things.
We have no choice but to keep up appearances.
I know. But if they ever find out that we are the agents of the Eastern Alliance, that we have masterminded the theft of certain moon rocket data, they will be ruthless, Dr. Keyes. Ruthless.
General Hilton's office. Oh, I'm sorry, the general isn't here. This is his aide. No, sir, I don't know when he'll return. I suggest you place the information on our private facsimile line in code. Our extension is 83. I'll then give the papers to the general when he arrives. Yes, sir, I'll turn the facsimile line on now, sir. We can receive it at once. Thank you. It's coming in now. Report regarding Colonel Bradbury. Item 1. Good heavens, Dr. Reggio. Item 2. A metal plate surgically applied to Colonel Bradbury's skull. The metal skull plate. Martian voices. So that's what the Colonel's hallucinations are. It's fantastic. There, the message is ended. We must move quickly. Very quickly. Military police. Hello, General Hilton's office. At Central Hospital, there are 2 staff doctors, Dr. Reggio and Dr. Keyes. Right. Place them under arrest at once. Hello? Message headquarters, please. This is General Hilton's aide. When the General returns, tell him I'll be at Central Hospital talking to Colonel Bradbury. I'm the General's aide. You can describe the voices to me. Now, what happened?
My whole head vibrates. Very painful. Then I hear voices.
What do they say?
They're talking to Mars. Martians.
Well, apparently the metal plate on your head somehow picks up certain high-frequency radio waves. At least that's the theory of the Army medical experts.
But the Martians, they want to stop the moon rocket. Enemies from another world.
No, Colonel, you can't really believe that. You must have misunderstood. The real enemies are the Eastern Alliance, but their agents have been caught. Their moon project won't take place for a long time as a result. Now, you just take it easy, sir. The Army is going to track down that wavelength that bothers your head. Then you'll recuperate peacefully.
Captain, it's true.
Excuse me, sir. It's almost 5 o'clock. I've got to be going, sir. Just take it easy, please.
Yes.
83.
38.
91.
19. Kronos.
Kronos is 643.
Your code is correct. Go ahead.
Do not send the message to Mars on the regular wavelength at 5 o'clock. Hereafter, use the alternate wavelength. I will submit a report explaining how our communications were discovered. But you can report this. The Eastern Alliance agents have been captured by the Americans. This reduces the chances of the Earth sending a moon rocket from 2 to only 1. I will see to it that 1 does not succeed.
Are you positive you can execute this plan?
Without question.
Go on.
You may report to my superiors on Mars that their observation base on the moon is safe from discovery. Mars will continue to be the only planet controlling outer space. That is all.
It shall be reported.
Captain, I just read that facsimile message in my office. Came as quickly as I could. Now, what on earth is happening?
Nothing on Earth is happening, General.
What are you talking about?
Why, I mean, everything's all right now, sir, isn't it? The Eastern Alliance has been taken care of, and there's reason to believe Colonel Bradbury's weird hallucinations won't recur anymore.
Oh, those are the 2 best pieces of news I've heard all day. Captain, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Thank you, sir. I just try to do the best I can for my country.
Next week, another exciting adventure from the world of tomorrow, from the years beyond 2000 A.D. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Renolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Arnold Robertson portrayed General Hilton, Bill Griffiths was the lieutenant, Gregory Morton was Dr. Riggio, Nat Poland was Colonel Bradbury, and Merrill Jones was Dr. Keyes. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Bob Aldrich. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
The feature was transcribed.
Not
my story in a moment on 2000 Plus. Listen.
Adventures in the world of tomorrow. Dramatic stories of science fiction from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, the story of a horrible nightmare that wouldn't stop, even when the dreamer woke up. A story called The Green Thing. It is the year 2000 plus 175. It is late evening, and all is peaceful and quiet in Dr. Harvey Glendon's sanitarium. Outside, on a vast estate that stretches away from the main building, there are only the soft country noises, the wind sighing in the trees, the shrill chirpings of innumerable crickets. In the well-furnished rooms, the patients sleep, stretched out on comfortable mattresses and clean white sheets, the country breezes straying over their forms. In room 32B, Mr. Summers sleeps peacefully with his head on a fluffy pillow. He sleeps and he dreams.
Help me! Help me! Please!
So, in the light of the growing psychological problems facing our nation, the government has sent me to you, Dr. Glendon, to enlist your aid, since you're the country's outstanding psychiatrist.
Well, I'm honored indeed, Mr. Carley. But I don't know that there's much I can tell you about the advancement of psychiatric research that isn't being published in the medical journals.
Well, Dr. Glendon, isn't there anything that you're working on now, something definite? I know you're a cautious scholar, but...
Look, Mr. Carling, it isn't possible to announce sweeping new generalizations in our kind of science. Our work is painstaking, complex, highly subjective. You take the case of one of the patients here in the sanitarium. Oh, Betty, will you bring our records of Mr. Summers?
Oh, yes, Dr. Glendon, just one moment.
Summers is about 40, 41. He was admitted 5 months ago, suffering from a melancholia.
Here are the records, Doctor.
Oh, thanks, Betty. Now, as you can see from these notations, he's been feeling much better the past few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I see.
Until last night, when he suddenly woke up screaming in his bed. He was being attacked, he shouted, by some sort of green devil. We had the hardest job getting him under control. Now, in the past, Summers had spoken quite often of a green hat that he lost as a child. His father, he remembered, had punished him severely for losing it. In later life...
Mr. Glendon, this is all very interesting, but you can hardly call this dream analysis anything new.
Yes, it has been known for centuries.
Well, then I don't understand...
Mr. Carling, I know why you came to see me. Apparently, I haven't been able to keep my achievement as secret as I'd hoped.
That's right, sir. We've heard rumors.
All right, Mr. Carling. I've said that Mr. Summers' dream is very unusual. Now, would you like to see it?
You mean see his dream?
Exactly. I'm going to show you a motion picture of Mr. Summers' dream. Photographed from the subconscious mind, exactly as he dreamed it. I attach special nerve electrodes, and these electrodes pick up the current impulses of the brain. Then these impulses are transmuted back into pictures on the film of the machine. Really very similar to the method of wireless photography.
Here's Mr. Summers' dream reel, Doctor.
Oh, fine. Thanks, Eddie. The projector tube is ready, so I'll just place the dream reel in it. And there. Hold on to your hat, Mr. Carling. You're going to see an actual dream.
Mr. Klauber. 3 slices of lemon drops will do. He thinks I don't see him putting the pennies in his pocket when he knows they belong to me.
3 slices of lemon drops it is, little boy.
I'm not a little boy, Klauber, and you know it. I'm all grown up, and I don't come to your store anymore. I don't even live here anymore, and you steal pennies.
All right. Get out now, little boy. Take your lemon drops and get out. Get out.
Music. I didn't know Klauber had music in his store. I don't like his music. I'll slam his door. I'll go out in the street. Now there won't be any more penny-stealing music. Oh, what's that? It won't go away. It won't go away.
Summers, I am calling you.
What's that? It's not Klauber. It's green. It's a monster with great pink eyes on long stalks. It's standing in front of me. It has claws.
You're not the little boy anymore, Summers.
Oh, no, don't touch me with your claws.
Come with me now, Summers. You are mine. You belong to me.
No. You're touching me. Don't. Help me. Help me, please.
Betty got to him at that moment, and the dream machine shut off.
Phew, some dream. What effect will the discovery of this dream machine have on psychiatric research, Dr. Glendon?
Well, I've only just perfected it about 4 or 5 months ago. We've got perhaps 40 or 50 photographed dreams in our files.
40 or 50?
Yeah. However, as far as developing new techniques and treatments, maybe years before I can get them analyzed and correlated so that overall theories can be drawn from them.
As long as that?
So now you understand, Mr. Cowling, why it's a little difficult for me to answer your questions.
That dream was fascinating. I've never seen anything like it. Doctor, I know I'm presuming on your time, but I'd like to see just one more. I'll have to report on these at the Government Bureau.
Well, only one more, though. I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy.
What about this one here? The purple tag. What's that for?
I haven't seen that one myself yet. Purple tag means it's in the violent ward. Mr. Rolfe. Sick man. Well, we'll try it. All set?
White mice. How'd you do, Mrs. Kemp? For I'm climbing a wall, and there's only 2 of us. Now 1. Me, I'm alone. Don't take that balloon.
Much sense of that. Gibberish, I'm afraid. Rolfe's a difficult case. Homicidal tendencies. Comes from a good family. Was a very successful businessman.
Can you do anything for him?
Oh, I think so. There are times when he can be reached, lucid moments. And some of his dreams provide clues. Here, see?
Now, 74. That'll show him. 74, 70. You're not frightening me. I don't believe you. You can't scare me. Oh, no. Don't touch me. Your claws. Your green claws. Oh, your green claws.
Doctor, look. On the screen. Look, there it is again. That green thing. No. It can't be. It's impossible. 2 people can't possibly have the same dream.
I don't understand it, Betty. I can't understand it. I've been through all the records of both of them, Summers and Rolfe. There's nothing in their background that would cause them to have the same dream. Are you sure they haven't been together at some time?
I'm positive, Doctor, they haven't even met. Mr. Rolfe came here only a month ago, and he was placed in the violent ward immediately. He's never been out of it.
It's possible for people to have similar dreams, yes, but never to dream of the same unusual, horrible, specific subject as that green thing. Every detail was the same. The pink eyes, the claws. Makes me shudder myself. Betty, I want our dream reels. All those I haven't seen.
Oh, now, you're not going to view them all. It would take you...
I don't care how long it takes. I want to see them all. I've got a funny feeling inside. And I won't be at ease until I know. Until I'm sure.
Sure of what, Dr. Glendon?
Sure that none of the other patients have had that dream. That same horrible dream of that green thing.
Dream 9, Mrs. Jordan. Shall I put the sound on?
Oh, no, not necessary. We can see it if it appears. No, nothing here.
Dream 10, Miss Farnham.
No, nothing.
I don't think we'll find anything, Doctor. It must have been a freak, a coincidence.
Keep going, keep going.
Dream 11, Mr. Craig.
Dream 21.
Nothing there either.
Dream 22. Huh. Maybe you're right, Betty. I'm beginning to think myself.
Dr. Glendon! Dr. Glendon, look! There it is!
A green thing.
Dream 42, Mr. Bradley.
Turn off the sound. Turn it off. That's it again. A green thing. Four of them, Carly. 4 dreams of that monstrous green thing. Each one from a different patient? And each one during the past week. Darling, there's something there. Something to make even a psychiatrist feel frightened. Darling, the patients weren't having a dream. They couldn't be. They had nothing in common but the fact that they're in this sanitarium. Why, even the nature of their illnesses are different.
Doctor, aren't you getting a little mixed up yourself?
Huh?
You saw those dreams. I saw them. And Betty saw them. I know it's incredible.
Listen, to have a dream means that you create that dream. You and nobody else.
You mean you think the patients didn't create those dreams? They're not their dreams?
There is such a thing as thought projection.
Mental telepathy?
Yeah.
Well, why should anyone want
Someone
to...
may have found out about the dream machine. Maybe jealousy or grudge or a hatred of psychiatry in general. There are many reasons. Well, what we've got to do is to find out where it's coming from. The patients must be protected.
How?
First, we've got to find out whether this telepathy is coming from inside or outside the sanitarium. Then we've got to track it down. I tell you, Carly, whoever's trying this terror by mental telepathy isn't going to get away with it. I'm not going to stand by while a lifetime's work is destroyed by a campaign of terror against my patients. I'm going to institute protective measures at once.
Anything yet, Doctor?
Oh, I still have the Garda screen beamed on the area directly around the main building. I didn't expect to find anything so close, but I want to search every inch of the grounds.
You still feel whoever it is on the grounds?
Can't be sure of anything, except that I'm convinced that the staff is loyal, and I have a hunch that whoever is transmitting these thought waves will want to be close enough to judge the results.
Shall I bring the patients down now, Dr. Glendon?
Oh, yes, Betty. Go get them, will you, please? It's possible that they may be able to help us. They may have felt currents emanating from a certain direction.
I think the Garda screen has reached its range limit, Doctor. It's repeating itself.
All right, I'll give it wider focus. I'm going into the grounds now.
Wait, there's something. A figure on the screen.
Yeah, I see him.
Carrying a club, a stick or something. Who is it, Doctor? Can you tell?
I don't want to alarm him. I'll signal the patrol corps.
Let me. It's that red button on the wall, isn't it?
Oh, no calling. Never mind. That is one of the patrol corps. I can see his armband.
Too bad.
Well, I'll switch the machine to the north fringe.
There's another figure. Is that...
We seem to be well guarded. Another member of the patrol corps. Well, let's hope the patients will be able to...
Here's Betty.
Doctor. Doctor.
She's alone. Betty, where are the patients?
They're gone, Doctor. What? They disappeared. And a fifth patient has just begun screaming in his room, the green thing, the green thing. accounted for, Doctor. The 4 that are missing would make 68. That's how many patients we have.
I checked the nurses, 8 besides Betty. They're all here. And the patrol corps have checked the rest of the staff, and no one has left the grounds except the 4 patients.
Unless somebody got in and carried them off.
No jetmobiles and no jet ships have been in the vicinity between the time the patients were last reported and now. The patrol corps will vouch for that.
There's the village.
Linfield? Oh, it's the only village for 100 miles, but it's a backwoods country village, a quaint place, never kept up with the times. No, I doubt that they have any jetmobiles in Linfield, much less jet ships.
But you can arrange for transportation there, can't you?
The inn? Why, that's where they go. Why didn't I think of that before? It's the center of the village, the gossip spot. If the patients entered town at all, news of them would spread to the inn. Better, you take charge here. Carling and I are going to Linfield.
How long will you be gone, Doctor?
Until we find them. Or learn they're no longer alive.
Sorry I can't help you none, Doctor. I ain't seen no strangers, spoke to no strangers, or heard of no strangers.
Well, how about transportation, jetmobiles, or jet ships?
Ain't put in any calls for jetmobile service nigh on to 2 months. Not since Miss Jennings busted her leg, and we had to send her to the hospital in the city.
Oh.
Jet ships? Why, last time one of them flaming monsters landed here, we nearly had a riot in Linfield. Them fools all thought 'twas invasion from Mars.
Just ran a wild goose chase, Doctor. Yeah, so it seems. Well, thanks anyhow, Mr. Barker. You've been very helpful.
Haunts, he says. The blasted idiot believes in haunts. I do. Everyone knows there's ghosts everywhere. Idiot, there's no such thing as gold. There are ghosts. There are ghosts in every village and town.
Quiet down, you boys. You'll be getting my end a bad reputation now.
Hey, there's the doctor. Dr. Glendon talking to Mr. Barker. I put it up to him now. What'd you say, Doc? There's no such thing as haunts, ghosts, either now. Hey, you tell my ignorant friend.
I wasn't listening very carefully. But if it's ghosts you're talking about, well, there's never been any scientific evidence that they exist.
Haunts don't exist. That's what you're trying to say, ain't it, Doc?
That's right. Oh, come on, Carling. Let's get out of here.
Hey, ain't no ghost. This Doc's an educated man. He knows. Yeah. Then suppose you tell me what that green thing was floating around down near the cave. And we ain't the only one who's seen it. Right, boys?
A green thing? Where? Where are these caves?
Right down the river. Why, Doc? You ain't going there. It's nighttime now.
Carling, will you risk it? I've got my ray gun.
Doc, you're crazy. I'm telling you, there's a haunt. Why, there ain't a man in this whole village go with you tonight.
Well, if it's only a ghost, you needn't worry. But if we're not out of those caves by dawn, you better come for us. It won't be a ghost that's holding us. This must be the right cave, Carling. It's the only one with a brush trampled down in front of it.
Here is a tomb in here.
I don't hear anything. Well, we just don't want to be taken by surprise. Have to be as quiet as possible. All right, come on. Hey, what's that? Carling, where are you? Carling, are you all right?
Oh, it's coming for me. The green thing. It's flying. It's terrible.
No, there's nothing there. You're on the floor of the cave, but there's no one near you. Nothing. Why, he's asleep. He's having the dream. That same dream. Come on, Carling. Come on, snap out of it, Carling. It's only a dream. Only a dream.
I
feel dizzy. Tired. What's the matter with me? I'm falling asleep. No, I won't let myself. I conquered the green thing.
Did you conquer me, Dr. Glendon?
I can't be. Standing over me. The pink eyes and long stalks. The claws. The green thing.
Right in here, Dr. Glendon. Into this rough chamber. And you, Mr. Carling, don't worry. You won't fall. My will is controlling you.
My patients. Over there in the corner. Rolf, Bradley, Summers, gone. Now, what have you done to them? Summers, are you all right? Bradley, this is Dr. Glendon, your doctor. What's the matter with them? Gardner, Bradley!
Nothing is the matter with them. They just don't understand you anymore. They are attuned only to Venusian thought wave.
Venusians? You're from the planet Venus?
That is right. For a long time, we have been observing your Earth, your resources, and your remarkable technology. But we did not know how to conquer you, for we of Venus have no strength or physical dexterity, only mental power.
You shouldn't have told me that. I'm going to beat that horrible body of yours to a pulpy great mess.
You hit only air, didn't you? I'm growing tired of this game. Stop. I will that your arms obey me and not you.
I can't move them. Carling, support me!
Do not be foolish again, and I will return their motion.
You hypnotized my patients the same way, didn't you? Those dreams.
A little more complicated than what you Earthlings call hypnosis. But it is mind control. I have come to Earth to prove to my planet that this is the way to conquer your Earth. We will control the minds of its inhabitants and thereby control their strength, their physical dexterity. I began on your patients first because their minds are more easily controlled.
What do you want of them?
Their bodies. They can perform physical acts that I cannot. With their bodies, we Venusians can continue our investigation of your planet at close range. And we can also study the structure of the Earthling when I bring them back with me.
Bring them back? To Venus?
Do not worry, my dear doctor. I shall not separate them from you. I will also take you and your companion with me to Venus as rare prizes. Earthling, bind these two men.
No, don't do it. I'm your friend, your doctor. No, let me go. Let me go. You shot the monster.
Forgot about me. Maybe he didn't know the Earthlings had weapons, too, like ray guns.
Well, why doesn't he fall? He's still standing.
Did you really think you could hurt me with that? Your death rays have no effect on my body. Drop your weapon. Bind them, men.
I'll shoot them. I'll kill you, slave.
You cannot. But if you could, I would not care.
There are millions more to choose from. You can kill yourselves, too. You are replaceable, except to yourselves. You are trapped. Your only escape is death.
Walls, they're crumbling. The explosion of your ray gun, Carling. You've loosened the rocks. It's a cave-in. We'll be buried alive. The glider, quick. To the glider. Grab the patients before the green thing controls us again. They can follow us. It's our only chance. There's the mouth of the cave. Hurry, Doctor. It's locked. The locks have fallen here, too. There's one big one just at the mouth. If we move that one, I think we can make it. All right, help me, Doctor. I'll get the patients, too. All right, come on, then. Here. Pull. Pull. That's right. Move it. All right, come on. Now we can squeeze through now. You go first, Doctor. Pull the patients after you. All right. All right, I'm out. Now, Rolf, come on. That's it. All right, Bradley, you next. Come on. That's the way. All right, you, Summers. Hey, Doctor. Quick, now, come on. All right, Gardner, quick. You, all right. It's all right there. All right, now you got it. I can make it.
Oh,
good.
Help me. Earthlings. I cannot escape.
He can't squeeze through. He has no physical strength.
Earthlings. Earthlings. Come to me.
They're going to him. He still has power. Come on, Colin, quick. Before they release him, help me shove this rock over the opening. Come on, quick. There it goes. Thank goodness. Hey, what's that? Look out, step back! It collapsed. The entire cave fell in. We were just in time.
Yes, Carling. In time to save Earth from the horror of green things.
Next week, an incredible story about a man of science who dared tamper with the secret of human life. Be sure to listen to That Which Lived in a Head of Steel. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Wilson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Lon Clark played Glendon, Joseph Julian was Carling, Elsa Sondergaard was Miss Connors, Gilbert Mack was Rolf, John Griggs was Summers, and Henry Norrell was the Green Thing. The script was written by Edgar Marvin. The music was composed by Elliot Jacoby. The orchestra conducted by Emerson Buckley. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Bob Albrecht. This is Ken
like a terrible nightmare. Even now, I sometimes wake from a dream and find myself shaking from the memory of it. I'll never forget when I first saw him. A man so monstrous, so unhuman, that I refused to think it could ever happen again to anyone else. But who can be sure? Others have had the same idea. Oh, yes, the law forbids it, but laws are broken every day. Will it happen again to someone else? Someday, in the future? Perhaps. Perhaps it will happen to many. I don't want to see it.
To hear the story of this strange monster, listen in a moment to 2000 Plus. Adventures in the world of tomorrow. Dramatic stories of science fiction from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, an amazing story of science uncontrolled. The giant walks.
That's what you are, monsters. That's it. Fight to fill your slimy stomachs. Feed the rats, the doctor says. Always feed the rats. As if you weren't big enough already. If I had my way, I'd kill all you rats. That's what I'd do.
I wouldn't go close to them, Hawkins. A rat 4 feet long can be quite a nasty little thing.
Oh, yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
Is everything ready, Weston?
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
Barstow?
Yes, sir.
Then open the cage.
Look at him go. I've never seen a rat run a maze so rapidly.
Check that gold gradient, Weston.
Yes, Doctor. The rat's in the food box now. Let me see. 11.8.
There. You see, Weston? Not an unusual intelligence, just high. Well above that of the average rat. Look at them. The power in those legs. Barstow. Just imagine what they could do with their teeth if they had the chance.
It's frightening to think what would happen if all rats were giant rats. If they got loose.
It's evolution, Barstow. Merely the scientific elimination of growth barriers.
Now that your experiment's a success, we can tell the world. Your theories will be accepted. You'll regain your rightful place in science.
Not yet, Barstow. Not yet. I'm already at work on what I consider will be an ultimate experiment. It's only a matter of calculating, checking, and verifying data on the rats so we can build a larger pituitary revitalizer.
Well, what animal do you have in mind for this new experiment, Dr. Ellsworth?
What animal? Well, there's only one that I could possibly be interested in now. It's the next logical step.
Surely you can't mean...
Yes, Barstow. A man.
You wanted to see me, Dr. Ellsworth?
Yes, Weston. I want to talk to you about the experiment on human beings. I want you to help me with the experiment.
Well, I hope you're not thinking of me, Dr. Ellsworth. I really don't think
What's the
that
matter, Weston? Don't you think it would be valuable to give yourself to science?
Well, it would seem that there are so many to choose from.
So many, Weston? Who, for example? I'm sure that old Hawkins won't do. And we really can't kidnap anyone.
But, Dr. Ellsworth,
I'd say it would be a great honor to be the first real Superman on Earth.
Well, how about Barstow?
Exactly, Weston. Just what I was leading up to. You seem relieved. Yes. In Barstow, we have a real physical specimen. And he seems to have quite a boundless enthusiasm for the future of mankind. An attitude you apparently don't share.
Well, how could we get him to agree to it?
Psychology, Weston. It's merely a matter of appealing in the proper manner to his scientific judgment and sense of fair play. Now, here is what I want you to do when he gets back. Well, glad to see you back, Barstow.
Dr. Ellsworth, Weston tells me you're ready to begin the final experiments on man.
Yes, Barstow, I soon hope to be the first of a new race.
A race that will make the man of today look like a pygmy, puny and insignificant. If the experiment succeeds, my physical size will double or even triple. I'll be able to live at least 300 years instead of the 100 or so odd years a man can expect today. The brain cells will probably also expand, giving me an intelligence that will make you and Weston look like products of the Stone Age.
Well, I don't think it's fair for you to sacrifice yourself. It's not fair to humanity. If you die, there'll be nobody to carry on.
You know these experiments are illegal. We could never find another subject. It would have to be one of us three or nobody.
Well, I'd be willing to take the chance, Dr. Ellsworth. And so would I. You can't go through with this, Dr. Ellsworth. You're needed to direct the experiment.
Gentlemen, I see you have the true scientific spirit. Well, since I am unwilling to give up my right to be the subject, and you're unwilling to let me be the subject, then there's only one way out.
What's that?
We'll draw lots. If you agree, leave the decision up to fate.
That sounds like a good idea. Don't you think so, Barstow? Why, sure, I guess so.
Well, it's the only way out, my boy. One of us must be the guinea pig. Now, I'll tear 3 strips of paper. Now, the lots are arranged in my hand. Whoever gets the short one will submit to the experiment, and there'll be no further objection from any of us. Agreed?
Agreed. Right.
Choose, gentlemen. Weston? Barstow? Myself.
I've drawn the short one.
Yes.
I'd like some time to see Barbara, Dr. Ellsworth, before the experiment.
I'll give you 3 weeks to straighten out your affairs, Barstow. Then I'll expect you back at the laboratory.
Contacts are wide open.
Cut the circuit, Weston. That's enough. Well, Barstow, are you ready?
Quite ready, Dr. Ellsworth.
As you know, it may be painful at first, but after the primary series, I don't think you'll notice much.
I'm not worried, Dr. Ellsworth.
No, of course not. Well, good luck, my boy.
Thank you, sir.
Contacts open, Weston?
Yes, Doctor.
Then pipe the circuit. Now, that's fine. Now, keep it steady at 3,000. Prepare for the first injection. We'll give him 5 electronic unit charges. Valve open. How are you feeling, Barstow?
Pain. My whole body is numb. You've got to stop the experiment, Dr. Ellsworth. He's out again. Dr. Ellsworth, you think we're doing the right thing? His heartbeat has slowed down so much, I'm afraid.
What, Weston? You're not losing a nerve, are you?
Oh, no. It's only that I thought...
Don't do any thinking, Weston. I'll do that part of it. You just check the regenerator charts.
Very well, Dr. Ellsworth.
Nothing is going to keep me from completing this experiment. And I warn you not to try to interfere, Weston. I'll close the circuit. We'll inject again. 100 cc's. Valve open.
Believe it, Dr. Ellsworth. Look at him. 12 feet tall, and he weighs 750 pounds.
Of course, Weston. As I told you, there's very little difference, really, between a rat and a man. We're all animals.
But, Doctor, he hasn't given much sign of life during the past few days. You think his body can stand the strain of all this growth?
Certainly. In fact, I think we'll give him the final super injection today. About 500 cc should do it.
500? But that's 5 times what we've been giving him.
Yes, Weston. We're building a new skeletal structure. New flesh, cartilage, and bones.
Contacts open.
Keep it steady at 6,000. We've got to provide the final shock for a system.
The valve's completely open, Dr. Ellsworth.
All right. Now. is an inch. Barstow, can you hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying? You must talk slowly, Barstow. Slowly. You're not an ordinary human being anymore. Look, he's getting up.
Hey, what's happening to me? Why is everything so small?
Our experiment is a success, Barstow. You're a Superman. I've made you a Superman.
But I can't move. My head is touching the skylight.
Stoop down, Barstow. There's a rolling door in the side of the laboratory. I think you can crawl through that. Easy, Barstow. Very slowly. That's it. Well, how does the world look now that you have some elbow room?
Small. The world is very small.
30 feet of muscle and bone. It's my creation. My creation. Let's have the report on our testing so far.
Well, as best I can figure, Doctor, the subject can lift almost 20 times as much weight as an ordinary man. Can run approximately 60 miles an hour without difficulty. Oddly enough, though, he appears to get along fine on 4 or 5 hours sleep a night. But he's consuming food at a rate that's all out of proportion.
Well, that's understandable. He's still making an adjustment. Go on.
Mentally, very superior. Appears to be able to solve the most complicated problems right in his head.
It's all just as I predicted.
But this morning, though, after I just finished giving him the work test, he pulled up a tree by the roots and waved it at me. It was frightening. I ran, and he began laughing. It sounded more like thunder.
Weston, you're letting your imagination run away with you. It's quite obvious what's the matter. He's not getting enough exercise. We've got to give him more physical work to do. Come on.
There he is. Just sitting on that hill and staring.
Barstow!
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
I want you to take this special shovel we've made for you and dig a trench. Weston will mark it out for you and check your working speed.
All right, Dr. Ellsworth. Whatever you say.
See? It's quite simple. You've just got to keep him occupied.
Dr. Ellsworth, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes?
What are we going to do with Barstow? I mean, when are we going to tell the world about him? We can't go on continually this way.
Of course we can. And once we're sure of ourselves, we'll get other men. We'll make giants of them. We're building a race, Weston. A race of supermen with which we can rule the world. We've only to learn how to control Barstow so he'll respond to our every command. And then we'll build an army.
Doctor, that's not right.
You know, Weston, you're a good assistant. It's only when you think that you get into trouble.
Barstow, are you awake?
What do you want?
I must talk to you. Dr. Ellsworth wants to use me for the next experiment.
Oh, what's that to me?
I don't think you understand. He's working on a method to control you electronically as a giant. It's what he's been waiting for. And when he can finally control you, he'll begin to make more giants. Wants to build an army of giants so he can take over the world.
That isn't true. Dr. Ellsworth is interested only in science. You just don't want to be a freak as I am. Cut off from everything. Just because I was unlucky at drawing lots.
No. Not unlucky, Barstow. Framed. Dr. Ellsworth and I agreed to volunteer just to get you to volunteer. We arranged the lots so that you would be chosen. Oh, please, Barstow. That's why I let you know. I wanted you to do something about it before it's too late. Now, what are you going to do? Where are you going?
Dr. Ellsworth.
Barstow, what are you doing at my window?
I've come to tell you I can't go on with these experiments. I'm through, Dr. Ellsworth.
You're raving, Barstow. Go back to your quarters in the barn and we'll talk about it in the morning.
I can't go back to the barn.
Why not?
I'm tired of living in the barn. I knocked it down.
Calm down, Barstow. Calm down before you do any more damage.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth, that's just what you'd like, isn't it? For me to calm down, to become nothing but a giant tool in your hands, a tool for conquest and revenge. Isn't that so, Dr. Ellsworth?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, all right. And what's more important, I know, Dr. Ellsworth. I know that you tricked me into volunteering for this experiment.
What if I did? You were the best physical specimen.
You'd stop at nothing to carry out your hideous experiments. Future of mankind. Ha! That's the good one. You're not interested in mankind at all. You're only interested in building a super race for your own ends. You want an army of giants so you can take over the world.
You're mad, Barstow. You are my subject, and you have no right to behave this way. If I had the control of finishing... You knocked out that wall.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth. And that's just what I ought to do to you. You have no more right to live than I. How much strength does it take for a 30-foot man to kill an ordinary man with his fist, Dr. Ellsworth? Figure that out.
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm going to let the World Science Council know about your experiments. They'll know what to do about you.
But you can't leave. You're a monstrosity. The world won't understand you, Barstow. Besides, you have an obligation. You must sacrifice yourself for science. He's gone? Yes, all my plans ruined.
Yes.
Weston, you did this to me. You told him about my plans.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth, I did.
You've ruined the experiment, Weston. You betrayed science. You have no right to live.
Who are you to decide these things?
Come inside, Weston, now.
A gun?
Right. Come along now, Weston. There's one last experiment I want to perform. I'm curious to see how a man can stand up against a giant rat.
No, please, Ellsworth. I'll do anything you want. I don't want to die. I'll be the subject of a new experiment.
Too late, Weston. Should have thought of those things before. Stand still. There. Right by the cage.
No.
Don't push me in. No, I can't go. Put your hands on me. No.
Gee, Helen, I'm sure glad the old man let me have the jet car tonight.
Oh, it's a lovely night to go riding with you, Bob.
Say, Helen, do you hear something?
The motor, you mean?
No, listen.
I hear it now, too.
I can't imagine it. Oh, well, I guess...
Oh, Bob, over there!
It looks like a man,
So
but...
big! Oh, Bob!
It's a giant standing in the road in front of us there.
Turn the car around, quick!
He's lifting us with his hands.
Why are you afraid of me? I just want to talk to you. I won't hurt you.
Put us down. Put us down, you monster.
I'm not a monster. I am not.
Oh, we're back on the road. He didn't hurt us.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to the police. They've got to know about this giant.
over 7 immediately. Strange creature molesting jet travelers on Highway 9. Reported human in appearance. 30 to 40 feet high. May be dangerous. Repeat, may be dangerous.
Reverse rockets, Jim. This is our meet. Just our luck. Probably an invader from Mars.
To all rockets, check destroyer guns before moving into danger area. Repeat, check all weapons.
See anything yet, Jim? Nothing, sir. Hold on. There's something moving in field 7. Well, I'll be. It's a man. But what a man. Rocket 117 to control tower. Located creature moving rapidly in the direction of McKenna City. We're closing in.
Very good, 117. Keep on it. We'll have all available rocket cars join you.
Okay, Tim, we're near enough now. Safety off destroyer guns. We'll fire a couple of warning shots to slow him down. Safety off. Fire. He's stopping. He's waving his hands. We'll circle him. Keep circling.
117 to Central Control.
Come in, 117. Come in.
Circling giant. Prepare to move in for a closer look. Guns ready. Orders. Repeat. Orders. He's swinging. Reverse engines. Reverse engines.
Central Control calling 117. Central Control calling 117. They don't answer, Commissioner.
Confound it. Why can't we get a video screen fix?
I'm working on it, sir.
Give me that microphone. All police jets and air rockets. All jets and air rockets. Attention. Attention. Rocket 117 has been attacked by the giant. Contact has been lost. Take battle formation blue. Prepare for attack. Prepare for attack. Good luck. We'll blast that creature out of existence.
What could it be, sir? A man from another planet?
It's possible. We could only get that video fixed.
Well, I'm getting it, Commissioner. Look, there he is. Good heavens, what an enormous creature.
Yes, I see it. Calling all rockets. Take elevation 6,000 and prepare to dive on target.
I've got to see the police commissioner. You can't. It's a battle emergency. Who let you in the control room?
It's about the giant. We've got to stop your attack. Are you crazy? That creature's a menace. He's knocked down one of our rockets, and now we're going to get him. But you don't understand, sir.
Squadrons at elevation 3,000. Targets in view. Look, Commissioner, on the video screen. We're ready to open up on them, sir. Just give the order.
No. You've got to call off the attack.
Commissioner, look to the right of the giant, near that small hill. Those two men are from Rocket 117. They're walking unmolested toward Junction 9.
Thank God they're all right.
Hey, you see, he's not dangerous. Stop the attack. That creature's been running berserk.
Transmit the command for all ships to hold their positions until I give the order, unless the giant attacks them.
Yes, sir. Orders to all.
Now, look here, sir. What do you know about that creature? Is he from another planet? It's an Earthman. How do you know? He escaped from a government antibiotics laboratory. He was the subject of an illegal experiment. I'm Dr. Weston. I work in that laboratory. Well, Earthman or not, he's a madman. We've got to do something about him. You don't have to do a thing. It'll all be over in a few minutes.
Something's happened. I don't see the giant anymore.
What do you mean, all over, Dr. Weston?
Look at the video screen. There. That's what I mean.
Good heavens.
It's amazing.
Squadron Leader 20 to Control Tower. Something's happened here, sir. I don't see the giant has disappeared. What are our orders?
All police jets and rockets. Attack canceled. Repeat, attack canceled.
So you see, Barbara, I had to thank Weston after all. He's a disagreeable character, but if he hadn't acted so promptly, as soon as he found out, those rockets would have finished me.
Ellsworth tried to kill Weston, didn't he, after you broke away?
Yes, with the rats. Weston managed to get outside the cage, and they killed Dr. Ellsworth instead. And shortly after that, the rats fell into a coma, and Weston examined one by X-ray, and he discovered that the new bone structure was in the process of dissolving into cartilage, and that cartilage into flesh, which would soon melt away. And he realized their size had only been maintained by the injections, and they'd soon be back to their original skeletal structure. That's why he went to the police.
Yes, but how did he know you'd shrink, too?
Because they stopped giving me the injections.
Oh, seeing you here like this, I can't believe all those stories in the paper about you. A horrible picture.
I can hardly believe it myself, Barbara. It's like a bad dream. Oh, yes. Here's what I came back for. Dr. Ellsworth's safe.
Oh, what's in it?
Here they are. And here they go.
You're burning them.
Years of scientific research up in flames. Huh. But I don't want another man ever to go through what I did. Cut off from humanity to be just a specimen in some scientist zoo. I found out one thing, Barbara. Thickness isn't a matter of size. A man can be 30 feet tall or he can be 6 feet tall. It's what he has in his heart that counts. This world doesn't need bigger, more powerful physical specimens. It needs men with bigness of soul who can love, respect their fellow men.
Next week, another exciting story on 2000 Plus. The strange adventure of a man who found nothing and was terrified. Be sure to listen next week to Alone. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Joseph Julian was Barstow, Henry Norrell was Ellsworth, Lon Clark was Weston, Bryna Rayburn was Barbara, Morton Lawrence was the police commissioner, and Bruce Evans was Hawkins. The script was written by Julian Snyder. The music was composed by Elliot Jacoby, the orchestra conducted by Emerson Buckley. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Bob Albrecht. This is Ken Marvin speaking. Program came from New York.
Program transcribed earlier for release to our West Coast audience at this more convenient listening time.
Central Operational Headquarters, Commander Dystra speaking. This morning at 400 hours, our electronic scanners picked up on oscillator frequency an unidentified spacecraft in Sector K beyond the gravitational field of the planet Mars. Our calculations indicate that this craft will arrive in Space Sector G within the next 24 hours. Emergency directions to all defense units. Coordinate high-voltage destroyers to cover Area G. All units on alert for assault action.
To learn what happened when a strange craft from outer space came into Sector G, listen in a moment to 2000 Plus. Adventures in the world of tomorrow. Dramatic stories of science fiction from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, the strange adventure of men who dared the unknown through interplanetary space. Worlds apart.
And one thing more, Johnson. Your new Alimoid spacesuit has been tested, and it's everything you claimed it to be. Light, pliable, fireproof, a splendid product. We'll want 50 of them in time for the next space flight 3 weeks from now. Can you make it? Excellent. Good luck, Johnson. Yes?
Your son is here, Mr. Granger. He wants to see you.
Jim here? Well, tell him I can. Oh, all right, send him in.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Ames, tell Roberts he can start punching tape for the mechanical pilot on Flight 17.
Yes, Mr. Granger.
Hello, Dad. How are you, Jim?
Dad, I've come to ask a favor of you. A big favor.
Well, talk fast, son. I'm very busy. What is it you want?
I want to be assigned to Flight 17.
What? Flight 17? To Neptune? Well, are you crazy?
No, Dad. I've been thinking about this for months.
Well, you can stop thinking about it right now. There's no opening for you, son.
I happen to know there is, Dad. Golding's down with a bad case of acceleration bends. They'll need a new...
Young, too green.
I've done 42 experimentals and 3 moon hops. I'm ready.
Ready? Well, this is an uncharted trip, Jim, a trailblazer. You know what happened to the first flight to the moon, don't you?
Yes, sir. Crashed on the lip of a giant crater.
Yes, and the first ship that tried to reach Mars.
Went haywire and shot off into deep space.
And still you want to make this first flight to Neptune?
Yes,
Well, you have courage, son, I'll say that. But you're not going.
Why not?
Jim, it's not up to me. Captain Roberts chooses his own rocket engineer. You know, all I do is okay the man he selects.
Then I guess I'll be making the flight. You see, I persuaded Captain Roberts to select me.
Captain Roberts on Spaceship Phoenix on flight to Neptune, calling Marshal Granger, Control Station 2. Roberts calling Granger. Are we still in contact? Roberts calling Granger. Do you read us?
Granger, Control Station 2. We read you, Roberts. We're still in contact. Go ahead, Roberts.
Ready to report, sir.
Proceed.
At the end of 120 hours of flight, conditions are entirely normal. Crew and passengers have passed safely through 5 accelerations. We are cruising now at a speed of 12 galactic miles per second.
Excellent, Roberts. Continue.
Astrogation reading. Take it, Sandy.
Astrogator Lawson reporting. Our position in space-time units, 17 hours, 4 minutes to the Mars-Jupiter axis, Sector G. 23 degrees off the plane of the ecliptic.
Exactly on course, Lawson. Well done.
Rocket control. Take it, Jim.
Rocket engineer Granger reporting. Average rocket discharge rate, 12.7. Propulsion level, 19%. Available supply, 300 hours with B2 safety factor.
Good work, son. Congratulations, all of you. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Signing off. Hi. Everything okay back in the lounge, Jim?
Oh, quiet a few minutes ago when I passed through.
How about that chess game? Those 2 physicists still at it?
They're in no hurry. 50,000 miles to a move.
Real thriller. And the music lovers?
Wearing a groove in Beethoven's Fifth.
You know, I don't see how anybody...
Dick.
Yes.
Watch your controls, pal. We've been swinging off course.
Off course? Well, you're nuts, lad. I haven't taken my eye off the chart for a second. We've been right on the line.
I'm telling you, we're off course, Dick. 6 points. Better bring her back.
You sure, Sandy?
Am I sure?
Oh, sorry, Sandy. Stupid question. Stand by for directional correction.
Standing by.
Lateral deviation, 6.2. Speed 12. Magnetic index, gamma 5.
Port side and auxiliary rockets, 5, 7, 13, 15. Ready to discharge. Discharge.
Oh, that's that. I still don't understand.
Wait a minute, Dick. Something wrong.
Huh? Wrong? What do you mean?
We're off again.
What are you talking about?
We swung into line for a second, then we pulled right out again.
Oh, but that's impossible, Sandy. There isn't any wind drift or current out here in space. Anything in motion moves in a straight line until it comes within the magnetic field of some body.
That's what I'm afraid of, Dick. I think we're caught in the toe of some tremendous mass.
Oh, what mass, Sandy? The sun, Mars, Jupiter, everything's where it belongs, isn't it? There aren't any unknown bodies floating about.
Maybe there are.
Maybe the... Like what, Sandy?
A comet.
A comet?
Yeah, a comet. That's what it must be. A wild, uncharted comet from outer space.
Look, Dick. The atmosphere gauge, it's way up. We're not flying through a vacuum. There's something else out there now, some sort of atmosphere.
Gas. Hot gases forming the tail of the comet.
You're right, Sandy. Listen. Hot gases and other things, too.
Sounds like pellets of some kind. Stones.
They're fragments. Meteorites. All trailing behind the comet. We're caught, Dick. Caught right in the middle of it.
The ship is beginning to spin.
We'll be dragged clean out of the solar system, perhaps out of the galaxy.
Oh, maybe not, Sandy. There's one chance. Maybe we can blast ourselves free. Alert. Alert. All personnel to emergency acceleration couches. Prepare to discharge all port side rockets.
Do you know what you're doing? 127 rockets going off at once. You'll blow us up this.
Our only chance, Jim. Here goes. 5 seconds. Discharge.
Granger, control tower, calling Spaceship Phoenix. Granger calling Phoenix. Come in, Phoenix. Granger to Space Patrol. Special alert. Spaceship Phoenix bound for Neptune, missing 12 hours. May be lost or out of control. All units stand by to intercept signals, if any. Frequency 40,000. Relay any information to Marshal Granger, Control Tower 2. That is all.
Where are you, son? Where are you?
What happened? Oh, my head. I gotta get up. I gotta see. Sandy, get up. Come on, man. I'll give. Oh. Sandy. Dead.
Dick, you're all right. Thank God.
Yes, Jim, I'm all right. But Sandy.
I know. Head cracked against the control panel. 3 passengers are dead, but we're out of it, Dick. Something threw us clear of the comet, some centrifugal force.
Help me up, Jim, quick. Give me the control panel. Take it easy, Dick. All right. Here we go. Oh, my head. Jim, how's the power plant?
Half the rocket engines are out.
And the boosters?
Seem to be okay.
Good. We got enough to operate on.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
The nuclear overdrive is shot.
Shot?
Smacked by a meteorite.
Jim, we got to find out where we are. We can't afford to waste a unit of power. Do you know anything about astrogation?
Not a thing. Beyond the moon, I'm lost.
Oh, that's great. A crippled ship lost somewhere in space and a dead astrogator to show us the way.
I'll have to make a wild stab at our position. What's your guess, Dick?
Well, how can I guess? We may be near Neptune or way out near some far-off galaxy. Let's take a crack at that radio relay. Maybe
I've been trying all along. Can't raise a thing.
Well, keep trying. It's our only chance. I'll take a look through the port, see if I can make out anything.
Spaceship Phoenix calling Earth stations Mars, Jupiter, Earth. Spaceship Phoenix, are we coming through?
Can't recognize a star, a planet, an astro body. Jim?
Spaceship Phoenix, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
How long is it since we blanked out?
Can't say, Dick. All our instruments went haywire. Spaceship Phoenix, Flight 17 for Neptune in distress. Are we coming through? Answer us. We may have... Dick, listen.
Spaceship Phoenix, you're coming through. We hear you.
We've got them. They heard us.
No, it can't be. Give me that mic. Hello? This is Space Flight 17. We're off our course and badly damaged. Our position unknown.
We have located your position, Spaceship Phoenix. Stand by, please.
Jim, that's Earth. We're blown or sucked the world right back toward Earth.
Hello, Phoenix. Are we still coming through?
Like music, sir.
Very well. We're going to bring you in on a beam if you're within range. Does the signal reach you? Please acknowledge.
Got you perfectly.
Good. Set your degravitators and disengage all engines.
We're in free flight, sir.
Instruct all personnel to get into acceleration compensators. You will land at our spaceport in approximately 4 hours.
100 feet. Prepare for landing.
Granger to engine room. Landing jet fore and aft. Discharge.
50 feet. Release airlock. Switch on landing lights. 10 feet. Prepare to land. Contact. Cut motors. We've landed, Jim. We made it.
Don't I know it? Come on, pal. Out you go.
Oh, take your time. We're in no rush now.
You may not be, but I am. In a rush to get down and kiss good old terra firma. Oh, boy, does this air smell good.
What a spaceport, Jim. I didn't know we had anything anywhere that looked like this.
I don't care what it looks like. All I know is that...
There comes someone. Hello. Hello there. I'm Captain Roberts of the Phoenix. Are we glad to see you?
Then for what? Hey, what's the idea?
Well, you don't understand. I said I'm...
Don't move. Captain Roberts, you and your crew and your passengers are all under arrest. Elfin Smith, take over the ship and seal all the exits. No one is to leave. Captain Roberts, you and your companion come this way, please.
By what authority are we being held prisoners? I want to know. I have the right to demand to know.
Captain Roberts, you're hardly in a position to demand anything.
Well, what is my position, sir?
The title is Commander. Commander Dijkstra.
Commander? Commander, you know that you will be held responsible for any harm to my passengers or ship.
There's no cause for alarm, Captain, or threat. Simply holding you here at Green Valley for a short while till we check your credentials.
You've inspected our ship. You know we carry no contraband. Since when does an American have to have his credentials checked in his own country?
I've already explained to you that this entire area, all 500 square miles of it, is government property, devoted exclusively to secret research projects. Now, is it perfectly obvious why we can't allow you and your passengers to walk about freely?
Maybe, but it isn't obvious why we're not allowed to use the visiphone. Why we can't call our base, report our safe landing.
Perhaps not, Captain Roberts. But then, government regulations often are obscure.
Commander Dijkstra, we were met with guns and suspicion. Now, you say that was because secret research is going on. Yet when you contacted us above the Earth's atmosphere, you offered to bring us in here. Why did you make that offer if you didn't want us here?
Would you rather be back in space, floundering about in your crippled craft? That can be arranged.
You haven't answered my question.
We brought you in for two reasons. First, to save your lives, if you turned out to be harmless. Second, because it is our policy to apprehend all craft entering our space sector. We have enemies.
With the high-handed method you use, I can see why.
Not high-handed, Captain Roberts. During your detainment here, you and your company will be accorded full courtesy.
We appreciate your courtesy, but we demand the right to contact Chicago here, now, and on that visiphone.
I'm sorry, that is impossible. Donna.
Yes, Commander Dijkstra?
Arrange for suitable accommodations for Captain Roberts and his crew. The interview is closed.
Commander Dijkstra,
That is all, Captain. Send out a special bulletin to the Science Institute, to all chiefs of the following departments: astrogation, navigation, anthropology, astronomy. Is there anywhere in this solar system or in adjoining constellations a body known as Planet Earth or America? Is there any community, area, or experimental station known as Chicago?
I won't do it, Dick. I won't take this lying down. No? What are you going to do about it?
Think of something. I'm certainly not going to sit around twiddling my thumbs while the great Dijkstra checks our credentials.
I don't like the looks of this place any better than you do. Secret project, he says. For all we know, it may be the headquarters of some gangster outfit.
There are a lot of things about this Green Valley setup that bother me. Nothing definite. I just get a feeling that everything's a little lopsided. As if I were looking at it through a Coney Island mirror.
Oh, easy now, Jim. You'll be going bats if you...
Dick, I've got it.
Got what?
That visiphone. If we can get into Dijkstra's office some way, we can phone home.
Oh, no. You're way off, Jim. There isn't a chance in a million.
Why not? This room's not locked. They finished work for the day. We saw everybody leave.
All right. We'll try it. But, Jim, watch your step with you. I feel sort of responsible for you.
Here's the office. So far, so good.
Try the door.
Open.
Inside fast. It's very dark in here, but...
Now, where was that visiphone?
Oh, it's right here. Put the call in, but don't light the scanning cone. I'll use this pocket flash.
You listen for anyone approaching. Here goes.
Your call, please.
Get me Marshal Granger in Chicago.
Chicago? Where is that?
Chicago, Illinois, USA. Come on, operator.
USA? What place is
is that near?
Didn't you hear me? I said USA.
I will check it, sir. If you...
Come in, Jim. Drop it quick. We'd better get out. There's two ladies in the car to stand back here in the corner.
Hello? Hello? Someone is here. Please come forward. I know you are here. I can hear your heartbeats. There are two of you there in the back. Please come forward. Oh, this is very childish. Now, that is better. Now we can put on the lights. Good evening, Commander Dystro. Captain Roberts.
Congratulations, sir. A very impressive trick. Hearing a heartbeat across a 40-foot room.
Trick? Not at all, sir. It seems strange to you. Your hearing must be impaired.
You know why we're here, I suppose?
It's obvious. You are trying to use the visiphone against orders. You gentlemen have abused your privileges as guests. From now on, you will be held prisoners under lock and key.
I've brought you your food, gentlemen.
It's about time.
Well, this is a fancy touch. A woman jailer.
My name is Donna, Captain Roberts. I'm Commander Dystra's assistant. We just remembered you hadn't had any food tonight.
That's very touching. Thank you very much.
Now, take it easy, Jim. She's just carrying out orders. Donna, it was very kind of you to bring us this food, but there's something we need even more.
Well, what is it?
We need some information. We're going mad.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you.
Anything. You can start talking now and continue all night. First, where is this place? Where are we?
You're in Green Valley, Captain.
Green Valley. Where is Green Valley? What continent is it on? What is it bounded by?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
You're wasting your breath, Dick. She won't talk.
Then tell me this. How long have you been here?
All my life. I was born here 57 years ago.
You look like 20. How old is Dystra?
92.
And he can hear a heartbeat at 40 paces.
Aha, my hearing's even better. Listen. Do you hear the dogs barking in the distance?
Nuts. These people are a terrific hoax, or we've wandered into some weird, out-of-this-world madhouse. Good night, Donna.
Good night, gentlemen. I wouldn't try anything foolish.
Shangri-La. Yes, that's where we must be. The place someone wrote about back in the 20th century. If you ask me, it's probably the place.
Dick, listen.
Huh?
Granger. Roberts. The window. There's someone below. Hello there. Who is it?
It's me, Reynolds.
Reynolds, the chess-playing physicist.
Reynolds, how'd you get out? What are you doing down there?
I escaped while the others distracted the guard. I'm making a dash for it.
Dash for what, Reynolds?
There's a small plane at the far end of the field. I spotted it this afternoon. Will you come with me?
It's pitch black out there. You'll never find it.
I'll find it if I have to feel my way.
You're mad, Reynolds.
We've got to get away, Roberts. Don't you understand? This place, it's unnatural. I've seen things that have made my hair stand on
Now, Reynolds, listen to me. Don't go now. Perhaps tomorrow everything will be all
right. No, not tomorrow, now. Are you coming, Roberts? Ranger? Very well. When I come back with help, I hope you're still alive.
Now, wait, Reynolds. Come back. Gone. Oh, I hope he knows what he's doing.
Dr. Reynolds, you are out of bounds.
That's Dyster.
Come back, Dr. Reynolds. We cannot permit you to go any further. Last warning, Dr. Reynolds. Do not go near that plane.
There isn't a light on anywhere. How do they know where Reynolds is?
Station 7, stop that man.
I think you're foolish to refuse the food we've been sending you. You haven't eaten all day.
Please put it down, Dawn, and go away.
Commander Dystra wishes me to express his regrets. The injury to Dr. Reynolds was most unfortunate.
Tell Commander Dystra he'll pay for this. Tell him I said...
The electronic beam merely paralyzes temporarily. It leaves no permanent mark. Dr. Reynolds will recover.
How did they manage to hit him in the dark?
Well, I don't understand. We see very well in the dark. Well, good night, gentlemen. Please eat your food. Commander Dystra will be offended if you don't.
Mustn't offend Dystra, must we?
Well, here goes this tray out of...
Jim, wait. It's foolish, really. We'll only get weak if we don't eat. Too weak to help ourselves if an opportunity comes along.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Feel a little lightheaded already. Hand me that jug of milk.
Oh, here. Pour one for me, too, dear. 3 days we've been here, and he could have checked our credentials a dozen times.
Yeah? Happy landing.
Bottoms up. Jim, look out.
Yeah, what is it, Dick? Why'd you knock the glass out of my hand?
Did you see the color of that milk? Green.
Green? Green milk?
Poison, that's all I can think of.
Of course. Please eat your food, she kept saying. Come on, let's open that window and get rid of this tray. Here goes. Compliment to Jim Granger.
Well, what?
When is it going to land? I didn't hear a sound.
Did you see it as it went down? That heavy metal tray, that big jug, the glasses, they didn't fall, Jim. They sort of floated down.
As if somebody had messed around to the force of gravity. They reduced the pull of the earth here at Green Valley, Dick.
Maybe that's one of their secret projects, an anti-gravitational force.
Dick, I'm going to find out.
What are you climbing over that windowsill for?
And if it works for a tray full of dishes, why won't it work for me? I'm going to jump out, Dick. There's only one way to find out. Take a big jump. Just walking around doesn't give the answer.
It's 3 stories. You'll land smack on those rocks below.
Well, if I make it, you follow. And if I don't...
Don't do it. Wait, don't jump.
Hold on, Dick. I'll be seen.
Jim, you there?
Here I am, Dick. We made it, all right.
I can't believe it. You hurt?
Just a bruise. It was like a jolt at the end of a parachute jump.
I think I'm going out of my mind, Jim. All those fantastic things that have happened since we landed here. The visiphone operator who never heard of Chicago or the USA.
And Deister could hear a heartbeat across the room. And see in the dark.
Donna, 57 years old, looking like a chorus girl.
Green milk.
And a reduced gravitational pull.
I don't like it. I want to get out.
And there's our ship out in the middle of the spaceport, prepared and ready to go.
Yeah, maybe we could... Dick, I just noticed something.
Yeah?
Last night it was pitch dark, but now...
Now there's a full moon. What's so strange about that?
Take another look at that sky. There, over the rim of the horizon.
Another moon. A second moon. What fools we've been. Don't you see what this means? We're not on the Earth at all. We've landed on some alien planet. We must get to Dystra at once.
Yes, that is it. That explains the things that puzzled us. Your reference to Chicago, to the Earth. The small, strange differences between us.
It's not the differences that bother me now, Dystra. It's the uncanny, incredible similarity between your planet and ours.
Is it so incredible, Captain Roberts? We've shown you our astronomical charts. Our planet Vesta is exactly opposite the Earth, on the other side of the sun.
Yeah, that's why we never discovered each other.
We are 90 million miles distant from the sun. You are...
93 million miles.
But no doubt both planets split off from the sun at the same time. Vesta is a little smaller than the Earth, and that fact, plus its nearer distance to the sun, gives us less gravity, but otherwise our development has paralleled yours completely.
Even in appearance and culture and language. You've reached precisely the same stage of development we have.
Well, it simply proves, Granger, that similar conditions may produce the same results.
One thing still bothers me.
Yes?
How do you stay so young? So vigorous?
That. It is simple. We live in peace and harmony. Our only concern is interplanetary threats.
That's why you were so rough on us.
Precisely.
Well, now that we understand each other, may I use your visiphone?
You want to call Chicago?
No. I want to call our crew and passengers and tell them to get ready for the journey home.
Next week, an incredible adventure from the world of tomorrow when a scientist crosses the border of what is known into the strange mysteries of the unknown. Be sure to listen.
Death without burial. Death unto all eternity. The tomb of Queen Batisha has been desecrated. Bring me the offenders, that I may lay upon them the curse of the Pharaohs of Egypt. 2,000 plus science fiction adventures in the world of tomorrow. 2,000 plus presents The Temples of the Pharaohs.
Aboard Spaceship ES calling Earth. Spaceship ES calling Earth. This is what... There it is, Sebastian. Sonar beam indicating contact with frequency gamma 4. You can start the message. Right, Wilson.
Spaceship ES, Rocket Class C. Robert Wilson in command. Professor Sebastian reporting to Bureau of Astral Research and Statistics. Our geological and atmospheric findings will be ready on tape recordings at time of arrival. Anthropological findings, as usual. That is all.
Anthropological findings, as usual. Well, not that.
Committee? It's too bad about them. We can't find intelligent life where there isn't any.
No, only signs of the once lost life on almost every one of those cold, dead worlds.
What's that?
Robot directional alarm.
Directional?
We'll swing you off our course.
Well, then that's it. You're sitting right there at the controls. Corrected.
What do you think I'm trying to do? That's no good.
What do you mean? What's no good?
The controls. The dials of the directional rockets are working fine. Something's wrong outside. We're not traveling in free space.
That's impossible.
Is it? This is that vibration. It's caught in some kind of whirlpool, a space whirlpool.
Light. What happened to the light? Wilson, where are you? I can't see you.
Are you here, Sebastian? Say something. I can't hear you. I'm lost, Sebastian. Lost. Spaceship ES calling Earth. Spaceship ES calling Earth. ES to Earth.
Wilson.
Yes, Sebastian. You all right?
I think so. I'm weak and my head is spinning, but what happened, Wilson? The lights, the vibration.
All I know is we blacked out, both of us.
Yeah, but what was it? What caused it?
I don't know. Whatever it was, we passed through it safely and the ship's unharmed. There's only one trouble, Professor.
Trouble?
I can't contact Earth. I've been trying for hours. Nothing.
Are you sure you're beaming the signal in the right direction? You said our controls weren't working.
They're working perfectly now. I'll check out bearings again. Turn on the signal wave telescope.
Right.
All right. Now let's see. There's the Great Horn Galaxy that we just left. Beyond that, at 20 degrees, the 12 gaseous galaxies, the star of the outer circle. And down below, the bright medium formation, our own solar system, the North Star. Wait a minute.
What is it?
But it just can't be.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Wilson, what
The sky is wrong, Sebastian.
You mad?
Am I? Well, all right, you tell me. Go on, look for yourself. Where's Mater's Comet?
Mater's Comet? Well, it's right there, but... No, it's gone. It's not there.
You're darn right it's not there. There are other things wrong with that sky. The constellations are all twisted up. Halley's Comet is back where it must have been a few thousand years ago. Sebastian, I've got it. That sky is the sky of about 5,000 years ago.
But how can that be? What does it mean?
It means we've been knocked out of our own time orbit. We've been hurled 5,000 years back into the past.
The whirlpool thrust us
The whirlpool. It was the Universal Space-Time Conversion Center where all the orbits of space and time converge. Like the spokes of a wheel. Only we came out on the wrong spoke. When we get back to Earth, Sebastian, my calculations are correct. We will be in Egypt in the year 3000 B.C. That's it, Sebastian. Throw the landing alarm, strap yourself in, say your prayers. We're going to crash land in less than 30 seconds. My head. Sand. It's hot. Where? Oh, the sky. The sky before we crashed. It was wrong. Made us comet all wrong. Sebastian! Sebastian! I can't move. My arms. My legs. Sebastian!
I'm here, Wilson, only a few feet away. In the shadow of the rocket exhaust tube.
I'm chained. Chained hand and foot. There's a stake driven into the ground. I can't.
And there's no use struggling, Wilson. I'm chained too.
We'll die here in this desert. Look, the buzzards are starting to circle over us. Help! Help!
Take your strength. If anyone heard you, they wouldn't understand. You only frighten them. Someone will come. The one who bound us in these chains.
You're out of your mind. You talk as though you know where we are, why we're bound.
I do, Wilson. You were right. We're in the great burial grounds of Egypt. The royal graveyard of Giza.
Giza? Giza? Are you mad? Where are the pyramids of the Pharaohs? Where is the tomb of Khufu? Where is the Sphinx?
They haven't been built yet, Wilson. Now there are only limestone crags, 20 miles of them towering to the heavens. Don't you understand? You are right. This is Egypt.
These chains, Sebastian, look at them.
Gold. Of course they're gold. Our chains are fashioned of solid gold because we're in the age of gold, sometime around the year 3000 B.C. You're the scientist. You said yourself the sky looks as it must have 5,000 years ago before the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. Oh, there. Sun's rising, and there's someone coming toward us.
I must be insane. We both must be. Sure, something went wrong when we hit the space-time tunnel. The instrument panel showed it, but to have really been thrust back 5,000 years... Sebastian, that creature coming toward us,
an Egyptian. An Egyptian off a vase in a museum. The hair falling over the ears, the linen tunic with a scallop rings. Lie back, let me do the talking. Salam alaikum. I greet you in the name of Osiris, god of fertility and the Nile. There's no need to crack the whip. Your wish is our desire. We are messengers of Osiris and the sun god, Ra.
You're wasting your time, Sebastian. He doesn't hear. He can't talk. This man's a deaf mute.
But he's unlocked the chains. He's motioning to us to rise. He wants us to follow him. Hurry, Wilson, hurry before he lashes us into action. Scarab on his breast is the Pharaoh.
Stand erect, Sebastian. Look at them as though we're gods.
You're no actor, neither am I, but you've 1 ounce of drama in your soul. Now's the time to use it. Get in our 2,000 plus 100 gadgets.
He's getting up. Is the voice better, Seth?
Yes, I need a moment so to warm it up. It'll overcome the language barrier. It always has. Walk slowly, very slowly toward him, and talk with dignity.
Noble Pharaoh, we come to you as messengers of the sun god Ra and Osiris, god of fields and of the rivers. Our ways are the ways of the gods, and we bring you miracles of life and life after death. Rayasin, holy Fa.
The first miracle will now be past, O Pharaoh. Listen, O Pharaoh, and our words will be understood by you, and yours by us. Speak to us, O Pharaoh.
And Kolifa asks that you tell us from whence your great sky bird comes.
The gods have sent us, Kolifa. Before we speak again, strike the chains from our wrists that our thoughts may be of peace and understanding.
So be it. Vizier, Tukan, strike the bonds. Remove the bonds from the wrists of the strangers. They have spoken in a strange tongue that is not ours, nor yet the tongue of Babylonia and Assyria, and yet the words have meaning.
Even as your words, O Pharaoh, have meaning for us.
Why have you come within our gates, strangers?
We know not why, O Pharaoh. The will of the god Ra is strange and unpredictable. Our course was charted without our knowledge. The great skybird that brought us here lies upon the sands of Giza, tired from the journey. We must return at once to care for it.
Let food and water be brought to the skybird that it may be refreshed. Prepare baths of oil and precious spices and fresh shifts of linen for the strangers. I, Kolifa, Pharaoh of all Egypt, bid you welcome to the land of the Nile and invite you to rest before you return to the great bird. Tukan.
Tukan awaits the royal command.
Let the high priest prepare a feast for the sun god Ra and his messengers. Lead them to their chambers now, that they may bathe and rest. I, Kolifa, have spoken.
Disoriented at the space-time terminal. If we're really in Egypt in the year 3000 BC.
If, for heaven's sake, man, if we're not here, where in heaven's name do you think we are? Now, I'm not a physical scientist, but I am an archaeologist, so I must believe it. I see an artifact and I can trace the civilizations of the century. Well, impossible or not, this place is Egypt in 3000 BC. And the name Kolifa is the name of an Egyptian pharaoh of distinction who ruled about that time. Now, finish wrapping yourself in that linen tunic. There's a whole band serenading us.
The Grand Vizier Tukan.
King Kolifa sits beside the pool of the palace garden and awaits you. We are honored, Tukan. If you will lead us, we will follow. Through this portal, along this path. The gods have been good to Egypt, Tukan. Your linens and gold, your tapestries and sculptures are beyond compare. Our quarrel is not with the gods. We have enemies abroad. There are those who say Egypt must strike out. Pharaoh rests upon his royal couch. He plays with the lilies of the pool, and always his eyes are upon his queen. She is there beside him. I leave you now.
Come closer, emissaries of the gods. Approach the royal presence. Queen Mispatu wishes to gaze upon you.
How fair their skin. How like gold their hair shines in the sun. I've never seen eyes so blue,
Your men so stalwart.
Nor we a queen so beautiful. Have you rested well, messengers of Ra? What do the gods of Egypt have in store? The warning. Why are the brasses sounded? What new tragedy has struck the house of Cauliflower?
Nay, for the second time since the moon was in its infancy, the tomb of your mother desecrated, the sacred vessels of life after death, that you should be destroyed by those who will not let her rest in peace. And now this...
Tukan! Don't this your Tukan, O king! My tongue is rooted. My throat distressed. The brasses sound. What new misfortune, Tukan? Speak to me, Vizier, or I will have that tongue torn from its roots and have thee rendered limb from limb. Speak! What plague has descended now upon the house of Pharaoh, the little prince, so small, so heavy?
My son, no.
The gods murdered, even as he lay in his golden cradle. Some madman intent on evil snatched him from his linen sheets. The little prince has been abducted. Pharaoh of all Egypt, command you, my soldiers and slaves, to search the bulrushes and the riverbeds and fields and houses. My son must be found, alive or dead. Bring me back the flesh of my flesh, the prince who is the last of the line of Cauliflower. I, Cauliflower, king of Egypt, issue this warning. For those who have robbed the grave of the dead queen, my mother, those who have robbed the cradle of my son, the living prince, the penalty is death without burial, death for all eternity. I have spoken.
See how the lilies float upon the bosom of the Nile. The body of my child may be feeding them.
You are messengers of the gods. You have said so. You have magic far beyond the powers of the court magicians. The instrument that makes your speech and ours intelligible to each other. The great bird that carries you through the heavens. These are miracles beyond the dreams of even a Pharaoh. You must use this magic.
Even to the gods of Pharaoh, there are some things that are not possible. Our magic cannot find your son.
He is so little, stranger, with great dark eyes and trust in his heart.
Egypt is vast, Your Majesty. There is nothing we can do to help you, even though our hearts too bleed for the little prince. Perhaps. Yes, perhaps. We may fail, King Cauliflower. We may rouse false hopes and leave your spirit even more troubled than it is now, but there is a machine which rests in our flying bird, our spaceship machine, the audio wave amplifier. Suppose we try its best. There's just a chance.
Audio wave detector. Your words fall on ears that do not comprehend.
They cannot, O sire, for this is magic that reaches forward into time, forward into the vast infinity of the future. But the machine whereof I speak...
Then it must be brought here at once. Listen to me, strangers, messenger of Ra and Osiris. Thrice the house of Cauliflower has been struck. The grave of the queen, my mother, has been defiled by grave robbers. I have but lately eluded death from a dagger in the dark, and now my son, my little prince. If you find the prince, I will make the gods offerings of electrum and gold, jewels and linen beyond compare. I will erect a temple.
Yes, Pharaoh, but we must not let the shadow of the sundial pass another segment. The machine must be brought here at once.
This is the room in which the foul deed was done.
This is the cradle in which the little prince slept.
And there, beyond the cedar doors where the gods were slain, I, Tukan, Vizier...
But the prince is gone now. Why do you tarry here while his abductor's taken beyond our reach?
It is here, O Pharaoh, with this magic device, the miracle must be performed. For it is in this very chamber that we should hear the words of the conspirators.
There is no sound here save the drone of your
amplifier.
Amplifier?
Have you ever stood upon the banks of the river Nile, O Pharaoh, and tossed a pebble into the water?
Yes, many times.
You've seen the waves which it produces move out in ever-widening circles.
The waves become fainter and fainter until at last the naked eye cannot see them.
Yes.
But the motion is still there. The invisible ripples keep spreading through the water, even until the great river flows into the sea.
I do not understand. How shall this recall my son?
The spoken word, O Pharaoh, like the pebble in the water, produces waves in the air which spread in ever-widening circles and finally become too weak to be heard by the naked ear. But this magic device, Cauliflower, can give new strength to the waves and make them audible. Listen.
It is the prince. Oh, he weeps.
Listen, another voice.
The child. Silence the child quickly, lest the outer guards hear him. You know what is to be done now. Good. When all has been carried out according to plan, we will meet in the tomb of Artesia. Make haste now and leave before we are discovered.
In the tomb of Artesia. But that is impossible. Who would desecrate the tomb of the dead?
Whoever would dare steal the child of the great Pharaoh.
Any man who defiles the sacred tomb is struck dead.
Nevertheless, if you want to find your son, that is where we must go.
The wise men from the skies do not know, Excellency, that there is no access to the tomb of Artesia. That its entrance has been sealed secretly for all eternity so that the living may not disturb the dead.
I will find an opening, Cauliflower. The miracles of the great bird are not exhausted. Send the deaf-mute Ankh-Morpork with me to show me the tomb, and I will force it to yield in secret.
But you cannot.
Let it be so. And may the god Ra smile upon you.
What are you up to, Wilson? How are you going to get through a mountain of limestone? You'll see, my lad, because you're coming with me. Along the outside of this tomb looking for an entrance. There isn't any. I'll keep trying till I've covered every inch with this radar projector. Radar projector? What's it supposed to do? Drill holes in solid rock? You know how a doctor taps your chest to see where it's hollow and where it's not? Percussion on a mountain? That's exactly what I'm doing. Only instead of tapping with my fingers to find the hollow cave beyond the entrance, I'm hitting the surface of this rock with a radar. If I come to a hollow spot, well, I'll be able... Sebastian, listen. Sounds different. It is different. This is it, Sebastian. This boulder is the gateway to the tomb of Artesia. Signal the deaf-mute to come over. We'll need his slaves to move it. And then I'm going in.
You mean we're going in?
One of us has to stay out here to organize a rescue party just in case anything happens. I'll keep in touch with you on the short wave.
Here comes the deaf-mute Ankh-Morpork. Better show him what you want.
Here, you. All of you. Like this. Yes, that's the idea. Ready, Sebastian? 1, 2. Now, she's giving. We found the entrance to the tomb. Again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Make way for the chariot of the strangers. Make way for the chariot of the messengers of Ra.
Let the curtains of the chariot be drawn, that I may see within.
The gods have been good, O Pharaoh. We give you your son.
My son. But he lies there so quietly.
He sleeps screaming his patu. He was frightened and hungry, but now he rests. Lift him gently. You found him screaming in the burial tomb of your mother, Queen Artesia. 30 feet down in the limestone tomb in the golden sarcophagus, lying beside the dead.
We feast tonight and banquet. The little prince is saved. But tomorrow, vengeance time!
Giza beside the Nile poised for flight. But before you depart, you must hear this. 3 times have they struck at the house of Cauliflower. 3 times they have failed. But next time...
There will be no next time, O Pharaoh. You will destroy the plague upon your house with your own hand.
How can I destroy an enemy I do not know?
The enemy is known to me, Pharaoh. He is within your gates. He feasts with you. He sits at your banquet table and eats your food even as he plots your death. No, do not lift that trumpet to your lips.
Sebastian, have you gone mad? We're ready to leave. The ship's prepared. You'll ruin everything.
Vizier,
Yes, messenger of Ra.
drink the wine from the goblet the Pharaoh holds.
The fruit of the grape is forbidden to Toucan, O son of Osiris.
No, stranger. You are in error. Vizier Toucan is my trusted friend, my advisor.
Then let him prove it by drinking the wine. You see, he dare not Cauliflower, for he knows that the wine is poisoned.
Drink the wine, Toucan, my noble friend. Prove your innocence. Drink.
No, I dare not.
Know the penalty for treason. Drink from that goblet, Vizier, my friend, my noble counselor.
No, I cannot. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I must
Take him away. Remove him from my sight. And when he is dead, let no stone mark the place where his worthless soul is buried.
Great heavens, Sebastian, I'm floored. How did you do it?
Do what?
Spot that Vizier as the poison. Now, how did you know there was poison in the goblet?
I saw the Vizier put something in it.
Yes, but how did you know it was poison?
I'm an archaeologist, Wilson, a student of history. Don't you see? I knew there was a pharaoh called Cauliflower. I knew an attempt was made to poison him, and the attempt failed. So I kept my eyes open and spotted the Vizier. I read all about it in a book. A book that won't be published until 5,000 years from now.
Please do not leave us. Rest with us longer.
Must you leave us, sons of Osiris? You have rendered us much service with your feats of magic. These jewels and gold are but a small token of our gratitude.
We must leave Cauliflower. It is written in the stars. The gods grow impatient for our return.
Already the wheels that turn our spaceship were impatient for flight. The bird is eager to rise.
We find your great bird strange and exciting. What is the picture painted in bold colors upon the side?
It is a symbol, Pharaoh. It is called the Sphinx.
Sphinx? Sphinx? That is an Egyptian word. I must examine the picture more closely. Strange. Most strange. That bird comes to the garden of the gods and rests upon the sands of Giza. And yet, look upon the picture you call the Sphinx. The body is that of a crouching lion, but the head...
The head, my lord, is your head. The features, the face. It's your face.
It is an omen from the gods. I, Cauliflower, decree that upon this very spot in Giza, which guards the river Nile, there shall be carved from this mountain a statue, complete in every detail, an exact copy of the picture upon the stranger's great bird. The head shall be my head, the eyes brooding and distant, and the body that of a crouching lion. The statue shall be called the Sphinx.
Exciting adventure from the world of tomorrow. Another unusual story of science fiction on 2000 Plus. 1000 Plus. 1000 Plus. 1000 Plus. 1000 Plus. 1000 Plus. 1000 Plus.
The broadcast you are about to hear is scientific fiction. Action 80. Attention, CENCLAN 1, Headquarters, Defense Command, Washington. Commander Mark T. Richards, USN, reporting. Addressee, Action 80. Subject, Project Sailfish, Code 7, Classification Top Secret. Following is brought to your immediate attention. This is urgent. Repeat, this is urgent.
This is Dan Cubberly. Stay tuned now as we take you to a naval base somewhere in the United States for a report on the first atomic submarine. Naval Commander Mark T. Richards reporting.
Pursuant to Buford's orders dated 1 April 1952, I was detached from temporary duty with Naval Defense Command, Washington, and reported to Andrews Field for immediate transportation to New Haven, Connecticut. From there, I was directed to proceed without delay to Naval Base Charlie, where I was to report to Admiral R.L. Carruthers, commanding. In accordance with the above, I was assigned transportation aboard military air transport plane C-868, Andrews Field. At 1300 hours, 1 April 1952, said aircraft departed Andrews Field. After a routine flight, the transport landed at New Haven, Connecticut, time 1642. I reported to the transportation officer and received a driver and a jeep. At 1815, I arrived and reported with orders to the office of Admiral Carruthers.
Richards?
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty, sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Cigar?
No, thank you, Admiral.
Imported Havana. Nice aroma, don't you think?
Yes, sir. Very nice, sir.
Commander Richards, what do you know about Project Sailfish?
Atomic submarine, sir. Authorized by the Secretary of Defense. Begun May 1949. Designated experimental vessel X-915. Cost about $50 million.
What about the timetable?
And I believe the first atomic sub is scheduled for test runs next year.
I see you've been reading the newspapers.
And the file in the bureau, sir.
Suppose I told you both news ships and the daily papers are wrong. Since this base was activated, Commander, world conditions have changed. The Navy's no longer satisfied with the 8-hour day, the 40-hour week. For this reason, we have been on a round-the-clock basis for almost 6 months. Project Sailfish is 1 year ahead of schedule. Yes, it deserves a whistle. If we could publicly display our accomplishments, the fact is we can't.
Not even to the Bureau of Ships, sir?
Not even to Congress.
I'm beginning to understand why my orders were classified top secret.
Commander, there are 307 men working on this base. Every single one of these men has been given the most thorough loyalty check possible. Every single one of them has been working and living behind barbed wire for the past 6 months.
But you suspect a leak, sir?
We're not sure. 2 days ago, a convoy arrived at the base. 8 trucks. In one of those trucks was the Steinberg periscope.
I've heard of it, sir.
But not more than a handful have. Yet when the periscope was being installed yesterday aboard the X-915, it fell to the deck, made completely inoperative.
Inoperative? But how in the world?
The cable on the crane lifting it into place snapped. Steel cable.
Had it been cut, sir?
It had not. In fact, the lab technicians assured me it simply broke under the strain.
Well, if the lab...
Just a moment. That cable was designed to support 100 tons. The Steinberg periscope weighs less than 20.
Well, yet the cable broke from strain, sir.
All right, Commander. There are 2 possibilities. One, that the cable was faulty to begin with. A manufacturer's mistake. I'm having Washington check that for me now. Second, that someone on this base somehow weakened that cable.
Sabotage.
Exactly. Commander, only one thing matters to me right now, that the X-915 completes her first trial runs. They must proceed according to plan, without interruption. That's why I filed my report to Action 80.
Yes, sir. I'll help in any way I can, sir. When do you plan to test the sub? Sometime this month?
Not this month, Commander. Tomorrow.
2100 hours, Tuesday, 1 April. After leaving Admiral Carruthers' office, I checked into the BOQ. I had dinner at the officers' mess and then looked up Lieutenant Commander Stanley Linden, Chief Engineering Officer on the base. Admiral Carruthers had suggested I talk to him. At his quarters, I was told Linden was at the docks, working. Naval Base Charlie was surrounded by barbed wire. Yet within the base itself was still a smaller area, surrounded by more barbed wire, patrolled by armed sailors every 10 yards. I found the inner gate and presented the special yellow pass handed to me by the Admiral. Even with the high-priority yellow, I was given the same checkout received by any other visitor to this inner barbed wire area. For here it was, Behind the wire, that the United States ship X-915 was moored. The first atomic submarine. Floodlights covered the area and brought a glaring whiteness over the faces of the men working. But that wasn't what caught my eye. It was the thing that lay alongside the dock. The iron and steel monster that nestled against the pier like a giant pig. And the men swarming over her decks were like her brood come to eat. Here she was, black, hideous, beautiful. The X-915. 5,000 tons, $50 million. The Navy's first line of defense in any future war. The atomic age, gone down to the sea in ships. I found Lieutenant Commander Stanley Linden standing just outside a 6x6 wooden shack near the docks. We shook hands. He invited me inside.
Admiral Carruthers phoned you coming down, Commander.
What's the story, Linden, about the Steinberg periscope?
What's the story? I wish you could tell me.
Well, how do you feel about it, personally?
Me?
Yes, you, not official Navy.
Sabotage.
I see.
Don't ask me why I feel that way or what tells me something has gone wrong around here. But something has.
More than just the periscope?
Oh, a lot more. Something else has happened, Commander, to the men, the crew, the officers.
Is it the speed up?
Well, it could be. 24-hour days, 7-day weeks. Even with 3 shifts, you get the feeling of rush, of hurry. Get it done right now. Get it done yesterday.
You're a crane operator. You think he had something to do with it?
Thompson? No. Well, then I could say that about almost every man on the base. They were hand-picked, Commander. Not just stray workmen with know-how, but the best. Nobody applied for a job here, not even me. We were all chosen.
And the loss of your periscope doesn't postpone your trial run set for tomorrow?
Oh, no. Washington didn't take chances with anything on Project Sailfish. Not 1, but 2 Steinberg periscopes were made. The second was installed less than an hour ago.
Action 80.
I beg your pardon, Commander?
Basic principle of Action 80, Linden. Don't be certain. Be twice certain.
Commander, just who is Action 80? I've noticed every order out of this base lists them as an addressee.
Action 80 was born out of the unification program, Linden. In charge of all experimental development. Navy, Marine, Air Force, Army, even some civilian experiments. Wherever there's a major project developing, you'll find Action 80 behind it.
Kind of a board of directors overseeing tomorrow?
Yes, except that tomorrow is usually here today. You remember the B-29, Linden? Action 80 was the force behind it. The same was true with radar, jet aircraft, atomic energy. Not so futuristic at that, huh, Linden?
And Action 80 is simply the code designation.
Right. What's your ETD for tomorrow, Linden?
Estimated time of departure, 0700, that is.
Good.
Well, Commander, are you...
When the X-915 makes her first trial run at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, Linden, I'm going to be aboard. Good night. 0650 hours. Wednesday, 2 April 1952. Captain Z.L. Unger, USN Commanding Officer, set Special Sea Detail aboard the USS X-915. At 0700, the X-915 was underway. Lieutenant Commander Linden and myself stood on the bridge beside Captain Unger. And as the veteran captain gave his orders to the engine room, you could see the veins in his neck pulsating. The first atomic sub was underway. 0830. The X-915 was in the open sea. Linden and I were below decks.
Those engines sound good.
Yes. What's our speed, Linden?
30 knots. Traveling at 2/3.
Cruise at 50?
Well, that's what the book says. 50 knots.
45 knots submerged.
Been reading the same book, Commander.
Today's test is speed and maneuverability. Test able, right?
Right. Tomorrow we go for depth.
If we make it today. $10 Captain Unger gave the command to standard speed. The X-915 responded softly and efficiently and made 50 knots. 1100 hours. Captain Unger gave the command to flank speed. and we made good 60 knots. Nothing in the United States Navy could catch her. 1,200 hours. Speed set at standard. And now the technicians took over, an even dozen swarming over everything mechanical and electronic, giving the X-915 macroscopic scrutiny, checking against charts, checking against gauges, checking against sabotage. At 1,700 hours, the exercises were secured. At 17:30, the X-915 tied up alongside the dock at Naval Base Charlie. The pig boat of tomorrow was everything the Navy had hoped for, and then some. The pig boat of tomorrow was here to stay. Lyndon and I went to the BOQ, changed clothes, and joined Admiral Carruthers for dinner in his office. Lyndon reported, and I listened. If there was sabotage aboard the atomic sub, it had kept itself well hidden. Everybody was pleased. I decided to continue my investigations on shore the next day. Instead of joining Test Run Baker at 0700, Lyndon and I bid the Admiral good night and headed for our quarters. 0700, Thursday, 3 April, 1952. The USS X-915 underway for depth tests. 0800. I began an investigation of the dock area. 0930. I was summoned to the office of Admiral Carruthers. The messenger said it was urgent.
Never mind that. Put me through to Washington at once. That's right. At once. Come in, Commander Richards. Hello, Washington. Get me the Secretary of Defense. I don't care where he is now. Get him. All right. Call me back right away. Commander.
Yes, sir.
There are some charts on that table over there. Get them. I want them on my desk.
Yes, sir.
What? He's in a meeting? What the dickens do I care if he's in a meeting? No, I don't care if he's with the president. Get him. Right.
Here are your charts, sir.
Good. You know the test area for today's trials, Richard. Circle them.
Yes, sir. I, believe this covers Area Stork, Admiral.
Sorry to keep you in suspense this way, Commander, but I haven't had time to explain. What? You've got him? Oh, good. Hello? Yes, this is Carruthers. Yes, sir. Yes, that's right. No, nothing's changed. No, sir. I want authority to put Plan Zebra in effect at once. Yes, at once. Good. Thank you. Yes, right away. All right, Commander Richards, this is it. The X-915 began depth maneuvers at 0800. They would remain at various depths until 0900. It is now 940. The X-915 has not surfaced.
But what about radio contact, sir?
Silence. They have not answered a radio message since 8:45.
Then they're in trouble.
No, Commander, I do not think the atomic sub is in trouble.
But surely if they haven't answered radio calls...
That sub was equipped with any number of special emergency devices, including an automatic marker which would immediately rise to the surface should any trouble develop with the engines.
No markers have appeared, sir?
Furthermore, if she were on the bottom, her captain had only to press a key to discharge a large buoy.
Then if she isn't in trouble, there's
only one conclusion. The X-915 is deliberately remaining silent and is proceeding under her own orders to some unknown destination.
And her destroyer escorts have lost contact with her?
The accompanying destroyers report the sub disappeared off their sonar screen at full submerged speed, 45 knots. No destroyer in our fleet could catch her, even if we knew where she was heading. Commander Richards, there's only one possible conclusion. The X-915 has fallen into enemy hands.
1000 hours, 3 April 1952. Admiral Carruthers' office. Amidst the deluge of telephone calls, teletypes, and clattering decoding machines, the Admiral explains Plan Zebra.
15 plans were evolved covering each phase of the trial runs of Project Sailfish. Each plan covered a particular contingency. Of all 15, Plan Zebra was to be used only in the case of extreme emergency.
Yes, sir.
In brief, Plan Zebra covered the possibility of capture of the X-915 by alien forces. You see, Commander Richards, even though such an occurrence as this was unlikely in the extreme, every possible mishap in this operation had to be provided for.
And the Secretary gave you permission to put this plan into effect, sir?
Roger. Within half an hour, a task force will steam out of 3 separate bases on the Atlantic coast. They will rendezvous at this point. Here, on the chart.
That's about 100 miles southeast of this base.
Right. When the task force is rendezvoused, they will then begin Search Able, which is the second step in Plan Zebra.
To find the X-915.
Not to find the X-915, Commander Richards. To sink her.
1100 hours. Still no word from the X-915. Destroyers escorting the atomic sub on her second trial run had watched her dive and had never regained either visual, radar, or sonar contact. The thermometers aboard the destroyers supported the Admiral's theory that the X-915 was not on bottom. Again, only one conclusion remained. The atomic sub was proceeding to destination unknown under her own orders. Either the crew was composed entirely of traitors, which was unlikely in view of the exhaustive loyalty checks made on them, or some small portion of that crew, perhaps but a handful of men, had succeeded in taking over command of the vessel. With the sub maintaining complete radio silence, this latter point could only be guessed. 1130 hours. Admiral Carruthers established radio contact with the task force, which had now begun to rendezvous at Point Stork. The task force commander, Captain Stevens, was designated by the code name Red Dog 1 for radio communications. Admiral Carruthers was using Pierpoint 5.
This is Red Dog 1. This is Red Dog 1. Hello, Pierpoint 5. Hello, Pierpoint 5. This is Red Dog 1. How do you read me? Over.
Hello, Red Dog 1. This is Pierpoint 5. I read you 5 by 5.
Pierpoint 5. This is Red Dog 1. Group has met at Point Stork. Over.
Red Dog 1 from Pierpoint 5. Execute search plan Able. Good luck. Over.
Pierpoint 5. Thanks, Skipper. Over and out.
Captain Stevens is a good man, Commander. If anyone can catch them, he can.
The sub has a pretty fair lead, Admiral. We haven't got anything in the fleet that can make good 45 knots submerged.
I don't know who is commanding the X-915 right now, Richards, but he's smart. He isn't traveling submerged.
I don't understand your point, sir. What about our air search? They'd spot him in a minute if he surfaced.
The sub is equipped with Mark 10 radar. That means they can pick up a plane or an Air Force group 100 miles away. By traveling on the surface, he can make good 60 knots. He'll have plenty of time to dive before being spotted by the Air Force.
And at 60 knots, we haven't the slightest chance of...
I'm afraid you're right, Commander. Yes? Oh, yes, just a minute. Commander, it's for you. Will you take it in the other office, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Richard speaking.
Commander Richards, sir.
Yes, who is it?
Sir, this is the sentry down at the torpedo shack.
Yes, go on.
Well, sir, you remember when you were down here this morning about 9 o'clock? You told us to leave, if anything funny happened.
All right, Sentry, what have you found?
Well, sir, Commander, that's just it. We didn't find nothing. You see, one of them torpedo cases came open just a little while ago, and we seen they were empty. Somebody taken them atomic warheads out of them during the night.
All right, get 10 men. No, make it 20. Search the entire storeroom, search the base. Check back with me in 30 minutes.
No, we haven't got time for that now. And see why that second fighter group hasn't contacted our task force yet. Right. Oh, it's you, Commander. You've got to try, even when you know you can't possibly win.
Admiral, I've got an idea.
Idea? I hope it contains a miracle.
It contains 1,000 to 1 shot.
I'd say that's about 1,000,000 to 1 better than our chances right now. What is your idea, Commander?
I received a phone call just now. That phone call was from the sentry down at the torpedo shack. Admiral, he told me he found the atomic warhead crates empty.
Empty?
They're conducting a thorough search, but I don't imagine they'll find them.
Commander Richard, do you realize the gravity of your remarks? Those crates were marked torpedoes, but you know as well as I do what they actually contain.
Yes, sir. They contained atomic warheads for the rockets aboard the X-915. They were scheduled for use on the final trial run.
Equipped with those warheads, that sub could launch a full-scale atomic attack on any city on the eastern seaboard.
Exactly my reasoning, sir.
Then what makes you so darn pleased about it? Not only has an enemy force succeeded in capturing our first atomic submarine, we now learn they have taken along the greatest single weapon the United States Navy owns.
And could thus demolish any city on the eastern seaboard, sir.
Well, Commander Richards, you darn well had better explain yourself.
Admiral, the captors of the X-915 pulled off one of the greatest coups in military history. Wouldn't you think they'd be satisfied to let it go at that?
Please continue, Commander.
However, this enemy went to the added risk of stealing a shipment of atomic launching rockets. Now, why?
Why?
Why take that extra gamble unless they had plans to use it?
I'm beginning to see your point, Commander.
If the captors of the X-915 merely wanted the sub and were planning to make a run for it, they'd have accomplished it. But they included in their plans our atomic rockets. Admiral Carruthers, it's my guess they're going to use those rockets in the near future. Say, today.
I'll go along with that reasoning, Commander. Let's get to work.
1300 hours, 3 April 1952. Admiral Carruthers and I studied the charts of the Atlantic coast. We agreed the logical target for atomic attack would be the city of New York. Figuring the effective range of the sub's atomic rockets at 100 miles, we then sketched in the launching area the sub would have to use. Once that was established, there remained one simple detail. Stop those rockets from ever leaving the sub's deck. Admiral Carruthers, lately of Inuitak, Iwo Jima truck in the Philippines, had a plan.
All right, Commander. We've settled on the site of their attack. That becomes our bullseye. Around that bullseye, we draw a circle 10 miles out, like this. Then another circle, another 10 miles. And still another, until the outer circle around the bullseye measures 100-mile radius.
In other words, sir, our outer circle is out of the atomic sub's radar range.
Exactly. Now, calculating their speed and course, they should arrive at Point Bullseye, the center, just about the time we're able to complete a ring of ships 100 miles out.
With the X-915 in the center. Except if we close in, sir, the sub will submerge and escape under us.
We won't close in.
I beg your pardon, sir?
We'll send one ship in toward the bullseye, alone. The sub will pick up contact.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand. They'll figure it for a stray vessel, not enough of a threat to frighten them. But it would force them to shift their position before launching their rocket.
Right. And it also forces them to travel submerged. That negates the 100-mile radar. Next, we send in another lone ship. Sub shifts position again to another segment of our circle. Then we send in still another ship. We're constantly narrowing their corridor for attack.
And when they break surface in the last remaining segment to fire their rockets, we're surrounding them.
We hope to God we are, Commander. Hello, Red Dog 1. Hello, Red Dog 1. This is Pier Point 5. Over.
Hello, Pier Point 5. This is Red Dog 1. Over.
Discontinue search plan able. I repeat, discontinue search plan able. Over.
Pier Point 5, this is Red Dog 1. Would you repeat your last transmission? Over.
This is Pier Point 5. I repeat, discontinue your present search plan. The following plan supersedes all previous orders. It is to be executed immediately following this transmission. I repeat...
The Admiral, with the patience of a man who knew his job, began dictating to his task force commander the base search pattern they were to follow. For 5 minutes, he gave facts and figures that he explained the purpose of this new plan. If his conversation was terse to the point of being salty, then it was still more temperate than the situation might have called for. By 1600, the plan was in effect. The Admiral clicked off his radio transmitter, and we stared at each other. We had to pray for one thing, that whoever had captured the X-915 would now proceed to the launching area, and once there, attempt to destroy the city of New York. "17:15. The sun was low outside the Admiral's office. The sun was low outside the city of New York. Sundown was made for submarines. It is their witching hour, their debut, their time for attack."
Coffee, Commander?
Thank you, sir.
What time is it?
5:20, sir.
Beautiful sunset.
Yes, sir.
Used to seem like this off Inuitak. Pacific. That's where you have the sunsets.
Lyndon served in the Pacific, sir.
Lyndon? Oh.
More coffee, Admiral?
Commander, what happened to Chief Engineer Lyndon? Captain Unger. Unger was a classmate of mine at the academy. He didn't sell out.
None of them sold out, sir. They were shanghaied. You can bet on it.
And they're all aboard that sub right now. Lyndon and Unger and a lot of good men. The sub, it's our job to sink.
Pier Point 5, this is Red Dog 1. Come in, please. Over.
That's Captain Stevens. They should be at the launching point now. Pier Point 5 to Red Dog 1. Go ahead. Over.
Pier Point 5, we have completed the ring. I repeat, we have completed the ring. Over.
Red Dog 1, Pier Point 5. Have you sent in your first messenger?
Pier Point 5, Red Dog 1. Roger. Over.
Red Dog 1, proceed with plan. Please advise any contact. Over and out.
The Admiral sat down behind his chart-cluttered desk, the wind-lined stains of his face more noticeable now, and together we waited.
Pier Point 5, and sending in second messenger. Ring closing. No contact as yet. Over and out.
Together we waited 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Sending in third messenger. Closing to a bullseye. No contact. Over and out.
One by one, the single ships were slicing across the big target we'd drawn on our chart. Each ship slicing in closer toward the launching area, forcing the enemy we'd never seen to change plans, change positions, yet not frightening him enough to make him forget his attack.
Clear point 5, Red Dog 1. Sending in 7th messenger. No contact as yet. Closing within 10 miles of bullseye. I repeat, no contact.
In one way, that's good, Commander. At least we can feel certain the X-915 hasn't surfaced.
Well, we're safe from a radar, then. Our sound range is 10,000 yards.
And I'm going to order the task force to patrol that range. Red Dog 1, take position 5 miles from bullseye. I repeat, take position 5 miles from bullseye. Over.
Clear point 5, this is Red Dog 1. Okay, Skipper, but that's as close as we can get. If we miss...
No, darn it, we aren't going to miss. Close in.
Aye, aye, sir.
And report to me every minute.
Yes, sir, we're closing in. Over and out.
Stevens is worried.
I don't blame him, sir.
He's only worried. I'm scared. Suppose the sub headed for Siberia.
Then we're out of luck anyway.
Clear point 5, closing to 10,000 yards. No contact. Destroyer group is... Clear point 5. Destroyer group off by Port Bow has sighted enemy. I repeat, destroyer group has sighted enemy. The sub is surfacing. Clear point 5, do you hear me? Over.
Red Dog 1, I hear you. Over.
Enemy has surfaced. Destroyer group opening fire. Dive bombers coming in. Bombers making attack. Sub is still surfaced. Clear point 5. Clear point 5.
Red Dog 1. Red Dog 1, come in, please. Red Dog 1, this is Clear point 5. Come in, please. Red Dog 1, are you receiving me?
Clear point 5, this is Red Dog 1. I am receiving you. Air Force and destroyer groups have attacked. The X-915 is sinking. I repeat, X-915 is sinking. Proceeding to pick up survivors. Over.
Red Dog 1. This is Pier Point 5. Well done. Over and out.
1000 hours, 4 April 1952. Task Force Able reported into Admiral Carruthers. Seamen with brilliant naval records. All 8 had been living and working within Naval Base Charlie for 6 months. And what of these Steinberg periscopes? Why had they sabotaged it? The answer was, they had not. Just as the lab technicians told us, the cable had broken from strain. A manufacturer's mistake. A mistake that brought Action 80 onto the scene. A mistake that may have saved the city of New York. And in his excitement, Admiral Carruthers handed me a cigar. End of report. Transmit at once to Action 80.
The broadcast you have just heard was scientific fiction. Any similarity to persons living or dead was purely coincidental. Next week, Action 80 will bring you the top secret report of Dr. Robert Blackstone, noted astronomer, when radar contact is established with the moon. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Ed Begley, and Larry Dobkin. Music composed and recorded by Leith Stevens. Dan Cubberly speaking.
Radio 4. Aliens in the Mind. Co-starring Vincent Price as Professor Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius.
Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God to take unto himself the soul of our brother Hugh, we commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes. In the sure hope of the resurrection to eternal life,
through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Hey, that's that then.
Well, we'll be missing him, Dookie. The doctor.
20 years he's been with us.
Aye.
Do you know that fellow at the graveside?
I've seen him before.
Oh, I don't doubt we'll know him soon enough.
Aye. The minister's awaiting him already. Old Donald Schooler's not one to let a stranger pass his gate.
Part 1. Island Genesis.
Good day to you, sir. I'm Donald Schooler, the minister here. And you'd be...
John Cornelius.
A relative of the doctor's, maybe?
No, just a friend. A very old friend.
And have you traveled far?
From London. I had hoped to be here for the inquest.
That was this morning. Accidental death, of course. Tragic.
Yes. Could you tell me how he... I read that he fell from a cliff.
Last Friday night. There was a heavy fog over the island. We get a lot of it coming in from the sea at this time of the year. It seems he wandered off the cliff path. He was found at the foot of Drochna Head, 460 feet.
I see.
You know there's no boat back to the mainland until tomorrow.
Oh, yes, but I'm told there's an inn.
Oh, no, you're welcome to stay at the manse.
Well, that's very kind of you,
Not at all, I insist.
Well, thank you.
Aye, Mary, my housekeeper, will be glad to see a new face around the place. Mary!
Is that you, Minister?
We have a guest, Mary, Mr. Cornelius.
I'm glad to meet you.
An old friend of the doctor's.
Oh, that's a sad day, sir. He was such a fine man.
Mr. Cornelius can have the front guest room, Mary, can he not?
Aye. Is that all you have with you, just the one wee bag?
It's quite adequate, I assure you.
We'll leave it with Mary, Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you.
I'll away up and give the room an airing.
Now, you'll take a wee dram, just to warm you.
A little whiskey would be most welcome, thank you.
Oh, sit yourself down, Mr. Cornelius. Make yourself at home.
That's most kind. Thank you.
Was it long since you'd seen him, the doctor?
It must be 3 or 4 years, I suppose. We wrote occasionally and kept promising to meet, but with the distance and pressure of work, well, you know how it is.
I can well imagine. Here.
Thank you.
And here's a health to you.
God bless.
And had you been corresponding lately with the doctor?
No, I haven't heard from him for quite a while.
That's better. And he was your oldest friend, you say?
Well, one of them. We were inseparable in the old days, you and I and a man called Curtis Lark.
Curtis Lark? That's rather a quaint name.
Rather a quaint man, I suppose. American, of course. The three of us were together at the same hospital. You're not free from aircraft noise even up here, Mr. Schooler.
Oh, a helicopter from the Naval Training Station. Not usual for them to fly so low. Since you were at the same hospital, I take it you are also a medical man.
Yes.
Should I not be addressing you as Dr. Cornelius, then?
No, I'm a surgeon.
Hey, you'd be a specialist of some sort.
Oh, yes, I'm a brain surgeon. Didn't you have a housekeeper?
Molly Kyle, aye. Oh, a fine woman. She was at the service.
Do you think she'd mind if I went up to the house?
Oh, I'm sure she'd expect it. Why not now? Before it gets dark. I'd be glad to walk you over there myself.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Minister.
Come along then, Mr. Cornelius. Oh, if you could just wait a moment, I'd better tell Mary we're going out.
Certainly. I'll be outside stretching my legs.
Half-past. 2 minutes slow. What the devil?
Oh, no. Oh, please, no.
Poor child, what is the matter?
She's calling them. She's calling them again.
Calling who, my dear?
The fellowship. She's calling them away from the fire. Oh, stop her. Stop her or they'll die too.
Who will die?
Who will die? You will.
Come here, my dear. What is your name?
Laura! Laura, come inside at once.
Oh, no, Minister. I'm all right. I'm not hearing her voice. I'm not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cornelius. I hope Laura wasn't bothering you. This seems to be one of her bad days.
What's wrong with her?
Sick in the head, I'm afraid. Mental disorientation, the doctor called it.
Is she receiving any treatment?
Prayer and faith in the Lord is the best possible treatment, Mr. Cornelius. Many of the young folk on Luig come here, troubled in spirit, and within a year or so, they're completely cured. That's why their parents send them to me.
Really? Are you a faith healer, then?
No, Mr. Cornelius. I am just the shepherd to my flock. Now, shall we walk across to the doctor's house?
Please.
It's just a few minutes over the headland. This is Drochna Head, Mr. Cornelius.
Was it here that you fell?
Ah, down on those rocks.
Seems rather a long way to have strayed from the path.
24 feet, according to the coroner.
He must have walked this way hundreds of times. You'd have thought...
It was quite a fog we had that night.
Even so, the path here is worn to the bare rock. But the moment you stray towards the edge, it's all grass, thick grass.
He was drunk, Mr. Cornelius. Wasn't said at the inquest, of course, but everyone here is of the opinion that poor Dr. Dexter had taken a drop too much that night.
That doesn't sound a bit like you.
Hey, wait, what's that?
What, where?
Down there on the beach. You see?
Oh, yes, there is someone down there.
Ah, he's taking the cliff path up towards the doctor's house. Come along. We'll no doubt run into him further along. Here we are.
Much bigger than I expected.
This was his surgery, a dispensary, and the living quarters as well.
Oh, hello, Minister.
Hello, Molly. This is Mrs. Kyle.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Kyle.
Good afternoon.
This is Mr. Cornelius, Molly. He was a friend of the doctor's.
Oh, hi.
Hello there. What? Who is this now?
Good Lord, it's Curtis Lark. Where on earth did he spring from?
Hello, John. How are you?
I'm fine, but how did you get here?
By passenger jet, private charter plane, and finally by one of your Royal Navy's helicopters. Am I in time?
Not for Hugh's funeral, if that's what you mean.
Well, I did try, but I was in wildest Borneo when I got the news.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me introduce you. Professor Curtis Lark, the minister, the Reverend Donald Schooler.
Professor.
And Mrs. Kyle, Hugh's housekeeper.
Hello.
Will you not come inside, gentlemen?
Thank you. After you, John.
Go straight into the study, if you would.
If you would excuse me, Molly.
Aye. You'll be wanting to get back for the fellowship meeting.
Fellowship?
The Fellowship of the Kirk.
Oh. I'll see you later then, Minister.
Aye, back at the manse. Good day to you, Professor.
A bientôt, Minister.
Early Edwardian walnut. Hardly Hugh's taste, I would have thought.
If it's the furniture you're talking about, he bought it with the practice. It used to belong to old Dr. Mingy's before. There's a picture over here that you'll maybe recognize.
Oh, yes, the class photograph.
I think you're both there on it somewhere.
Second row left with Hugh standing between us.
I can still remember the day when it was taken. Oh, was it really 20 years ago?
No, it was nearer 30.
Oh, my goodness. Well, all things considered, we still look remarkably young.
All things considered, Curtis, you probably need glasses.
Oh, we're none of us getting any younger, sir.
Mrs. Kyle, did the doctor ever wear glasses?
Aye. He had a pair made last year, just for reading, you know.
What time was it when the doctor went out last Friday?
I wasn't here that night, sir. I was over to the mainland to visit relatives.
Oh, I see. So you wouldn't know if he had been drinking at all?
No, sir. I'm afraid not.
Uh-huh.
Can I get you gentlemen something to eat?
Oh, that's an excellent idea. I had breakfast somewhere, but I've quite forgotten where or even when it was.
You must be starved. I'll away to see to it now.
Oh, thank you. You're most kind. Oh, dear John, I can't tell you how glad I am to see you again.
My dear fellow, I'm glad to see you too, and surprised.
Surprised?
I'm astonished. It's less than a week since Hugh's death was announced. It's quite incredible that you managed to get here from, where was it? The wilds of Borneo?
John, I wasn't in Borneo.
Oh?
No, that was just for the minister's benefit.
Ah.
I'd left Borneo 2 days before on my way here. And when I heard the news of Hugh's death, I was actually making a stopover in Sydney, Australia. You see, I received this letter from Hugh. Look, you'd better read it here.
Thank you. My dear Curtis, please read this scribble indulgently, because it's extremely difficult for an island vegetable like me to keep a steady leaf between lines, eh? Well, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does. Don't you remember that silly code we devised when we suspected that horse-faced matron of opening our mail?
Oh, good Lord, yes. Let me see now. First two, wasn't it?
Right.
First two and last two words in every sentence.
That's right. Now you try it again.
Now, please read last two between lines.
Right.
A terrible danger here. You must help me.
Message ends.
A terrible danger here. It's as though he knew he was going to die.
And who was going to kill him?
You can't be serious.
Well, he obviously thought his mail was being intercepted.
You can't suspect the postman.
I don't even know the postman.
Well, then.
And I hardly know Mrs. Kyle any better.
Oh, now that's preposterous.
Well, someone was checking Hugh's mail.
It doesn't follow that they killed him. Or indeed that anyone killed him.
John, I found this pair of glasses on the beach.
Show them to me.
They're reading glasses.
Oh, I can see that, but they're not necessarily Hugh's.
Well, they were just about where his body would have been.
Well, surely they would have been in a case.
Hugh certainly had a case for them, John. Look, it's right there on the desk. Empty.
But it still doesn't prove anything.
Not in a court of law, perhaps. But it's proof enough for me. You can't really believe that Hugh, or anyone else for that matter, would walk along a dangerous cliff top at night in thick fog with a pair of reading glasses stuck on his nose. It's just not possible.
According to the minister, the general opinion is that Hugh was drunk that night.
John, that's not possible either.
Why?
Well, he swore off liquor the night his wife died. Besides, I've seen the autopsy report.
When?
I made a courtesy call on the coroner earlier today before I arranged for the helicopter to bring me over.
But that's not allowed.
I know. I think perhaps he was overwhelmed by my medical reputation.
I'm amazed. Perhaps we could come to the point, Curtis?
The point, my dear John, is that according to the autopsy report, there was absolutely no trace of alcohol in the body. Not in the stomach, not in the blood, not in the urine. None whatsoever.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Gosh, if we could only find something positive.
What did you have in mind?
Oh, I don't know. Some notes, a diary, a letter he never dared send, anything.
But where do we start to look?
Well, presumably where no one else would think of looking.
You think he hid something?
I certainly hope so. I would have done it in his place.
Oh, yes, I'm sure you would.
But don't just stand there, John. Try those filing cabinets.
Oh, very well.
Nothing much in the desk. I'll try these cupboards over here.
Just medical reports here. What you'd expect, really.
Hey, that recorder in here.
I thought Hugh was a hi-fi man.
Well, he was.
I can't imagine what sort of music he had. Oh.
Scottish folk music, sea chanties, the Boston Pops.
Never.
Oh, no, definitely not his scene.
If he had wanted light relief, he would have chosen Vivaldi or Scarlatti.
And certainly not on a cassette. He was too much of a purist. Oh. Move it on a bit. Not far enough yet.
I've recorded
There
this
we are.
message for John Cornelius, consultant surgeon to the London Encephalic Hospital, or for Professor Curtis Lark of the New York Institute of Paranormal Phenomena. I must admit from the start that all my research records disappeared when my study was burgled earlier in the year. Construe that how you will. All that now remains is a notebook of my observations, which I have lodged for safekeeping with our old friend, Ward Locke.
Who? Do you know anyone named Locke? I don't.
The only Locke I know had the misfortune to be an encyclopedia.
What are you talking about?
Ward Locke's Medical Encyclopedia.
John, you're a genius, an unsung genius.
Yes, but we tend not to sing about it on this side of the Atlantic, you know.
Locke.
That black tome, dear boy, over on the left there.
Ah, here it is. Locke's Medical Encyclopedia.
Oh, do open it, Curtis. It won't bite you.
Well, look at that. A hollow's been cut into the center of the pages.
Yes, but what's inside?
His notebook. What else?
Ah.
I've just returned Ward Locke to, as you would say, his appointed place in the order of things.
Yes, but you'd better let me have that notebook. You're always losing things. I'll put it in my pocket.
Damn it, I've even lost the playback button on this
try
infernal
that
machine. All right. There we are.
If you can find time to contact Ward Locke, you will see that my observations have led me to believe that this island is in the throes of giving birth to a new race, a mutant species. Physically, they are human, but my EEGs suggest that their brain is quite different from ours. I know for a fact that they are capable of some form of telepathy. It is the development of this telepathic power during early adolescence that is directly responsible for the high incidence of mental disorientation among the younger people on the island. Almost invariably, the clinical symptoms in these cases seem to disappear within about a year.
Schoolers, prayer and faith in the Lord.
What's that supposed to mean?
The minister cures them, or so he claims. The island of sickness, he calls it.
What Hugh's describing sounds more like an island genesis.
Yes, I know. Look, switch it on again.
All right.
The single exception to this rule is a girl whose development seems to have been arrested in the middle of her own personal metamorphosis, as it were, so that she retains all the disorientation symptoms. Logically, one would have expected a complementary arrest in the development of her brain, but her EEG suggests that her brain may, in fact, be better developed than anyone else's. She has proved able, on occasions, to disrupt the telepathic communication of other mutants. And this is what frightens me. To implant her own thoughts in their minds. It is my belief that she may be a second-phase mutant, the prototype of a genetically selected master race. Her name is Flora Curie. Pray God she is only the prototype. If there are others like her, the whole future of mankind as we know it could be threatened.
My God.
Well, at least we know why Hugh died.
Dr. Dexter.
Mrs. Kyle.
I thought I heard the doctor.
Well, you did, Mrs. Kyle. But it was only a tape recording.
Sit down, Mrs. Kyle.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, I can understand it. It must have given you quite a turn. Look, you'd better drink this.
Thank you. Oh, what a nasty taste.
Well, it shouldn't be. It said pure malt on the label. Go on, drink it up.
Oh, my heart's still pounding. I just wasn't expecting it, you know.
You rest for a moment. You'll soon feel better.
Yes, now look, this will help you to relax.
I'm feeling quite dizzy
No,
now.
Don't get up. Don't get up. Just rest there.
Lord, the poor woman's fainted. It must be the shock.
Oh, don't be an ass, John. I slipped her what is euphemistically known as a Mickey Fin.
A Mickey? It's no smell. What on earth was it?
There was a curare derivative. Out in Borneo, there's a tribe of headhunters who use it as a local anesthetic.
Very interesting, John, but hardly relevant. Unless you intend taking Mrs. Kyle's head as a trophy.
No, but she may intend taking mine, or yours, for that matter. Let's be quite clear about our situation, John. Hugh was killed presumably by mutants, because he knew too much about them. If they discover how much we know, we won't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting off this island alive.
But you surely don't suspect Mrs. Kyle of being a mutant?
Until such time as we learn how to distinguish mutants from non-mutants, I intend, in the interest of self-preservation, to suspect everyone on this island of being a mutant.
Curtis, I met a girl called Flora earlier today
Uh-huh.
at the manse, the minister's house. She was about 18, I should think. Well past the age of puberty, anyway. Now, she had all the symptoms of the case that you spoke of.
The second phase mutant, huh?
It could be. Where are you off to now?
To the manse, of course. That girl's our only lead.
What about Mrs. Kyle?
Oh, she'll sleep it off in about a half hour or so. Are you coming?
Just collecting the cassette?
Very good thinking, my dear John.
Thank you. Right. Now let's go.
I'm coming.
Look, Curtis. Something's going on in the church. The lights are on.
Must be some sort of service.
The fellowship meeting.
Yes, that's right. The minister mentioned it.
So did Flora. She said something about calling them away from the fire.
What fire?
I don't know.
Then I think it's time we found out. Come on. John, give me a leg up. I want to do a little surreptitious eavesdropping. Steady, John, steady.
You're overweight, damn it. All those hot dogs. Stop it.
Well, let me down.
With the greatest of pleasure.
There are rows and rows of them in there, just sitting there like so many zombies.
Listen.
Servant of the devil, his work is Satan's handiwork. It should be cast into outer darkness.
All unto everlasting hellfire!
Those people make the Spanish Inquisition sound like a parlor game.
If the devil's handiwork were consumed in eternal hellfire.
And I would not move from the house of God to save it.
Aye, and the ashes should be cast
Curtis,
into outer
there's a fire up there on the hill.
Ooh, what a fire. It looks like the whole house has gone up in flames.
Hugh's house?
Yes.
I've just remembered something.
What?
When I talked to Flora, she said that if I didn't stop her calling them away from the fire, I'd die too.
You?
I didn't understand at the time, but I do now. They wanted us to be in that house.
And they would just sit there in their church and let us quietly burn to death.
What? Who's that? Flora, what are you doing here?
Waiting for her to die.
Mrs. Kyle. She's up there in that inferno, probably still unconscious.
No, she's awake now.
Flora, what's going on in the church?
She is calling them to the fire. Listen.
Oh my God, something's wrong!
No, stay where you are. Stay.
Go! We must go quickly!
Let it burn. Let it burn.
No! We must go and put it out!
Do not move.
We must go! The Lord rests on his body! An innocent his body!
Was calling them. Why didn't they go?
Because I was telling them to stay.
Why, Flora, why?
Because now Louis is mine. Louis is mine.
So Mrs. Kyle was a second phase mutant, too.
You realize what that means?
Yes, it means that Flora isn't just a prototype. Hugh's so-called master race has been with us for at least 50 years.
50 years. 3 generations.
And God said, go forth and multiply.
That was part 1 of Aliens in the Mind, co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius, with Henry Stamper as Donald Schooler, Sandra Clark, Flora Curie, Shirley Dixon, Mrs. Kyle, Irene Sutcliffe, Mary, and Fraser Carr, Dr. Hugh Dexter. Aliens in the Mind was written by René Basilico from an idea by Robert Holmes. Production by John Dias.
And you can hear part 2, Hurried Exodus, at the same time next week, 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 at the same time.
Radio 4. Aliens in the Mind. Co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius. On the remote Scottish Isle of Lewig, Lark and Cornelius are convinced that the death of their friend Dr. Hugh Dexter was no accident. From his research notes, they diagnosed the island's sickness as early symptoms of a strange genetic mutation affecting many of the island's inhabitants, turning them into zombies, blindly obeying orders from an unknown source. The key to the mystery seems to be an apparently simple-minded 18-year-old girl, Flora Curie, who saves them from burning to death in a fire that destroys Dr. Dexter's house, and with it, the housekeeper, Molly Kyle.
Let it burn! Let it burn!
No! No! We must go and put it out!
Do not move! Do not move!
We must go! The Lord has been punished! An innocent is punished!
Calling them. Why didn't they go?
Because I was telling them to stay.
Why, Flora, why?
Because now Louis is mine. Louis is mine.
Part 2. Hurried Exodus.
Come in.
Morning, John.
Oh.
You still in bed?
Where else should one be at this unearthly hour? Look, and I distinctly said 4 minutes. Look at it. Damn thing's raw.
Well, you know, in some parts of the world, raw egg is considered quite a delicacy.
Well, not here it isn't. Did you discover anything of value in Hugh's notes?
Oh, just bits and pieces. It's like a jigsaw puzzle with most of the pieces missing.
Well, that's more than we expected. We'll have to put together our own picture and then see how Hugh's pieces fit in.
Well, now, let's see. What have we got so far?
I've got a slight feeling of nausea from this revolting egg.
Perfidious albumin.
Oh, no, please, not at this time of day. Look, pour me some coffee, will you?
Sure. It's my pleasure.
No, thanks. Now, what have you got so far? The fact that there occurred on this island a mutation of the human species brought about by some genetic transformation of the brain which enables it to receive some form of telepathic communication.
Only to receive? Now, what about transmitting telepathic messages?
Well, but that's not proven, is it?
No.
We can be certain of only 2 cases. Molly Kyle, who is now dead, presumably, and Flora Curie, who, at best, is an imperfect example of a different, more highly developed mutation, what Hugh was pleased to call the master race.
Controllers would be a more accurate description of those 2 bizarre ladies. They both seem to have this power of implanting their own thoughts, their own will, in the minds of other mutants.
And so what outwardly look like ordinary human beings become, in fact, extensions of the mind of the controller, without even being aware of it. That's terrifying.
Think what Hitler or Stalin might have done with power like that.
Think what they did without it.
According to Hugh's notes, in the 20 years he was on the island, there were 120 cases of mental disorientation.
Mutant metamorphosis.
What you will, which gives us 120 mutants under the age of, say, 33.
And at least as many over that age.
250 all told.
And all totally indistinguishable from the rest of the inhabitants.
Except for Flora.
Yes, except for Flora. We've got to get that girl to London. It's the only way.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Hang on. That could be a pretty tall order.
We must do it somehow. We need to run tests on her, medical checks.
And do all the other things that Hugh Dexter tried to do.
Precisely.
And got himself murdered for. You know, that blaze last night at Hugh's place was no accident, John. It was meant for us. Someone out here just doesn't like us knowing too much.
That's why we have to get Flora away from here. Surely you see that.
Well, I can see the sense in it, but what I can't see is how to go about it.
We'll start with the minister.
I'd like our chances a lot better if I disliked him a little less. That man really spooks. Now, John, about the minister, there's no doubt that he's a mutant. Well, he is a mutant, isn't he?
Almost certainly, on the evidence we have.
But he's not a controller.
I would say it's unlikely.
You know, once Flora realized Mrs. Kyle was dead, she said Luig was hers. I don't believe she would have dared say that if the minister was also a controller.
No, and when I first met her yesterday, she seemed completely overawed by him. Mind you, he is a trifle overbearing.
Not to mention unpleasant. He's much too sinister for my taste. A sinister minister.
Oh, curses.
Still, this little visit of ours should dent his sanctimonious composure.
How so?
But I feel sure he hoped. Perhaps he even prayed that we died last night.
Well, we'll soon find out.
The next few minutes could be quite interesting.
Oh, Mr. Cornelius.
Whatever's the matter, Mary?
Come in.
Well, thank you.
You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
Well, we thought you must be dead.
What made you think that?
You're on fire up at the doctor's house last night.
We'd gone by then.
Yes. Fortunate, wasn't it?
But Mr. Cornelius said he'd be staying here for the night, and when he didn't come back...
The fault is entirely mine, Mary. I persuaded him to keep me company at the inn.
Well, all's well, I suppose. I'll get the minister. Minister?
Yes, Mary?
Could it trouble you?
They're coming. Well, what is it, Mary?
There's 2 visitors to see you. Mr. Cornelius and...
Professor Lark.
Professor Lark.
Returned from the dead, Minister.
What? Well, you did manage to...
Escape.
We left before the fire broke out.
You were fortunate.
We feared the worst for you.
That will be all, Mary.
Yes, Minister.
What about Mrs. Kyle?
There's the real tragedy for you. Such a fine woman, a real pillar of strength in the community.
She is dead, then?
Aye, they brought down the body this morning, or what was left of it. Aye, strange that they should have found her in the doctor's study.
Why not?
She should have. She was usually out and about in the garden at that time of the day.
Well, maybe she was looking for something.
Do they know what caused the fire?
No, and I doubt they ever will, frankly. When will you be returning to London?
We'll get the boat back this afternoon, most probably.
Aye, very wise.
And we'd like to take Flora with us.
Flora? And what would you want to do a thing like that for?
She is ill, Minister.
Aye, she has the island sickness. We don't need a brain surgeon to tell us that.
Minister, I suspect that she has a tumor.
A tumor?
On the brain. She has all the classic symptoms, and it's the most likely explanation why she has not returned to normal like everyone else has done.
Oh, I see. And I suppose you will be wanting to operate on her yourself, Mr. High and Mighty Cornelius.
Only if my first diagnosis proves correct.
Well, I'm not committing that poor wee lassie to having her brain meddled with. I have no right, anyway.
You don't need one. She has a perfect right of her own. She's of age.
But she is not compos mentis, is she?
Not all the time, certainly.
But some of the time her mentis is so compos it's almost out of sight.
And what's that supposed to mean?
It's just a manner of speaking.
Minister?
Well, Mary, what is the matter?
Have you seen Flora this morning, Minister?
No, why?
Her bed's not been slept in. She couldn't have come back last night.
When was the last time you saw her, Mary?
When she went out last evening.
We'd better start looking for her.
Well, I'm going straight down to the police station.
The police station?
We can't let that girl roam round loose on the island. We've got to find her before she does some harm to herself. My coat, Mary, if you would.
Yes, Minister.
I'll come with you, Minister.
And what about you, Professor?
No, I think two's company. I'll just wander up to Hugh's house and poke around in the ashes.
You won't find much in there.
What? Oh, yeah, you're right, officer.
Sergeant, if you don't mind, sir. Sergeant McBenney.
Okay, Sergeant. Yeah, did the minister send you?
Yes, sir.
What, to keep an eye on me?
To help you, sir, if you want.
Nice of you.
Oh, it's only 2 minutes on the bike. What are we looking for, by the way?
I really don't know. Some of Dr. Dexter's research papers, perhaps. Though I don't think much could have survived this. It's one of the most comprehensive files I've ever seen.
Just as well, if you ask me. Some of the church fellowship took great exception to Dr. Dexter's researches.
Now, why would they do that?
Well, sir, over the past few years, those researches, as you call them, seem to be aimed exclusively at the fellowship.
Oh, come on now.
And to no one else. Practically every single member of the fellowship had been investigated by Dr. Dexter at some time or another.
Investigated, Sergeant? Oh, that's police language. You mean examined?
No, sir. I mean investigated, Professor. Brain pictures, blood samples, and the like. He even went into our family backgrounds, our ancestry. Oh, it was an investigation, right enough.
Did he ever investigate you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. He said it was for the influenza. That was just last year.
So you're a member of the fellowship, too?
Yeah. Well, I don't think you're going to find anything here, Professor.
No, I guess you're right.
I'll walk you back to the manse, see if there's any news.
What of young Flora?
So you know about that?
Yes. Yes, I was there when they found out.
Hold on, sir. I'll just fetch my bike.
Okay. I wonder what makes a girl like that run off.
You mean Flora?
Yeah.
Well, I hear you're wanting to operate on her head, and she might not want to see it opened up like a can of beans. It is her head, after all.
But no one's told her about that yet. Maybe she doesn't need to be told. Oh, dear God.
Are you ready now, sir?
Yeah, okay, I'm coming.
This is the beach road round the head. It's a wee bit further than the path over the top, but it's easier for me with the bike and all.
Is that dropping ahead?
Aye, sir. Straight up above you.
Long way to fall. Poor Hugh.
It was an open and shut case, Professor.
Not open enough, Sergeant, and shut too damn quick. There's someone up there.
You couldn't see them from here, even if there was. Nobody goes too near the edge. It's in danger of giving way as it is.
There's someone up there now.
No, there are always wee pebbles falling. It's the wind and the rain that does it. Look out!
Come on, Sergeant. The whole cliff's coming down.
Good Lord. What was that?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just a cliff. There's been a lot of rain recently. Must have weakened the overhang. It's fortunate that there was no one underneath.
But there was. Look.
Aye, there's two of them. That looks like Sergeant McBinney. Come on. We'd best see if they're all right.
Curtis, are you hurt?
Oh, I never felt better.
But what happened?
That damn cliff tried to fall down.
Aye, and it near succeeded too.
One man and another dropped their heads a pretty dangerous place.
Especially to foreigners. What are you all doing here, anyway?
There's been news of Flora.
Oh? Well, apparently she's been seen near an old barn.
Which barn is this?
Old Mackenzie's place. One of your men brought the news not 5 minutes since. We're just on our way over there.
I wonder what put it into her head to come out here.
Why did Flora stay with you in the first place, Minister?
Our parents sent her.
Because she was troubled in spirit.
And the trouble stayed with her. More's the pity.
What about her parents, Minister? Were they members of the fellowship?
Her mother was, but her father was an ungodly man.
They were happy for Flora to stay with you?
Her father wasn't. Old Keary kicked up a fuss about it. Isn't that right, Minister?
Aye, right enough.
Why is everyone talking about them in the past tense, as though they were dead?
They are dead. They died about 4 years ago. A terrible accident.
Not a fire, by any chance?
Aye, it was a fire. Oh, Professor, you must be fey.
This island must be very inflammable.
There's the barn up ahead now.
Are you sure this is the right place, Minister? It seems odd for a lassie to come here.
It was one of your own men who told us, Sergeant.
It seems ridiculous coming all the way up here. It's a wild goose chase, if you ask me.
You think perhaps we ought to turn back, Sergeant?
There's no point in going into a place like that.
Stop your blathering, man.
Stay out. She's not there, I tell you.
That's easily proved, Sergeant.
Stay out of that barn.
Why? Don't argue with him, John.
I'm ordering you to stay out.
And I am telling you, I'm going in there.
Keep out, I tell you. Keep him out. He mustn't come in.
Take your hands off my person.
Look out, Minister.
Come on, John.
Leave them at it. Him out.
He's past you,
He
man.
must not come in.
What was all that about?
The police sergeant's a mutant. Didn't you see his eyes?
Then why is he fighting the minister of all people?
You're right. It doesn't make sense.
Unless the minister isn't a mutant, which knocks our theory on the head.
I can't work that one out. At least not now. Come on. Flora must be in here.
Keep him out. Keep him out.
Over here. In the corner.
Keep him out. Keep him out.
It's all right, Flora. It's all over now. There's nothing to be frightened of. Here, blow your nose on there.
Flora, can you make the policeman go home?
What about the minister?
Oh, the minister. Oh, keep him away.
Minister's not here, Flora. Honestly. At least he's taking no further interest in the proceedings. I think the sergeant hit him with his nightstick.
Truncheon.
Oh, right, Truncheon.
The minister's asleep, Flora. He'll never find out about your being here unless Sergeant McBinney tells him. So I want Sergeant McBinney to go away. Don't you?
Yes. I want
Sergeant McBinney.
I want Sergeant McBinney
to go
away from here.
Wish hard, Flora. Wish Sergeant McBinney away from here.
I wish Sergeant McBinney away from here.
He's going. He just turned and he's walking away. Like a sleepwalker.
Bye-bye, Sergeant McBinney.
Bye-bye.
I hate breaking things up, John, but I think it's time we were moving out. That boat leaves in an hour.
Right. Now, Flora, I thought it might be rather fun to go on a boat. Oh. Have you ever been on one?
No, the minister always forbade me.
Well, we won't let the minister know. We'll just sneak on board without telling him, eh? Come on, then. Take my hand. Uncle Cornelius is in charge now.
Uncle Cornelius?
You can forget all about that horrid old minister.
Uncle Cornelius. Hey, wait for me, Uncle Cornelius.
Welcome aboard, sir. May I have your tickets, please?
Yes, there's 3 of us.
Thank you very much, sir.
Where are the cabins?
Well, they're both aft, sir. One on the port side, the other on the starboard.
Ours is cabin A.
Aft on the port side, sir.
Come on, John, Flora.
After you, Flora, my dear.
Thank you.
The cabin is aft on the port side, wherever that is.
Straight ahead on this side.
Cabin A, here we are. Hey, your cabin awaits you, Uncle Cornelius.
Do we have to go in there?
Not if you don't want to, my dear.
I want to stay outside and look at all the people.
All right, you do that. Curtis, we must keep an eye on her. The least little thing could set her off again.
You, Mary?
You stay with her, John. You're doing just fine. I'll see if I can get some drinks brought up to the cabin, huh?
Flora, would you like something to drink?
What can I have?
Anything you like.
Could I have some wine?
Wine?
Well, why not? She's over age. Wine it shall be, my lady. Won't take me a minute.
Look, there's Mary down there.
Where?
Down there by the gangway.
Oh, yes.
I wish Mary could come. She'd love a boat ride.
Oh, I shouldn't think she'd want to come.
She'd want to if I wanted her to.
Oh, yes, well, I'm sure she would.
Well, then I do want her to come.
Flora, no.
Come on, little Mary. Come for a boat trip.
No, Flora. She doesn't want to come. She hasn't got time.
I want her to come. She will come. She has to.
Welcome aboard, madam.
I must go on board.
May I have your ticket, please?
I must go on.
John, I've had the drinks put in the cabin. The wine glass is hers.
Yes, Curtis, thank goodness you're back.
Well, what the hell's going on?
She's trying to call Mary on board. Now, Flora, they won't let her on without a ticket. Be reasonable.
Why don't you come and have a glass of wine with us, Flora, to celebrate?
No, I want Mary to come.
Well, she can't.
Then I'm not coming. I don't want a boat trip.
We can't get off now, Flora. It's too late.
Get her into the cabin.
In here, Flora, dear.
No.
Now, come along.
No, I want to. You can't
Flora,
make
get
me.
her in there. Get in there.
No.
Oh, Purser, how long before we sail?
Any moment now, sir. But what was all that?
Oh, it's nothing, Purser. Just a rather spoiled child who doesn't want to go back home to London.
I don't blame her. He wouldn't get me going into a big city for all the tea in China.
Help! Help!
No good shouting, Flora. You'll just stay there now until we sail.
Help! Take me off! Help!
Your ticket, please, sir. Your ticket, please.
Help me.
Oh, look here.
Take me off.
Take
me off.
Right, off you go then. Down there where you just came from. Hey, none of that. Come here. I warned you.
John, let me in. Let me in. Oh, for goodness sakes, John, do something. She must be calling every mutant on the island. There'll be a riot if we don't get her under control.
The only way to do that is to knock her out.
Yeah, exactly.
Any suggestions?
Mm-hmm. Just two, these two. Pop them in her wine glass and make her drink it. That should do the trick.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Trust me, John. Anyway, I can't stay here chatting with you. I've got an invasion to repel. Now, don't forget to lock the door after me.
All right.
Take me off. Take me off. It's locked, Purser. Take me off. Oh, my God. Now, you stop kicking that door down. John, for Pete's sake, switch her off, will you? Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no. Come. No, you don't. Come on. Oh. No.
What are you doing? Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm awfully sorry, sir.
That's quite all right, Percy.
What happened?
Well, I thought you were going to fall, so I just grabbed you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
You feeling all right now?
Yes, thank you, sir. I wonder what came over me. Anyway, if you'll excuse me, sir, we'll be sailing almost immediately. I must attend to my duty.
John! Open up, John. It's me, Curtis.
Come in. What have you been doing?
Oh, I've been swapping bedtime stories with the purser. Hey, where's that drink, John? I think I've earned it.
Here you are, dear boy.
Oh,
Scotch, as usual.
Oh, boy.
I hope you don't mind. We started without you. Didn't we, Flora?
Yes, we did, Uncle Cornelius. Oh, it's lovely.
Oh, so you like the wine, Flora?
Oh, yes. He never let me drink wine.
Who didn't? The minister?
Aye.
Well, he'll have to let you now, won't he?
Aye. Oh, as long as you don't tell him. Oh.
Catch up, Curtis.
Ready and waiting, sir.
What was it? Your famous Mickey Finnegan?
Yes, sir. Double measure.
It's very good, isn't it?
It is the best.
What was all that commotion outside the cabin?
Oh, my dear John, I was repelling boarders, or trying to. Quite apart from the little army of mutants down on the dock, our friendly neighborhood purser decided to join in the fun and kick the door down.
Great Scott, the purser? How did you stop him?
Well, I interposed my body between him and the cabin door.
Clever, eh?
And he kicked me on the ankle, damn him. Mind you, he wasn't really himself at the time, but when he came to his senses, he apologized and went about his duties like a good little purser.
Extraordinary. The purser's an unexpected complication, isn't he?
Yes, he was a real shaker. I just wasn't prepared for a mutant here on the boat.
But it's a normal enough job for an islander, plying back and forth to the mainland.
Yeah, but I wonder how many mutants have used the boat to get off the island altogether, and whether they went of their own free will or under orders.
That was part 2 of Aliens in the Mind, co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius, with Henry Stamper as Donald Schoolar, Sandra Clark, Flora Curie, Fraser Carr, Police Sergeant, Irene Sutcliffe, Mary, and Andrew Sear, the purser. Aliens in the Mind was written by Rene Basilico from an idea by Robert Holmes. Dear 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 by Robert Holmes. Dear... Aliens in the Mind. Co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius. Convinced that the apparently simple-minded Flora Curie must be the key to the mysterious genetic mutation Affecting the inhabitants of Luig, Lark and Cornelius persuade her to leave the island and come with them to London. But no sooner have they got her on board the boat to the mainland than Flora changes her mind.
I don't want a boat trip.
We can't get off now, Flora. It's too late.
Get her into the cabin.
In here, Flora. Dear.
No.
Now, come along.
No, I won't. You can't
Flora,
make
get
me.
her
in there.
Get in there.
Oh, Purser, how long before we sail?
Any moment now, sir. But what was all that?
Oh, it's nothing, Purser. Just a rather spoiled child who doesn't want to go back home to London.
I don't blame her. He wouldn't get me going into a big city for all the tea and china.
No good shouting, Flora. You'll just stay there now until we sail.
Oh, look here. Take me off. Take me off. Right, off you go then. Down there where you just came from. Hey, none of that. Come here. I warned you.
John, let me in. Let me in. Oh, for goodness sakes, John, do something. She must be calling every mutant on the island. There'll be a riot if we don't get her under control.
The only way to do that is to knock her out.
Yeah, exactly.
Any suggestions?
Mm-hmm. Just these two. Pop them in her wine glass and make her drink it. That should do the trick.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Trust me, John. Anyway, I can't stay here chatting with you. I've got an invasion to repel. Now, don't forget to lock the door after me.
All right.
Take me off. Take me off.
It's locked, Purser.
Take me off.
Oh, my God. Now, you stop kicking that door down.
Off.
John, for Pete's sake, switch her off, will you? Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no. Come on. No, you don't. Come on.
Off.
No.
What are you doing? Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm awfully sorry, sir.
That's quite all right, Percy.
What
happened? Well, I thought you were going to fall, so I just grabbed you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
You feeling all right now?
Yes. Yes, thank you, sir. I wonder what came over me. Anyway, if you'll excuse me, sir, we'll be sailing almost immediately. I must attend to my duties.
John! Open up, John. It's me, Curtis.
Come in. What have you been doing?
Oh, I've been swapping bedtime stories with the purser. Quite apart from the little army of mutants down on the dock, our friendly neighborhood purser decided to join in the fun and kick the door down.
Great Scott, the purser? How did you stop him?
Well, I interposed my body between him and the cabin door.
Clever, eh?
And about his duties like a good little purser.
Extraordinary. The purser's an unexpected complication, isn't he?
Yes, he was a real shaker. I just wasn't prepared for a mutant here on the boat.
But it's a normal enough job for an islander, flying back and forth to the mainland.
Yeah, but I wonder how many mutants have used the boat to get off the island altogether, and whether they went of their own free will or under orders.
Part 3. Unexpected Visitations.
Sherry?
No, prefer Scotch.
Say when.
Whoop.
Help yourself to water, dear fellow. Here you are.
Thanks. What about you?
No, thanks. I'll have a small manzanilla.
You know, John, I really envy you this apartment. Wish I could afford a place like it.
I wish I could afford 3 wives.
Oh, but you don't envy me, my 3 wives.
Oh, no. Not all 3 of them.
Whereas I do envy you your apartment.
But these were my consulting rooms originally.
Yeah, I noticed all the equipment.
Most of it's pretty out of date these days. Now, that's why I insisted on taking Flora to the hospital. We can do every test you can think of there.
Is that where she is now?
Yes, in the radioisotope laboratory. I want to put her under the gamma camera.
What do you expect to find, John? Some sort of brain lesion?
Well, if the brain has undergone any physical change, it's probably the best chance we have of finding it.
Have you considered that there might be no physical abnormality involved? Just an intensified refinement of some particular sense or sensitivity. After all, telepathy is nothing new.
This is not telepathy as much as thought transference. The so-called controllers transferring their thoughts to other mutants.
Look, John, whatever form this mutation takes, in Flora's case, it's somehow gone askew. Most of the time, she behaves like a mentally retarded child, when in fact she's really as much a mutant controller as Mrs. Kyle was.
Ah, yes, but with Flora, that power only manifests itself when she's frightened or disturbed in some way.
Emotionally disturbed. That's what I'm getting at, John. The point is, why?
Oh, I have no idea.
No, but she has. Or at least she may have. Some traumatic, emotional experience. Her parents, dying in that fire, for instance, could have the same effect at puberty as it does at the menopause.
It's certainly possible.
There must be ways of finding out. It could be the key to the whole case.
Yes, it could.
Hey, you know, I know just the man. Kalman Baramek, a Persian.
Why do all your friends have to live on the other side of the world, Curtis?
You'll be glad to know that this one doesn't. He lives on the other side of Regent's Park.
Careful, Flora. It's quite a big step down.
I'll take care of this. What do I owe you?
It'll be 85p, please, sir.
All right, here you are. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you, sir.
What do you think, John? Nice location, isn't it? Right opposite the zoo.
Very therapeutic.
Can we go and see the animals?
Later, Flora, when we've seen Mr...
Dr. Baramek. Kalman Baramek. He's on the second floor, I think.
Witchley, Hazel. Ah, here we are. Baramek.
Oh, please, let's go and see the animals.
Later, Flora.
That's a promise, Flora.
Who is it?
Curtis Lark.
Come up to the second floor, please.
In we go, Flora.
Come in, Curtis. It's good to see you again.
Oh, it's been a long time, Kalman. May I introduce my good friend, John Cornelius?
Dr. Baramek. How do you do?
And this is Miss Flora Keary.
Ah, so you are Flora. I'm very pleased to meet you.
Hello.
Make yourself comfortable, please.
Thank you.
Now, can I get you something to drink? A cup of tea, perhaps?
Well, that would be most welcome.
Joanne?
Yes, Doctor?
Joanne, I think we'd all like some tea. And perhaps you could tempt the palate of this young lady. This is Flora Keary.
Hello, I'm Joanne Harrington. Perhaps you could come and choose something you like.
Not really.
Come on. We've got all sorts of goodies hidden away in here.
Mr. Cornelius, may I ask you if you retain a professional interest in this case? I mean, as a brain surgeon.
No, only a personal one, at least for the moment.
Well, my own view is that there is some block, some psychological block that inhibits her development.
Not a physical one.
Not as far as we can ascertain.
It is all quite possible.
What would you try, Kalman? Hypnosis?
I think so. From what you told me on the telephone, her subconscious will make much more sense than her conscious.
When will you attempt it?
Now. Joanne has already started. We asked the patient to look at some kaleidoscopic pattern placed in front of a small light. When we revolve this pattern, it creates a rhythmic pulsation on the retina.
Isn't this something to do with some research they did with helicopter pilots just a few years back?
That's right. The helicopter blades were stropping across the pilot's vision and inducing almost instant drowsiness. I think I'd better go in now. I'll call you when I've got the girl in hand.
How long will that be?
Oh, a few minutes only, no more. How is it going, Joanne?
Quite well, Doctor.
Now this one.
Couldn't we look at this pattern a little longer?
I've seen that one.
Okay, then. Let's look at that one.
Joanne?
Just a moment, Flora. You keep looking at this picture. Coming, Doctor. We've got problems, I think.
What problems?
She won't give it long enough. As soon as she seems to be relaxing, she snaps out of it and asks for a new one.
I see. Flora?
Yes? What do you want?
I want to play a little game with this pattern. Can you see a red spot? A tiny, tiny red spot just above the middle of the pattern.
Oh, yes. The one that keeps going on and on.
That's the one. Now, watch it carefully and tell me every time you see it come on. Just say now. Every time you see it.
Now. Now.
That's good. Very good.
Now. Now.
Excellent, Flora.
Now. Now. More tea?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm fine like this.
He said a few minutes. It's over an hour now. What's happening?
I'm afraid she's proving rather a difficult subject.
Well, I suppose we should have expected it.
Joanne, do you think you could keep an eye on her?
Of course, Doctor.
Let her lie down on the couch in there. The girl's exhausted.
I'll get a blanket.
Well, tell us what happened, Kalman.
Nothing.
You were unable to hypnotize her?
Let us say, rather, that she successfully resisted all my efforts. Curtis, when you briefed me about this case, you told me that she had shown signs of extraordinary mental power.
Yes, that's right.
By extraordinary, did you mean extrasensory?
Well, that's what we suspect. We have indications, but no proof. No positive proof.
Nothing we could submit as scientific evidence.
Unless you've discovered something, Kalman.
Yes, I felt something. It was as though she had some sort of antennae. The energy, the mental energy she was generating was quite extraordinary.
What do you do now?
We have to find ways of reducing her resistance.
You mean drugs, of course, huh?
A diazepam should suffice. It will bring her to that drowsy, twilight zone between waking and sleeping. It's very much like a hypnotic trance, anyway.
When do you propose to use the diazepam?
That depends on whether you want me to, Mr. Cornelius.
Why? It's not dangerous, is it?
No, of course not. But the girl doesn't want me to continue. Subconsciously, her resistance is almost fanatical.
Well, it's in her own interest to continue, Kalman.
No, Curtis. It's in our interests. It may be in hers, if we're lucky.
But either way, we have to go on. Right, John?
I suppose so.
Then I suggest that you should both return in about an hour or so. I think we should let Flora rest that long.
Well, looks like we've got an hour to kill.
So what will you do?
I think we should go and see...
Who?
The monkeys at the zoo.
Now, whatever for?
Well, why not? I always find them very therapeutic. Precisely.
Okay. Let's go to the zoo.
Fascinating creatures.
I suppose so.
What do you mean you suppose so? All human nature is there in that cage.
Oh, and yet when Darwin first propounded his theory of evolution, he was laughed right out of court.
Only because no one wanted to believe him?
And no one will want to believe us, John. Telepathy's a music hall act.
Not on this scale, it isn't.
What scale, John? This is London, not the Isle of Louis. All we have is Flora.
Curtis, you said she might be the key to this whole case. I happen to agree with you.
Yes, but supposing Kalman does succeed in straightening her out, what then? I mean, does she become just another Molly Kyle? If you ally a controller's powers with any sort of real ambition, the consequences are unimaginable.
Oh, come on, Curtis. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? One of the reasons for bringing her to London was that there's no one here she can use those powers.
Oh, isn't there? Now, I know I'm only a poor, ignorant foreigner, but I understood that there had been an almost continuous migration from the Western Isles for the last 150 years.
That may be true.
And isn't it also true that not so long ago this country had a prime minister who was the grandson of a Scottish crofter?
Oh, yes, but he went to Eton first.
Oh, don't be silly. That's not the point.
No, but it does make a difference.
Well, it might have made one hell of a difference if that crofter had come from Louis.
Well, that's a bit of star-spangled imagination if ever I heard one.
There, you see? Even you don't want to believe it.
Well, damn it all, we can't go marching up to the police and announce that the Prime Minister may be a mutant and a menace to society.
But who can we go marching up to?
Oh, do be serious, Curtis, please.
I am serious. There have been at least 3 generations of mutants on Louis. Some of them must have migrated south. And their descendants could by now have risen to positions of immense power and influence.
Then, if you're right, Curtis, presumably the mutant powers or susceptibilities would have lain dormant and will continue to do so.
Unless there are any controllers around. John, can you really believe it's safe to assume that there are no controllers around?
Well, they still wouldn't believe us, Curtis. We have to build up an unshakable case, supported by irrefutable scientific evidence.
Well, we could only do that by going back to Luig, and even that could take years.
Yes, I know. That's why Flora must be the key to this case.
Oh, look, I think it's time we were getting back to her.
Oh, Professor Locke. Mr. Cornelius, thank God you've come.
Why, what's happened?
It's Dr. Baranek.
Where is he?
In here.
Come on. Are you all right?
More or less. A little sore between the ears, perhaps.
Thought he'd killed him.
You thought what?
That man, that maniac.
Right, nurse, now come over here and sit down and relax a minute. And then tell us what happened from the start. Now, take it slowly and try not to leave anything out.
Well, it was not more than 10 minutes ago. I just looked at Flora. She was restless, very restless. I was telling Dr. Baranek when there was a ring at the door, not the street door, the door of this apartment.
Am I expecting someone, Joanne?
Well, you've no appointment. I wonder who let them in from the street.
Perhaps it's the caretaker.
I'll go and see. All right, I'm coming. Can I help? Yeah. Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back. Doctor, look, you just can't go barging in. Look out, Doctor, he's a ready lunatic.
Sit down, won't you? I'd rather you sat down and told me about it.
Doctor.
I think it's all right. Thank you, Joanne. You can't go in there. No. Stop. You can't stop, I tell you.
Kill him, lunatic. You killed him.
Away from me. Oh, we can go now.
Doctor.
I'm ready.
Dr. Baranek, are you all right? Doctor. Oh, my God.
Bye-bye, Doctor.
Flora.
I'm going now. This nice man's taking me away from here.
But, Flora, what about Professor Locke? Flora, you just can't walk out on them like that.
But she did walk out, just like that.
Yes.
Without coercion?
They went out hand in hand like a couple of young lovers.
How old was this man?
Mid-40s, I suppose. You know, greying at the temple. Quite distinguished looking, really.
And a very distinguished walking cane. Ebony, by the feel of it.
Oh, poor Carman. I am sorry about that.
I'm sorry about the girl. Do you want me to get the police in?
Oh, if you could bear not to, Carman, I'd be very grateful.
I thought that might be the case. John wanted to phone them earlier.
We should report that she's missing.
Just missing?
Or strayed.
But not stolen.
Definitely not stolen. Not yet. Where's the phone?
You can use the one in the office. Here, I'll show you.
Thank you.
There are 100 questions, Curtis.
Yes, I know, old friend, and so few answers, so very few.
When Joanne was recounted what happened just now, it dawned upon me that that man was behaving in much the same way as a person under direction.
Yes, I know. The question is, my dear Carman, under whose direction? John, what did the police have to say?
They've already found her.
Oh, good.
She was seen wandering about the streets in a daze.
What about the man?
They didn't mention him. They've taken Flora straight round to my flat. I didn't want to involve you, Dr. Baranek.
Thank you. It was a kind thought, but perhaps you would allow me to involve myself.
Well, as long as you're coming, you might as well bring that sedative with you. What was it?
Diazepam.
Oh, yeah. Well, you better bring some. We might need it.
I'll go, Curtis.
Mr. Cornelius?
Yes?
I've brought back Miss...
Flora, thank heavens you're safe. We were so worried about you.
Hello.
Curtis, it is Flora. You must be exhausted, child. Come on. Take her into the sitting room, Curtis.
All right, come on, Flora. What happened to you?
Thank you so much, officer. Come in, won't you?
Oh, thank you, sir.
I can't tell you how relieved we are to have Flora back.
Glad to have been of service, sir. She is, all right, isn't she, sir?
How do you mean?
Well, she was just wandering around in the middle of the road. All over the place she was. And the way she talked. Well, at first we thought she was on a trip.
A trip?
You know, drugged. Acid.
Oh?
LSD.
Oh, no, nothing like that, no. She was probably just disorientated. She's lived all her life in a remote Scottish island. I think she was just overwhelmed by the noise and bustle of London. It happens sometimes.
Usually with old people, though.
That's right, officer. Anyway, thank you once more.
All part of the service, sir.
Goodbye.
But I still don't understand, John. Why Coleman didn't want to give the injection himself?
He thought it was better for me to do it. She doesn't trust him, you see.
Oh, I see, yes. Well, she seems to be fully under now. Do you think it's safe to call him in?
Yes, if you'll be so kind, Curtis, then we can make a start.
All right. Coleman, you can come in now. I think she's nearly ready. John gave her the injection.
I'm sure I was right to keep out of the way. Even now, the sound of my voice might upset her. So could I suggest that you also carry out the questioning yourself? Either of you or both, if you like. I'll just watch and keep an eye on things.
Okay, then. You ready, John?
Ready and willing.
Well, let's not keep the lady waiting. Flora, can you hear me?
Yes.
Where were you born, Flora?
I was born at Luig, on the Isle of Luig.
And now Luig is yours, isn't it?
Yes, Luig is mine.
Why, Flora? Why is Luig yours?
Because they have to do what I tell them.
How do you tell them, Flora?
I tell
Don't
them...
confuse her. She doesn't know.
And the fellowship does what you tell them?
Aye.
Not what the minister tells them?
No, never. He just tells Molly Kyle what to tell them.
So that was the setup. I never did like that sanctimonious...
But Molly Kyle is dead, Flora.
Aye, Molly Kyle's dead.
And there's no one else that can tell them what to do?
Not now. There's only me.
Well, that's a relief.
Flora, why did you let Molly Kyle die?
Careful.
Because she killed my mother. I wanted to pay her back. The way she paid back my mother.
Paid her back? For what, Flora?
Make her tell us about it.
Tell us about it, Flora.
Good.
Take your time and tell us about it.
Very good.
She found out Kiri was not my father. So she punished my mother. Punished her for begetting me in sin. She burned her in hellfire. She told her her legs were paralyzed. And my mother thought she couldn't walk. And she just lay there, screaming and screaming for help. And the flames came nearer and nearer. And I kept willing her to walk. But Molly Kyle was too strong. She was willing my mother to keep struggling and screaming, so that when Kiri came in to rescue her, she wouldn't let him move her. And then it was too late. They were burned in hellfire, and Mother was still screaming for help. Help! Help! Oh, help me, somebody! Oh, for God's sake, I'm burning.
Is she all right? It's a
nobody
It's
help
all
me.
right.
I'm burning!
Hold her down. Hold her down. For God's sake, hold her down.
Can't we stop her?
Nick it in, Curtis. Your headhunter's
I
brew.
wouldn't dare not on top of the other.
It's all right, Flora. It's all right.
Get some water, John.
Right. There you are. What's that? What's going on?
Sounds like somebody's breaking down your door.
I'd better go and find out.
Hey! Here, what do you think you're doing? I say, look out! Look here! Oh!
It's him, the same man as this afternoon. Stop him!
No. Keep still, Kalman.
But it's him.
I know, but just look at him. It's as though he were hypnotized. He doesn't even know we're here.
For God's sake, Curtis, are you just going to let him pick up the girl and walk out with her?
But there's no way of stopping him.
Where's he taking her?
Didn't either of you recognize him?
Recognize him? Why should we?
It's Ian Sanderson.
Well, who's he?
He's an MP, the opposition spokesman on defense matters.
Oh, my God.
Is anybody going to follow him?
Well, you can do, but I think you'll find he's only taking you across the road.
What makes you say that?
Because he lives there.
But I just don't understand it.
I think I do. What was a subject for scientific research has suddenly become a question of national security.
That was part 3 of Aliens in the Mind, co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius, with Sandra Clark as Flora Curie, Steve Plytus, Calman Baramek, Joan Matheson, Joanne, and Andrew Sear as the police constable. Aliens in the Mind was written by René Basilico from an idea by Robert Holmes. Production by John Dias.
And you can hear part 4, Official Intercessions, at the same time next week, 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 at the same
Aliens in the Mind. Co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius. Lark and Cornelius take Flora Curie away from the remote Isle of Luig with its frightening colony of mutants and bring her to London, where they hope to investigate her mysterious powers as a controller. Under hypnosis, Flora unwittingly exposes more of the mutants, nearer to home.
Flora, why did you let Molly Kyle die?
Careful.
Because she found out Kiri was not my father. So she punished my mother. Punished her for begetting me in sin. She burned her in hell fire. She told her her legs were paralyzed, and my mother thought she couldn't walk, and she just lay there screaming and screaming for help, and the flames came nearer and nearer, and then it was too late. That they were burned in hell fire. And Mother was still screaming for help. Help! Help! Oh, help me, somebody! Oh, for God's sake, I'm burning!
It's all right. It's all right.
I'm burning!
Hold her down. Hold her down. For God's sake, hold her down.
Darling, can't we stop her?
It's all right, Flora. It's all right.
There you are. What's that? What's going on? Hey! Here, what do you think you're doing? I say, look out! Look here! Oh!
Stop him! No. Keep still, Kalman.
For God's sake, Curtis, are you just going to let him pick up the girl and walk out with her?
But there's no way of stopping him.
Where's he taking her?
Didn't either of you recognize him?
Recognize him? Why should we?
It's Ian Sanderson.
Well, who's he?
He's an MP, the opposition spokesman on defense matters.
Oh, my God.
But I just don't understand it.
I think I do. What was a subject for scientific research has suddenly become a question of national security.
Part 4. Official Intercessions.
Would you mind just filling that in, Peter?
Certainly.
You too, Peter.
What is it?
A security passer.
What do they keep in here, John? The crown jewels?
This is the Home Office, not the Tower of London.
Well, what do they keep here?
I sometimes wonder. Thank you.
Thanks. Your appointment's with Colonel Gulliver, is it, sir?
That's right.
Yes, he'd be in room... Yes, here we are, room 517.
517?
Yes, follow that corridor down to the end and then take the lift to the 5th floor, sir. If you turn right when you get out, you'll find 517 almost facing you.
Thank you very much. Come along, Curtis.
I'm coming.
You can't miss it, sir. The rooms are clearly numbered.
John, you know, what I don't understand is if this Gulliver is a colonel, what's he doing in the Home Office, huh?
Well, Harry Gulliver's ex-army, actually. Something to do with security now. Bit tight-lipped on the surface, but he's not a bad sort when you get to know him. Anyway, you sometimes have generals in the White House, don't you?
Oh, yes, and we usually end up regretting.
What do they want, Gulliver?
I've no idea, sir. Not yet.
Oh, damn it, man. I would have thought you'd have enough on your plate without inviting coachloads of civilians to come poking their noses in the security cabinet. Oh, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Excuse me.
What? Oh, good day to you, sir.
Good day to you, sir.
Ah, there you are, Cornelius. Sorry about that.
Colonel. May I introduce Professor Curtis Lark, Colonel Gulliver.
Ah, pleased to meet you, Professor.
Hello, Colonel. Who was that just went out?
Brigadier Sherman, my head of department.
Like the tank, you know?
Yeah.
Blimp, really. Take a pew, won't you?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, now, what's all this about?
You tell it, John.
Me?
Yeah, you won't embroider it as much as I would.
Oh, very well. It all started on the Isle of Luig.
Where the hell's that?
Luig? Oh, it's one of the Outer Hebrides. Professor Lark and I had gone up there to attend the funeral of a mutual friend.
Now, let me get this straight, Cornelius. You're telling me that up on this Scottish island, whatever it's called...
The Isle of Luig?
Yes. There are these people, these, mutants, didn't you call them?
That's right.
Who can be manipulated simply by having thoughts put into their heads by these, controllers.
Without the mutants being aware of it. That's the point, Colonel. They have no recollection of having been manipulated in this way.
And it's all done by telepathy.
Almost certainly.
Well, it all sounds a bit like science fiction, I must say. Telepathy and mutants and all that. I mean, it sounds more like
H.G. Wells?
Who?
Wasn't it Wells who wrote, "In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king"?
Very clever.
Yeah, well, you must admit it sounds rather unbelievable. Anyway, I really can't see why you should come to me with this fairy tale.
We found one of these controllers, as we call them, a girl about 19 years old, called Flora Curie. And we managed to get her to London for various tests. Now, they might prove something or other.
Uh-huh. Well, that sounds more promising.
Indeed.
But somebody walked off with her last night.
Walked off?
Yeah, stole, kidnapped.
Abducted is the word, Curtis.
Ah, thank you. Someone abducted her, Colonel.
And have you informed the police of this abduction?
That won't be necessary. We know who the man is and why he did it.
And why did he do it?
Because she told him to. She just put the thought in his head.
Ah. You mean this fellow was one of these mutants?
Is one of them, Colonel. He is also a member of Parliament.
Is that meant to be some sort of joke, Cornelius?
Oh, you haven't heard the payoff line yet.
What does he mean, Cornelius? Why can't the damn fellow speak English?
In my friend's vernacular, you ain't heard nothing yet.
Come to the point, damn it.
Our mutant MP is one of the opposition spokesmen on defense matters.
Oh, no.
Now do you see why we came to you with this fairy tale, Colonel? One way or another, I think we put that over rather well, John. You know, we'd make quite a good double act on the hall.
Oh, saints preserve us. Personally, I felt we were hamming like mad.
Don't we always?
Speak for yourself.
Shall we have your parties, gentlemen?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Thank you. Good day to you.
Good day.
Oh, boy. fresh air at last.
Yes, it was a bit stuffy in there. But I think old Gulliver got the message in the end.
Yes, but will he do anything about it?
I doubt it. He can't move openly against someone like Sanderson without definite proof.
And we've no proof without Flora.
No, that's the next step, isn't it?
Yes, but what can we do? We can't just walk up and ask for her back.
What? What did you just say?
I said we can't just walk up to Sanderson and ask him to give Flora back to us.
But that's exactly what we can do. In fact, it's the only way.
It is?
My dear Curtis, you really do have the most unerring nose for these things.
Oh, I don't know. It's quite an ordinary nose, really. Chic, perhaps. Patrician, even.
We'll soon alter that.
Yes?
John Cornelius. I telephoned earlier.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cornelius, and this must be...
Professor Curtis Locke.
Indeed. Do come in. Mr. Sanderson is expecting you.
Thank you.
If you would care to wait here for a moment, I'll inform Mr. Sanderson of your arrival.
Thank you.
If you'd excuse me.
A real old-world English butler. Isn't he just adorable?
Down, Curtis, down.
This way, if you please. Mr. Cornelius, Professor Locke, sir.
Thank you, Gwent. Do come in, won't you?
This is Professor Locke, sir, and I am John Cornelius.
How do you do?
Hello.
Sit yourselves down, won't you?
Thank you
so much.
Oh, I know you both by name, of course, and in your case, Mr. Cornelius by reputation. But I can't pretend to understand the reason for this visit.
I'll come straight to the point, Mr. Sanderson. We've just returned from the Isle of Luig.
Luig? Oh, good heavens, I was born there.
So we understand.
Oh, it's such a beautiful place. Marvellous place to grow up in. It has many, many happy associations for me. Oh, you were saying about Luig?
When we came back, we brought with us a young lady who showed all the classic symptoms of what could prove to be a brain tumour. We wanted to run a series of medical checks on her.
She's been living in John's apartment just across the road until yesterday evening.
When she disappeared?
Yes.
Her name is Flora Curie.
Yes, I know. Oh, strange, isn't it? So many years later, not knowing what she was or where she was or what she looked like. And then suddenly waking, as from a dream, and finding she had come from nowhere to hold your hand and ask to be taken home for tea. And you suddenly realized that all her life she would just stay a child and never do anything but hold your hand and ask to be taken home for tea.
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow.
Oh, you've brought me hope, Mr. Cornelius. A small hope, but something that I can hang on to, that I can at least begin to understand. And for that I thank you. Both for myself and my daughter.
Your what?
Flora Curie is my daughter, Professor. My natural daughter.
Holy mackerel.
Never profane the mackerel, my dear Curtis. It is the most underrated fish. Well smoked and washed down with a little muscadet, it is, to the more discerning palate, eminently preferable to the more esteemed and popular trout.
John.
Mm-hmm.
It was I who suggested the mackerel.
Did you?
And the muscadet.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Then I commend you, my dear Curtis. Your palate is obviously improving.
Could we get back to cases, do you think?
Oh, by all means. You obviously doubt Sanderson's claim to be Flora's father.
Yes, frankly, I do, John. I honestly do. It's all too pat, too glib.
Well, he seems to believe it. And I think that was genuine.
Yes, but who's to say that she didn't put the idea into his head? Mm-hmm. She desperately needs affection, security, someone to lean on. She only had to think of him as her father, and he would have accepted it as fact.
Agreed, but at least the dates matched. And I really don't think she could have put all that background detail into his head.
Well, you could be right. I can't see how she could have known all that stuff either.
No. I'm sure all she knew was that her mother was murdered for, what did she call it? Begetting her in sin.
Yes, yes. It all comes back to the Reverend Donald Schooler, doesn't it? That man's got an awful lot to answer for.
And since the Reverend Schooler is the only person able to verify Sanderson's story, We have no option but to accept it at face value, at least for the moment.
Well, does that mean we have to leave Flora in Saunderson's care?
I really don't see what else we can do. She'll be well looked after, and we have complete access to her.
Besides what?
Well, what will we do with Flora when we've finished all our tests and checks? Send her back to Louis?
Into the Reverend Schoolhouse tender clutches over my dead body.
Quite right. Sanderson's claim to be her father could suit us very well. Very well indeed.
Could it, John? Or could it be risking Flora's life?
Curtis, melodrama does not become you. It sits badly on your accent.
Look now, honestly, seriously, there must be a controller behind Sanderson.
It doesn't necessarily follow just because Sanderson is a mutant.
No, but it's possible, and you know it. I mean, otherwise, you would never have suggested going to someone like Gulliver.
All right, Curtis. Point taken.
Good. Then no fully fledged controller is going to take kindly to a butterfly mind like Flora's fouling up the works.
No, I would think that might well be true. On the other hand, one could argue that if there is another controller, Flora's butterfly mind might be just the thing to flush him out into the open.
You make her sound more like a sprat to catch a mackerel.
How appropriate, Curtis. More wine, dear fellow?
Oh, thanks. Well, John, once we get back to the flat, what's our next step going to be,
To amuse Flora. Poor Sanderson seems most anxious for us to maintain our professional interest in the girl.
Yeah.
And we certainly want to keep her under observation.
Absolutely.
So it might be a nice gesture if you were to invite Flora to do a little sightseeing.
Me? Why me?
Oh, why not? It's much more likely that you would want to see the sights than I would. After all, you are a foreigner.
Xenophobia ill becomes you, John, though it does sit well enough on that accent.
I thought the changing of the guard might be appropriate.
Buckingham Palace?
No, Horse Guards Parade. Then I thought we might perhaps pop in for morning coffee with Colonel Gulliver. His office is quite close by.
And here I was thinking Machiavelli was dead.
Oh, aren't the horses lovely?
They're beautiful.
Yes.
Why aren't all the soldiers wearing red?
Because they're from two different regiments. The ones in red are the Life Guards, and the ones in blue are the Royal Horse Guards. Or is it the other way round, Curtis?
Why ask me? They're your soldiers, John.
Oh, no.
What's the matter, Flora?
Someone's looking for me.
Oh, come on, Flora, relax. Look at the soldiers. They're so pretty.
I think striking would be more apt.
I want to go home.
But we've only just arrived.
Someone's looking for me.
Oh, nonsense, Flora.
I'm frightened. I want to go home.
Oh, no, come on now, Flora. Don't be so silly. You're imagining things.
That doesn't reassure me one whit.
Please.
John, why don't you take Flora, go see our friend Gulliver, huh?
And what do you propose doing?
Well, I'll hang around here and make sure that no one is following her.
Following? Oh, come on, Curtis.
Oh, please, I must go home.
You know, John, as well as I do, that Flora has an unfortunate habit of being right about these things. Anyway, it might even be the first of your mackerel.
Please.
Do as I suggest, please, John. Take Flora to see Gulliver. If anyone is following her, there's no way he can cross a street as wide as Whitehall without showing himself.
And if he does?
Well, then I'll follow him, of course.
Oh, very well. Come along then, Flora.
Oh, thank you.
There's no one following us yet.
He's still looking for me.
Well, I wish he'd show himself if he's going to.
Oh, so do I. I wish he'd show himself. I wish he'd show himself. Oh, I'm frightened.
There, Flora. There's nothing to be frightened of. You're quite safe enough with me, I promise you.
Oh, there he is! Look out! Oh!
Oh, poor devil. Slight concussion. Contusions on the face and arms. Nothing serious, Colonel.
Where is he now?
In the hospital, presumably. They took him off in an ambulance.
And you think he was following you?
Following Flora, Colonel. I'm sure of it.
He was looking for me. He was the one.
Well, he wasn't one of my men.
His name was McBinney.
How do you know that?
Well, we checked his identity before they put him in the ambulance.
Well, I don't have anyone of that name on my staff.
The police on the Isle of Luig have a sergeant by that name.
This wasn't the same man, though.
No, but...
There's lots of McBinneys on Luig.
Miss Keary, is there any reason at all, why anyone from Luig should be looking for you?
To take me back.
Flora, listen to me. Did you want that man, McBinney, did you want him to cross the road?
I wanted him to show himself. I didn't mean to hurt him. I wanted him to show himself.
It's all right, Flora. Really, it is. There.
You said you wanted him to show himself. Well, so I concentrated and willed him to. I didn't know he'd get hurt.
Stop this silly charade. I don't believe a word of it. It's all some damn fool prank. I'm surprised at you, Cornelius, a man in your position. And you, young lady. I don't know what you hope to gain from all this nonsense.
I want to go home.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, but you're not going.
Take me home.
You're not going anywhere till we've got to the bottom of this tissue of ludicrous lies.
Take me home.
Sit down.
Steady on, Colonel. There's no need to adopt that tone.
I shall adopt whatever damn tone I please.
Take me home.
And you can stop that sniveling.
Oh, come on now, Flora. Be a good girl and keep quiet.
Take me home. I want to go away from here.
Yes, I know, Flora. Just leave it to old Uncle Cornelius.
Eh?
He's going to talk our way out of this, aren't you?
Am I?
Well, you've certainly got some explaining to do. Take me home.
Brigadier Sherman.
What can I do for you, sir? Home. But, sir...
Forget it, Colonel. There's nothing you can do but watch.
We can go home. We can go home. Please.
We can go home. We can go home. We can go home.
Where's he taking her?
Home, by the sound of it. We'd better go after them.
You go, John. You might be able to sweet-talk her into switching off.
And you?
I'd better stay here. I've got some explaining to do.
Do your best.
Okay.
Would you mind filling me in? What exactly is going on round here?
Well, to put it simply, Flora's been sending out telepathic distress signals. And your gallant brigadier answered them.
You mean...
I do. And it couldn't happen to a nicer man.
The brigadier's the head of the department.
Well, in that case, Colonel, the department's got... You should have seen poor Gulliver's face, John. It was a picture, an absolute picture.
So was Sherman's. He was halfway down the corridor when I caught up with him. He couldn't understand what he was doing there. He was terribly concerned about himself. Anyway, it's an ill wind.
Is this our street?
Yes, your father's house is just down there on the left.
Oh, where the ambulance is.
Ambulance?
She's right. There is an ambulance. And the police.
Stop here, driver.
Very good, sir.
Now, Flora, you stay with Uncle Cornelius, and I'll just go and see what's going on, huh?
All right. Stand back there, please. Come on, move along if you would. There's nothing more to see.
What happened, officer?
And that's what we're trying to find out, sir.
But why the ambulance?
Because someone went and got themselves shot, didn't they? Now, come along now. It's all over.
But who, officer? Who's been shot?
They're bringing him out now, sir. Let us know if he's a friend of yours, won't you? Now, come along now. Stand back, if you please. Let the man breathe a little.
Oh, my God. It's Gwent.
Gwent? Who's he?
Saunderson's butler.
What?
Well, now you understand why I was hustling you and Flora away from there.
Yes.
Well, I couldn't say much in front of her.
No, of course.
It could have set the whole Clockwork Orange ticking all over again.
My word, yes. It's a rum business, this.
You can say that again. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Where's Flora now?
Staring out of her bedroom window, waiting for her father, for Sanderson to come back.
Well, it shouldn't be long now. Apparently he went down to the police station to make a formal statement.
Those things can drag on for hours. Wonder if Gulliver's heard the news.
Does the left hand ever knoweth what the right hand doeth?
No, it doesn't. That's the British definition of security. I'd better go and phone him.
You do just that.
Well, hello, Flora.
Hello, Uncle Cornelius.
Go on in. I'll be with you in a second. Just have to make a phone call.
Hello, Flora.
Hello, Professor.
Your daddy not back yet, huh?
He came back just now.
Oh, good. That'll make you happy.
Yes, he came in a big car. There were 2 other men with him.
Oh?
Yes, there were 2.
Well, they were just policemen, probably.
Policemen?
Only to look after him. Your daddy's a very important man, you know.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, let's go tell Mr. Cornelius the good news, huh? And then we'll take you home.
I'd be most grateful if you
After
would
you.
tell him that. Bye. Well, he wasn't there.
Well, Saunderson's just got back.
Oh, there.
Well, I thought I'd just walk her across.
Righto. John Cornelius?
Ian Sanderson speaking. Is Flora with you?
Oh, yes, she is. Hold on, Curtis. She was just about to leave.
Well, I'd rather she didn't. Not just at the moment. The place is in a bit of a shambles.
Yes, I imagine it would be.
I don't want her to see it like this. It might upset her.
I can understand that. Don't concern yourself about her. Perhaps you'll let us know when you'd like her to come back.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Not at all.
By the way,
Yes?
there are 2 men on their way over to you now. Policemen.
Oh?
They want to talk to Flora about the business here this afternoon. Someone broke into my flat, damn near killed my butler.
Yes, so I heard, but Flora knows nothing about it. She was with us all the afternoon.
Yes, I told them that, but they insist. They seem to think Flora was the intended victim, not Gwent. Cornelius?
They could very well be right, Mr. Sanderson. They could very well be right.
I'll ring you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's odd.
What is it, John?
Sanderson said there's a couple of policemen on their way over to talk to Flora.
So? It must be them already.
Well, I suppose I'd better let them in.
No.
What?
No, don't let them in.
But they're only policemen, Flora. Don't be silly.
No, don't let them in. Don't let them in. Oh, keep them out. Keep them out.
She's putting the chain on the door. Flora!
They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me.
John, she means it. Quick, phone Gulliver.
I did. He's not there.
Well, we mustn't let those men in.
They're going to kill me. They're going to kill
Now,
me.
calm down, Flora. Calm down and concentrate.
They're going to kill me.
Now, listen to me, Flora. They can't kill you if you want them to go away. Now, will them to go away.
Can't.
Make them go away, Flora. Oh, come on. You can do it if you want to.
I can't. I won't go.
Flora, try.
I am trying.
Come on, Flora.
It's not working. Come on. It's not working. They're going to kill me.
Get down, Flora. Get down. Keep down, Flora. Don't move. Flora, are you all right? Flora.
What?
Flora's dead.
I can't believe it. Such a waste.
Yes, John. But now you have to believe that there is another controller. Right here. In London.
That was part 4 of Aliens in the Mind, co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius, with Sandra Clark as Flora Curie, Fraser Carr, Ian Sanderson, William Edel, Gulliver, Clifford Norgate, Brigadier Sherman, and Michael Harbour as Gwent. Aliens in the Mind was written by René Basilico from an idea by Robert Holmes. Production by John Dias. Action 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 by John Dias. Action. Aliens in the Mind. Co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius. Lark and Cornelius have established the existence of another colony of mutants, this time in the heart of London. Flora Curie unwittingly identifies two of them, the brigadier in charge of security at the Home Office, and an MP, Ian Sanderson, who later admits to being Flora's real father. But a new group of mutants surely means another controller, and Lark and Cornelius hope that with Flora's help they can uncover him. Instead, Flora is murdered.
No.
What?
No, don't let them in.
But they're only policemen, Flora. They'll be silly.
No, don't let them in. Don't let them in. Oh, keep them out. Keep them out.
She's putting the chain on the door, Flora.
They're going to kill me. They're going to kill
Now
me.
calm down, Flora. Calm down and concentrate.
They're going to kill me.
Now listen to me, Flora. They can't kill you if you want them to go away. Now, will them to go away.
I can't.
Make them go away, Flora. Oh, come on. You can do it if you want to.
I can't. I won't go.
Flora, try.
I am trying.
Come on, Flora.
It's not working.
Come on.
It's not working. They're going to kill me.
Get down, Flora. Get down. Now, keep down, Flora. Don't move. Flora, are you all right? Flora.
What?
Flora's dead.
I can't believe it. Such a waste.
Yes, John. But now you have to believe that there is another controller. Right here. In London.
Part 5. Genetic Revelations.
Forasmuch as it has pleased Almighty God in his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our sister Flora, here departed, we therefore commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in the sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Poor Flora.
I feel sorry for Sanderson. To discover his daughter one week and bury her the next.
If she really was his daughter.
George, Curtis.
He's coming over.
Oh, thank you both very much for being here. It would have been pretty lonely without you.
Well, it was the least we could do. She had no other friends here in London.
Not much of a send-off, was it? Just the three of us.
It would have been different on Louis.
Yes. She really belonged to that island.
Poor Flora. She didn't even know why she died, did she? Or did she?
Well,
Well, damn it, I've a right to know. And you both know more than you've ever let on.
Ian, why don't you come back to my place and have a drink with us?
Aye, all right.
Refill?
Aye, thank you.
Curtis?
No, thanks. I'm fine for the moment.
So it looks as if Flora's murder was not the first. What you're saying is that her mother was murdered too?
Yes. I'm afraid so.
And you're convinced that the shock of that event was sufficient to unhinge the poor girl?
Yes.
And but for that, she would have become aware of her own power over these so-called mutants on Louis.
Yes, that's right. But we know now it's not limited to Louis.
Quite a number of them are established here in London.
With a controller behind them. An unknown controller, what's more.
Seems incredible to me. Are you sure? Really sure of your facts?
Positively.
Do you know the names of these mutants?
Well,
Ian, we're looking at one right now. You.
Me? You mean I?
We're sorry. Truly sorry.
Oh, you're crazy. Out of your minds, both of you.
Can you explain why else you would walk into a psychiatrist's consulting room and just lead Flora away?
Me?
Yes, you knocked him unconscious with your walking cane and you manhandled his assistant.
And then you just left Flora in the street as if she were a total stranger.
It's not true. It's just not possible.
I'm afraid it is, Ian. That same psychiatrist was here with us in this very apartment when you did the whole thing over again.
We saw you.
I've no recollection of doing any of those things. Absolutely none.
That's par for the course.
They were actions motivated not by your own thought processes, but by Flora's. That's why you don't remember them.
You see, you simply obey them blindly.
But why was I the only one? Why didn't any of the other mutants respond to her signals?
Well, you were probably the only one within range. We think a mile is the limit this power can carry. At least that's been our experience.
I wouldn't mind another scotch now, John. May I?
Oh, please, help yourself.
Oh, thank you.
I feel dirty somehow. It's as though my mind had been raped. It's not a nice feeling, not being able to call your mind your own.
We had to tell you.
Oh, aye, I realise that, but... Well, it's ruined my career, of course. Wiped out everything I'd ever hoped to achieve.
Oh, no, that may not necessarily be true, Ian. You see, you are the first mutant to know that he's a mutant. I'm sorry to use that word, but...
There's no other way to put it, is there?
No.
Go on.
Well, now you know what is being done to you. You may at least be aware of the actions you have taken and be able to counter them in some way.
It is possible, Ian.
Aye, well, I hope you're both right.
And it could be of immense value to us. You see, we don't know who your controller is.
The one who ordered Flora's death?
Yes. And we must uncover him. I don't think we can do that without your help.
Aye. I should like to uncover him. I should like that very much indeed.
Good. Then let's start by asking if you are really quite sure that Flora was your daughter.
Yes. Of course, aren't you?
Are you positive Flora didn't put the idea into your head, quite literally?
Oh, the thought never crossed my mind. Oh, it's going to take me a little while to grasp the full potential of this phenomenon, I can see.
Yes, it is rather frightening, I must admit.
Did Flora put the idea into my mind? That's an ingenious idea, Curtis. But no, definitely no. No, I knew Flora Keary was my child before she was even born. It was the reason that I had to stop seeing her mother. I had to let Flora be passed off as Angus Keary's daughter. The people on the island are pretty straight-laced even today, and any sort of scandal would have been enough for them to rescind my scholarship to the university.
For who to rescind the scholarship?
The Fellowship of the Church of Louis.
Uh-huh.
What's the matter, Curtis?
Well, I don't know what you're going to say to this, but... Well, Ian, every member of that fellowship is a mutant.
Except the minister.
Donald Sculler.
And for some reason we haven't yet fathomed, he was in cahoots with Molly Kyle, Luig's controller.
Molly Kyle, the controller? Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
She was a great friend of our parents. They were both members of
the fellowship.
Aye. It's snowballing even as we talk about it.
Tell us about that scholarship of yours, Ian.
Well, it's straightforward enough. It's a simple trust set up to pay for the further education of the brighter children on the island. Normally, they're sent away to school in the mainland and then on through university, all expenses paid.
Were there many such scholarships?
3 or 4 a year on average.
Boys and girls?
Aye.
Can you remember any of their names?
Of course.
Do you know who their parents were?
Don't you mean, can I remember if their parents were members of the fellowship?
Yes, that's exactly what he means, in a roundabout way.
Aye, well, I can easily check that up and let you know.
Oh, that's excellent.
Excuse me, I just better see who that is.
You know, Ian, I can't help asking myself if all those brighter children who received scholarships were like you.
You mean mutants?
Yes. And are they all holding down important jobs like you?
Curtis, are you saying that there is a conspiracy to take over the country?
I don't know. I just don't know.
It's odd.
What is, John?
There are 2 of Gulliver's men at the door.
Huh?
They want us to accompany them to the Home Office.
But who says they're Gulliver's men? Can you be sure? I mean, have you had them checked?
Well, their papers are all in order. But they want you to bring your passport with you.
My passport? What the hell for?
But apparently there have been formal complaints laid against us.
What? By who?
By a certain member of Parliament. By you, Ian.
It is my duty to inform you, Professor Lark, that as a result of formal complaints laid against you, Her Majesty's government regrets that it has no alternative but to invite you to leave the country within 72 hours.
What?
I must ask you to surrender your passport. It will, of course, be returned to you at your point of departure when you finally leave the country.
I must protest, sir. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
You are in no position to protest, Mr. Cornelius.
Oh.
Your own activities appear to have brought you perilously close to breaking the Official Secrets Act as it is.
Official Secrets Act?
Not to mention your own code of medical practice. Or do you call it medical ethics these days?
Ethics? What on earth are you talking about, man?
In your particular case, Mr. Cornelius, I would have thought it unethical in the extreme for a brain surgeon to publicize the name of a patient in the national press, especially when that patient is a senior government official holding a politically sensitive appointment.
You can't mean Ian Sanderson.
I mean Brigadier Sherman, sir.
Who?
Oh, you remember, John, that gold-braided blimp who came blundering into Gulliver's office?
Oh, him. Well, in that case, sir, I can state without fear of contradiction that Brigadier Sherman is not, repeat, not, one of my patients and never has been.
That only compounds the situation as far as I can see.
But I don't even know the man. Only laid eyes on him once in my life.
Oh, forget it, John. Forget it. They've got the drop on us.
Your passport, Professor Lark, if you please.
All right, there. Take it.
Thank you. Here's your receipt.
This is preposterous. I warn you, sir. I intend to take this matter to the highest possible authority.
I assure you, Mr. Cornelius, this matter has already been to the highest possible authority.
We've been well and truly set up, John. We've just got a grim and bury.
I don't know whether you gentlemen were hoping to perpetrate some sort of political hoax, but I'm bound to advise you that the allegations you've made against Mr. Ian Sanderson are so vicious as to invite legal action on the most stringent terms. Were they not so outrageous, so impossible as to read like something, like
science fiction.
Precisely.
Not so long ago, they were saying the same thing about getting a man to the moon.
I'll get Major Manson to see you out.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Manson, perhaps you'll be good enough to escort these gentlemen safely out of the building.
Certainly, sir. This way, gentlemen.
Thank you.
72 hours, Professor, that's all. And please be so kind as to advise us of your time and place of departure.
Pompous idiot.
Cool it, John. You'll burst a blood vessel.
Well, I ask you.
This way. Colonel Gulliver would like a few words with you.
Good. I've got a few choice words I'd like to say to him.
Coffee? Strong and black.
There you are.
Thank you.
Cornelius?
Same for me, if you please.
Sugar?
Please.
Yes, I'm sorry about all that.
So you damn well should be. Thanks.
Well, what else can I do? Once Ian Sanderson's complaint came in, the fat was in the fire.
I find it a little surprising, to say the least. This morning I felt sure he was on our side.
I think he may well be. He phoned as soon as you'd been picked up. I don't know where he got my name from.
From us. He almost certainly heard John say it was your men at the door.
Anyway, he told me he hadn't laid a complaint against either of you. He suggested the whole thing was either a mistake or at least a misunderstanding.
Well, we still can't afford to take Ian for granted, John. He may want to be on our side, but he's still a mutant.
You think he might have been under orders to make that complaint?
Almost certainly. The interesting part is that he seems to have pieced it all together when we were picked up and reacted accordingly.
Just as you hoped he would.
Well, at least it's a hopeful sign.
Yes. Now, what about this ridiculous newspaper story, Colonel? That really has put the cat among the pigeons.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, too.
I'll be lucky if I'm not hauled up before the BMA for that little nonsense.
And what about me, being booted out of the country like an enemy alien?
Well, that was something I hadn't foreseen, I must admit.
Do I understand you correctly, Colonel?
I should think so, Professor. You're nobody's fool.
It was you who gave that story to the press?
Yes, but why? Quite simply because I happen to believe your story 100%. I also believe that the two men who killed Flora were almost certainly mutants acting under orders.
Under whose orders?
That's the point, isn't it, Professor? But before I could come to grips with that, I had to deal with another problem much closer to home.
Brigadier Sherman?
Yes. Sherman is the head of this department, and my immediate superior.
And a mutant.
Undeniably. And quite possibly acting under orders, even here, in this building. If this investigation was to get anywhere, I had to get rid of the Brigadier.
I don't see how leaking the story to the press can help.
Well, it brings the investigation out into the open, Curtis, into what is called public domain.
More than that, it pinpoints Sherman as the key figure in what could be a very embarrassing front-page story.
And how have your lords and masters reacted so far to this devious scheme of yours?
Brigadier Sherman, even now, is en route for the south of France for a period of indefinite leave pending a full investigation. And I'm in charge of that investigation.
Congratulations.
And I am to be deported. More congratulations.
Relax, Professor. I've already made application for that order to be rescinded.
Do I get my passport back?
Not until I've completed my inquiries. I'm afraid I just can't allow you to leave the country.
And to think Britain used to be called the cradle of democracy.
That was Greece, dear boy.
Glad to get out of that place. It was beginning to feel like Sing Sing at one stage.
I've never been there, but I think I know the feeling. There's a newsstand over the road.
You want to read about what they said about Sherman, huh?
No, I want to make sure they've kept my name out of it. Otherwise, we'll be up to our ears in reporters for the next few days. I won't be a minute.
Okay. John, look out! John! John, are you all right?
Oh, it's my arm.
Is it broken?
No, I don't think so. But, that damn driver could have killed me.
Oh, well, that was almost certainly his intention.
You serious, dear boy?
You bet I'm serious. Me in America and you in the hospital, or worse. No doubt about it, John. Somebody's marked our card.
With a vengeance. Come in.
Morning, John.
Good morning, Curtis.
How's the arm?
Oh, it's as well as can be expected, if I might coin a phrase.
Well, maybe this will cheer you up, huh?
Oh.
There, look, there. 4-minute egg, I remembered.
Well,
coffee, orange juice, toast, and marmalade,
nice.
the lot.
Just like Mother used to make.
Shall I feed you?
Oh, no, thanks. I think I can cope. What have you got there?
Oh, this?
Mm-hmm.
It's from Saunderson. He must have pushed it through the letterbox first thing this morning. It's a list of all those he can remember as having been educated by the Trust. It's an interesting little collection of names. Plus details of parentage, of course. All very comprehensive. Here, see for yourself.
Colonel Gulliver should read this. He may be able to track these people down.
Yes, and find out what they're doing now. I was checking Hugh's observations against these facts that Saunderson has given us.
And what did you find?
Nothing. It's as though I had a key in my hand and couldn't find a lock to fit it.
I wonder if I got the answer.
What's that?
I couldn't sleep much last night. This wretched arm kept me awake. And the strange thing was, I couldn't get Flora's mother out of my mind.
Flora's mother? But why? Huh?
Well, according to Flora, her mother was murdered by Molly Kyle because she had begotten Flora in sin, as she put it.
Yeah, with the young Ian Saunderson.
Yeah. Well, now, why would Molly Kyle suddenly punish a mutant for something they'd done 13 or 14 years before.
Perhaps she'd only just found out.
But how? And who could have told her? Only Ian Sanderson and Flora's mother knew the secret. He had left the island, and she would never have risked breaking up our marriage.
Not after 13 years, certainly. Then the answer must have been Flora herself.
Exactly. And when Flora suddenly started developing into a controller...
It must have given our Molly one hell of a shock.
To put it mildly. And what's more, Molly would have known instantly how it had happened.
Yeah.
What do you know about Flora's assumed father, Angus Keary?
Well, he wasn't a mutant, but his father was.
Ah. Oh, where does Sanderson say that?
He doesn't.
Huh?
I marked all the passages in Hugh's notebook that refer to Flora. Here, look, see?
Good. Then what about Flora's mother?
Well, just a minute. Let's see. No, both her parents were mutants. And so were Sanderson's. He told us that himself.
All right, so we have a working hypothesis. A controller is born out of the union of two mutants, and the parents of both of them must be mutants too.
Oh, we may have to go back even further than that, John. We can't be sure.
I know, but it's enough to be getting on with, surely.
Okay.
There are half a dozen names on this list who have two mutant parents.
And a lot of their grandparents will be dead by now, so we can't check them out.
Exactly. So any one of these could be a controller.
John, supposing none of them were controllers.
Oh, come on, Curtis. There must be two whole generations here. There has to be at least one controller. If not, where else do we find him?
That's the big question, John. And the answer gives me a feeling like hairy-legged spiders crawling over my scalp.
As in this country, we call that dandruff.
You know, for a so-called upright Englishman, you spend an awful lot of your time burbling on your backside.
Well, I have a poorly arm, and I had to enjoy this delicious breakfast which you prepared for me with such loving care.
Well, you finished it now, so
Yes.
You've absolutely no excuse for staying in bed any longer. Come on now, get up.
All right.
And let's go over to Saunderson's place. It's important, John. Come on.
Can I offer you something? Tea? Coffee?
Not me, thank you. I've had breakfast in bed.
Well, what is it that brings you here in such a hurry?
We want some information from you.
About this educational trust.
Oh, aye.
Yeah, where was it administered?
On Louig, of course, Curtis, by the fellowship.
No. That's where the beneficiaries are, where the scholarships are awarded. We want to know where the money is. It can't just be suspended in space. I mean, someone has to be responsible for it, for its investment, for collecting and distributing the interest. If we could find out who does that...
We'll be getting much closer to the truth.
Aye, well, it's administered here in London by a small merchant bank. I should know because I'm a member of its board of directors.
You are? Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, if it'll help, I'll make an appointment for you to meet the bank's chairman.
Well, fine. Well, on our way, we might as well drop in at the Home Office and leave that list of names with Colonel Gulliver.
Right. Oh, by the by,
yeah?
If you'd care to come and look out of the window. Look, down there. See that man in a dark jacket and pinstripe trousers?
And what about him?
Well, he's been there for 2.5 hours. I just thought it rather strange.
It might be one of Gulliver's men.
On the other hand, it might not. Anyway, if he follows us to the bank, I think we'd be justified in asking him for his account number.
If you wouldn't mind waiting in here for a few moments, gentlemen. Sir Graham McCladden has someone with him at the moment, but he ought to be free directly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I hate having this floor-to-ceiling glass all round.
So do I. Makes me feel like a goldfish in a bowl.
Or a germ under a microscope.
Oh, really, Curtis, you have an uncanny knack of lowering the tone of any conversation.
Well, it can often be quite beneficial to get back to basics.
Oh, dear. You're obviously about to expound another of your extraordinary theories.
Oh, wily Uncle Cornelius.
Get on with it, then.
You know, it just dawned on me that we've been looking at this education trust as something which has developed quite naturally out of the situation on Louig.
I thought we were all agreed on that.
What, from one tiny island? A few hundred simple, hard-working, God-fearing crofters organizing this fellowship, this education trust? Oh, it's all too much, John. It's far too much.
What's the alternative?
That Luig may have started as an accident of nature, but it has been deliberately built up, exploited, for the sole purpose of producing mutants who can be groomed for high office, like Ian here, or Brigadier Sherman.
And half the names on Ian's list, I shouldn't be surprised.
Right.
You mean it's been set up like a sort of mutant breeder unit?
More like a stud farm.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, especially when you think of Molly Kyle and the Reverend Donald Schoolar as the farmers.
Oh, farm managers, more likely. Now, if you're right, then the real villains, the masterminds of this business, are hiding behind the facade of this merchant bank.
All this plate glass opulence around us.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Sir Graham is free to see you now. If you'd kindly care to step this way.
Oh, just a minute. Who was that who just came out?
That was Sir Graham's last appointment, sir. The Reverend Donald Schooler. There he is now, sir, just going towards the main door. Do you know him by any chance?
Oh, yes. We know him all right.
And the man he's talking to now.
Oh, do you, sir? That's Sir Graham's chauffeur.
But he's the man who's been waiting outside my flat for 2.5 hours.
And sure as hell he wasn't waiting for a bus.
That was part 5 of Aliens in the Mind, co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius, with Fraser Carr as Ian Sanderson, William Edel, Gulliver, James Thomason, Home Office official, and Andrew Sear as Manson. Aliens in the Mind was written by René Basilico from an idea by Robert Holmes. Production by John Dias. Action 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 by John Dias. Action. Aliens in the Mind. Co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius. When Flora Curie is murdered, Lark and Cornelius decide to tell her father, the MP Ian Sanderson, that he is himself a mutant, able to be manipulated by the unidentified controller, the same person who ordered his daughter's death. Shocked and horrified, Sanderson agrees to help them trace the organization back to its source. Their search finally leads them to an educational trust with headquarters at a merchant bank in the city.
We've been looking at this education trust as something which has developed quite naturally out of the situation on Luig.
I thought we were all agreed on that.
What, from one tiny island? A few hundred simple, hard-working, God-fearing crofters organizing this fellowship, this education trust?
What's the alternative?
That Luig may have started as an accident of nature, but it has been deliberately built up, exploited, for the sole purpose of producing mutants who can be groomed for high office, like Ian here, or Brigadier Sherman.
And half the names on Ian's list, I shouldn't be surprised.
Right.
You mean it's been set up like a sort of mutant breeder unit?
More like a stud farm.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, especially when you think of Molly Kyle and the Reverend Donald Schoolar as the farmers.
Oh, farm managers, more likely. Now, if you're right, then the real villains, the masterminds of this business, are hiding behind the facade of this merchant bank.
All this plate glass opulence around us.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Sir Graham is free to see you now.
Just a minute. Who was that who just came out?
That was Sir Graham's last appointment, sir. The Reverend Donald Schooler. There he is now, sir. Just going towards the main door. Do you know him by any chance?
Oh, yes. We know him all right.
And the man he's talking to now.
Oh, do you, sir? That's Sir Graham's chauffeur.
But he's the man who's been waiting outside my flat for 2.5 hours.
Sure as hell he wasn't waiting for a bus.
Part 6. Final Tribulations.
Come in, if you please, gentlemen. Sir Graham will see you now.
Thank you.
Come in, Ian. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you,
You seem to
Graham.
have been away for ages.
Aye. Graham, may I introduce John Cornelius, the eminent brain surgeon?
Mr. Cornelius.
It's good of you to see us, Sir Graham.
And Professor Curtis Lark.
Professor.
Hello, sir. Nice office you have here, Sir Graham. Must be a good working environment.
Perfect. But then luxury always is.
Yes.
Won't you sit down, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, what brings two such unlikely visitors through the hallowed portals of a merchant bank?
Money. What else, Sir Graham?
Well, at least you've come to the right man.
We sincerely hope so.
Well, tell me all about it. What's your problem?
We've just returned from the Isle of Louis.
You know the Isle of Louis, Sir Graham?
Well, of course I do. I was born there.
What a coincidence.
What? Oh, you mean because of Ian? Not really.
Were you also educated on the island, Sir Graham?
To start with, of course, but then my family emigrated to Canada. Oh, but that was years and years ago.
Graham, was the Louis Educational Trust in existence in those days?
Of course not, Ian. That wasn't until just before the war, 1938 or 9.
Could you tell us who established the trust?
I did. It's always been very much my own private...
Benefaction?
Yes, something like that.
Ah.
In gratitude for all the favors received.
And in lively expectation of further favors to come.
That's a nice turn of phrase you have, Professor.
Well, it's not original, I'm afraid.
Indeed not. I believe it was first said of King John.
Oh, you know everything.
Sir Graham, do you know anything about the island sickness?
Island sickness? What island sickness?
On Louis, Graham.
Oh, that. Oh, that's nothing much.
Nothing much. Do you realize that the incidence of mental disorientation in the young is higher on this one tiny island with a population of a few hundred than it is in the rest of the United Kingdom? You call that nothing much, Sir Graham. It's the biggest nothing much I've ever heard of.
Put like that, Professor, I might agree it sounds horribly impressive. But as I understand it, this sickness is no more than a passing phase, like growing pains.
The point is, Graham, that whatever the sickness is, it didn't turn out to be a passing phase with my daughter.
I didn't even know you had a daughter.
No. I think I'd almost forgotten it myself. Until last week.
Why, what happened last week?
My daughter was murdered.
Murdered? My poor Ian. I had no idea. Oh, but this is awful. Terrible. I can't tell you how appalled I am.
Don't you want to know who did it?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do.
So do we.
It was two complete strangers.
Strangers to us, that is.
But why, Ian? In God's name, why?
We hoped you might hazard a guess, Sir Graham.
I don't know why you should think that.
Don't you?
Anyway, the point is that I'd like to make some sort of lasting memorial to her.
Of course you would.
What I had in mind was some sort of grant to allow proper research into the causes of this island sickness.
On Louis?
Where else?
It sounds a marvelous idea.
We thought you'd like it.
And I was wondering if you'd be prepared to let the Trust sponsor it.
The Trust?
Now, why not, Sir Graham? Isn't the aim of the Trust to improve conditions for the islanders?
Well, yes. In a way, I suppose.
Well, believe me, this would improve their lot. A lot.
Oh, excuse me a moment. Yes, Charles?
Lady McCladden has arrived, Sir Graham.
Oh, ask her to wait just a few... No. On second thoughts, ask her to come straight up.
Very good, Sir Graham.
I hope you don't mind, gentlemen. I'm meant to be taking my wife to lunch.
Not at all.
Oh, it's ages since I saw her last.
Is your wife also a native of Luig, Sir Graham?
Oh, no. She was born in Canada, actually. That's where I first met her.
But she does take a great interest in affairs on the island.
Oh, yes, indeed. She wanted to know a great deal about this suggestion of yours.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to...
No, it's quite all right, dear. Come on in.
Well, if you're sure.
You know Ian, of course.
Of course. It's been so long, I'm in danger of forgetting what you look like, Ian.
Aye. Now, let me introduce you to Mr. John Cornelius, the brain surgeon.
Mr. Cornelius?
How do you do, Lady
And
McCloud?
Professor Curtis Lark.
You're not Curtis Lark, the author, are you?
Well, I do write the odd book or two, ma'am, yes.
I've just read one of them.
Well, thank you. I'm gratified to find I'm not my only reader.
No, seriously. I find your predictions of the future use of telepathy and telekinesis quite fascinating.
Yes, it is a fascinating subject.
And not a little frightening. Oh, forgive me, I've obviously broken up something terribly important.
On the contrary, your arrival could be quite opportune.
Yes, sit down, my dear. Here.
We hope you might be able to persuade Sir Graham to support our scheme.
It's a modest medical research grant.
That seems a worthy enough cause. What do you intend to research?
Mental illness, Lady McCloud.
On a tiny Scottish island called Luig.
Luig? But there's no mental illness on Luig.
Oh, but there is, I assure you.
The so-called island sickness is almost approaching an epidemic.
They want the trust to sponsor the idea.
If they're serious, why not? It sounds a marvelous idea.
That's what your husband said.
Exactly what your husband said. Word for word.
Of course, we'd have to put it to the other trustees.
Oh, I thought it was a private trust.
Graham did say...
That he set up the trust? Oh, he did. As agent for the trustees.
Could we approach them?
Well, I don't see why not.
When?
When what?
Oh, when could we put it to them?
Tonight, if you like. Well, Graham and I are both trustees, and the chief executor is dining with us. 3 gives a quorum.
Well, then you'd better come to dinner. You can put your proposition en masse.
What, all 3 of us?
Why not? The more, the merrier.
Well, what a splendid idea. We'd love to come, wouldn't we?
Yes, I guess we would at that.
I'll make it 8 for 8:30 then. We'll send a car for you. Then you won't have to worry about driving home.
That is most awfully kind of you. Drink, Curtis?
No, thanks. I want to have that wide-awake feeling all evening.
You have a suspicious mind, dear boy. I don't expect it'll be anything but a perfectly ordinary dinner party.
Yes, except that we could find ourselves playing footsie with a controller.
You think it's McLaren, don't you?
Well, I don't know. But it's not a bad position for a controller to be in, now is it? I mean, head of a merchant bank, finger in every pie, pulling every string.
Sounds awfully messy.
It sounds terribly legitimate. What better front could a controller have?
You're right about that. Every snippet of information in the right hands could be worth $1 million.
Don't you have pounds over here anymore?
Oh, yes. But they're not the same as those we used to know and love. How does my bow tie look?
Terrible and tired. Why didn't you buy a clip-on like mine?
Oh, that's most uncivilized. Besides, I'd be terrified of you falling into the soup.
Well, it might improve the taste.
Now, who on earth's that?
Want me to get it?
No. I'll go. All right, I'm coming. Oh, Major Manson.
May I come in?
Yes, of course. Go straight through to the
Phew,
front.
the smell of camphor.
It's Major Manson.
Good evening, Professor.
Oh, good evening, Major. Will you join me in a drink?
Scotch.
Straight?
A little water, please.
Okay.
I thought you weren't going to drink tonight, Curtis.
Well, I changed my mind. This monkey suit of mine smells so much of mothballs it's making my eyes water.
You should give that jacket a good brush.
Does that get rid of the smell?
No, but it scares the hell out of the moths.
I say. Never mind us, Major.
You're Major, and here's to you.
Cheers.
Why don't you take the weight off your feet and tell us the news?
Well, you've certainly stirred up a hornet's nest. Colonel Gulliver's with the Home Secretary now.
Well, I'm glad to see someone's taking us seriously.
He's taking the whole show very seriously indeed. Regards it as a full-scale attempt to subvert the government of this country.
But the question is, who by?
Perhaps we'll find out at dinner tonight. Excuse me.
Find out what?
Who's behind it all?
John Cornelius here.
Oh, it's Ian Sanderson here.
Oh, hello.
Hi. I've just seen Sir Graham's car pull up outside your door. I think the chauffeur's coming to you first, so I'll be down in a couple of minutes.
Oh, well, thank you. See you in a few moments, then.
Aye, fine.
Bye.
Bye.
That's odd. It's very odd.
Something come up, John?
No. Well, at least...
What?
Oh, that was Sanderson. He rang to say McLadden's chauffeur is on his way up for us.
Simple courtesy, surely.
Well, I don't know. He warned us once before, didn't he, Curtis?
Yes, you're right. When Flora got killed.
You think he's trying to warn you again?
It's possible. Hello. The trouble is, once a mutant, always a mutant. We can never be sure. Here goes.
John?
Yes?
Be ready for anything.
Mr. Cornelius, keep your body right behind the front door all the time.
Don't worry, I will.
What about me?
You, Professor, keep clear of this doorway.
Okay.
Mr. Cornelius?
Yes, we won't keep you a minute. Just about ready.
Stay out of the way, Professor.
Look out, John, he's got a
Keep
gun.
out of the way.
John, are you all right?
I'm still in one piece, I think, but I'm shaking like a jelly.
Oh, that's probably just the reaction.
What about him?
What about him? Have you ever seen him before?
Yes, he was watching Sanderson's apartment this morning.
And then we saw him talking to Schooler at the bank.
Schooler?
Yes.
The preacher fellow from your island.
Yeah, that's the one.
Now, I wonder what brings him to town.
Well, that's something else we may learn during dinner.
This dinner party, where's it meant to be taking place?
Oh, that's Graham McLadden's.
McLadden? You mean the merchant banker? Is he involved?
Oh, boy, and how?
Well, his chauffeur certainly was.
And you're determined to go through with this dinner?
Quite determined.
In spite of all that's happened?
Because of all that's happened.
You know you could be putting your head in the lion's mouth.
Well, let's hope it doesn't suffer from halitosis.
Oh, I like that, John. Yeah, you're better.
Do you mind if I use your phone?
Oh, help yourself.
What are you going to do?
You'll require transport, won't you?
But where's Sir Graham's chauffeur? Well, what's happened to him?
Why don't you tell us?
We were actually ready when you phoned. And then we stood around waiting for nearly half an hour.
That's strange.
Very. Especially as the car was still parked in the street. I presume it was Sir Graham's car.
Oh, I am sure of that.
Well, I can't think of any place the chauffeur'd go without his car.
Perhaps he couldn't take it with him.
Oh, the McCluttons won't think it very funny either.
Aye, we're already half an hour late as it is.
Mr. Ian Sanderson, Mr. John Cornelius, and Professor Curtis Lark.
Oh, I thought you were never coming.
We very nearly weren't.
Well, what happened? Did the car not arrive in time?
Oh, no, the car arrived.
But the chauffeur didn't.
Oh, well, perhaps he ran out of petrol.
Now, why couldn't we have thought of that?
Let me introduce you to the chief executor.
Good evening, Professor.
You?
Reverend Schooler.
Mr. Cornelius.
Of course, you know my cousin Donald, don't you?
Cousin? I had no idea you were related.
Oh, a long way removed, I'm afraid.
I'm bound to say I am surprised to see you again, Professor.
Yes, I can imagine.
Do you think we could all go through to dinner now? I think they're ready to serve.
So what's this nonsense I hear about you wanting the Trust to sponsor some newfangled scheme on the island, Ian?
Oh, it's hardly a nonsense, Minister. I want to set up a research grant as a memorial to my daughter.
Oh, aye, Flora. I heard about that. Very distressing that must have been.
More than you can know.
Mind, that girl would have been alive today if she had been left with us on the island, where she was safe and well cared for.
Flora needed treatment, Minister. She was ill.
Aye, she had the island sickness. There had been many that had it before you came poking your nose in. And none of them seemed any the worse for it.
Please, Donald. Mr. Cornelius is a guest.
It's a fair point, though, my dear. I mean, I suffered from it, and I came through all right. So did Ian.
And so did your butler, I believe.
Joshua? Yes, I think he did.
Also, apparently, the entire fellowship on Louis.
What makes you say that?
It was the price of the ticket.
What? He means that was the reason for joining the fellowship.
How do you know that?
From the things Flora said, and from what Sanderson has told us.
Ian?
Yes.
And from Hugh Dexter's notebook, of course.
What notebook? We found no...
No what, Minister?
I'm just surprised that anything could have survived that fire at Dr. Dexter's house.
It didn't. We had the notebook in our pocket by then.
And it told us everything he had discovered before he was so rudely taken from us.
Joshua, serve some more wine, if you please.
Very well, milady.
What was it that this Dexter fellow discovered?
Well, he discovered that, owing to some strange genetic mutation of the brain, many of the islanders, myself included, could be controlled the way a robot can be controlled by anyone with the ability to transmit instructions telepathically.
Ian, what's got into you?
Ian, listen to me. A man in your position must have and must keep the confidence of the general public. Whatever you believe or think you believe, you cannot afford to talk like that, even in private.
I can't afford to be a slave to somebody else's ambitions. A politician must be his own master, Sir Graham.
That was extremely well said.
Well, I'm only a banker. I may be a bit naive about these things, but if Ian and others like him have been turned into slaves, who are you accusing of being the masters?
Flora Carey, for one.
Ian's daughter? Oh, but that's preposterous.
Yeah, we keep coming back to that poor wee lassie, don't we?
And we're going to keep coming right on back to her. She was the only flaw in the pattern, wasn't she?
I must say, Professor, this is even more intriguing than your book.
And a damn sight more far-fetched.
Oh, no, Sir Graham. You see, we've discovered the exact genetic combination that will produce a mutant child. A slave, as you call it.
And what we don't know is the exact genetic combination that produces an infant controller, one of your masters.
We were hoping one of you would enlighten us.
Why us?
Well, I suggest you direct that question to someone who breeds thoroughbreds.
It's not so far removed, Sir Graham. We're talking about another form of selective breeding.
Very selective, and to the point of not pairing people who might produce unwanted controllers, like Flora Carey.
Only her mother ruined everything by having an affair with Ian.
Ah, I've never heard such nonsense.
I told you, Graham.
It's not nonsense, and you both know it.
In the end, it was the reason Flora had to be killed. Wasn't it, Sir Graham?
What?
You had one controller too many, didn't you?
Aye, and now we've got a pair of meddling busybodies.
That's enough, Donald. There's no point in abusing our guests. They're intelligent men, after all. They must realize their predicament by now.
What predicament?
Of course. Curtis, I'm sorry. I should have realized.
You should indeed, Mr. Cornelius.
Aye, with all your fancy training, and you couldn't work out that it might be another woman.
If there's still any doubt in your minds, just watch. Listen to me. Concentrate. Concentrate. Look around you, gentlemen. Ian Sanderson, my husband, the butler.
Aye, and a whole house full of servants besides.
Look at them carefully. Don't you notice something strange? They're blank looks. Not one of them has a thought in his head except to carry out my instructions.
Lady McLudden? Who'd have thought it?
Well, you should have done, especially after Flora and my sister.
Your sister?
Molly Kyle.
Molly Kyle was your sister?
What were you trying to do, Minister? Keep it in the family?
Aye, something like that, Professor.
And you were just riding on her coattails. Powered by proxy. It figures.
Pity you didn't figure it earlier, then. That was your big mistake, Professor.
What do you intend to do with us, Lady McLudden?
Well, I have only to will that you should be taken out and killed. And you will be.
With a chorus of zombies chanting, "Kill him, kill him."
No, they don't have to chant. You can have it in complete silence, if you like.
Could we have them praying for our eternal souls, just to keep the minister happy?
The time for the wisecracks is well past, Professor. Outside now.
And please, let's not have any unpleasantness. It would be such a pity to ruin such a delightful and informative evening.
Oh, yes, of course. And blood stains are so rough on the carpets.
Precisely, Professor. I knew you'd understand. Perhaps you would precede us into the garden, please? Just to the edge of the lawn, if you would.
That's far enough.
What now?
Now we wait for the helicopter. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes.
The bank own an air taxi service. Sir Graham often uses it to get him to the airport.
Is that where we're going?
Yes, Professor. We booked a flight to New York for you.
And Cornelius and Sanderson were going to see you off.
We're going to see me off?
Yes. Unfortunately, the helicopter crashed, killing all the passengers.
What about the crew?
The pilot's one of my mutants. He'll do what I will him to.
You mean he'll just kill himself like some kamikaze pilot?
If I want him to.
Right on time.
It's no good looking round, Professor. There's no way out. Nowhere to run to.
Even if I did run, Lady McLudden, I've no doubt you could will a whole army of zombies into catching up with me.
That's right, Professor.
How many zombies do you control, anyway?
All right, Lady McLudden, stand quite still. The party's over.
Manson.
And about time.
Kill him. Kill him.
Careful, Manson. Be careful. Seize the controller.
Pull them up, Lady McLudden.
Kill him.
Kill him. Pull them up.
Kill him. Kill
him.
Kill him.
Kill
him.
Kill him.
Where am I? What's been happening?
Mr. Cornelius, Professor, are you all right?
Fine, Manson. Fine. You left it rather late.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
My wife. My wife. What's happened to her?
Caroline is dead, Graham. They have killed her.
What? Oh, no. Caroline, my dear.
Damn you, Lark. Damn your interfering eyes.
Look out! Look! I half expected he would have a gun. Rather hoped he would, actually.
What about Lady McLudden? She was unarmed.
Why should she bother with the gun when she had a whole army of instant zombies at her command?
That's what I was thinking.
Well, I suppose that's the end of this business.
Is it?
Why, except for picking up the pieces on Luig, I mean. Perhaps you'd allow me to look after that.
You?
Obviously, I can't continue in politics. I'm too big a security risk to ever achieve high office. And that's what it's really all about.
Can't you stay on the back bench?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I'd keep remembering my ambitions. It'd hurt too much. No, I'd rather do something useful back home in Luig for a while. Until I can think it over.
What about Sir Graham?
Poor man, I don't think he understands what's going on.
Not surprised. It'll take quite a lot of explaining, believe me.
Yes, Ian. And you might be the best person to do it.
Aye, I'll try. Now, what about you, John? What will you do?
Return to surgery before I lose my touch.
And you, Curtis?
Oh, I shouldn't be surprised if I've got quite a lot of traveling to do.
What, back to Borneo?
All over the place. I don't believe we've seen the end of this business.
Oh, surely, Curtis.
No, seriously. I mean, Lady McLudden came from Canada. The next controller could come from anywhere on Earth. They could spring up like mushrooms.
Oh, no, don't start that again, Curtis, please.
Start what?
Anything.
My dear John, I think it started already.
That was the final episode of Aliens in the Mind, co-starring Vincent Price as Curtis Lark and Peter Cushing as John Cornelius, with Richard Herndl as Sir Graham McLudden, Joan Benham, Lady McLudden, Fraser Carr, Ian Sanderson, Henry Stamper, Donald Scular, and Andrew Sear as Manson. Electronic effects for the series were by Chris Jenkins. Aliens in the Mind was written by René Basilico from an idea by Robert Holmes. Production by John Dias.
Now for tonight's story. Let's go beyond tomorrow. Beyond tomorrow, next month, next decade, next century, when we will still be housewives and farmers and merchants, when some of us will be broke and some of us will be ambitious, And some of us will be lonely, as people are today. But when we will employ robots to do our housework and go for a weekend to the moon. Beyond Tomorrow, science fiction stories about us and our children in the days that are soon to come. Tonight, based on a famous story by Robert Heinlein and adapted by Robert Senadella, the story of a man who lived for a dream.
All right, everybody, all right. Right this way to the rocket. Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, this machine is the very same type of machine used by the first men to reach the moon. You can step inside and take a look for only 25 cents. But you've got to hurry, 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 because the captain's going to take off for the stratosphere in about 5 minutes. Come on, see the rocket that made a flight to the moon. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
What are you looking at, Sonny?
That rocket, what'd you think?
You like rockets?
I'm going to be a rocket pilot someday. I'm going to be a pilot on the moon run.
Ever been inside one?
No.
Well, I'll take you inside this one if you can tell me what company operates the moon run.
Oh, everybody knows that. The Harrison Moon Rocket Company, of course.
Right. Come on.
Oh, gee whiz.
Okay, right up the gangplank.
2
sir.
tickets, please.
Okay, sir. Who else wants to see the inside of the rocket that made a flight to the moon? Hurry, hurry, hurry. See the inside. Hurry, hurry.
Here we are, Sonny. Well, what do you think of it?
Gee, look at that instrument board.
You see this semicircle of dials? Well, this dial tells you the velocity. And here's one for the air density inside the ship, and...
I know. And this one's for the air density outside the ship. And this one measures the gravitational pull.
I guess we're just a couple of fans, eh, Sonny?
Say, mister, you ever been to the moon?
No. No, I haven't.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, Captain?
You and the boy will have to leave now. We've got to cast loose for the flight.
Oh, gee.
Oh, you run along, Sonny. I want to talk to the captain.
Well, okay. So long. And thanks, mister.
Good luck to you, my boy. Captain.
Yeah?
How far up do you go on this flight?
Not far, just about 1,000 miles. Do it twice a day. Crowd likes it. We're out of sight in 4 3/10 seconds. How they go for that takeoff.
Ever take passengers?
Got $25?
Yes.
We take passengers.
Good.
I'll have the doc come in and give you a checkup.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Nothing. If you're in a hurry, I thought that maybe we could dispense.
Not a chance. Want me to lose my license? Hey, Doc.
Yeah?
Doc, come in here a minute.
Be right there.
Well, all right.
Standard procedure. It'll be over in a jiffy. Take off your jacket.
All right.
Do you want me, Mac?
Gentleman here wants to take flight.
All right, sir. Roll up your sleeves, please.
There you are.
All right. Let's test your blood pressure. Uh-huh. How old are you, sir?
60.
You don't mean 70.
60.
All right. But it's no go anyway.
You mean you won't take me?
I couldn't even guarantee that you'd live through the takeoff. You see, sir, it's not only that your blood pressure is high. I bet you have a heart condition, too. But at your age...
I'm 60.
Well, let's say 60. Even at 60, bones are brittle, highly calcified, easily broken in the shock of takeoff. Rocketry, sir, is
it's
a
young
man's
man's
game.
game, I know.
Sorry, sir. I'd like to take you.
Oh, well, it's all right. I rather expected it. But, Captain, could you and your engineer have dinner with me at the Fairgrounds restaurant after your flight?
Well, we'll be hungry.
Good. I'll be waiting for you.
Hiya, mister.
Huh? Oh, hello, Sonny.
Gee, you stayed in there so long. I thought she was gone with him.
No. Not this time, Sonny. More coffee, Captain McIntyre?
Thank you.
Smoke a cigar, Mr. Cummings?
Don't mind if I do.
Ah, here you are.
Boy, a Corona.
Mm-hmm. Well, then. So you quit the moon run, Captain. Why?
I didn't like it.
Oh, I can't believe that. You're a rocket man.
Tell him the truth, Mac. It was Rule G that got you.
Oh, Rule G, eh? You still drink?
No, but they don't give you a second chance.
How about you, Mr. Cummings? How is it you're not on the moon run anymore?
Oh, I smuggled a beautiful blue rock back to Earth for a girl I know. Boy, I wish I hadn't. I could be in Luna City tonight. Ha. Now, there's a town.
How about you, Captain? Would you like to be back in Luna City?
Why are you asking us all this, Mr. Harrison?
Oh, I've got my reasons. Did you like it on the moon?
The moon's the only place for a young fellow, Mr. Harrison. It's still undeveloped compared with what it's going to be. It's just opening up. It's the frontier all over again.
I might be able to get you boys back there.
What?
What do you mean?
Look, I want to get to the moon myself. And frankly, I need a couple of boys like you to take me. Fellas who know the ropes.
Well, what's the matter with getting an excursion permit and going in a company ship?
He can't pass a physical exam, Charlie.
Well, I know, but if you're going to afford to hire us, Mr. Harrison, why don't you just bribe a company doctor? It's been done before.
No, it won't work for me. I'm a little too prominent.
Say, you're not...
My name is Delos D. Harrison.
You're D.D. Harrison himself.
I thought so.
Well, gosh, sir, you own most of the company yourself. You ought to be able to do anything you like, rules or no rules.
No, that's not true. I'm a good deal less free than you are.
What? But holy...
Well, I tried to do what you suggest, but the other directors wouldn't permit it. They're afraid of losing their franchise.
You've never been to the moon?
No.
Say, this is really tough. Why, if it hadn't been for you, none of us had ever got there. And you can't go.
Not legally. But if I find a ship, are you boys game to take me?
Sure we are.
Now, wait a minute. I think we better have more details.
All right, fair enough. Now, you'll have to buy the ship for me. If I did it openly, everybody would figure out what I meant to do and stop me.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll supply you with all the cash you need. You go out and locate some sort of ship that can be refitted for the trip.
Look, Mr. Harrison, why do you want to go to the moon so badly?
Well, I don't know whether I can explain it to you or not. It's the one thing I've wanted to do all my life. When I was a kid, practically nobody believed that men would ever reach the moon. They laughed at the idea. But I believed. I read Vernon, Wells, and Smith, and I set my heart on being one of the men to walk the surface of the moon, to see her other side, and to look back on the face of the earth, hanging in the sky. Captain McIntyre, Mr. Cummings, I've lived longer than I should. But I don't want to die until I've set foot on the moon.
You get hold of that money, Mr. Harrison. We'll take you to the moon.
But, Mr. Harrison... You heard me, Belden. Sell 'em. I want every share of stock I own realized in cash as rapidly as possible. Spaceways Provisioning Company, Artemis Mines, Luna City Recreations, the whole lot of them. Sell 'em all.
Hello.
Jason, this is Belden.
Oh, hello, Belden.
I'm calling you because your uncle gave me a rather peculiar order today.
Really? What was it?
Well, now, I work for your uncle, Jason. I shouldn't be calling you. It's just that I hate to see your inheritance endangered.
What? Say, what's going on?
Well, now, I'm not supposed to tell you. I wouldn't want you to forget me in case...
Well, I understand you perfectly, Belden. You'll be taken care of. What's the old man doing?
He's ordered me to sell all his stock. He's converting everything into cash.
Belden, I won't forget this. Thank you. I'll see my lawyer right away.
And so, Your Honor, we contend that Mr. Harrison's conduct gives clear indication that a mind once brilliant has become senile. We therefore pray this honorable court to declare Mr. Harrison incompetent. and to assign a conservator to protect his financial interests and the financial interests of his heir, Mr. Jason Harrison. That is all.
Has Mr. Dallas Harrison's attorney any closing argument?
Only this, Your Honor. My client has the right to enjoy his wealth in whatever manner best suits him for the few remaining years of his life. We pray that this court will confirm our opinion that my client has this right. I thank you.
Mr. Cummins, this court has as high a regard for individual liberty as you have. But it must be admitted that in selling his holdings and demanding cash, Mr. Dallas Harrison has acted in an eccentric manner. The court cannot overlook the fact that men do grow old. Yes, men do become senile, and in such cases must be protected. I shall take this matter under advisement until tomorrow. Court is adjourned.
Extra millionaire disappears. D.D. Harrison missing. Extra.
Oh, it's awful, Jason, but I couldn't have foreseen it.
I don't suppose so, Belton.
He must have gone to court yesterday with that money in his pocket. When he saw that the judge would decide against him, he decided not to stick around for the verdict.
He took everything?
Everything.
We've got to find him.
Well, the police are working on him.
Well, you've got to help them.
How?
Well, figure out where he went.
Well, I don't know where he went.
You're the only one who can find out. Go through his papers. Look for clues. Look for hiding places. Examine everything. Letters, bills, scratch pads, diaries, everything. Find a clue, report to me. It's up to you to dig up the leads, Belton. We've got to find that old man before he spends all my money. Hey, this ham gravy's good.
Charlie, you'd rather eat than anything, Mr. Harrison.
That's a libel on the girls in Nona City, Mac.
I've had a pretty good appetite myself since I joined you boys.
Desert air.
Exercise.
No. I don't think a man's health depends so much on what he does as on whether he wants to do it. I feel good because I'm doing what I want to do.
That's all a man can ask of life.
Say, Mr. Harrison.
Yes?
How does a guy go about getting rich, like you did?
Oh, I don't know, Charlie. I never tried to get rich. I never wanted to be rich or well-known or anything like that.
Ah, you wouldn't kid me, would you?
No. I just wanted to live a long time and see it all happen. Oh, I wasn't unusual. There were lots of boys like me. Radio hams there were, and telescope builders and airplane amateurs. We had science clubs and basement laboratories and science fiction leagues. No, I didn't want to be rich. I just wanted to live long enough to see men rise up to the stars. And if God was good to me, to go as far as the moon myself. It's been a good life. I haven't any complaints.
There's the moon up there. Look at it.
The moon.
We'll be there in a day or two.
Say, Mac.
Yeah?
As far as you're concerned, you're ready to go now, is that right?
That's right.
Well, then, we're just waiting for your calibration runs and pre-flight tests, eh, Charlie?
Well, say I might run them tonight.
Well, that's what I was getting at, can you?
Well, sure, why not? If Mac will help. Eh?
I'll help you.
We'll all help. With luck, we can take off tomorrow.
Come on, boys, let's go. Let's get that.
Catch him, Mac.
Mr. Harrison. Well, he's out. Come on, Charlie. Let's get him into his tent.
Right. Yeah.
Easy now.
Easy does it. There.
Where's his medicine?
In his vest pocket. Here, I've got it.
Break that capsule. Hold it under his nose.
Right.
He's breathing better. We won't go tomorrow. We've got to wait until he's back to normal.
Look, can we leave him for a sec, Mac?
I think so.
Come outside for a minute, then.
Okay. What is it?
Mac, we're not going through with this.
Why not?
It's murder. He'll never stand up under the initial acceleration. The takeoff will kill him.
It's what he wants to do.
Oh, we can't let him.
Why not?
Why not? Because he's such a swell old duck, Mac.
Okay, what do you want to do with him? Send him back? Let the court put him away in a bug house? Let him dress in a bathrobe and sit in a wheelchair in a sanitarium till he dies of a broken heart?
No, I don't want that.
Okay, get out to the hangar and make your setup for those test runs. I'll be along.
Hello.
Jason, Eldon speaking. I've got something.
Yes, what is it?
He had it in a strong box. It's a deed. A deed to a piece of land in Arizona, 6 acres. Apparently, from the description, this is desert land.
When did he buy it?
He didn't. The two men named James McIntyre and Charles Cummings bought it a month ago. It looks as if what he
I
did...
know what it looks as if. Good work, Belden. Now get out there right away and stop him. Stop him at all costs.
In 20 seconds, we will return you to Robert Heinlein's famous science fiction story, Requiem. A few words first concerning speed. In the era of rocket travel ahead, speed will be an important factor. But speed today can be the direct cause of sudden death on the nation's highways. As spring dissolves into summer, more and more people will be driving towards vacation lands, taking the family for a Sunday spin. And more necessary will be the element of caution. Don't speed. Remember that accidents don't always happen to someone else. By speeding, they can happen to you. And now, back to our story.
Hey there!
Hello, stranger. Looking for something?
Looking for somebody.
Who?
Are you, James McIntyre?
What about it?
Hey, what's up, Mac?
Now, come here, Charlie.
What's the matter?
You'd be Charles Cummings, I guess.
So?
You have a spaceship here, and you're taking D.D. Harrison on a flight to the moon.
We haven't got a spaceship.
What do you keep in that big shed?
Strata yacht.
Where's Mr. Harrison?
Harrison? Do you know anybody named Harrison, Charlie?
It's no use, Mac. We can't take off now. They know he's here.
You talk good sense, fella. Where's Harrison?
See that little tent over there?
Where?
There, right in back of you.
Oh, that one. Is he in there?
Yeah. Catch him, Mac.
Nice going, Charlie.
I hated to. It was the only way.
Let's leave him here.
Darn it, that's the finger I broke playing shortstop. I'm always hurting that finger.
Come on, we haven't any time. Get Pop into the cabin. Strap him into his hammock.
Right. Can you tie up this guy?
In a jiffy.
Lona City, here we come. How is it, Mac?
I'm all set. How's Mr. Harrison?
Mac, I don't think he'll live through the takeoff.
It's what he wants.
I know.
You better stay with him.
Right. Okay, Mr. Harrison?
Okay.
We're ready to take off.
Let me go over to the port. I want to watch the Earth.
No, you've got to stay in the hammock. All set?
All set.
Okay, Mac.
Here we go.
Harrison. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison.
I'm all right, Charlie.
Oh. I'm going up forward and see Mac. Going all right, Mac?
Going all right. Is he?
Yeah, he's alive. But he's in bad shape, Mac.
How bad?
A couple of cracked ribs, anyhow. I don't know what else. I don't know whether he'll last out the trip, Mac. His heart was pounding something awful.
He'll last, Charlie. He's tough.
Tough? He's delicate as a canary.
I don't mean that. He's tough way down inside.
Yeah. I better stay with him. We're on our way, Mr. Harrison.
Can't I move to a port now? Can't I watch the Earth now?
Oh, nothing to see yet. The blast hides it until we build up enough speed to coast up to the changeover point. Maybe if you're all right then, we'll move you to a port, but only if you're all right. Because you see... Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison.
Dad, look. Look, Dad, look.
Take it easy, Mr. Harrison.
Dad, look. Up in the sky. What's that up in the sky, Dad?
That's Hawley's Comet, Ellis.
Where did it come from?
Oh, I don't know, son. Way out in the sky somewhere.
It's beautiful, Dad. It's beautiful. I want to touch it.
I'm afraid you'll never be able to touch it, son.
I want to touch it. I want to touch that beautiful thing up there in the sky.
Take it easy, Mr. Harrison. Take it easy.
Dallas, will you stop puttering with that machine and listen to me?
Oh, hello, Charlotte. I didn't know you were there.
I know you didn't. You never know I'm here. All you do is tinker and putter and work over that laboratory bench. I'd like to have it ripped out.
But didn't I show you in the paper, Charlotte? They've made a flight into the stratosphere.
We haven't been to the movies for 6 months.
Well, if they can reach the stratosphere, they can reach the moon. That's what I'm working on, Charlotte. It's big. It's important.
You never listen. I'm warning you, Dallas. You've got to choose between me and this laboratory.
Choose between you and the laboratory. Choose? But don't you see, I'm going to make a machine that will reach the moon.
Mr. Harrison, please, try to be quiet. Try to lie still there. We'll be at the changeover point soon.
She left me, Charlie. She left me.
Take it easy, Mr. Harrison.
It works. It works. I know this time the machine will work. I know this machine will reach the moon. I'm going to take off next month.
No, you're not, Mr. Harrison.
What do you mean, Doctor? My own machine, and I can't take it to the moon.
You'll have to get somebody else to take it to the moon, Mr. Harrison.
But this is my own machine. I want to take it to the moon. I want to touch the moon.
Mr. Harrison, we know enough about rocket ships to know that a man of your age with your weakened constitution cannot travel in them. You get somebody else to fly your ship to the moon. You stay on Earth.
But I've got to go. I've got to go. I've got to go.
Mr. Harrison, please. We've passed the changeover point.
I've got to go. I've got to go to the moon.
Take it easy, Mr. Harrison. I'm going up front with Mac. Mac, I'm worried.
How is he?
Delirious. He keeps raving. I'm worried about the landing. You better set her down awful easy.
All right, I will. I'll ease her in on an involute approach curve.
All right, go ahead.
Here we go. Get back there with Mr. Harrison, Charlie. This is it.
We're landing, Mr. Harrison.
How is he, Charlie?
He's out.
Mr. Harrison. Well, he's breathing anyway. Let's get him out of the ship, Charlie.
Okay, you get the compressed air tanks out. I can handle him there. He only weighs about 20 pounds alone away.
Right.
All right, Mr. Harrison, here we go. You wanted to get to the moon? Let me get those buckles unstrapped. There we are. Okay. Hey, Mac, get the door open, will you?
Right. You get this compressed air tank out. Okay, come on, Charlie. Bring him out.
Right.
You better set him down here on the ground.
Right.
Where am I? Is this the moon?
This is the moon, Mr. Harrison.
Look in the sky. That moon up there, that's the Earth, isn't it?
That's the Earth, Mr. Harrison.
I made it. I'm on the moon. I'm looking back at the Earth.
You made it, Mr. Harrison.
I can die now. Got a pencil?
Here's a pencil.
Paper?
Paper, Mac.
Oh, I haven't got paper.
That shipping tag. That shipping tag on the compressed air tank.
Here it is.
I've got to write. Then I can die.
I'll hold you up. Go ahead and write.
And when you bury me, put this over my grave.
We'll carve it in marble, Mr. Harrison.
No, leave it on the shipping tag. A shipping tag from a compressed air tank. That's what I want over my grave.
Write it, Mr. Harrison.
Under the wide and starry sky, dig my grave and let me lie. Glad did I live, and gladly die. And I lay me down with a will. This be the verse you grave for me. Here he lies, where he longed to be. Home is the sailor, home from the sea, and the hunter, home from the hill.
You have just heard the first in a new series of science fiction stories, Beyond Tomorrow. In tonight's presentation, Requiem, Everett Sloane was featured in the role of Dee Dee Harrison. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Silverne, and John Campbell, Jr. was our program consultant. Beyond Tomorrow is produced and directed by Mitchell Grayson. Listen again at the same time next week when CBS will bring you another story about you in the future. You, Beyond Tomorrow. To misquote the masters, may we say, what is so nice as an evening at home, especially when your radio dial is set to bring you CBS's quintet of early evening programs. Here's a cross-section of entertainment for all the family. Programs like Lowell Thomas, famed traveler and commentator, Beulah, that laughable, lovable character created especially for Hattie McDaniel. There's the Jack Smith, Dinah Shore, Margaret Whiting Show, and Club 15 with your host Bob Crosby and his singing partners, the Andrews Sisters and Joe Stafford, and, of course, Edward R. Murrow with his roundup and analysis of the world's news. 5 quarter-hour shows, 5 nights a week, for your enjoyment over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now for tonight's story. Let's go Beyond Tomorrow. Are you afraid to face tomorrow, or whatever may lie beyond tomorrow? Do you think you're up to spending a weekend on the moon, or entertaining house guests from Mars? Can you and your children adjust to the strange, new, wonderful world that is being wrought in the test tubes and cyclotrons of science beyond tomorrow? Beyond Tomorrow, a new program of probabilities drawn from the vast library of science fiction, where anything is possible and possibly may happen to you. Tonight, based on a famous story by Theodore Sturgeon and adapted by Draper Lewis, a tale about a man accused of murder in a small western town who insists it was not murder, but something really much worse.
Presiding coroner here, and I'll handle this inquest my way, if you don't mind.
All right.
Now, look, Kemp. Why can't you get it through your head that nobody's trying to railroad you into admitting anything? You're just a fella knows something about the death of this here Alessandro Sykes. And this court would like to know exactly what happened.
I'll tell you what happened. That kid killed Sykes. Killed him dead in the doornail, and then brought the body back here and dumped it in his hotel room. That's what happened.
No, you're wrong. I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him. You're trying to accuse me of murder, but I tell you it's something worse. Something much, much worse than murder.
If we don't have it quiet in this courtroom, I'm going to have the sheriff clear the place. This inquest is going to be run legal-like or ain't going to be run at all.
You mean maybe we should have the hanging right now, Bert?
I didn't say no such thing.
Well, maybe you should and stop wasting so much time. Mr. Wilson, sir, you can't let him hang me. I'm innocent, I tell you. I didn't kill Sykes. Aren't you even going to listen to what I got to say?
Sure. Sure, son, I'm going to listen. We're all going to listen. Or I'm taking this boy into Tucson where there's a jury that will listen.
Well, this better be good. We don't like murder around Switchpath. No, and we don't like strangers neither.
If you gentlemen are through now, suppose we hear what the boy has to say.
I don't know.
All right, son. Now, let's get the facts straight first off. Your full name?
James Gordon Kemp.
And your home?
Chicago, Illinois. City bred, huh? Maybe that's why he don't give no mind to something like murder.
I thought you was always so proud about the times you've been to Tucson, Hafferty. Huh? Seems to me wearing silk shirts is pretty city-fied, too. All right. Here, son. Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, suppose you tell us what happened. Tell us the whole story just like it happened.
Okay. I'll try. I guess I'd better go right back to the beginning. The first time I ever saw this here Sykes. It must have been about 2 months ago. I had a little repair shop at the time, just auto parts and maybe fooling around with radios and TV sets now and then. It didn't make no big profit, but it paid the rent and gave me a little extra pocket money. I was working in my shop one afternoon when he walked in. He watched what I was doing a couple of minutes. Then he spoke up.
You Gordon Kemp?
I said yes and looked him over. He was a scrawny fella, probably 60 years old, and wound up real tight. He talked fast, smoked fast, moved fast. As if there wasn't time for anything, but he had to get on to something else. I asked him what he wanted.
You the man who had that article in the magazine about a concentrated atomic torch?
Yeah. Only that guy from the magazine used a lot of loose talk. He says my torch is 300 years ahead of its time. But actually, it's something I stumbled on by accident, more or less. It's an ordinary atomic hydrogen torch, but it's plenty hot. It'll cut anything. Anything. And since it got patented, you'd be surprised at the calls I got. You got no idea how many people want to cut into bank vaults and the side doors of hock shops.
Like to take a few weeks off and go out west? Arizona? You should have cut your way into a cave there.
A cave? Is it legal?
Well, sure it's legal.
How legal?
You get me into that place, you can satisfy yourself as to whether it's legal. I'll give you $5,000.
What?
Cash.
How's that again?
Get me into that cave, and you'll get $5,000. Cash.
How come you happen to run across this here cave, Professor Sykes? Didn't anyone else in Switchpath ever spot it?
Yeah, from what I can gather, there must have been a shifting of rock. Maybe a slight earth tremor that opened it up. The time I was fresh out of college, spending all my time digging for Indian ruins, I found it at the bottom of a deep cleft. Small, dark room, all rock walls. It was rock that was very old. A couple of 100,000 years. Maybe 500,000.
500,000?
It wasn't the rock that got me so excited. It wasn't the rock and it wasn't the cave. It was the machinery in the cave. Machinery that must have been put there before there were any human beings on Earth.
Oh, not just a minute, Professor.
Now, look. I don't care whether you believe me or not. I know what I'm talking about. Those machines were installed in that cave room back when there wasn't a single living creature of any sort.
But that doesn't make sense. If there are machines, then some human beings must have made them. Some human beings must have hauled them into the cave and assembled them. Only you say there weren't any human beings on Earth.
Maybe not on Earth, Kemp. But there are human beings someplace else. At least, beings. Who knows whether they're human or not?
Well, that's a nice, pleasant thought.
Yes. I thought so, too, at the time. Gotten used to it now. I got used to it during all the days and nights I stayed in that room and studied that machinery.
What kind of machinery was it?
Well, I finally figured out that one of them was some sort of a radio transmitter. Now, get this. Here's a machine with an antenna on top of it, just like a microwave job. Beside it is another machine. The second machine is shaped like a dumbbell standing on one end. Top of it is sort of a covered hopper. At the waist of the machine are two big spools with a wire running between them made out of some alloy that was never seen before on this earth.
Were they running?
One was running, making a slight humming sound. The dumbbell machine was running, and that's what gave me a clue to what it was. That machine is a recorder. And that automatically makes the other machine a transmitter.
A recorder? What kind of a recorder?
It records the physical being of the entire Earth. Every earthquake, every continental shift, weather cycles, every hurricane and volcano eruption and landslide. Now here, take a look at this.
Piece of wire, huh? About 35 gauge.
Money tough. Yes. I cut it off the recording machine. Kemp, my boy, took a long time, a lot of years out of my life. I finally got it decoded. I can read that wire. You've no idea in what detail that piece of wire records, second by second, minute by minute, day by day, through the years, through the centuries. When I start my decoding, I'll be able to prove things which until now have only been guessed, only whispered about in the history books of the world. I'll be able to give the exact time and date when the Red Sea parted for the fleeing Israelites. Want to know what happened to the Spanish Armada? I have it all here. What about the last days of Pompeii? I have it, son. I have it. And I'm going to give it to the world. Me, Alessandro Sykes, will give it to humanity complete and provable, and history will be reckoned from the day I speak.
I admit he did sound a little off his rocker. And if I had any sense, I would have gotten off that train and gone back to Chicago. But he was such a nice little guy. As nice a little character as you'd ever want to meet. And he figured he had something big in that cave. Yes, I tell you, something important enough that he'd been living with it, thinking about it, working on it, day in and day out for 30 years or more. You can't let that kind of a guy down.
All of us here knew Sykes pretty well, Kemp. His family was among the first settlers in Switchpath. Came in on a wagon train just before the rush in 49. We knew he spent a lot of time digging around in the desert, but we never heard about no cave.
It's 30 miles or so to the east of town. You pass a big rock formation. It's shaped like a crescent. And the cave's a little further
I've been out by Crescent Rock more times than I can count, and I never see no cave.
But you wouldn't see it if you didn't climb into the cleft.
Something happened out there just about 2 years ago. The ground was hot for miles around. All the grass shriveled up and died. Nothing's grown there since.
Yeah, besides, if Sykes had found a cave, he certainly would have told somebody here in town. Ain't like he was an outsider, if you know what I mean.
For sure. That cave was there. It's not there now, but it was there, and I was in it. Sykes didn't tell anyone else about it because he knew no one would believe him. He wanted to get his proof first.
And what makes you think we believe you, Kemp?
This is the truth, I'm telling you. This is how it happened.
And you still haven't told us about the killing yet.
No, how about that? I said this inquest was going to be run legal now, boys.
Hey, we're wasting a lot of time. The whole story smells to high heaven, and you know it.
I ain't passing judgment one way or the other till I hear what the boy has to say.
The idea?
And I still mean what I said about having the court clear. All right. Now go on, Kemp. What happened when you got here to Switchpath with Sykes?
I don't think anyone will remember the night we arrived. I was dead tired from the trip, and I wanted to get some sleep. But the professor was all for getting out of town as quick as possible. He didn't want to answer any questions. So we piled all the stuff into his rattly old car and started for Crescent Rock. As plenty spooky driving across the desert at night. It was a cold wind. It kicked up the dust, and you breathed dust, bit into it. The old man kept peering straight ahead. And every now and then he'd change the direction.
Swing a little to the right, son. It's an old castle trail. We follow it for 5 miles or so.
He knew the way perfect.
It's Crescent Rock way up there ahead. Just keep it head on.
We didn't detour or backtrack once.
It's another 10 miles now. Distance is pretty tricky out here. Things look closer than they really are.
And then, just as it began to get near dawn, the sky was all smoky and you could start seeing the scrub weeds and cactus growing around the trail. Sykes grabbed my arm and said...
Well, pull up here, son. Walk the rest of the way to the cave. I don't want anybody snooping around while we're down there with those machines. I don't want anyone to know a thing until I'm ready to tell them. Just about 100 feet or so to meet the entrance to the room, son.
Well, I never knew how much this torch weighed till I had it strapped on my back.
Sure I can't give you a hand with it?
No, it's okay, Professor. Don't worry.
Over there, that's all that's left of the place where I used to camp at night. I was afraid to sleep in the room, afraid to sleep outside the cleft. I used to make a fire and bed down on the rock.
Can't say I'd enjoy that over a long period of time.
You get used to anything if it's important enough. I got used to the dark, the sound of little animals scurrying around, the damp, the smell. Wait, huh? This is it, Kemp. You can take off your pack here.
There. Oh, that feels better. Oh, I'm glad I can still straighten up.
You see that place there? Between the 2 pillar formations? That's it, son. And it's all yours. That 300 years in the future torch of yours is any good. Now's the time to prove it.
In just 30 seconds, we will return you to Theodore Sturgeon's famous science fiction story, The Incident at Switchpath. Meanwhile, a memo on a matter of importance to you and your family. Did you know that nearly 1/3 of all motor accident victims are killed in collisions between motor vehicles and pedestrians? Just because the road looks smooth, clear, and flat in front of you, don't put your foot down on the accelerator. A child may ride a bicycle out of a side road. A young couple may step off the curb, and death strikes suddenly. Drive carefully. Drive with your mind as well as your body. And now, back to our story.
Okay. Now stand clear of the equipment, Professor. Sure that tank is balanced squarely?
I can pile a few more rocks around it.
Yeah, well, we'll give it a try this way. If it starts to move, just give a shout.
I'll watch it, Kemp.
Well, here we go.
How long do you think it'll take, Kemp?
I don't know. It depends on how thick the rock is that's sealing up this room.
Kemp, think of it. On this little piece of wire, I have a complete record of the movement of the polar glacier, which will have all the learned busybodies gnashing their teeth. But have I said anything? Not me. Not Sykes. I'll wait till I can get the whole spool of wire, and I'll translate it into a history of the earth and mankind written in such detail, with such authority, that the name of Sykes will go into the language as a synonym of the miraculously accurate. Me, Alessandro Sykes.
Hand me those black goggles, huh? How long have we been at it now, Professor?
Almost 3 hours, son. You better let me spell you.
No, I'll take a breather when I need one. This torch is too heavy for you to handle. By the way, whatever happened to the entrance you used before? How can we have to burn our way in like this?
That, my boy, is an unforeseen quality of the machines. For some reason, they closed themselves up. In a way, I'm glad they did. I was unable to get back in. I was forced to concentrate on my sample. If it hadn't been for that, I doubt I would ever have cracked the code. Whoever left these machines here, how they operate, we may never know. It would be interesting to find out. The important thing now is to get into that room and get that spool of wire. That's all that matters, son. That's all that matters.
Oh, 6 hours and only 7.5 inches. I've seen that torch of mine walk in a laminated bank vaults like the door was open. What kind of rock is this, anyhow?
There must have been some chemical substance added that we don't know about when the room was sealed.
And you think that machine will still be running after the blast of heat it must have took to build this wall?
It'll be running. They'll both be running. The recorder and the transmitter.
What do you mean? The transmitter?
Because the recorder was set to trip it off. I found that out, too. There's a little gear train waiting by the wire, and when something happened somewhere on Earth that was just the right thing, a crimp would show in the wire, which would hit the gear train and start up the transmitter.
Yes, but you said...
I saw a crimp in the wire. Something happened which put a wiggle in it, the thing I was looking for all along. I was in the cave the day it happened. There was a sharp click. The transmitter started up, and the wire kept on recording. I looked in the papers the next week to see what it was. I couldn't find a thing. It wasn't until the following August that I found out.
What was the date when it started to transmit?
July 16, 1945.
July 16th.
The day the first atom bomb was exploded at Los Alamos, New Mexico.
Okay, Professor. Hold the light a little higher. This should do it now. Well, there it is. I'll have to wait a minute or so while those edges cool.
30 years' work. 30 years, Kemp.
Professor, who do you think's on the receiving end of that transmitter?
I don't know. I'm only sure whoever he is or they are, they're not any place on this earth. That's why I've been so anxious to get into the room.
Well, we'll throw that canvas over the edges just to be safe. Now, you take the big flashlight and I'll bring the lamp.
We can remove the spool of wire and then destroy the machines. It won't be any good to anyone else once the recording device is disconnected. The light, Kemp. Bring in the light quickly.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah, I'm right behind you, Professor. Oh, brother. You weren't kidding about that machinery, were you?
They're beautiful, aren't they, Kemp?
I've never seen anything that looks like that transmitter.
And the recorder, Kemp. Come closer. Examine the recorder. Listen to it humming, Kemp. I knew it would be humming. It's recording everything that's happening to the Earth, the whole Earth. Will we stand here and listen to it humming?
Professor, maybe we better get the wire and get out of here. This place gives me the willies.
Don't be frightened, son. Machines can't hurt you.
It's not the machines. I just don't like this place. Let me hold the flashlight and you disconnect the spool.
There should be a catch lever of some sort which frees it. Something like a movie camera, one of those old-fashioned wire recorders.
Yeah, well, maybe I can find it, Professor. I've worked with these things.
No,
and I know...
No, I can find it. Just let me alone. You forget that I've been... Oh, Kemp.
What's the matter, Professor?
Kemp, the reel is empty. Look. There's only 8 inches of wire on it. Only 8 inches, Kemp. It was almost full before the cave was sealed.
That's impossible. No one could get through that rock. No one, I tell you.
The reel's been refilled. That's what's happened. It's been refilled. Kemp, they've been here.
Who's been here, Professor?
That's what the transmitter was for, Kemp. Tell them when the first atomic power was used on Earth. The recorder kept the transmitter. It sent out a signal. They answered it and came here and changed the reel. It's the beginning of a new era as far as they're concerned.
Sykes! Who are you talking about? Who are they? What do you mean?
I don't know. But they've been here. And I've lost 30 years' work. 30 years of my life completely gone and disappeared.
Professor, you gotta pull yourself together. We gotta get out of here. I don't like this at all.
Get out? Why get out? Damage has been done now. The reel's gone.
I don't like the way that thing hums. Sounds like it's just sitting there, waiting and... Crimp. It hit another crimp and the wire of the transmitter started again.
Doesn't matter now. Nothing matters now. Nothing.
You're gonna come on. Sorry. Hey, come on. Come on, stop it. Ollie. What's wrong with you?
It's him. Get rid of him, Pete.
Take it easy, Ollie. You're gonna be all right. Hey, get a doctor. Somebody get an ambulance.
It's too late, Pete. He's dead.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. It's crazy. He thought you had something to do with it.
I didn't harm him, Pete. I swear I didn't. I wouldn't take a life.
Relax, Joe. I know you didn't. The excitement was just too much. Funny about that card, though. Wasn't like Ollie to plunk everything down on a 4-flush.
I had nothing to do with his death.
Yeah, I know. What's eating you, kid? Come on, spill it. I'm the only family you got.
Nothing. Just nothing.
Okay, don't tell me. I don't give a damn.
Oh, don't be angry, Uncle Pietro. Pete, I wonder sometimes.
What?
Why nobody likes me.
Lots of people do.
Who?
I like you, that's who.
I want people to say nice things to me.
And you gotta learn to give and take. Besides, you keep saying wild things all the time about your powers.
Oh, they're not my powers. They're the Lord's.
You see what I mean?
But it's true. I'm his vessel. We all are. He pours his powers into all of us, but only a few like me can retain them.
But how do you do it?
With faith and deep concentration.
You really believe that?
Well, of course I do. And so should you. Never lose faith. If you do, you will never have any hope.
Swell.
Clapped in the glow of the lava. And then he whispered.
They knew we'd reached the atomic age. They wanted to be told when. That's what the transmitter did. They came and took the recordings, filled the machine.
Don't try to talk, Professor. I'm going to drive you into town and we'll get the doc to take care of those hands of yours.
They sealed off the room with something they thought only controlled atomic power could break into. This time the recorder was triggered to that power. Your torch did it, Kemp. That 300 years in the future torch, that did it. They think we have atomic power. They'll come back, Kemp.
Who, Professor? Who?
I don't know. I don't know whether they're friends or enemies or where they are. There'd be only one reason why some creature would want to know a thing like that. And that's so they could stop us.
Oh, no, Professor. We're not going to be stopped now. Like the papers say, we're in the atomic age if it kills us. But we're in for keeps. Why, humanity would have to be killed off before to get out of this atomic age.
I know that, Kemp. I know. That's what I mean. Oh, Kemp. Kemp, what have we done? What have we done?
Professor? Professor Sykes. I was going to bury him there, out there near the cleft. I thought he'd like to be there. But then I realized that people would be wondering about him, looking for him. So I brought him in. In the excitement, I left town. It just didn't look good to me. I knew nobody would listen to a yarn like that.
Well, now I can see what Brother Kemp was worried about. If that story is true, I, for one, would think twice about telling it.
He's a liar. He's a murdered liar. I got a kid that reads that kind of stuff, and I never did like to see him at it. Believe me, he's going to cut it out as of right now. I think this Kemp guy needs a hanging.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. If we kill off this fellow, we do it legal, see? You just keep quiet a while longer and let me ask this boy a question. Now, look, Kemp. If there's anything in your story, or in that goofy idea the dead man's about someone coming to kill us off, well, ain't it about time they did?
Yeah. When's the invasion start, kid? Yeah, maybe we should start digging foxholes now, huh, Kemp?
I didn't say anything about that. I just told you the facts the way they happened. I just told you what Sykes told me.
The whole thing's a lousy pack of lies. It's all lies. Lies!
Wilson!
That was a bomb! Here, Wilson, look! There! In the sky! Look! Ships! The sky is full of ships!
Just heard Incident at Switchpath, another program in the new science fiction series Beyond Tomorrow. Michael O'Day was featured in the role of James Kent, and Brett Morrison was heard as Professor Sykes. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Silverne, and John Campbell, Jr. was our technical consultant. Beyond Tomorrow was produced and directed by Mitchell Grayson. Listen again next week at the same time for another story about you in the future. You Beyond Tomorrow.
Now for tonight's story. Let's go beyond tomorrow. Are you afraid to face tomorrow, or whatever may lie beyond tomorrow? Do you think you're up to spending a weekend on the moon, or entertaining house guests from Mars? Can you and your children adjust to the strange, new, wonderful world that is being wrought in the test tubes and cyclotrons of science? Beyond Tomorrow? Beyond Tomorrow, a new program of probabilities drawn from the vast library of science fiction, where anything is possible and possibly may happen to you. Tonight, based on a famous story, The Outer Limit by Graham Dorr, the tale of a pilot of an experimental jet rocket aircraft about to be hurled 40 miles out from the Earth's surface into the limitless boundaries of space, and there to receive the most terrible warning in the history of man.
down, men.
Okay, Colonel.
Yes, sir. All of you will want to know why we took you out of whatever warm bed you were in. We got a reason. The RJX-1. Yeah, that's right, the RJX-1. The top secret experimental rocket jet aircraft. We've been babying it, nursing it, staying up nights with it for 16 months now. This morning, Major Westfall is going to wean it. Bill is going to take her out and beat her up to death. I can't impress upon you men how extraordinary this flight is. It's an 8-rocket ship.
8 rockets.
That's what I said, 8 rockets. 8 rockets designed to take man into areas of space that have never been explored before. And at a rate of speed to which no pilot has yet been subjected. Some of you men have already flown many times the speed of sound, so I don't have to tell you very much. Joe?
Yes, Colonel?
You'll lead the F-86s. You and the other 3 jet boys will be Bill's chase planes. We want observation at 35,000 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's how it plays. Pull the curtains on the map, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
You see it circled here, your rendezvous point. We designated Point X. It's roughly over Boulder Dam. 0 hour is 0900. Joe, you and your jets will take off at 0 minus 15. You got that?
Yes, sir.
You F-86s will make conventional climbs to 30,000 feet. Rendezvous at Point X and call in to meet control at 35,000 feet. Right, Joe?
That cuts it, Colonel.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Not quite. Now we hear about the weather. Pete?
Yes, Colonel. Well, the weather's very pretty out, boys. All clear, ceiling unlimited. Winds aloft at 10,000, 80 mph, 25,000, 140 mph, 40,000, 150 mph. Estimated temperature 45 below at 40,000 feet. There's some scattered clouds northwest of Point X at 15,000 feet. Stratus at 30,000 feet, 30 miles east of Point X, east. We expect no change for 3 hours. That's it, sir.
Okay, Pete. Joe, you and your boys go unwrap your F-86s. Have a nice time.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys.
Major Westfall. Major Westfall, stick around. I want to talk to you.
Okay, Hank.
How you feeling, Bill?
Why? You worried, Hank? Don't worry.
Look, Bill, you've got only 10 minutes of rocket fuel. Get rid of those jets before you fire the rockets. Fire only one rocket
at a time.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, I'll be listening in on the public address at control. I won't bother you until you're airborne. It'll be between you and the tower until then.
All right, don't worry, Hank. I'm going to fly that baby higher and faster than anybody ever did before, just like you said. I'm going to take it up and I'm going to bring it back. And then you and I'll have dinner together.
Zero minus 3. 0 minus...
Good morning, Colonel.
Mr. Hargrove, you'll be here at the control with me?
It's all right with you, Colonel.
I wouldn't have it any other way. You've checked the communications equipment, Sergeant?
Oh, yes, sir. Major Westfall's been assigned a special radio frequency at 3970.
Good. You'll take care of it, Sergeant. We don't want it to poop out or anything like that, do we?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Hargrove, I got a thing on my mind. That boy in the plane you geniuses designed, he's my best boy.
It's our best plane, Colonel.
It better be. Now it's your turn. What do you got on your mind?
Everything's in proper order, Colonel. Recording equipment, the television cameras in the cockpit, everything. Every known scientific device, even some unknown. They've been very
We're talking about a man, Hargrove. That's all I really want to get back out of this. What about the man?
There may be one difficulty.
Tell me about it. I'd like to know.
The takeoff, with all that load. The jets, the rockets, all at maximum fuel capacity. Never been tested that way before.
Go on, Mr. Hargrove.
Well, it's just that Major Westfall has only 6,000 feet to get his ship airborne. If he accelerates from 0 to 160 miles per hour in 6,000 feet, he should be airborne in 7 seconds.
7 seconds, that makes 0 plus G.
Yes, Colonel. Beyond 0 plus G, well, beyond that, we don't know. We just don't know.
Thanks. Thanks for everything, Mr. Hargrove. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Flip your switch on Major Westfall. I hear he's got a swell program. Flip them all, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
RJX-1 to tower. Any change in weather?
Tower to RJX-1. Barometer reading 29.7. Set your altimeter accordingly.
Roger.
Wind 15 miles from south. Take off runway 27. Runway 27.
Got it.
0 minus 130. 0
RJX-1 to control. Over.
Control to RJX-1. Go ahead.
This is just for you, Hank. Cabin pressure, okay. Oxygen pressure, okay.
All right. Get off the dime, kid.
Take a pill, Hank. You'll need it to settle your stomach.
0 minus 1. 0
RJX-1 to crew chief, over.
Crew chief to RJX-1. Go ahead.
I'm ready to fire.
Hold it. Okay. All set to fire.
Clear?
Clear.
Starting right jet. Starting left jet.
0 minus 30
Tower
seconds.
to RJX-1.
0
over.
minus 30 seconds.
RJX-1 to tower. Go ahead.
Western Airlines Convair reported over Ventura.
Got it.
Eastbound Constellation at 17,000 over Salt Lake.
Roger.
Western Airlines DC-4 on base leg at 1,000 over Burbank. The rest of the air is yours.
Thank you so much.
0 minus 10.
RJX-1 to tower. Ready for
8.
takeoff.
Tower to RJX-1. 6.
Clear for takeoff.
5.
Good luck, Bill.
4. 3. 2. 1. 0.
He's rolling. Rolling.
C. E.
Bill, lift it.
G.
Lift it. Lift it. Bill made it, Mr. Hargrove. RJX-1 to control. RJX-1 to control. Come in.
Control to RJX-1. Go ahead.
Everything's great, Hank. It's a doll, baby.
Hey, you must have been kidding with that takeoff, weren't you?
It took that long to get off. That makes it a takeoff.
How fast are you climbing, kid?
1,700 a minute, airspeed 550.
Retract your landing gear. It'll help.
Oops, sorry.
Call me at 20,000.
Heading is 87. Everything is real good. Come in, Hank.
How do you feel?
I like it here.
Pressure okay?
Okay.
F-86 leader to control. F-86 to control. Come in.
Control to F-86 leader. Go ahead.
F-86 observing RJX-1. He's really tearing, Colonel. Over point X at 35,000.
On schedule, Joe?
On schedule.
RJX-1 to control. RJX-1 to control. Come in.
Control to RJX-1. Go ahead, Bill.
40,000 feet, Hank.
Still a down, baby?
Still is. Ready to pressurize. Can you hear me okay, Hank?
Coming in fine.
Pressurized. Ready to prime rocket system in 5 seconds. Primed. Dropping right jet. Dropping left jet. All clear.
Good luck, Bill.
Firing number 1 rocket. Fired. Oh! Taken back. Firing number 2 rocket. Fired. Hey, honey.
Okay, Bill, what is it? Bill! Bill, are you receiving me? Control to RJX-1. Come in. Come in, RJX-1. Hello, Bill. Come in. Control to F-86 leader. Control to F-86 leader. Come in.
F-86 leader to control. Go ahead.
What about it, Joe?
F-86 observing RJX-1. RJX-1 at approximately 60,000 feet, maintaining a heading of north-northwest. I can barely make him, Colonel.
Try calling.
Okay. F-86 leader to RJX-1. F-86 to RJX-1, come in. Come in, RJX-1, come in.
Mr. Hargrove.
F-86 to RJX-1.
Share it with me, Mr. Hargrove.
F-86 to
Sit here and run your fingers through your hair and
wait and think about it and share it with me.
F-86 to RJX1. F-86 leader to control. F-86 leader to control. Come in.
Go ahead, F-86 leader.
We've lost him, Colonel.
Stay up there, Joe, for as long as you can.
What do we do now, Colonel?
I just told you, Mr. Hargrove. We wait. You and me, we wait.
You haven't lost me. I can hear you, Joe.
Stay up there, Joe, for as long as you can.
Hello? 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 I'll try another frequency, Joe. RJX1 to F86. Can you make me? RJX1 to F86. Come in. Come in. No good, huh? I'll switch back to Channel Charlie. Still can't get you, Joe. I'll keep sending. Firing number 8 rocket. Fired. Oh, brother! Oh, brother! RJX1 to all you ships at sea, to all you people anywhere. This is Bill Westfall approaching 210,000 feet. That's 40 miles straight up in the air, all you people, and that's where I am. You never saw anything like it. No clouds. A color no one ever named before. And silence. 8 rockets roaring at my tail, and I can't hear them. Their sound will never reach me at 1,800 miles an hour. Silence so complete that the ticking of the clock on my instrument panel is a hammer in my brain. Silence. Otherwise, nothing. Nothing except... No, nothing at all. Wait a minute. Yes, there is something all right at 2 o'clock high. Oh, that's really something, brother. Maybe a flying disc, and this is a big one. Spinning like a top, and it's coming toward me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Listen. Something has just happened. Something, a missile, a shot, maybe through the canopy. My pressure is going down. Something is happening to me. This thing, it's like a magnet. I'm being pulled toward it. I've lost control of my ship. I've no control. I'm going through decompression. I'm on the verge of unconsciousness. I'm blacking out. I'm flat. Can you hear?
You are listening to The Outer Limit, starring Frank Lovejoy in another thrilling adventure on the exciting new science fiction series, Beyond Tomorrow. In a moment, we'll return to our story, but first, CBS wishes to remind you that there's a lot of bright listening in the daytime as well as at night. Every weekday, Monday through Friday, 2 of radio's top stars, Arthur Godfrey and Art Linkletter, are heard on most of these same CBS stations. Godfrey is here for an hour and a quarter each day with his wit and humor and the music of the Little Godfreys, Bill Lawrence, Jeanette Davis, the Mariners, the Cordettes. For a half hour each weekday, Art Linkletter is on hand with his famous house party. Art's insatiable curiosity, his endless flow of questions, bring out the most human, the funniest things about people. They've flirted, fainted, bragged, and fought at his mic, and come back for more. Listen to Arthur and to Art as often as you can, daytime, on CBS. Now, back to our story.
He had only 10 minutes fuel. He's 3 hours overdue.
Well, that's that, Colonel.
Well, wait some more, Mr. Hargrove.
There's no point to it. May I make a suggestion, Colonel?
What?
Give it up. Make your report to Washington.
What about you, Mr. Hargrove?
To be frank with you, Colonel, in another 16 months, there'll be another plane. The RJX-2. And the Army will give us another man to fly it.
Not till we're certain about this man, and we're not certain.
What do you propose to do?
The things that are in the manual. We'll organize search parties and put spotter planes up in the air. Maybe Bill came down on the ocean. We'll call the Navy in.
Colonel, if the RJX-1 came down on the ocean, it would sink in 3 minutes. You know it had no life preserver equipment on it. The added weight of
We'll
the...
call the Navy in.
Whatever you say, Colonel. My guess is...
What's your guess, Mr. Hargrove?
My guess is that sometime, somewhere, on some beach or in some field, someone will pick up a piece of torn metal. That someone will be holding what's left of the RJX-1.
Am I getting through to you? Can you understand me? There is no manifestation that we're in communication with him, sir. Yes, sir. I am Zeglon. You're aboard the Space Patrol ship S2J3. Am I in communication with you? Can you understand me? Are we in contact? Can you understand now what I am saying to you?
Yes. Yes, I can understand you.
Earthman, your brain is in turmoil, is it not? It has great difficulty in accepting what you see.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Accepted. What you see here exists.
All this? This exists?
It exists, Earthman. The spaceship you're on exists. Those jet dynamos you see before you exist. Jet dynamos driven by the harnessed power of 1,000 suns. Listen, Earthman. Listen to them. Do you know what happened as you listened, Earthman? We have flung ourselves 10,000 miles into space. What do you say to that, Earthman?
Why, I don't know what to say.
It's beyond the conception of your Earth brain. Then conceive this. Try to move, Earthman. You're not bound in any way. Try to move. Don't strain. It's impossible for you to move. There's a screen of force aimed at you. Now it's turned off. You may move about, Earthman. Proceed, Zeglon.
Yes, Commander. Earthman, I perceive that your intellect now accepts the fact. You are aboard Space Patrol ship S2J3. I am Captain Zeglon of the Galactic Guard.
Galactic? Galactic Guard?
The guardian of the galaxy. The guardian of the universes. The instrument the Brotherhood of Worlds has set up in defense against such a civilization as yours. What puzzles you, Earthman?
Well, I can't see you. I can feel that you're here, but I can't see you.
There is no necessity for you to see us. It is sufficient that we communicate with each other.
Yes, but talking to you is... Well, it's not like talking. It's, it's as if it were all happening inside my brain.
It is. That is how I'm reaching you, by telepathy. Do you remember what happened to you before you blacked out?
Yes, I think so. There was a sharp sound, like a bullet hitting the canopy.
It was not a bullet. It was a ray. It was necessary to stop your flight. We have so much to tell you.
Well, first tell me about my ship. Is it lost?
No. It is such a crude little ship.
Crude?
Easy for us to repair. It will be returned to you. And you will return to Earth. Because you are the Earth's only hope of survival.
Hope of survival? What do you mean?
I will show you. What you see on this screen before you is a panorama of your own universe, far greater in scope than an Earthman has ever seen before. Observe. Observe where the line is pointing. Planet 3, Star 5, Galaxy C, Sector K.
Is that the Earth?
No. That dot, that speck you see revolving in the vastness, is your sun. A star whose surface is 12,000 times that of your Earth. Your Earth is not even visible here.
What? How did you know we even existed?
That was our problem. We first became aware of your planet when we found atomic dust in the upper atmosphere. We traced it to your Earth.
It was that important to you?
Quite. We determined that you were setting off atomic bombs. That's why the Galactic Council has quarantined you.
Quarantined? I don't understand. How? How are we quarantined?
We have sealed off your planet from the rest of space. But we have surrounded it with a force screen. When that screen has accumulated enough particles of atomic dust, your Earth will explode. Your civilization, you, all life will disappear forever.
Listen to me, Earthman. Listen. We've had our own wars. Wars that almost destroyed our civilization. But we have finally outlawed war throughout space, including Earth. Now listen carefully, Earthman. If you continue to make atom bombs and hydrogen bombs, each many times more powerful than the last, and if you start making war with them, exploding them, it would upset the balance of the entire universe, throw all space into chaos. This, of course, we cannot allow. And the force screen with which we have surrounded the Earth will prevent it by exploding the Earth itself. Remember then, Earthman, if you start an atomic war, the Earth will at once be completely destroyed. Warn them, Earthman. Release him, Zeglan.
Yes, Commander. Earthman, you will rise from your seat and open that door. Descend those stairs, Earthman. You will now enter the chamber to your left. There's your ship. Get into it, Earthman. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
While we were communicating, the patrol ship has returned to where we picked you up. And now you will be propelled toward Earth. Close your canopy. Open aperture.
Warn them, Earthmen. Warn them.
Fire!
RJX-1 to tower. RJX-1 to tower. Come in. RJX-1 to tower. Come in, tower.
Tower to Funny Man. You loaded, kid? How did you get in on this frequency?
Listen, this is RJX-1. RJX-1 coming in for landing. Give me landing instructions.
Tower to Funny Man. Impossible that you're RJX-1. He's 10 hours overdue. Get away from the area. Area cleared for bomber practice approaches.
This is Major Westfall and RJX-1. Come on, kid. Give me landing instructions. I have no fuel. I'm gliding.
What? Hey, yeah, I see you now, Major. Wait a minute. I'll restrict the area. Okay, RJX-1. Go ahead.
Approximately 6 miles north of field. Clear area for 10 miles.
Being cleared. What's your altitude?
10,000. Estimate 6 minutes to land.
Tower to RJX-1. You are cleared to land. Runway 9. Wind east-southeast 15.
Roger. Coming down. Hi, Hank.
Bill, what happened?
Hank, you won't believe it, but you've got to. I know you won't believe it. It'll knock you over.
Now, just take it easy, Bill.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have the ship gone over by Geiger counters for radioactivity and seal it.
What?
Oh, yes, Hank, you better mount a 24-hour guard on it.
Look, what did you run into?
Plenty. Listen to me, Hank. They said the Earth would explode. They said it was the end for us.
They said that? Come on, let's go over to my office.
You gotta believe me.
Read it like an order, Bill. My office. I want Major Donaldson to look at you.
The psychiatrist? Hank, you've got to listen to
Come on
me.
over to the office.
Well, that's the story, Major Donaldson.
I see.
Well, Hank, You believe it, don't you?
Well, Major, what do you think?
I'm not sure. Bill, these men from Mars.
I didn't say they were from Mars. Did you hear me say anything about men from Mars?
No, you didn't.
All I'm trying to tell you is this. Whoever those people were, they knew all about us, everything. And they warned me. Our atomic bombs are a danger to the universe. One more, and we're going to be the juiciest galactic 4th of July of all time. Explode, finish, gone. Like that. How do you like it?
All right, Bill, roll up your sleeve.
Oh, no, forget it, Major. All I need is a couple of drinks.
Sorry, Boyle. Sorry. Not right now. Let the Major give you a hypo.
Now, look, I got a drink coming, a lot of drinks.
Later.
Come on, Bill, the sleeve.
You heard him, Bill.
All right, yes, all right, if it's an order. Go ahead.
There. You'll be okay in a few hours.
I'm okay now.
Sure. We'll leave you here, Bill. It's all right if Bill sleeps in here, isn't it, Colonel?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll believe me tomorrow. You'd better.
Come on, Major. He'll be okay by himself, Major?
He's been under a strain, but he'll sleep a long time. You better explain it to his wife somehow. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Tough. I've heard he's one of the best.
He's the best. A combination of nerve and loyalty and lightning reflexes that comes once in 10 million times. What about it, Major? How does Bill look to you?
I can't tell yet. Maybe a week, 6 months, 6 years. I'll need a whole lot of time with him before I can tell.
I see. Well, he'd better get some sleep, too.
All right. And don't worry, Colonel. He's a strong boy. Best nerves I've seen. I'd say things will be all right.